Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. The Dursleys, residing at number 4 Privet Drive, often took great pride in proclaiming themselves as a model of propriety. Indeed, they were a most conventional family, shunning anything that was mysterious or peculiar, for they held no belief in such nonsense. Mr. Vernon Dursley was a supervisor at a firm called Grunnings, which specialized in the manufacture of drills. He was a large, portly man, so rotund that he seemed to lack a neck entirely, yet he sported a bushy mustache. Mrs. Dursley was a slender blonde woman, with a neck that appeared almost twice the length of an ordinary one. This served her well whenever she spent excessive time peering over the garden fence, spying on the neighbors. The Dursleys had a small son, Dudley, whom they believed to be the most remarkable child in existence. The Dursleys lacked for nothing, yet they harbored a secret that they feared might be uncovered. They believed that if anyone were to discover the affairs of the Potters, they would be utterly unable to cope. Mrs. Potter was Mrs. Dursley's sister, though they had not met for several years. In truth, Mrs. Dursley pretended that she had no sister at all, for her sibling and her good-for-nothing husband were the antithesis of the Dursleys' values. The mere thought of their neighbors discovering that the Potters had arrived sent the Dursleys into a state of panic. They knew that the Potters had a son, yet they had never laid eyes upon him. This child provided them with a convenient excuse to avoid any association with the Potters. They did not wish for Dudley to associate with such a boy. Our tale commences on a gloomy, overcast Tuesday. The Dursleys awoke to find the sky heavy with clouds, offering no indication that anything mysterious or extraordinary was about to transpire in their vicinity. Mr. Dursley hummed a tune as he selected the most unattractive tie to wear to work, while Mrs. Dursley, in high spirits, chattered incessantly as she plopped the whimpering Dudley into his high chair. Neither of them noticed a tawny owl fluttering past their window. At 8:30, Mr. Dursley grabbed his briefcase, planted a kiss on Mrs. Dursley's cheek, and leaned down to bid farewell to Dudley. However, the little tyke was throwing a tantrum, hurling his cereal against the wall. "Little tyke," Mr. Dursley muttered, chuckling as he exited the house and entered his car, reversing down number 4 Privet Drive. As he turned the corner, he caught sight of the first unusual occurrence of the day, a cat reading a map. Initially, Mr. Dursley was perplexed, unsure of what he had witnessed, and turned back to investigate. He saw a tabby cat perched at the corner of Privet Drive, yet was not reading a map. What was he thinking? Perhaps it was merely an optical illusion caused by the light. Mr. Dursley blinked and stared at the cat, which stared back at him. As he rounded the corner and continued on his way, he glanced at the cat in the rearview mirror. It was now inspecting the street sign that read Privet Drive. Not reading the sign. Of course, cats simply do not read maps or signs. Mr. Dursley shook his head, dismissing the cat from his thoughts. He drove into town, his mind occupied with the hope that he would secure a substantial order for drills that day. However, as he neared the city, another matter displaced thoughts of drills from his mind. As his car merged into the morning traffic, he suddenly spotted a group of people dressed in bizarre attire. They were draped in cloaks. Mr. Dursley despised anyone who dressed in an outlandish manner. Just look at those young people. He surmised that this was yet another tedious new fashion. Tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, he focused on the nearest cluster of oddballs, who were conversing animatedly. He felt a surge of irritation upon noticing that among them were a couple who were far from young. The man appeared even older than Mr. Dursley himself, and was clad in a vivid emerald cloak. What a disgrace! Then Mr. Dursley suddenly concluded that these individuals were likely involved in some sort of fundraising indeed. That must be it. As the traffic moved on, a few minutes later, Mr. Dursley arrived at the parking lot of Grunnings, his thoughts once again returning to drills. In his 9th-floor office, Mr. Dursley always sat with his back to the window. Had he not done so, he might have noticed that morning that it was increasingly difficult to concentrate on drills. He failed to see the multitude of owls soaring through the daylight sky, but the people in the streets they gaped and pointed, watching owl after owl swoop overhead. Most of them had never even seen an owl in the night. Nevertheless, Mr. Dursley's morning proceeded as usual, undisturbed by the owls. He shouted at 5 different people, made several important phone calls, his voice growing louder with each one. By lunchtime, he felt the urge to stretch his legs and decided to visit the bakery across the street for a small pastry. Had he not encountered that same group of cloaked individuals near the bakery, he might have forgotten all about them. As he walked past them, he shot them a disdainful glare. He could not quite articulate why, but their presence unsettled him. They were chattering excitedly, yet he did not see a single donation box. As he carried a donut bag back across the street, snippets of their conversation floated into his ears. "Potters, you say? I've heard the news. Indeed, their son, Harry." He halted abruptly, gripped by a sudden wave of fear. He turned to glance back at the whispering crowd, as if hoping to glean some more information, but then he changed his mind. He dashed across the street, returned to his office, and barked at his secretary not to disturb him. Then he picked up the phone to call home, only to hesitate at the last moment. He replaced the receiver, stroking his mustache, pondering. No, he was being foolish. Potter was hardly an uncommon surname. Surely many people bore that name, and there were likely numerous boys named Harry. With that thought, he even questioned whether his nephew's name was indeed Harry. He had never met the child. Perhaps it was Harvey or Harold. There was no need to trouble his wife. She always became upset at the mere mention of her sister. He could hardly blame her were he to have a sister like that. That afternoon, he found it increasingly difficult to focus on drills. At 5 o'clock, he exited the office building, still preoccupied, and collided with a small, elderly gentleman standing at the entrance. The old man stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "I beg your pardon," Mr. Dudley mumbled. It took him a moment to realize that the man was wearing a violet cloak. Though he had nearly knocked the man over, the elderly fellow did not seem the least bit angry. Instead, he beamed at Mr. Dudley with a radiant smile. "You needn't apologize, my dear sir, for today is a day of great celebration. The mysterious one has finally departed. Even someone like you, a muggle, should celebrate this joyous occasion." His voice was high-pitched and piercing, drawing the attention of passers-by. After delivering his proclamation, the old man embraced Mr. Dudley around the waist before wandering off. Mr. Dudley stood rooted to the spot, as if he were frozen in place. He had just been hugged by a complete stranger. The term muggle echoed in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Flustered, he hurried to his car and drove home, wishing fervently that this was all a figment of his imagination. He had never entertained such fantasies, for he held no belief in them. As he pulled into number 4 Privet Drive, the first sight that greeted him was the tabby cat he had seen that morning, which did nothing to improve his mood. The cat was perched upon the garden wall of his home. He was certain it was the same cat he had seen earlier. The markings around its eyes were identical. "Go away," Mr. Dudley bellowed. The cat remained unperturbed, merely glaring at him. Was this normal behavior for a cat? Mr. Dudley began to feel a twinge of doubt. He took a moment to compose himself before entering the house. He resolved to say nothing to his wife. Mrs. Dudley had experienced a perfectly normal day. At the dinner table, she regaled him with tales of a dispute between the mother and daughter next door, even sharing that Dudley had learned a new word won't. Mr. Dudley endeavored to appear untroubled. After settling Dudley down for the night, he retreated to the living room and caught the final segment of the evening news. In conclusion, reports from birdwatchers across the nation indicate that owls are behaving unusually today. Typically, they hunt at night and are seldom seen during the day. However, today, owls have been spotted flying about at sunrise. Experts are baffled as to why owls have altered their sleeping habits. The news anchor stated with a grin. "Fascinating, indeed. Now, they'll pass you over to Jim McGuffin for a weather update." "Jim, will there be more owl rain tonight?" "Oh, Ted," the weatherman replied, "I cannot say for certain. Today has not only seen unusual owl behavior. Witnesses from as far away as Kent, Yorkshire, and Dundee have called in to report that we forecasted rain yesterday. Yet what fell was not rain, but shooting stars. Perhaps people have simply moved up the bonfire night celebrations that were scheduled for a week from now. Folks, however, I assure you, there will be rain tonight. Mr. Dudley sat astounded in his armchair. A meteor shower of owls across England, owls fluttering about in broad daylight, cloaked figures lurking everywhere, and whispers about the Potter family. Mrs. Dudley entered the living room, balancing 2 cups of tea. The situation was dire. He ought to disclose something to her. Anxious, he cleared his throat. Petunia, dear, have you heard any news about your sister lately?" As expected, Mrs. Dudley was taken aback and quite irate. After all, They typically claim to have no such sister. No, she retorted sharply, what's the matter? Today's news seems rather peculiar, Mr. Dudley mumbled, with flocks of owls and so many strange-looking individuals in town. And so, Mrs. Dudley said, her face flushed with agitation. Oh, I merely meant it might be connected to that crowd she associates with. Mrs. Dudley pursed her lips as she sipped her tea. Mr. Dudley was uncertain whether he should boldly reveal having heard the name Harry. He decided against being too reckless. So, he casually changed the subject. Their son, he must be as old as Dudley by now, right? I suppose so, Mrs. Dudley replied curtly. What was his name again? Howard, wasn't it? Harry. If you ask me, it's an unremarkable and rather unpleasant name. Oh, indeed, Mr. Dudley said, feeling a sudden heaviness in his heart. I concur. As they ascended the stairs to retire for the night, he refrained from broaching the topic again. After Mrs. Dudley entered the bathroom, Mr. Dudley quietly approached the bedroom window to glance at the garden. The cat remained fixated on the street corner at the end of Privet Drive, as if awaiting something. Was he being fanciful? Could all of this be connected to the Potter family? If so, if it truly involved them, he felt he could not bear the weight of it. The Dudleys settled into bed. Mrs. Dudley quickly fell asleep, while Mr. Dudley's mind raced, preventing him from finding rest. Yet, before slumber overtook him, one thought offered solace. Even if the Potters were indeed entangled in this, there was no reason for it to implicate him and his wife. The Potters were well aware of the Dudleys' views on them and their ilk. He yawned and turned over. It would not affect them. He was gravely mistaken. Mr. Dudley, in a state of drowsiness, might have drifted off, but the cat on the garden wall showed no signs of slumber. It lay poised as a statue, unblinking, fixated on the distant street corner of Privet Drive. A car slammed its door on the neighboring street, and two owls swooped overhead, yet the cat remained motionless. In fact, it was not until near midnight that it began to stir. At the street corner the cat had been watching, a man appeared, arriving so suddenly and silently that it was as though he had emerged from the very earth. The cat's tail flicked, and its eyes narrowed into slits. This man was a stranger to Privet Drive, tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt. He clearly bore the marks of great age. He wore a long robe and a sweeping purple cloak that trailed the ground, complemented by buckled high-heeled boots. Behind half-moon glasses, his strikingly blue eyes sparkled with intensity. His nose was long but crooked, suggesting it had been broken at least twice. His name was Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore appeared oblivious to the unwelcomeness of his presence, from his name down to his boots, on this street. He busied himself rummaging through the pockets of his cloak as if searching for something. Yet he seemed to sense he was being watched, for he suddenly looked up to see the cat observing him from across the street. And for some inexplicable reason, he found its appearance amusing. He chuckled softly, murmuring, I should have expected this. He retrieved from his inner pocket what resembled a silver lighter. With a gentle flick, he opened it, raising it high, and with a click, the nearest street lamp extinguished with a soft pop. He clicked it again, and a second lamp followed suit. He clicked the device 12 times, leaving the street shrouded in darkness, save for the two small points of light that were the cat's eyes watching him intently. Had anyone looked out their window at that moment, even the keen-eyed Mrs. Dudley, they would not have witnessed the unfolding events on the road. Dumbledore tucked the extinguishing device back into his cloak and then strolled down the street towards number 4. He settled beside the cat on the wall. He did not look at it, but after a while, he spoke. Never did I expect to find you here, Professor McGonagall. He turned slightly to smile at the tabby cat, which had vanished, replaced by a serious-looking woman wearing square glasses that mirrored the patterns around the cat's eyes. She donned a deep green cloak, her dark hair neatly pinned into a tight bun. She appeared quite agitated. How did you recognize me? She inquired. My dear professor, I have never seen a cat remain so rigidly still. If you sat against a brick wall for an entire day, you would become stiff as well, Professor McGonagall retorted. An entire day? You were supposed to attend the celebration, weren't you? I traversed here, encountering no less than a dozen joyous gatherings and festivities along the way. Professor McGonagall huffed in exasperation. Ah, indeed, everyone is celebrating. Splendid. You would think they would exercise greater caution, but alas, Even Muggles have taken notice of the happenings. It has made their news broadcasts. She abruptly turned her head towards the darkened sitting room window of the Dursleys. I heard it all. A flurry of owls, and they are not entirely foolish. Certain matters warrant their attention. I dare say that meteor shower over Kent was certainly orchestrated by Daedalus Diggle. He has never been the brightest. You cannot blame them, Dumbledore said calmly. There has been far too little for us to celebrate over the past 11 years. I am aware of that, Professor McGonagall snapped. But that is no justification for reckless behavior. They are far too careless, parading about in broad daylight without donning Muggle attire, passing on messages. At this, she cast a keen glance at Dumbledore, seemingly hoping he would impart some wisdom, but he remained silent. Thus, she continued, the Dark Lord has finally vanished. And if the Muggles discovered everything on the very day of his disappearance, how extraordinary would that be? I truly believe he is gone, don't you, Albus? It appears so. Dumbledore replied. We should take comfort in that. Would you care for a lemon ice? A what? A lemon ice. It is a Muggle dessert, quite delightful. No, thank you. Professor McGonagall said coldly, seemingly deeming it an inappropriate time for such indulgences. As I mentioned, even if the Dark Lord has indeed departed, my dear Professor, a person of your discernment should be able to utter his name without hesitation. The notion of a Dark Lord is mere nonsense. For 11 years, I have endeavored to persuade everyone to call him by his true name, Voldemort. Professor McGonagall shuddered, yet Dumbledore, preoccupied with separating two stuck ice creams, appeared unperturbed. If we continue to refer to him as the Dark Lord, everything will descend into chaos. I see no reason to fear uttering Voldemort's name. I know you are unafraid. Professor McGonagall said, half in irritation, half in admiration. It is well known that you are unique. The Dark Lord, well, Voldemort fears you above all. You overestimate me. Dumbledore replied calmly. Voldemort possesses power that I shall never have. That is precisely because you are far too noble to wield it. Fortunately, it is quite dark. Ever since Madame Pomfrey expressed her fondness for my new earmuffs, I have not felt this embarrassed. Professor McGonagall shot Dumbledore a sharp glare. Owls and rampant rumors are entirely unrelated. Do you know what everyone is saying? They speculate as to why he vanished, what ultimately stopped him. At this, Professor McGonagall seemed to strike at the very heart of the matter she had been eager to discuss, the reason she had waited against the cold brick wall all day. Regardless of her being a cat or a woman, she had never regarded Dumbledore with such acute scrutiny. Clearly, regardless of what others said. She would only believe it when confirmed by Dumbledore himself. Yet Dumbledore chose another piece of lemon ice and remained silent. They say, she pressed on, that last night Voldemort circled Godric's Hollow. They were searching for the Potters, and the rumor is that Lily and James Potter are both dead. Dumbledore bowed his head. Professor McGonagall gasped. Is it true? Lily and James. I cannot believe it, nor do I wish to believe it. Oh, Albus. Dumbledore reached out to pat her shoulder. I know, he said heavily. Professor McGonagall continued, her voice trembling, but that is not all. They say he also sought to kill the Potter's son, Harry, but failed. He could not kill that child. No one knows why, nor how he could not succeed. However, they say that when Voldemort was unable to kill Harry, his power somehow disintegrated, and that is why he fled. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Is it true? Professor McGonagall asked in a quavering voice. He has committed so many heinous acts and taken so many lives, yet he could not kill a child? It is utterly shocking. We have devised countless plans to thwart him, but dear heavens, how did Harry manage to survive? We can only speculate, Dumbledore replied, and we may never know. Professor McGonagall produced a lace handkerchief and gently wiped her eyes behind her glasses. Dumbledore took a deep breath and pulled out a peculiar gold watch from his pocket. Studying it intently, the watch appeared odd, with 12 hands but no numbers, and small stars twinkling around the edge of the dial. Dumbledore seemed to decipher it. Returning it to his pocket. Hagrid must be late. By the way, I presume he informed you I would be coming here? Yes, Professor McGonagall replied. But there are many places to go. Why must you come here of all places? I imagine you will not divulge your reasoning? I am here to collect Harry and take him to his aunt and uncle's home. They are now his only living relatives. You cannot mean the family residing at number 4? She exclaimed, leaping to her feet and pointing at the Dursleys' home. Dumbledore, you cannot do this. I have observed them all day. You will not find a more unsuitable family for him than they. They have a son. And I witnessed him kicking his mother down the street, demanding sweets. For Harry Potter to reside here. This is the most suitable place for him, Dumbledore insisted. When he grows a bit older, his aunt and uncle will explain everything to him. I have written them a letter. A letter? Professor McGonagall repeated weakly, sitting back down on the wall. Dumbledore, do you truly believe a letter will suffice to explain everything? These people will never comprehend him. He will be a famous figure, a legend. If one day a Harry Potter Day is established, I shall not be surprised. There will be countless books written about him. And every child in our world will know his name. Quite right, Dumbledore said, his expression serious behind his half-moon glasses. That is enough to bewilder any child. To become renowned before he can walk or talk, even for events he cannot remember. Would it not be better to let him grow up away from the past, until he can accept it, and only then reveal to him the truth? Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, reconsidering her stance. She swallowed hard and then said, yes. Of course you are right. But how do we get the child here, Dumbledore? She suddenly glanced at his cloak, as if he might conceal Harry within it. Hagrid will bring him here. Entrusting such an important task to Hagrid, do you consider that wise? I can entrust my life and fortune to him, said Dumbledore. I do not mean to imply that he harbors ill intentions, Professor McGonagall retorted, but one cannot overlook his carelessness. What is that sound? A deep rumble pierced the surrounding silence. As they scanned the street for the glow of headlights, the noise grew louder, culminating in a deafening roar. They looked up to see a gigantic motorcycle descending from the sky, landing on the street before them. If the motorcycle was massive, the rider was even more so. He towered twice the height of an ordinary man and was at least 5 times as wide, appearing astoundingly large, with wild, tangled black hair and a beard that obscured much of his face. His hands were as large as manhole covers, and his feet, clad in leather boots, resembled 2 small dolphins. In his muscular arms, he cradled a bundle of blankets. Hagrid, Dumbledore exhaled in relief. You have finally arrived. Where did you acquire this motorcycle? I borrowed it, Professor Dumbledore, the giant replied carefully as he dismounted. Sirius Black lent it to me. I brought him, sir. No trouble encountered? None, sir. The house is nearly destroyed. We managed to get him out before the Muggles converged from all directions. He was asleep as we flew over Bristol. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall leaned down toward the bundle. Inside, they found a baby boy, soundly sleeping. A tuft of jet black hair atop his forehead concealed a peculiar lightning-shaped scar. This is the place, Professor McGonagall murmured. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, he will carry that scar for life. Is there no way to remedy it, Dumbledore? Even if there were. I would not. The scar may serve a purpose in the future. I bear a scar on my left knee that resembles a complete map of the London Underground. Now, hand him to me, Hagrid. We ought to see this through. Dumbledore cradled Harry as he approached the Dursleys' residence. May I say goodbye to him, sir? Hagrid implored. He brought his disheveled head close to Harry's face, planting a bristly, scratchy kiss upon him. Suddenly, Hagrid emitted a mournful howl, akin to a wounded dog. Hush! Professor McGonagall admonished, you will awaken the Muggles. Right. I apologize, Hagrid stammered, pulling out a stained handkerchief to bury his face in. I cannot bear it, poor little Harry. Now to live with Muggles after Lily and James are gone. Yes, it is heartbreaking, but you must compose yourself, or we will be discovered, Professor McGonagall whispered, gently patting Hagrid's arm. At that moment, Dumbledore was crossing the low garden wall towards the front gate. He gently placed Harry on the doorstep, retrieved a letter from his cloak, and tucked it into the blanket before returning to the other 2. They stood together, gazing at the small bundle for a full minute. Hagrid's shoulders shook, Professor McGonagall blinked furiously, and Dumbledore's once bright eyes dimmed. Well, Dumbledore finally said, this is the end. We need not remain here any longer. Let us proceed to the celebration. Yes, Hagrid murmured. I should get the motorcycle away. Good night, Professor McGonagall. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid wiped his tear-streaked eyes with his coat sleeve, mounted the motorcycle, and revved the engine. With a roar, the motorcycle soared into the night and vanished. I hope to see you soon, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded in her direction. Professor McGonagall responded with a sniffle. Dumbledore turned and walked down Privet Drive. At the street corner, he produced a silver put-outer. And with a click, 12 fireballs returned to their respective street lamps, illuminating Privet Drive in a warm orange glow. He noticed a tabby cat stealthily slinking away from the corner. He could just make out the bundled form on the 4th step. Good luck, Harry, he murmured, turning on his heel. With a swish of his cloak, he vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze rustled the neatly trimmed hedges lining Privet Drive, the street silent and pristine under the dark sky. Unsuspecting of the unspeakable events that had transpired, Harry Potter stirred beneath the blanket but remained asleep, his small hand resting beside the letter. He continued to slumber, blissfully unaware of his uniqueness, oblivious to his burgeoning fame, and ignorant of the fact that in a few hours, he would awaken to the sound of Mrs. Dudley's shriek as she opened the door to retrieve the milk bottles. He could not foresee that in the coming weeks, his cousin Dudley would bully him mercilessly. Nor could he know that at that very moment, a secret gathering was taking place nationwide, where people raised their glasses in hushed tones, proclaiming, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Chapter 2. The Vanishing Glass. Chapter 2. The Vanishing Glass. Nearly a decade had elapsed since the Dursleys awoke one morning to find their nephew on their doorstep, yet Privet Drive remained largely unchanged. The sun continued to rise over their meticulously kept front garden, casting its light upon the brass plaque bearing the number 4 on the Dursleys' door. Sunlight quietly filtered into their living room, a space reminiscent of the evening when Mr. Dursley had watched the momentous news regarding owls. Only the photographs upon the mantelpiece bore witness to the passage of time. A decade prior, numerous images adorned the space. Showcasing a plump beach ball adorned with a colorful baby hat, little Dudley Dursley was no longer an infant. The photographs depicted a chubby boy riding his first bicycle, enjoying a carousel ride at a fair, playing computer games with his father, and receiving affectionate kisses from his mother. There were no indications within this room that another boy resided in the house. Harry Potter still resides here, but not for long. At this moment, he is asleep. His Aunt Petunia has already awakened, and the first sound to reverberate through the house each day is her piercing scream. "Get up. Rise and shine. Hurry." Harry was jolted awake. His aunt was once again pounding on his bedroom door. "Get up," she shrieked. He heard her stride towards the kitchen, followed by the unmistakable sound of a frying pan being placed on the stove. He turned over, facing away from the door, striving to recollect the delightful dream he had just experienced. It was a splendid dream, featuring a flying motorcycle. He found it rather amusing, as though he had encountered a similar dream in the past. His aunt returned to the door. "Are you up yet?" she inquired. "Almost," Harry replied. "Hurry up then. I need you to keep an eye on the bacon. Just dare to let it burn. I want everything to go smoothly on Dudley's birthday." Harry muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Aunt Petunia demanded sharply. "Nothing, nothing." How could he possibly forget Dudley's birthday? Slowly, Harry emerged from his bed and began the search for his socks. He retrieved a pair from beneath the bed, brushing a spider off one of them before putting it on. Harry had grown accustomed to spiders, as the storage cupboard beneath the stairs was teeming with them, where he slept. Dressed, he made his way down the hallway to the kitchen. The dining table was nearly obscured by the mountain of birthday gifts for Dudley. It appeared Dudley had received the new computer he desired, along with a second television and, as expected, a racing car. The reason for Dudley's longing for a racing car was a mystery to Harry, as Dudley was rather rotund and detested exercise, unless it involved physical confrontation. His favorite punching bag was Harry, though he seldom managed to catch him. Harry appeared quite frail, yet agile. Perhaps his years spent in the dark confines of the storage cupboard contributed to his slight stature, making him appear even smaller than he truly was. As he was forced to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs, which were 3 or 4 sizes too large, Harry possessed a gaunt face, prominent knees, tousled black hair, and a pair of striking green eyes. He wore round glasses held together with an abundance of transparent tape, a result of Dudley's frequent assaults on his nose. What Harry cherished most about his appearance was the faint lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. This scar had been with him for as long as he could remember, and he recalled that his first question to Aunt Petunia was about how he had received it. "It was from the car crash that killed your parents," she had replied curtly, forbidding him to ask further questions. The rule of avoiding inquiries was paramount in the Dursley household. As Uncle Vernon entered the kitchen, Harry was rummaging through the bacon. "Comb your hair," he bellowed, marking his morning greeting. Almost weekly, Uncle Vernon would glance over his newspaper at Harry and shout that he needed a haircut. Despite having his hair cut more often than all his classmates combined, it remained unruly and wild. As Harry was frying an egg, Dudley, accompanied by his mother, entered the kitchen. Dudley resembled Uncle Vernon. He had a round, pink face, a short neck, a pair of watery blue eyes, and thick golden hair neatly slicked back on his plump, pudgy head. Aunt Petunia often remarked that Dudley looked like a little angel, but Harry, on the other hand, thought he resembled a pig wearing a wig. Harry placed a plate of fried eggs and smoked bacon on the dining table, which was no easy feat, for there was scarcely any space left. At that moment, Dudley was counting his gifts, his expression darkening. 36, he looked up at his parents and said, "That's 2 less than last year." "Dear, you haven't counted the gift from Aunt Marge yet." "Look, it's beneath the large parcel from your mother and father," replied Aunt Petunia. "Well, that makes 37, Dudley said, his face reddening. Harry could sense that Dudley was on the verge of a tantrum, so he hastily devoured his portion of bacon before Dudley could overturn the table. And Petunia evidently detected the brewing storm and quickly added, "We'll buy you 2 more gifts when we go out today. All right, darling? 2 more gifts, will that suffice?" Dudley pondered this for a moment, as if it were a formidable task. At last, he grudgingly said, "Then I'll have 39, my precious." Aunt Petunia replied, "Oh, Dudley." Dudley plopped down heavily and grabbed the nearest gift. "Fine then." Uncle Vernon chuckled. "That little rascal is tallying his gains, just like his father. Well done, Dudley." He ruffled Dudley's hair. Just then, the phone rang, and Aunt Petunia rushed to answer it. Harry and Uncle Vernon watched as Dudley tore into his packages: a race car, a camera, a remote-controlled airplane, 16 newly released computer game discs, and a video cassette recorder. As he was unwrapping a gold watch, Aunt Petunia returned from the call, appearing both angry and anxious. "Bad news, Vernon," she said. "Mrs. Figg has broken her leg and cannot take him." She gestured towards Harry. Dudley was rendered speechless, while Harry felt a surge of joy. Every year on Dudley's birthday, his parents took him and a friend out for a day of fun, amusement parks, hamburgers, or movies, while leaving Harry with Mrs. Figg, a crazy old lady who lived 2 streets away. Harry despised Mrs. Figg's home, which reeked of cabbage, and she insisted on showing him pictures of her former cats. "What do we do now?" Aunt Petunia exclaimed in exasperation, as if this were all Harry's fault. He knew he should feel sympathy for Mrs. Figg's broken leg, but the thought of not having to see Tibbles, Snowy, Mr. Paws, and Fluffy, the names of the cats, for an entire year made it impossible to feel sorrowful. "Let us call Marge," suggested Uncle Vernon. "Don't be ridiculous, Vernon. She despises this child." The Dursleys often spoke about Harry in front of him as if he were invisible, considering him a loathsome creature who could not comprehend their words. "Akin to a mere slug." "What was her name?" "Your friend Ivy." "Oh, she is on holiday in Mallorca," she snapped. "You can leave me at home," Harry interjected hopefully, envisioning the prospect of watching his favorite television shows, perhaps even trying out Dudley's computer. And Petunia looked as if she had just swallowed a lemon. "So we can return to find the entire house in ruins?" she shouted. "I want to blow the house up," Harry retorted, but they paid him no heed. "I suppose we could take him to the zoo," Aunt Petunia said slowly, "and then leave him in the car. That's a new car." "We can't leave him alone in it," Dudley wailed. In truth, he was not genuinely crying. He hadn't shed real tears in years. He understood that if he pouted and wailed, his mother would acquiesce to his every demand. "My precious darling, don't cry. Mummy won't let him ruin your special day," Aunt Petunia exclaimed, pulling him into her embrace. "I don't want him to go," Dudley sobbed theatrically, intermittently shouting that Harry always spoiled everything. He hid maliciously in his mother's arms, casting a smirk towards Harry. At that moment, the doorbell rang. "Oh dear. They're here," Aunt Petunia exclaimed in a flurry. Soon after, Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss, entered with his mother. Piers was lanky, with a face resembling that of a rat. Such boys were always the ones who held the victim's hands behind their backs, while Dudley delivered his blows. Dudley immediately ceased his act of crying. Harry could scarcely believe his fortune. Half an hour later, he found himself seated in the back of the Dursleys' private car, embarking on his very first journey to the zoo alongside Dudley and Piers. Unable to concoct any other means of accommodating him, Uncle Vernon pulled Harry aside before their departure. "I warn you," he growled, his face a deep shade of crimson. "I am warning you now, boy, if you so much as engage in the slightest bit of mischief, you'll be confined in that cupboard until Christmas." "I won't do anything," Harry replied earnestly, but Uncle Vernon remained unconvinced. No one ever truly believed his words. The crux of the matter was that peculiar occurrences frequently transpired in Harry's vicinity. Even if he pleaded with the Dursleys that these events were unrelated to him, it was to no avail. Whenever Harry returned from a haircut, it appeared as if he hadn't been touched by scissors at all. On one occasion, Aunt Petunia, unable to contain herself, fetched a pair of scissors from the kitchen and nearly sheared his hair to the scalp, leaving only a tuft in front to conceal his ghastly scar. Dudley roared with laughter, while Harry spent the entire night in restless contemplation, vexed about how he would face school the following day, where his ill-fitting clothes and taped-up glasses were already the subject of ridicule. Yet, when he awoke the next morning, he discovered that his hair had inexplicably returned to its former state. Despite his desperate attempts to explain himself, he remained baffled by the rapid regrowth, and for this, they confined him to the cupboard for an entire week. On another occasion, Aunt Petunia insisted that Harry don an old sweater previously worn by Dudley, a most unflattering brown garment adorned with orange pom-poms. The more she tugged it over his head, the smaller it seemed to shrink, ultimately becoming suitable only for a puppet. Aunt Petunia concluded that it had shrunk during washing and spared Harry from punishment, much to his relief. There was yet another incident where Harry was discovered atop the roof of the school kitchen, which landed him in considerable trouble. As usual, Dudley and his gang pursued Harry. And in a moment of fright, he found himself perched on the chimney. The scare he experienced was no less than that of his pursuers. The Dursleys received an irate letter from the headmistress, who informed them of Harry's escapade on the school roof. However, he had merely been leaping behind the large dumpster outside the kitchen, as he had explained while shouting from the confines of the cupboard. Harry surmised that perhaps the wind had lifted him there. Today, he was determined that nothing would go awry. He felt confident that as long as he was not at school, nor confined in his cupboard, or trapped in Mrs. Figg's cabbage-scented living room, even spending a day in the company of Dudley or Piers would be worthwhile. Uncle Vernon, while driving, vented his frustrations to Aunt Petunia. He relished in complaining about his grievances, his job, Harry, meetings, Harry, the bank, Harry. These were among his favorite topics of lamentation. This morning, his ire was directed at motorcycles. They're like a bunch of lunatics, yelling all the way, he grumbled as a motorcycle sped past. I dreamed of a motorcycle, Harry suddenly recalled. It was flying. Uncle Vernon nearly collided with the car ahead, twisting in his seat, his visage reminiscent of a large beetroot adorned with a bushy mustache. He bellowed at Harry. Motorcycles do not fly. Dudley and Piers erupted in laughter. I know motorcycles don't fly, Harry retorted. It was just a dream. He chastised himself for speaking at all. The Dursleys were far more exasperated by his nonsensical utterances than by their inquiries, whether derived from dreams or cartoons. They believed he was always teetering on the brink of danger with his whimsical thoughts. It was a radiant weekend, and the zoo was thronged with families enjoying their outings. At the entrance, the Dursleys purchased large chocolate ice creams for Dudley and Piers, before they could tend to Harry. A cheerful lady at the ice cream stand inquired about his preferences, resulting in them begrudgingly acquiring him a modest lemon popsicle. Yet, Harry mused. The popsicle wasn't so bad after all. As he savored the icy treat, he observed a gorilla scratching its head, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Dudley, save for its lack of golden fur. For a long time, this was the happiest morning Harry had experienced. He carefully maintained a safe distance from the Dursleys, wary of the possibility that Dudley and Piers would tire of the animals and turn to their favorite pastime of chasing him come lunchtime. At the zoo restaurant, Dudley complained about the size of his sundae, throwing a tantrum, prompting Uncle Vernon to quickly order him a larger serving, leaving Harry to consume the original. In retrospect, Harry pondered that he ought to have understood that good fortune is seldom enduring. After their luncheon, they arrived at the reptile house. The atmosphere within was chilly and dim, with bright glass windows lining the walls. Through the glass, various lizards and snakes could be seen slithering over wooden and stone surfaces, leisurely roaming about. Dudley and Piers were eager to see the highly venomous cobra and the aggressively imposing python. Dudley quickly spotted the largest python in the exhibit. Its massive body could wrap around Uncle Vernon's car twice, subsequently crushing it into a heap of scrap metal. However, it appeared that such intentions were far from its present state, for it was in a deep slumber. Dudley pressed his nose against the glass, fixated on the shimmering brown serpent. Make it move, he whined to his father. Uncle Vernon rapped on the glass, yet the python remained utterly unmoved. Knock again, Dudley commanded. Uncle Vernon struck the glass sharply with his knuckles, but the great serpent continued its nap. How irritating, Dudley muttered, dragging his feet as he slowly wandered away. Harry moved cautiously in front of the large cabinet housing the python, scrutinizing the creature with great care. Should it succumb to despair and ultimately perish here, he would not be surprised, for it had no companions, merely a handful of foolish individuals who incessantly tapped on the glass, attempting to rouse it from its slumber. This was far worse than utilizing a storage room as a bedroom. Despite Aunt Petunia being the only visitor to his quarters, rapping on the door to awaken him, at least he could roam freely throughout the entire house. Suddenly, the python opened its bright, glimmering eyes, slowly raising its head until it was level with Harry's gaze. It blinked. Harry was taken aback. He swiftly scanned the surroundings to see if anyone was paying attention to them. No one seemed to notice. Turning back to the giant python, he gave it a wink. The python abruptly swiveled its head toward Uncle Vernon and Dudley, then lifted its gaze to the ceiling. Its eyes clearly conveyed to Harry, I often encounter individuals like them. I understand, Harry whispered through the glass, uncertain if the python could hear him. That must be quite vexing. The python nodded vigorously in agreement. Without further ado, Harry inquired, Where do you hail from? the python flicked its tail, striking a small plaque on the glass. Harry leaned in for a closer look. Python, Brazil. That sounds delightful, doesn't it? The python once again slammed its tail against the plaque, prompting Harry to read further. This specimen is bred in this zoo. Oh, I see. So, you've never been to Brazil? Just as the python was shaking its head in response, a deafening shout erupted behind Harry, startling both him and the python. Dudley, Mr. Dudley, come quickly to see this snake. You won't believe what it's doing. Dudley waddled over in haste. Get out of the way, he said, landing a punch squarely on Harry's chest. Harry was taken aback and fell heavily onto the concrete floor. The ensuing chaos unfolded so rapidly that no one could quite articulate what had transpired. Suddenly, Dudley and Piers were pressed against the glass, only to recoil in terror. Shouting and jumping backwards in fright, Harry sat up, gasping for breath. The glass in front of the python enclosure had vanished. The enormous serpent swiftly uncoiled its body and slithered onto the floor, causing the entire reptile house to erupt in a cacophony of screams as visitors rushed towards the exit. As the python glided past Harry, he distinctly heard a hissing voice softly utter, "I came from Brazil, thank you, and now I shall depart." The curator of the reptile house was in utter shock, repeatedly muttering, "But the glass, where has it gone?" The zoo director profusely apologized, personally brewing Aunt Petunia a cup of sweetened tea. Dudley and Piers merely babbled nonsensically, rambling about various topics. In truth, aside from the python playfully brushing against them and lightly tapping their heels as it passed, it had done nothing else. However, once they settled into Uncle Vernon's car, Dudley exaggeratedly proclaimed how the python nearly severed his leg, while Piers swore that the serpent intended to constrict him to death. The most troubling moment came when Piers, having regained his composure, suddenly exclaimed, "Harry even spoke with it? Didn't you, Harry?" Uncle Vernon refrained from confronting Harry until Piers had safely vacated their home. He was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts, managing only to grunt, "Go to the cupboard and don't eat." He then collapsed into the armchair, prompting Aunt Petunia to hurriedly fetch him a large glass of brandy. Harry had been lying in the dark storage room for an extended period, yearning for a watch. He was oblivious to the time and uncertain whether the Dursleys had retired for the night. Once they were asleep, he could venture into the kitchen to scavenge for something to eat. Since he was an infant, he had lived with the Dursleys for nearly 10 years. A decade marked by suffering. He could scarcely recall that tragic day when his parents perished in a car accident, a day when he himself was also in the vehicle. Sometimes, while lying in the storage room, he would desperately attempt to recollect those memories, only to be met with a vivid illusion, a brilliant flash of green light, and a searing pain in his forehead. He speculated that this was a remnant of the accident, yet he could not ascertain the origin of that green light. He had no memory of his parents, for the Dursleys never spoke of them, nor were he permitted to inquire. The house contained no photographs of them. In his early years, he often dreamt of a relative suddenly arriving to take him away, yet those dreams never materialized. The Dursleys were his sole relatives. Occasionally, he felt, perhaps hoped, that strangers on the street recognized him, though they were undeniably peculiar individuals. On one occasion, while shopping with Aunt Petunia and Dudley, a small man in a violet top had bowed to him. Aunt Petunia angrily demanded to know if Harry knew the man, and subsequently expelled him and Dudley from the store without purchasing anything. Another time on the bus, a whimsical old woman clad in green waved at him with a smile. On yet another occasion, a bald man in a long purple coat approached him on the street, shook his hand, and walked away without uttering a word. Most astonishingly, whenever Harry attempted to scrutinize them more closely, they vanished without a trace. At school, Harry had no friends. Everyone knew that Dudley and his gang despised him. The peculiar Harry Potter, who wore oversized, tattered clothing and sported broken glasses. No one was willing to oppose Dudley and his entourage. Chapter 3. The Owl Post. Chapter 3. The Owl Post. The escape of the Brazilian boa constrictor resulted in Harry enduring the longest punishment of his life. By the time he was allowed to emerge from the cupboard, summer vacation had commenced. Dudley had already ruined his new camera, smashed a remote-controlled airplane, and his racing car had knocked over Mrs. Figg, who was using a cane, during Harry's first outing in the neighborhood. With the term concluded, Harry felt a sense of joy, yet he could not evade Dudley and his gang, who visited daily. Piers, Danny, Moke, and Gordon were all oafish and rather dim-witted, with Dudley being the largest and most foolish among them, thereby assuming the role of their leader. Dudley's companions eagerly participated in his favorite game of chasing Harry, which was why he sought refuge outdoors for as long as possible. He wandered about, contemplating the end of the holiday, which offered him a glimmer of hope for life ahead. By September, he would be attending secondary school, marking the first occasion he would be separated from Dudley. Dudley was set to attend Aunt Petunia's alma mater, Smeltings, alongside peers. In contrast, Harry was to enroll in the local comprehensive school, Stonewall High. Dudley found this amusing, jesting that on the first day of school, they would dunk the new students' heads into the toilet. He taunted Harry, asking if he wanted to go upstairs to give it a try. "No, thank you," Harry replied. "The poor toilet has never been subjected to a head as repugnant as yours. It might very well vomit." Before Dudley could comprehend the meaning of this retort, Harry had already fled. One day in July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to London to purchase his Smeltings uniform, leaving Harry at Mrs. Figg's house. This time, Mrs. Figg was not as unpleasant as usual. It turned out that she had broken her leg after being tripped by her own cat. She allowed Harry to watch television and even offered him a small piece of chocolate cake, although it tasted as if it had been sitting for many years. That evening, Dudley strutted around the living room, proudly displaying his new uniform to the family. The boys' attire at Smeltings consisted of a maroon tailcoat, orange knickerbockers, and a flat straw hat known as a boater. They were also equipped with a multi-segmented cane, which they would likely use to spar with each other when the teachers were not looking, perhaps serving as excellent training for their future lives. Uncle Vernon, gazing at Dudley in his brand-new knickerbockers, spoke in a hoarse voice, declaring it the proudest moment of his life. Aunt Petunia suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming that her little darling had grown up so handsome that she could hardly believe her eyes. Harry, however, dared not utter a word to suppress his laughter. He felt as if his ribs might fracture. The following morning, as Harry entered the kitchen for breakfast, he was greeted by a foul odor. The stench seemed to emanate from a large iron basin in the sewage pit. He approached for a closer look and discovered a basin filled with murky, grayish water in which something resembling a tattered rag was submerged. "What is that?" he inquired of Aunt Petunia. She pursed her lips, a familiar response whenever Harry dared to ask bold questions. "Your new school uniform," she replied. Harry glanced again into the basin. "Oh," he remarked, "I didn't realize it needed to be soaked so thoroughly." "Don't be foolish," Aunt Petunia admonished. "I have dyed Dudley's old clothes for you. Once I finish, you will look just like everyone else." Harry was highly skeptical of this, yet he deemed it best not to engage her in a dispute. As he sat down to breakfast, he made a concerted effort to refrain from imagining what his first day at Stonewall High would be like, likely resembling a shroud of ancient elephant hide. When Dudley and Uncle Vernon entered, they both wrinkled their noses at the odor emanating from Harry's new school uniform. Uncle Vernon, as was his custom, unfolded his newspaper, while Dudley slammed his ever-present smelting stick onto the table with a resounding thud. They heard the mailbox clatter, and several letters landed on the doormat. "Go fetch the mail, Dudley," Uncle Vernon instructed from behind the newspaper, effectively summoning Harry to retrieve it. Reluctantly, Harry complied. "Use your smelting stick to prod him into action," Dudley added. Harry dodged the wand of Smeaton to retrieve the letter. Upon the doormat lay 3 pieces of correspondence, a postcard from Aunt Marge, the sister of Uncle Vernon, who was currently vacationing on the Isle of Wight. Another was a brown envelope that appeared to be a bill, and the last was a letter addressed to Harry. Harry picked up the letter, his gaze fixed upon it, as if a thick rubber band within him had snapped, resonating with a buzzing sound. Throughout his life, no one had ever written to him. Who could have penned this letter? He had no friends, no other relatives. He did not possess a library card, and thus would not receive any overdue book notices. Yet, here it was, an unmistakable letter, the address clear and precise. Storage room under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Mr. Harry Potter received a letter. The envelope crafted from thick parchment, with the address inscribed in emerald green ink. No postage stamp was affixed. Harry, with trembling hands, turned the envelope over, revealing a wax seal adorned with a crest, a capital encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. "Come here, you little brat," Uncle Vernon bellowed from the kitchen. "What are you doing, inspecting the parcel for bombs?" He jested, chuckling to himself. Harry returned to the kitchen, his gaze fixed upon his letter. He handed the bills and postcard to Uncle Vernon, then took a seat and slowly began to open his yellow envelope. Uncle Vernon, upon opening the envelope containing the bills, let out a disdainful grunt and gently flipped over the postcard. "Maggie has fallen ill," he remarked to Aunt Petunia. "She consumed some contaminated moth snail." "Dad," Dudley suddenly exclaimed, "what has Harry received?" As Harry was about to open his letter, inscribed on thick parchment, it was forcibly snatched from his grasp by Uncle Vernon. "That was addressed to me," Harry exclaimed, attempting to reclaim the correspondence. "Who would write to you?" Uncle Vernon scoffed. shaking out the letter with one hand and casting a glance at its contents. His complexion shifted rapidly from crimson to an ashen hue, more swiftly than a traffic light changes. However, this was merely the beginning. Within mere seconds, his face turned a pallid gray, reminiscent of oatmeal. "Petunia," he gasped. Dudley, eager to glimpse the letter, reached for it, but Uncle Vernon held it aloft, out of his reach. And Petunia, curious, seized the letter, and upon reading the first line, she appeared as though she might faint. She clutched her throat and gasped, as if struggling for breath. "Dursleys. Oh my heavens, Dursleys." The two adults exchanged silent glances, momentarily oblivious to Harry and Dudley still present in the room. Dudley, unaccustomed to being overlooked, struck his father on the head with his smelting stick. "I want to see that letter," he shouted. "I want to see it." Harry, irate, insisted, "That letter is meant for me. Both of you out." Uncle Vernon commanded in a low, gravelly tone as he stuffed the letter back into its envelope. Harry remained still. "I want my letter," he shouted. "Let me see," Dudley commanded. "Get out," Uncle Vernon bellowed, seizing both Harry and Dudley by their collars and throwing them into the hallway, slamming the kitchen door with a resounding thud. Both Harry and Dudley seethed with fury, quietly vying for the right to glimpse through the keyhole. Ultimately, Dudley emerged victorious, with his broken glasses dangling from one ear. Harry had no choice but to lie on the floor, peering through the gap between the door and the floor to catch a glimpse of the happenings inside. "Aunt Petunia," Uncle Vernon's voice trembled. "How could they possibly know where he sleeps? Are they watching our house? They might be spying on us, or even following us." Uncle Vernon grumbled indignantly. "But what should we do, Vernon? Should we reply to the letter? Inform them that we do not wish to." Harry could see Uncle Vernon's shiny black shoes pacing around the kitchen. "No," he finally said, "let us ignore him. If they do not receive a reply, that is the best course of action. We shall remain inactive. However, Petunia, I absolutely refuse to allow any of them into this house. Did we not vow to put an end to this outrageous nonsense when we brought him in?" That evening, upon returning home from work, Uncle Vernon did something he had never done before. He actually came to check on Harry in the cupboard. "What about my letter?" Harry inquired as Uncle Vernon squeezed through the door. "Who wrote to me?" "No one. It was sent to you by mistake," Uncle Vernon replied bluntly. "I have already burned the letter." "There was no mistake," Harry retorted angrily. "It even stated that I reside in the cupboard." "Be quiet," Uncle Vernon bellowed, causing two spiders to tumble from the ceiling of the cupboard. He took several deep breaths, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace. "Well, Harry," he began, "your aunt and I have considered that you have outgrown this space. It is indeed a bit cramped. We thought it would be better for you to move into Dudley's other bedroom." "Why?" Harry asked. "No questions allowed," Uncle Vernon shouted. "Take all your things upstairs, immediately." The Dudley household comprised 4 bedrooms, one for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, one guest room, generally reserved for Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, Dudley's bedroom, and another room for storing the toys and items that could not fit in Dudley's space. Harry made a single trip to transfer all his belongings from the cupboard to the upstairs room. Sitting on the bed, he surveyed his surroundings. Almost everything in the room was broken. A camera, barely a month old, rested atop a small cart, which Dudley had once used to crush the neighbor's puppy. In the corner stood Dudley's first television, which he had kicked when his favorite show was canceled. There was also a large birdcage, once home to a parrot that Dudley traded at school for a real air gun, which now lay abandoned on a shelf, its barrel bent from Dudley's weight. Other shelves were cluttered with books, seemingly the only items in the room that had not been disturbed. Downstairs, Dudley could be heard wailing to his mother. "I don't want him in that room. I want that room for myself. Make him move out." Harry let out a sigh and sprawled out on the bed. Had it been yesterday, he would have moved heaven and earth to come here. Yet today, he would rather take that letter back to his storage room than come here without it. At breakfast the next day, everyone felt it was best to maintain silence. Dudley threw a hysterical fit, violently striking his father with his smelting stick, feigning nausea, kicking his mother with fervor, and using his tortoise to smash a hole in the greenhouse roof, yet he still could not reclaim his room. Harry had actually contemplated this yesterday and deeply regretted not opening the letter in the corridor. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged solemn glances. When the letter arrived today, Uncle Vernon seemed to wish to extend a gesture of goodwill towards Harry, prompting Dudley to fetch the mail. They heard Dudley making a racket as he traversed the hallway, striking with his smelting stick. Then, he shouted, "Another letter. For Mr. Harry Potter, 4, Privet Drive, the smallest bedroom." Uncle Vernon, as if throttled, yelped and leapt from his chair, racing down the hallway, with Harry closely trailing behind. The only way for Uncle Vernon to seize the letter was to knock Dudley to the ground, but Harry wrapped his arms around his neck, complicating matters. After a brief scuffle, both Uncle Vernon and Harry received numerous blows from Dudley. Ultimately, Uncle Vernon straightened up, panting heavily, clutching Harry's letter. "Go to your storage room. I mean, to your bedroom," he gasped, urging Harry. "Dudley, clear out, move aside." Harry paced back and forth in his newly occupied room. Someone was aware that he had vacated the storage room and seemed to know that he had yet to receive the first letter addressed to him. This was sufficient indication that they would make another attempt. This time, he was determined to ensure their success. He devised a plan. The following morning, the repaired alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock. Harry hastily silenced the chime and quietly dressed, careful not to wake the Dursleys. Without turning on a single light, he stealthily descended the stairs. He intended to wait at the corner of Privet Drive for the postman, eager to secure the mail from number 4. As he traversed the dark corridor toward the front door, his heart raced with anticipation. Harry leaped high, his foot landing on a soft, squishy object, an animate being. The lights upstairs flickered on, and to his astonishment, he realized that the soft mass beneath his foot was none other than his Uncle Vernon's face. Wrapped in a sleeping bag and sprawled at the entrance, Uncle Vernon had taken this stance to thwart Harry's desires. He bellowed at Harry for nearly half an hour before reluctantly allowing him to brew a cup of hot tea. With a heavy heart, Harry shuffled to the kitchen. And upon his return, he found letters strewn about, one of which had fortuitously fallen onto Uncle Vernon's lap. 3 envelopes inscribed in emerald green ink caught Harry's eye. But before he could utter a word, Uncle Vernon had already torn them to shreds before him. That day, Uncle Vernon remained home from work, having nailed the mailbox shut. "You see," he muttered, a nail clenched between his teeth as he explained to Aunt Petunia, "if they cannot deliver, they will simply give up." Whether this strategy would prove effective was uncertain. He remarked, "The minds of these people are quite peculiar, Petunia, unlike you and me." With that, he hammered away, bits of Aunt Petunia's freshly served fruitcake clinging to the nail. By Friday, at least 12 letters had been sent to Harry. Unable to insert them into the mailbox, they were shoved beneath the door and even squeezed through the small window of the downstairs washroom by an unsuspecting milkman. Uncle Vernon remained home, incinerating the letters before procuring a hammer and nails to seal all the door gaps with wooden boards, ensuring no one could escape. He hummed a tune, jumping at the slightest noise as he worked. On Saturday, the situation spiraled out of control. 24 letters addressed to Harry managed to infiltrate the Dursley household, cleverly concealed beneath a dozen eggs and delivered by the oblivious milkman through the living room window. Furious, Uncle Vernon called the post office in Derry to voice his grievances. Aunt Petunia pulverized the 24 letters in the food processor. "Who was so eager to contact you?" Dudley asked Harry in disbelief. "On Sunday morning." Uncle Vernon appeared weary and in poor spirits, yet oddly cheerful. With no postman on Sundays, he gleefully reminded everyone as he spread jam on his newspaper that no more cursed letters would arrive. Just as he spoke, something whizzed down the kitchen chimney, striking him sharply on the back of the head. Then, 30 or so letters erupted from the fireplace like bullets. The Dursleys scrambled for cover, while Harry leaped high, reaching for one. "Out! Out!" Uncle Vernon yelled, grabbing Harry and tossing him into the hallway. And Petunia and Dudley fled, clutching their heads. As Uncle Vernon slammed the door shut behind them, they could hear the letters pouring into the kitchen, landing on the floor and walls. "This is the end." Uncle Vernon attempted to maintain his composure, but as he pulled at his beard in frustration, he declared, "I want you all back here in 5 minutes, ready to leave. We are getting out of here. Pack a few belongings." No discussion. He had ripped half his beard away, looking quite terrifying, and no one dared to oppose him. 10 minutes later, they forcefully pried open the boarded door, rushed outside, and jumped into the car, speeding down the road. Dudley wailed in the back seat, lamenting that he had delayed them by trying to fit the television, camera, and computer into his sports bag. His father had struck him several times in frustration. They drove relentlessly, and Petunia too fearful to inquire about their destination. Uncle Vernon executed abrupt U-turns, muttering, shake them off," each time he turned back. They went the entire day without pausing for food or water. As night fell, Dudley erupted into tears, lamenting that he had never experienced a day so dreadful. He was ravenous, having missed 5 television shows, and he had not even had a chance to play on the computer to blast aliens. The car finally halted at the entrance of a dimly lit hotel on the outskirts of a large city. Dudley and Harry shared a cramped room with 2 beds, the damp sheets reeking of mildew. While Dudley snored, Harry could not sleep, opting instead to sit by the window and watch the headlights of passing cars, feeling perplexed. At breakfast the following day, they were served tasteless cornflakes, canned cold potatoes, and toast. Just as they finished, the hotel proprietress approached them. "Excuse me, is there a Mr. Harry Potter among you? The front desk has received about 100 letters, just like this one." She held up a letter for them to see. The address written in green ink, Room 17, the Railway View Inn, Cockworth. "Mr. Harry Potter has received." Harry reached out to grab the letter, but his hand was thwarted by Uncle Vernon. The landlady stared at him with wide eyes. "I'll get the letter," Uncle Vernon declared, rising immediately to follow the landlady out of the restaurant. "Perhaps we should return home, dear," Aunt Petunia timidly suggested a few hours later. Uncle Vernon seemed utterly oblivious to her words. What he was searching for remained a mystery to them all. He drove them deep into a forest, alighting to survey the surroundings before shaking his head and returning to the vehicle, continuing onward. The same scenario unfolded later in a freshly plowed field, in the middle of a suspension bridge and atop a multi-story parking lot. "Is Dad going mad?" Dudley asked Aunt Petunia, his spirits visibly low as evening approached. Uncle Vernon parked by the seaside, locked them inside the car, and vanished. Rain began to fall, large drops pelting the roof of the car. Dudley began to sob. "It's Monday," he told his mother. "The Great Umberto is on tonight, and I really want to be somewhere I can watch television." Monday. This reminded Harry of something. He typically relied on Dudley to ascertain the day of the week, as Dudley always wanted to watch television. If today was Monday, then tomorrow, Tuesday, would mark Harry's 11th birthday. Certainly, his birthdays had never held any significance. The previous year, the Dursleys had gifted him a coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Nevertheless, he was not celebrating his 11th birthday every day. Uncle Vernon returned, a smile plastered on his face, carrying a long, slender package. When Aunt Petunia inquired about his purchase, he remained silent. "I found the perfect spot," he exclaimed. "Come on. Everyone out." It was bitterly cold outside. Uncle Vernon pointed to a massive rock in the sea, atop which sat a pitifully small, dilapidated cabin. One thing was certain, there would be no television inside that cabin. "The weather forecast predicts a storm tonight." Uncle Vernon gleefully clapped his hands. "And this kind gentleman has kindly agreed to lend us his boat." An elderly man, toothless and slow, approached them with a sinister grin, pointing at a rickety rowing boat adrift on the slate-gray sea. "I've procured some food for everyone," Uncle Vernon announced. "Let's all board the boat." The vessel was frigid. The icy seawater mixed with rain trickling down their necks, and the biting wind lashed at their faces. After several hours, they reached the rock, where Uncle Vernon led them, stumbling towards the crooked little cabin. Inside, the atmosphere was even more dreadful, filled with a pungent odor of seaweed. The cold wind whistled through the gaps in the wooden walls, and the fireplace was damp and empty. The cabin contained merely 2 rooms. The food Uncle Vernon had brought consisted of only a packet of crisps and 4 bananas per person. He attempted to start a fire, but the empty crisp packet produced only smoke before disintegrating into ashes. "If only there were a letter, it would be useful now, wouldn't it?" he said cheerfully, clearly believing that in such stormy weather, no one would dare to deliver a letter. Harry silently concurred, though the thought brought him no joy. As night fell, the anticipated storm indeed descended upon them from all directions. The roaring waves battered the little cabin, while the howling wind rattled the filthy windows. Aunt Petunia fetched a few moldy blankets from the other room to make a bed for Dudley on the worm-eaten sofa. She and Uncle Vernon settled on a lumpy, uneven bed in the adjoining room. Harry managed to find a less uncomfortable patch of floor, curling up beneath a thin, tattered blanket. In the dead of night, as the storm raged, Harry lay wide awake, shivering and restless, his stomach growling with hunger. Near midnight, a deep rumbling thunder drowned out Dudley's snores. One of Dudley's arms dangled off the edge of the sofa, a watch glinting on his chubby wrist. The luminous dial indicated to Harry that in 10 minutes, he would turn 11. He lay there, anticipating his birthday with each tick of the clock. He wondered if the Dursleys would remember his birthday and where the letter writer might be at that moment. 5 minutes to go. Harry heard a strange creaking sound outside. He hoped the roof wouldn't collapse, though if it did, it might actually be warmer. 4 minutes left. Perhaps when he returned to Privet Drive, the house would be overflowing with letters, and he might even find a way to sneak one. 3 minutes remaining. Was that the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks? 2 minutes. What was that creaking noise? Was it the sound of the rocks crumbling into the sea? 1 minute until he turned 11. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 19. Perhaps he should wake Dudley up, just to annoy him. 3, 2, 1, boom. The entire cabin shook, and Harry sat up, staring at the door. Someone was knocking outside, demanding to be let in. Chapter 4. The Keeper of Keys Bang. Once again, There was a loud knock at the door. Dudley was jolted awake. What on earth is making that noise? He mumbled groggily. Suddenly, there was another crash behind them. Uncle Vernon came tumbling into the room, clutching a shotgun, and it was then that they realized what was concealed within his long parcel. "Who's out there?" he shouted. "I warn you, I have a gun." Silence enveloped the outside for a moment, then, with a resounding crack, the door was ripped from its hinges and fell to the floor with a thunderous crash. At the threshold stood a colossal figure. His face was nearly obscured by a wild mane of hair and a tangled beard, yet his eyes, resembling shiny black beetles, glimmered beneath the unruly locks. The giant struggled to enter the room, stooping low enough that his head nearly grazed the ceiling. He effortlessly picked up the fallen door and reattached it to the frame. The cacophony of the storm outside began to subside. He turned to face everyone. "Could I trouble you for a cup of hot tea? It's quite a journey I've had." With long strides, he approached the sofa where Dudley sat, utterly petrified. "Hey, make some room, you great lummox," the giant said. Dudley let out a shriek and darted behind his mother, who cowered behind Uncle Vernon. "That's Harry," the giant proclaimed. Harry gazed up at the fierce, brutish, and indistinct face before him, his beetle-like eyes narrowing as a hint of a smile emerged. "The last time I saw you, you were just a little child," the giant remarked. "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, yet your eyes are reminiscent of your mother." Uncle Vernon emitted a shrill, peculiar cry. "I demand that you leave immediately, sir. You are trespassing." "Oh, be quiet, Dudley, you great fool," the giant retorted. He seized the gun from Dudley's hands across the sofa, bending it effortlessly into a knot before tossing it into the corner of the room, as if it were crafted from mere rubber. Uncle Vernon let out another strange noise, akin to a mouse being stepped upon. "Regardless, Harry," the giant turned around, facing away from the Dursleys. "I wish you a very happy birthday. I have a gift for you. It may be slightly squashed in places, but the flavor remains unchanged." He retrieved a somewhat flattened box from the inner pocket of his dark coat. With trembling hands, Harry opened it to reveal a sticky chocolate cake, adorned with green icing that read, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry raised his eyes to the giant. He intended to express his gratitude, but the words evaporated at the tip of his tongue, and he blurted out, "Who are you?" The giant chuckled heartily. "To be honest, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He extended a massive hand, enveloping Harry's entire arm. "Oh, how about some tea?" he said, rubbing his hands together. If there is tea, one should never claim otherwise in the presence of someone greater than oneself. Remember that. His gaze fell upon the empty hearth, where only a crumpled packaging lay. With a grunt, he bent down towards the fireplace, and though no one witnessed his actions, when he stood back up, a roaring fire blazed within. The damp little hut was filled with flickering warmth, and Harry felt as if he had plunged into a hot spring. The giant settled back onto the sofa, his hefty form causing it to sag significantly. He began to rummage through the various items in his coat pockets: a copper kettle, a packet of flattened sausages, a pair of tongs, a teapot, several chipped mugs, and a bottle of amber liquid. He took a hearty swig from the bottle before starting to brew the tea. The little abode soon became suffused with the aroma of sizzling sausages and the sound of sizzling. While the giant busied himself, no one uttered a word. However, when he retrieved the first batch of 6 thick, glistening, slightly charred sausages from the tongs, Dudley could hardly contain himself. Uncle Vernon barked, "Dudley, do not touch anything he offers you." The giant cast a disdainful smirk. "Your stupid son doesn't need to gain any more weight, Dudley, rest assured." He handed the sausages to Harry, who was famished. They were the most delectable morsels he had ever tasted. Yet he found it impossible to tear his gaze away from the giant. Finally, seeing that no one was forthcoming with explanations, he inquired, "I'm sorry, but I still do not know who you are." The giant gulped down a generous mouthful of tea and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Just call me Hagrid," he said. "That's what everyone calls me. I mentioned earlier that I am the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Surely you must know about Hogwarts?" I don't," Harry replied. Hagrid appeared astonished. "I'm sorry," Harry quickly added. "Sorry?" Hagrid bellowed, turning to glare at the Dursleys, who cowered in the shadows. "It is they who should be apologizing. I know you Haven Tea received those letters, but I never imagined you would be unaware of Hogwarts. Good heavens. Have you never wondered where your parents learned all those things?" "Learned what? Learned what?" Hagrid thundered. "Wait a moment." He sprang to his feet, fury emanating from him as if his colossal form filled the entire hut. The Dursleys pressed against the wall, trembling in fear. "Are you trying to tell me," he roared at the Dursleys, "that this child knows nothing about anything?" Harry felt that what he had said was perhaps a bit excessive. After all, he had attended school and had not done poorly. There are some things I understand, Harry remarked. For instance, I can manage arithmetic and similar subjects. However, Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, stating, I mean, knowing our world, your world, my world, your parents' world. What world? Hagrid appeared on the brink of explosion. Dursley's, he bellowed. Uncle Vernon turned ashen, muttering incoherently under his breath. Hagrid glared furiously at Harry. You must know about your parents, he insisted. I mean, they were quite famous. And you were famous as well. What? My parents weren't famous, were they? Oh, you don't know? Hagrid raked his fingers through his hair, staring at Harry with a look of bewilderment. You don't know who you are? He finally asked. Uncle Vernon suddenly found his voice. Be quiet, he commanded. Don't say another word, sir. I forbid you to tell this child anything. Even the bravest of souls would tremble when Hagrid was in a rage, glaring at them with fury. Each word Hagrid uttered quivered with indignation. You've never told him? Never revealed the contents of the letter that Dumbledore left for him? I was there. I witnessed him leave that letter. Dursley's. All these years, you've concealed this from him? Concealed what from me? Harry inquired impatiently. Be quiet. I forbid you to speak. Uncle Vernon shouted in a panic, and Petunia was left breathless with fear. Oh, you two will drive yourselves mad, Hagrid said. Harry, you are a wizard. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of crashing waves and howling winds in the background. What am I? Harry gasped. A wizard, of course, Hagrid replied, settling back into the creaking sofa, which groaned even louder. I believe that with some training, you will become an exceptional wizard. With parents like yours, how could you not be a wizard? I think now is the time for you to read this letter. Harry finally extended his hand to receive a pale yellow envelope, inscribed in emerald green ink, the sea, the cottage on the rocks, on the floor, Mr. Harry Potter. He withdrew the letter and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation. First-class Wizard of the Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry's questions erupted in his mind like fireworks, leaving him momentarily unsure of which to ask first. After a brief pause, he stammered. What does it mean that they are waiting for my owl? Ah, it dawned on him. Hagrid, with a strength capable of toppling a robust horse, slapped his forehead and retrieved from another inner pocket of his coat a truly magnificent owl, alive, vibrant, and fluffed up, alongside a long quill and a roll of parchment. He hastily bit his tongue and scribbled a note, which Harry could see read. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I have entrusted this letter to Harry. Please take him to procure the items he requires tomorrow. The weather is dreadful. Best wishes, Hagrid. Hagrid rolled up the note, allowing the owl to grasp it in its beak, and approached the door to release the bird into the tempest outside. He then returned to his seat. As if this entire episode were as ordinary as making a phone call, Harry found himself gaping, quickly closing his mouth. Where was I? Hagrid inquired. At that moment, Uncle Vernon unexpectedly stepped into the light of the fire, his face still pale and filled with anger. He will not go, he declared. Hagrid snorted. I am eager to see how you muggles, such bumbling fools as yourselves, intend to prevent him, he remarked. What do you mean? Harry asked curiously. Muggles, Hagrid replied, is our term for those who do not believe in magic. Unfortunately, you have grown up in such a family that shuns the mystical. We vowed to put an end to such absurdities when we took him in, Uncle Vernon asserted, swearing to sever all ties with this nonsense. What wizards? Humph. You knew all along? Harry asked. You were aware that I am a wizard? Long before now. And Petunia suddenly shrieked. Long before now. Of course, we knew. My wretched sister was one. How could you not be? Oh, she received the same letter, then vanished into that school, returning home each holiday with pockets full of toadstool eggs, turning teacups into mice. I alone saw her for what she truly was, a monster. Yet my parents were blind, constantly prattling on about Lily, as if having a witch in the family was a delight. She paused to catch her breath before continuing her tirade. It seemed these words had been pent up in her heart for many years, yearning for release. Then she met that Potter at school, and after graduation, they married and had you. Naturally, I knew you would be just as peculiar, just as abnormal. Later, alas, she departed, self-destructed, and we had no choice but to adopt you. Harry's face turned ashen. Once he regained his ability to speak, he immediately exclaimed, An explosion? You told me they died in a car accident. A car accident. Hagrid roared, leaping to his feet in a fiery rage. causing the Dursleys to retreat into their corner in fear. How could a car accident harm Lily and James Potter? This is slander. This is defamation. Every child in our world knows Harry's name, yet he remains oblivious to his own heritage. But why? What has transpired? Harry asked impatiently. Hagrid's anger dissipated, replaced by an anxious demeanor. I never anticipated it would unfold this way, he said in a low, troubled tone. Dumbledore warned me that seeking you might lead to complications, as there are many things you are unaware of. Oh, Harry, I am uncertain if it is appropriate for me to impart this information, yet someone must enlighten you. You cannot embark on your journey to Hogwarts in ignorance. He cast a disdainful glance at the Dursleys. Very well, I shall divulge all that I know. But I cannot reveal everything, for much remains a mystery. He sat down, gazing into the fire for a moment before continuing. I suppose I should start with someone you undoubtedly know, which is quite astonishing considering everyone in our world is familiar with him. Who? Well, unless absolutely necessary. I prefer not to utter his name. No one wishes to speak it. Why not? Because, Harry, the very mention of that name evokes trepidation even now. Ah. It is arduous to recount. There was a wizard, who later turned dark, utterly malevolent, so wicked that his name is feared. Hagrid swallowed hard, yet could not articulate a word. Can you write it down? Harry prompted. No, I cannot spell that name. Well, he is called Voldemort. Hagrid shivered. Please, do not compel me to repeat his name. In any case, this wizard, around 20 years ago, began to gather followers. Some joined him out of fear, while others sought to learn from him as his power grew stronger by the day. Those were truly dark times, Harry. You could not discern whom to trust, nor dare to befriend unfamiliar wizards. Many horrific events transpired. He took control of our world. Naturally, there were those who opposed him, and he eliminated them without mercy. It was terrifying. The only safe haven was Hogwarts. The mysterious one feared Dumbledore above all else. He would not dare to touch that school, at least not then. Now, let us speak of your parents. They were the finest wizards I have ever known. They even served as heads of the student council during their time at Hogwarts. What remains perplexing is why that mysterious figure did not recruit them. Perhaps he recognized their close ties to Dumbledore and wished to avoid association with dark forces. Or perhaps he thought he could persuade them, or even eliminate them altogether. Everyone knows that on Halloween night a decade ago, he visited your village when you were merely a year old. He came to your home. Hagrid suddenly produced a grimy, stained handkerchief and blew his nose, the sound echoing like a foghorn. I apologize, he said. This is unfortunate news. I knew your parents, and there were none better than them. Regardless, the mysterious one murdered them, and he intended to kill you as well, perhaps seeking to eradicate all traces of them. Yet, inexplicably, he failed. Have you never pondered how that scar on your forehead came to be? It is no ordinary scar. It is the remnant of a powerful curse. That curse claimed your parents' lives and destroyed your home, yet it did not take effect upon you. And thus, you became famous, Harry. Whenever he set his sights on someone to kill, none could escape their fate, except for you. He slaughtered many esteemed wizards at that time, such as the McKinnons, the Bones, and the Pruitt brothers. You are the sole survivor. Visions of profound tragedy flooded Harry's mind. As Hagrid's tale approached its conclusion, a blinding green light suddenly illuminated the room. More vivid than any recollection he possessed. He was reminded of another moment, the first time he had ever heard a loud, chilling, and malevolent laughter. Hagrid gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. By Dumbledore's command, I personally retrieved you from that wrecked house and brought you to this lot, he stated. Nonsense, Uncle Vernon interjected. Harry sprang to his feet, nearly forgetting that the Dursleys were still present. Uncle Vernon, evidently regaining his bravado, clenched his fists and glared at Hagrid. Listen here, you. He bellowed. I admit there are peculiarities about you, but a good thrashing won't amend that. As for your parents, I can only say they were abominations. And that is irrefutable. The world would be better off without them. Just look at the trouble they caused, mingling with wizards all the time. I knew they would come to a bad end. As Uncle Vernon continued his tirade, Hagrid suddenly leaped from the sofa, retrieving a pink, tattered umbrella from his coat pocket. Brandishing it like a sword, he pointed it at Uncle Vernon and warned, I caution you, Dursley, I warn you not to utter another word. Fearful of being jabbed by the giant's umbrella, Uncle Vernon fell silent, pressing himself against the wall. That's better, Hagrid said, panting as he settled onto the sofa, which sank entirely to the floor with his weight. Harry had numerous questions, hundreds upon thousands of inquiries to pose. However, he hesitated, saying, But what about that mysterious figure? What became of him? Excellent question, Harry. He vanished, disappeared on the very night he intended to kill you. This only heightened your notoriety. Yet, therein lies the perplexity. His powers were escalating, so why would he choose to flee? Some claim he is dead, yet I believe that to be utter nonsense. He likely possesses little humanity left, rendering him incapable of death. Others suggest he lingers in the vicinity, biding his time. Perhaps, but I remain skeptical. Those who once supported him have returned to our side. Some have awakened from their nightmares. If he were to rise again, they would not have done so. Most of us believe he remains nearby, albeit stripped of his powers, weakened to the point of insignificance. You see, Harry, a certain force within you thwarted him. Something unforeseen transpired that night, the nature of which remains a mystery to all. Yet, it is clear that your inherent power rendered him impotent. Hagrid gazed at Harry with fervent admiration, yet Harry felt neither joy nor pride. Rather, he was convinced it must be a dreadful mistake. A wizard? Him? How could he possibly be a wizard? He had merely survived under the relentless bullying of Dudley and the contempt of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. If he were truly a wizard, why had they not transformed into warty toads when they attempted to lock him in the cupboard? If he had indeed vanquished the world's most formidable sorcerer, then why could Dudley kick him around like a soccer ball? Hagrid, he said softly, I believe you must be mistaken. I cannot possibly be a wizard. Harry was astonished. Hagrid burst into a hearty laugh. Haven't you ever experienced that when not being a wizard, nothing ever occurs when you feel fear or anger? Harry gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace, pondering the peculiar incidents that invariably incited his aunt and uncle's wrath. These occurrences seemed to transpire exclusively during moments of his discontent or anger, particularly when he found himself pursued by Dudley and his cronies. He always managed to evade their grasp, despite the dread of returning to school with an absurd haircut, only to will his hair back to its original state. And in that most recent encounter with Dudley, had he not unknowingly exacted his revenge? Had he not unleashed a giant python to instill fear in Dudley? Harry turned to Hagrid and smiled, noticing that Hagrid returned the gesture. Do you understand now? Hagrid inquired. Harry Potter, you're not a wizard. Just wait and see. You will make quite a name for yourself at Hogwarts. However, Uncle Vernon was unwilling to concede defeat. Didn't I tell you he wouldn't go? He shrieked. He is going to Stonewall High, and he will be grateful to me for it. I have seen those letters. He is supposed to prepare a mountain of useless items like spellbooks and wands. If he truly wants to go, a non-believer in magic like you cannot stop him. Hagrid bellowed. To prevent the son of Lily and James Potter from attending Hogwarts? You must be mad. From the moment he was born, his name was entered in the Hogwarts roster. He is destined for the finest school of magic in the world. 7 years from now, he will be transformed. He will mingle with children like himself, experience a change of environment, and learn under the guidance of the greatest headmaster in Hogwarts history, Albus Dumbledore. I will not spend a penny to let some mad old fool, some great simpleton, teach him tricks. Uncle Vernon roared. However, this time he had indeed gone too far. Hagrid swung his umbrella above his head and shouted, Never insult Albus Dumbledore in my presence. He swung the umbrella through the air with a whoosh, then pointed it at Dudley. Suddenly, a violet flash erupted, followed by a sound akin to a firecracker and a scream. Dudley clutched his ample behind, jumping up and down in pain and wailing. As he turned away from them, Harry glimpsed a curled pig's tail protruding from the tear in Dudley's trousers. Uncle Vernon screamed as he dragged Aunt Petunia and Dudley into another room, casting a menacing glare at Hagrid before slamming the door shut. Hagrid looked down at his umbrella, stroking his beard. I shouldn't have lost my temper, he lamented, but it was rather unsuccessful. I intended to turn him into a pig. Perhaps he is already too pig-like to require any further transformation. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry from beneath his bushy eyebrows. If you could refrain from mentioning this to anyone at Hogwarts, I would be grateful, he said. Strictly speaking, I am not permitted to use magic. I am only allowed to use a bit when searching for you or delivering messages, which is one of the reasons I eagerly accepted this task. Why are you not allowed to use magic? Harry asked. Well, I attended Hogwarts myself, but to tell you the truth, I was expelled. I was in my 3rd year. They snapped my wand and confiscated everything else. But Dumbledore allowed me to stay on as the keeper of keys and grounds. He is truly a remarkable man. Why were you expelled? It's too late. We have much to do tomorrow, Hagrid exclaimed. We need to go into town early to buy your books and such. He removed his thick black coat and tossed it to Harry. You can use this to sleep under, he said. If anything stirs, it won't matter. I think there are 2 sleeping bags in the pocket. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. At the break of dawn, Harry awoke with a start. He was acutely aware that daylight had arrived. Yet he stubbornly kept his eyes tightly shut. This is a dream, he assured himself with unwavering certainty. I have dreamed of a giant named Hagrid, who has come to inform me that I am to attend a school of magic. Once I open my eyes, I shall surely find myself back at home. In the cupboard. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed through the air. It was Aunt Petunia, pounding on the door once again. Harry's heart sank at the thought. However, he refrained from opening his eyes, for the dream was simply too delightful. Knock, knock, knock. All right, Harry mumbled. I will get up. He sat upright, and Hagrid's heavy coat slipped from his shoulders. The small room was bathed in sunlight, the storm having passed. Hagrid lay sprawled on the collapsed sofa. An owl was tapping at the window with its claws, clutching a newspaper in its beak. A wave of joy washed over Harry, as if a balloon inside him was gradually inflating, lifting him into a state of bliss. He walked directly to the window and forcefully pushed it open. The owl swooped in, dropping the newspaper onto Hagrid, who remained undisturbed. The owl fluttered its wings and landed on the floor, beginning to tug at Hagrid's coat. Don't pull. Harry waved his hand in an attempt to shoo the owl away, but the bird pecked at him fiercely with its sharp beak before proceeding to tug at Hagrid's coat. Hagrid, Harry called out loudly, there is an owl here demanding payment. Hagrid grumbled from the sofa. What? It requires you to settle the delivery fee. Check the pockets of your coat. Aside from pockets, Hagrid's coat seemed to harbor little else. Within those pockets were a collection of keys, small pellets, a ball of string, peppermint sweets, and tea bags. At last, Harry managed to retrieve a handful of peculiar coins. Give it 5 nuts, Hagrid murmured sleepily. Nuts? Those little copper coins? Harry counted out 5 coins as the owl extended one leg, prompting him to place the coins into his small pouch tied to its leg. Subsequently, it soared out of the open window. Hagrid stifled a large yawn, sitting up and stretching. We ought to depart soon, Harry. There remains much to accomplish today, including a trip to London to procure all the essentials for your schooling. Harry fiddled with the wizarding coins, deep in thought. Suddenly, a fleeting memory pierced through him, deflating the joyous balloon in his chest. Hagrid? How so? Hagrid replied, busily lacing up his oversized boots. I have no money. You heard Uncle Vernon say as much last night. He won't spend a penny on my magical education. You needn't worry about that, Hagrid said, rising and scratching his head. Do you really believe your parents left you nothing? But if their entire house was destroyed, they wouldn't have kept gold there, child. Our first stop is Gringotts, the wizarding bank. How about a sausage? Even cold, it tastes good, and a slice of your birthday cake would be delightful. Are there really banks for wizards? There is but one, Gringotts, run by goblins. The sausage in Harry's hand fell to the ground. A goblin? Indeed. So listen to me. If you are contemplating robbing a bank, then you must be out of your mind. You must never provoke the goblins, Harry. If you seek a safe and reliable place to store your belongings, I believe that aside from Hogwarts, Gringotts would be your best option. In any case, I must make a trip to Gringotts to attend to an official matter for Dumbledore concerning Hogwarts. Hagrid proudly puffed out his chest. He always assigns me important tasks, such as fetching you or retrieving items from Gringotts. He knows he can trust me. Do you understand? Have you gathered all your belongings? Then let us be on our way. Harry followed Hagrid to the rocky shore. The weather was splendid, and the sea sparkled under the sunlight. The boat rented by Uncle Vernon remained moored in the same spot, with water pooling in the cabin after the storm. How did you get here? Harry inquired, scanning the area for another boat. I flew here, Hagrid replied. You flew here? Yes, but we must take this boat back. After I found you, I couldn't use magic anymore. Once settled in the boat, Harry couldn't take his eyes off Hagrid, desperately trying to imagine what he must have looked like while flying. Rowing seems a bit embarrassing, Hagrid remarked, casting a sideways glance at Harry. If I make the boat go faster, will you promise not to mention this when we reach Hogwarts? Of course, Harry replied, eager to witness more magic. Hagrid produced his pink umbrella and tapped it twice against the side of the boat, and they swiftly sped towards the shore. Why do you say only a madman would attempt to rob Gringotts? Harry asked. Because they cast spells and perform enchantments, Hagrid explained as he unfolded a newspaper. They say that the most secure vaults are guarded by dragons. To get there, you must first find the way. Gringotts is located several hundred miles underground in London. You know, it's deeper than the subway. If you somehow manage to steal something, you'd likely starve before finding your way out. Hagrid began reading his daily prophet, while Harry sat lost in thought. He knew from Uncle Vernon that people liked peace and quiet while reading the news, but this was exceedingly difficult. He had never had so many questions before. The Ministry of Magic always makes a mess of things, Hagrid grumbled as he turned the page. And the Ministry of Magic? Harry couldn't help but ask. Of course, Hagrid replied, they certainly want Dumbledore as their minister, but he refuses to leave Hogwarts. So, old Cornelius Fudge ended up taking the position. He's the most foolish person imaginable, always causing chaos. Every morning, he sends numerous owls to Dumbledore, begging for advice. But what does the Ministry do? Oh, their main task is to keep muggles from discovering that there are so many wizards in this country. Why? Why? My goodness, Harry. Everyone wishes to use magic to solve their problems. It's best we don't stir these matters. At that moment, the boat gently bumped against the dock. Hagrid rolled up his newspaper, and the two of them ascended the stone steps towards the street. As they walked through the small town towards the station, passers-by stared intently at Hagrid. Harry didn't blame them. Not only was Hagrid twice the height of an ordinary person, but he also pointed at commonplace objects like parking meters. Exclaiming loudly, "Do you see that thing, Harry? What a peculiar contraption created by muggles, eh?" "Hagrid," Harry said, trying to keep pace with him, slightly out of breath. "Are you saying Gringotts has dragons?" "Yes, that's what they say," Hagrid replied. "Oh, I want a dragon too." "You want a dragon?" "I've wanted one since I was a child." "Come this way." They arrived at the station, and in 5 minutes, a train to London would depart. Hagrid declared he wouldn't use muggle money, thrusting some notes into Harry's hand to buy the tickets. On the train, people stared at them even more. Hagrid occupied 2 seats and, once settled, began to knit a light yellow item resembling a circus tent. "Did you bring your letter?" he asked as he counted his stitches. Harry retrieved a parchment envelope from his pocket. "All right," Hagrid remarked, "inside is a list of essential supplies." Harry opened the second page of the letter, which he had overlooked the previous night, and read, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain work robes, black, 2. 1 plain pointed hat for daytime wear, black, 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material, 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' attire must bear a name tag. Textbooks, all students must procure the following books: Standard Spells, Beginner's Level, by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philetus Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander, Dark Arts, A Self-Defense Guide, by Quentin Trimble, Other Equipment, a wand, a cauldron, standard size 2. Pewter, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are particularly advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. "Can we purchase these items in London?" Harry inquired aloud. "As long as you know where to go," Hagrid replied. Harry had never been to London before. Although Hagrid was familiar with the route, it was evident that he had not traversed it in a conventional manner. He found himself stuck at the subway ticket barrier, subsequently voicing loud complaints about the cramped seating and the sluggish speed of the train. I truly wondered how these muggles managed their affairs without magic. As they ascended the malfunctioning escalator and emerged onto a bustling street lined with shops and throngs of people, Hagrid remarked. Towering and robust, Hagrid effortlessly navigated through the crowd, allowing Harry to simply follow closely behind him. They passed bookstores, record shops, hamburger joints, and cinemas, yet not a single establishment appeared to sell wands. It was merely an ordinary street, teeming with commonplace folk. Could there truly be heaps of wizarding gold buried beneath their feet? Were there indeed shops peddling spellbooks and flying broomsticks? Could this all be an elaborate jest orchestrated by the Dursleys? Had Harry not known of their utter lack of humor, he might have entertained such a notion. However, thus far, everything Hagrid had conveyed was so fantastical and unbelievable that he could not help but trust him. "Right here," Hagrid proclaimed, halting before the Leaky Cauldron. "This is a very famous place." It was a dim and dingy pub. Had Hagrid not pointed it out, Harry likely would have overlooked it entirely. The hurried passers-by scarcely glanced in its direction, their attention fixated on a large bookstore to one side and a record shop to the other. It seemed as though they were oblivious to the existence of the Leaky Cauldron. A peculiar sensation washed over Harry, as if he and Hagrid were the sole witnesses to this establishment. Before he could utter a word, Hagrid had already propelled him inside. As a reputed venue, it was remarkably dark and filthy. A few elderly ladies sat in a corner, sipping sherry from small glasses, one of them puffing on a long pipe. A small man in a top hat was engaged in conversation with the bar's proprietor, a balding fellow resembling a shriveled walnut. The moment they entered, the clattering chatter abruptly ceased. It appeared that everyone recognized Hagrid, smiling and waving at him. The bar owner lifted a glass and inquired, "The usual, Hagrid?" "No, thanks, Tom." I'm here on business for Hogwarts, Hagrid replied, patting the bar owner's shoulder with his massive hand, nearly toppling him. My goodness, the bar owner scrutinized Harry closely, exclaiming, Is this the famous Harry Potter? The leaky cauldron fell into a hushed silence. Oh my, the bar owner whispered, Harry Potter, what an honor. He swiftly emerged from behind the bar, rushing towards Harry, grasping his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. Harry found himself at a loss for words. All eyes upon him. The elderly woman with the long pipe continued to puff away, oblivious to the fact that her pipe had long since gone out. Hagrid was laughing heartily. Suddenly, the chairs began to creak, and Harry realized he was shaking hands with the patrons of the leaky cauldron one by one. I am Codily. Mr. Potter, I can hardly believe it. I finally get to meet you. What an honor, Mr. Potter, what an honor. I have long awaited this moment. My heart is racing. I am overjoyed, Mr. Potter. I cannot adequately express my feelings. I am Diggory, Cedric Diggory. I have seen you before, Harry exclaimed. Once in a shop, you bowed to me when you got overly excited and dropped your top hat. He actually remembers. Diggory called out to everyone present. Did you hear that? He remembers me. As Harry continued to shake hands, Codily repeatedly approached him for another handshake. A pale young man, clearly anxious, approached with one eye twitching. Professor Quirrell, Hagrid said. Harry, Professor Quirrell is one of your teachers at Hogwarts. Potter, Professor Quirrell stammered, seizing Harry's hand. It is a pleasure beyond words to meet you. What subject do you teach, Professor Quirrell? Defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell mumbled. As if it were better not to elaborate, you wouldn't need to learn that, would you, Mr. Potter? He laughed nervously. Are you preparing to buy your supplies? I too need to acquire a new book on vampires. He seemed to be frightened at the mere thought. However, the others would not allow Professor Quirrell to converse endlessly with Harry. It took Harry about 10 minutes to extricate himself from their chatter. Amidst the clamor, Hagrid raised his voice, calling, It's time to go. There is much more to buy. Come along, Harry. After Codily shook Harry's hand one last time, Hagrid led Harry past the bar into a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Aside from a rubbish bin and some weeds, there was nothing else. Hagrid flashed a grin at Harry. I told you, didn't I? You're quite famous. Even Professor Quirrell trembles before you. But let me remind you, he often trembles. Is he always this nervous? Oh yes. Poor fellow. He was exceptionally bright, did well in school. But then he took a year off for some practical experience. Supposedly encountered vampires in the Forbidden Forest, and a witch caused him considerable trouble. Since then, he is transformed into a completely different person. Fearful of students in the very subject he teaches. Vampires? Witches? Harry was bewildered. At that moment, Hagrid was counting the bricks on the wall above the rubbish bin. Count 3 up, then 2 across, he murmured. All right, step back. Harry. He gently tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. The brick he tapped began to quiver and shift, revealing a small hole that gradually widened. Before long, a grand archway appeared, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding, cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Welcome, Hagrid announced. Welcome to Diagon Alley. As Harry gazed in astonishment, Hagrid grinned at him. They walked through the archway, and Harry turned to glance back, noticing the archway narrow and then transform back into a solid wall. Dazzling sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign that read, Copper, Brass, Tin, Silver cauldrons, all models available, automatic stirring, collapsible. Oh, you need to buy one, Hagrid said, but first we must get some money. Harry wished he could possess 8 additional eyes. As they walked down the street, he gazed around, eager to absorb every detail, the shops, the items outside them, and the shoppers bustling about. A plump woman stood outside a pharmacy, shaking her head as they passed, muttering about dragon liver costing 16 sickles an ounce, claiming they had gone mad. From a dimly lit shop emanated a soft, mournful sound, and the sign outside read, Elops Alimporium, Grey Owls, Barn Owls, Tawny Owls, and Snowy Owls. A few boys, of a similar age to Harry, pressed their noses against the shop window, where flying broomsticks were displayed. Look, one boy exclaimed, that's the new Nimbus 2000. It's the fastest yet. Other shops showcased robes, telescopes, and an array of peculiar silverware Harry had never seen before. One window was filled with baskets of bats' spleens and eel eyes, alongside piles of spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion bottles, and celestial globes. Gringotts is here, Hagrid announced. They arrived at a towering white building that loomed above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a figure clad in a scarlet uniform adorned with gold. "That S.A. goblin," Hagrid confirmed as they approached the white stone steps. The goblin, slightly shorter than Harry, possessed a clever, dark face with pointed features and notably long hands and feet. Upon their entrance, the goblin bowed. Before them lay a second door, silver and engraved with the following inscription: "Enter, stranger, but take heed, for greed is a most treacherous breed. Those who seek to plunder our vaults must beware, for avarice brings naught but despair." "As I said, if you intend to rob this bank, you must be mad," Hagrid remarked. Two goblins bowed and led them into a grand marble hall, where around 100 goblins sat behind a long counter. Some weighed coins on brass scales. Others inspected gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily recording transactions in large ledgers. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to various destinations, with many goblins guiding visitors in and out. Hagrid and Harry approached the counter. "Good morning," Hagrid greeted a goblin who appeared unoccupied. "We need to withdraw some money from Mr. Harry Potter Asphalt. Do you have his keys, sir?" the goblin inquired. Hagrid reached into his pockets, pulling out everything he had, accidentally scattering a moldy dog biscuit onto the goblin's ledger. The goblin wrinkled his nose. Harry observed the goblin to the right, weighing a pile of rubies the size of hot coals. "Found it," Hagrid finally exclaimed, raising a small golden key. The goblin scrutinized it closely. "Should be no problem," he affirmed. "I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore regarding that thing in Vault 713, Hagrid added, puffing out his chest. The goblin inspected the letter carefully. "Very well," he said, returning the letter to Hagrid. "I'll fetch someone to escort you to both vaults." Griphook. Once Hagrid had returned the dog biscuits to his pocket, he and Harry followed Griphook through one of the doors, leaving the hall behind. "What is that thing in Vault 713? Harry asked. "I can't tell you," Hagrid replied mysteriously. "It's strictly confidential regarding Hogwarts matters. Dumbledore trusts me. It's my job, not something I can share." Griphook opened the door for them. Harry expected to see more marble, but was astonished to find a narrow stone corridor illuminated by blazing torches. The corridor sloped steeply downward, with a small railway at the bottom. Griphook whistled, and a small cart hurtled toward them along the tracks. They climbed aboard, with Hagrid struggling to get seated. Initially, they sped through a labyrinth of twisting passages. Harry tried to remember the route. Left, right, left, a fork in the middle, another right, left. He couldn't keep track. The rattling cart seemed to know the way, requiring no guidance from Griphook. The icy air whipped past, stinging Harry's eyes, yet he strained to keep them wide open. At one point, he thought he saw a flame at the end of the passage and turned around, curious if a fire dragon lurked there. However, it was too late. They were already plunging deeper underground, passing an underground lake adorned with massive stalactites and stalagmites that reached down to the ground. "I've always wondered," Harry shouted above the clattering of the cart, "what's the difference between stalactites and stalagmites?" "Stalactites have AC in them," Hagrid replied. "Don't ask me questions right now. I think I'm going to be sick." His face was ashen, and when the cart finally halted before a small door, Hagrid climbed down and leaned against the corridor wall, trembling. Griphook unlocked the door. A thick green smoke billowed out, and once it dissipated, Harry gasped. Inside was a mountain of gold coins, silver bars, and heaps of bronze coins. "All of this is yours," Hagrid grinned. "It's hard to believe. The Dursleys likely know nothing of this. Otherwise, they would have claimed it all in an instant. Didn't they always complain about how much it cost to raise Harry? Yet he has always possessed a small fortune buried beneath London." Hagrid helped Harry fill his bags with coins. "These are galleons," he explained. 17 sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts make 1 sickle. Simple enough, right? Well, this should cover 2 terms, and I'll keep the rest safe for you." He turned to Griphook. "Now, please take us to Vault 713, but could you slow down the cart a bit?" "The speed is constant," Griphook replied. They descended deeper, the pace quickening. As they rounded sharp corners, the air grew increasingly frigid. The cart rattled over a chasm. Harry leaned out to peer into the dark abyss below, but Hagrid grunted and yanked him back. Vault 713 had no keyhole. "Step back," Griphook instructed solemnly. He extended a long finger and gently tapped the door, which began to vanish inch by inch. "Anyone other than a goblin would be sucked into the door and trapped," Griphook warned. "How often do you check to see if anyone is inside?" "About once every 10 years, Griphook replied with a sinister grin. In this highly secure vault, it was certain that something extraordinary was stored, and Harry was eager to see it, hopeful for at least some marvelous treasures. However, his initial impression was that the vault was completely empty. Afterward, he discovered a small, dirty package wrapped in brown paper on the ground. Hagrid picked it up and stuffed it deeply into the pocket of his outer coat. Harry was immensely curious about its contents, yet he understood that inquiring would be futile. Let us head back to that cursed car. Please refrain from speaking to me on the way, though I'd better keep my mouth shut, Hagrid said. After a wild ride in the small cart, they finally stood on the sunlit street outside Gringotts. With a pocket full of coins, Harry felt uncertain about where to begin. There was no need to convert pounds to galleons. He knew he had never possessed such wealth in his life. Even Dudley had never had so much. Perhaps I should buy my uniform, he thought. Hagrid nodded towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, saying, Harry, I think I'll head to the Leaky Cauldron for a refreshing drink. You don't mind, do you? That little cart from Gringotts was utterly exasperating. He appeared quite unwell, so Harry ventured into Madame Malkin's shop alone, feeling quite anxious. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch with a charming smile, clad in purple attire. Are you here to purchase your Hogwarts uniform, dear? She inquired before Harry could utter a word. We have plenty in stock. In fact, there's a young man trying on robes in the back right now. At the rear of the shop stood a pale, slender young man on a stool, while a witch pinned his black robe. Madame Malkin directed Harry to stand on another stool beside the young man, fitting him with a robe and adjusting it to his height with pins. Hey, are you going to Hogwarts too? The boy asked. Yes, Harry replied. My dad is next door buying my books, and my mum has gone to find a wand. The boy spoke slowly and with a drawl that was rather irritating. Then I'll drag them to see the flying broomsticks. I don't understand why first years can't have their own brooms. I think I'll force my dad to buy me one and find a way to sneak it in. Harry immediately recalled Dudley. Do you have your own flying broomstick? The boy continued. No, Harry replied. Have you ever played Quidditch? No, Harry reiterated, finding himself perplexed about what Quidditch truly was. I have, the boy declared. My dad says it would be utterly embarrassing if I couldn't make the representative team for our house. Harry found himself in agreement with that sentiment. Do you know which house you've been sorted into? I don't know, Harry said, increasingly feeling rather foolish. Of course, no one truly knows which house they will be sorted into before arriving at school. However, I am certain I will be placed in Slytherin since our entire family has graduated from there. If I were sorted into Hufflepuff, I think I would drop out. What do you think? Harry made a sound of acknowledgement, hoping the boy would broach a more intriguing subject. Hey, look at that person. The boy suddenly pointed towards the window ahead. Hagrid was standing there, grinning at Harry and gesturing towards two large ice creams, indicating that he could not enter the shop. That's Hagrid, Harry remarked, feeling a sense of joy in knowing something the boy did not. He worked at Hogwarts. Oh, I've heard of him, the boy replied. He.S. a servant, right? He.S. the keeper of keys and grounds, Harry corrected him, growing increasingly disenchanted with the boy. Yes, that's right. I've heard he is quite rough, living in a small wooden hut on the school grounds, occasionally getting drunk and messing with magic, even burning his own bed. I think he is quite clever, Harry said coolly. Really? The boy replied with a hint of mockery. Then why is he the one keeping you company? What about your parents? They're both deceased, Harry stated plainly, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter. Oh, I'm sorry, the boy said, though his tone bore no trace of sincerity. They're just like us, right? They're wizards, I suppose that's what you mean. I truly believe they shouldn't allow outsiders to enroll, don't you think? They're different. They've never received an education like ours and are unfamiliar with our world. Just think, some of them hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before receiving their letters. I believe the school should only admit students from ancient wizarding families. By the way, what is your surname? Before Harry could respond, he heard Madame Malkin say, It's already been fitted, my dear. Relieved to find an excuse to cease his conversation with the boy, Harry jumped down from the stool. Very well, then. We shall meet again at Hogwarts, the boy drawled, elongating his words. As Harry silently indulged in the ice cream that Hagrid had purchased for him, chocolate with raspberries and crushed nuts, Hagrid inquired, What is the matter? Nothing, Harry fibbed. They paused to acquire parchment and quills, and Harry's spirits lifted upon discovering a bottle of ink that changed color while writing. As they exited the shop, Harry posed the question, Hagrid, what is Quidditch? Oh dear, Harry, I forgot how little you know. You don't even know what Quidditch is. Hagrid exclaimed. Please, don't let my mood worsen. He recounted an encounter with a pallid boy at Madame Malkin's shop, who suggested that children from Muggle families should not be permitted to attend school. You are not from a Muggle family. If his parents were wizards, you would have heard of him growing up at the Leaky Cauldron. In truth, how much does he really know? I have seen many of the finest wizards emerge from Muggle families. Just look at your mother, and see what sort of sister she has. So what exactly is Quidditch? It is a sport of ours, a game played by wizards. It resembles football in the Muggle world. Everyone enjoys playing Quidditch while riding flying broomsticks. There are 4 balls. As for the rules, explaining them can be rather complicated. And what about Slytherin and Hufflepuff? Those are the names of the houses. The school comprises 4 houses. They say Hufflepuff has many duffers, but I fear I shall be sorted into Hufflepuff, Harry said glumly. I would rather be in Hufflepuff than Slytherin. Hagrid's expression darkened. No wizard who turned out bad was ever from any house other than Slytherin. Voldemort was one of them. Voldemort also attended Hogwarts? Many, many years ago, Hagrid replied. They visited a bookstore called Flourish and Blots, where Harry needed to procure his textbooks for school. The shelves were laden with books reaching up to the ceiling. Some as large as paving stones bound in leather, others the size of postage stamps and silk covers. Some volumes were filled with peculiar symbols. And a few were entirely blank. Even Dudley, who never read, would have been ecstatic to possess 1 or 2 of them. Harry picked up a tome by Professor Wendelin entitled Spellbinding and Counterspelling, featuring the latest tricks for vexing your friends, bewildering your enemies, hair loss, broken legs, tongue-tying, and many more. Hagrid had quite the challenge in prying Harry away from that book. I want to find a way to cast a spell on Dudley. I think that's not a bad idea, but you cannot use magic in the Muggle world, except under very special circumstances, Hagrid cautioned. However, you cannot perform those spells yet. You still have much to learn before reaching that level. Hagrid also forbade Harry from purchasing a pure gold cauldron. The shopping list specified a pewter cauldron. Yet they did acquire a finely crafted scale for measuring potion ingredients and a foldable brass telescope. Subsequently, they visited a potion shop, which was permeated by an overwhelming stench of rotten eggs and cabbage. Yet the shop was remarkable, with barrels of sticky substances on the floor, jars of herbs, hay roots, and vividly colored powders lining the walls, while the ceiling was adorned with bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and furry claws. As Hagrid procured various standard doses of potion powders from the clerk behind the counter, Harry examined a horn made from unicorn horn, each priced at 21 galleons, along with shiny black beetle eyes, 5 nuts per spoon. Upon exiting the apothecary, Hagrid double-checked Harry's shopping list. Just your wand remains. Oh. And I haven't yet gotten you a birthday gift. Harry felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. You need not bother. I know I don't have to purchase anything, he replied. In truth, I wish to gift you a creature. Not a toad. Those have long fallen out of favor and would invite ridicule. Cats do not appeal to me either, as they often provoke my sneezing. Instead, I shall procure an owl for you. Children universally adore owls, and they are quite adept at delivering messages and parcels. 20 minutes later, they exited the dimly lit, cluttered owl shop, leaving behind the rustling of wings and the glimmer of gem-like eyes. Harry clutched a large birdcage containing a beautiful snowy owl, nestled comfortably with its head tucked under its wing in peaceful slumber. He could not help but stammer repeated thanks, sounding almost like Professor Quirrell. No need to thank me. Hagrid rasped. The Dursleys would never bestow gifts upon you. With only Ollivander remaining, he continued, the Ollivander family is the sole purveyor of wands. There. You shall undoubtedly acquire the finest wand. A wand was precisely what Harry had longed for. The last shop they visited was small and dilapidated, the gilded sign above the door peeling, proclaiming, Ollivander, EST 382B. C. Exceptional wands. Inside the dusty window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. Upon entering, the sound of jingling bells echoed from somewhere deep within the store. The shop was modest, furnished only with a long bench and little else. Hagrid seated himself on the bench while Harry felt an odd sensation, as if he had stepped into a restrictively managed library. He suppressed the multitude of new questions bubbling in his mind and began to inspect the thousands of narrow boxes that reached almost to the ceiling. For reasons unknown, a chill crept over him. The dust and silence seemed to harbor an enigmatic magic. Good afternoon, a gentle voice spoke, startling Harry. Hagrid, too, jumped, as a loud clattering noise erupted, causing him to spring to his feet. An elderly gentleman stood before them, his pale, large eyes shining like 2 bright moons in the dim shop. Hello, Harry said shyly. Oh, yes, the old man replied. I knew I would be meeting you soon. Harry Potter, that is no question. Your eyes are just like your mother's. She came here to purchase her first wand, and it feels as if it were merely yesterday. It was 10¼ inches long, made of willow, and swished beautifully, a splendid wand for casting spells. Mr. Ollivander approached Harry closely, and Harry wished he would blink, for the old man's silver eyes made his hair stand on end. Your father, however, preferred a mahogany wand, 11 inches long, flexible, with greater power. It was ideal for transfiguration. I say your father favored it, but truly it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander leaned in closer, almost touching Harry's face. Harry could see his own reflection in the old man's murky eyes. Oh, this is... Mr. Ollivander gently stroked the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead with his pale, long fingers. I am truly sorry. This was caused by a wand I sold. It was 13.5 inches long, made of you. A wand of immense power. Yet it fell into the hands of a dark wizard. Had I known the havoc it would wreak. He shook his head and suddenly recognized Hagrid, which relieved Harry. Rubeus Hagrid, it is a pleasure to see you again. An oak wand, 16 inches long, slightly bent, yes? Indeed, sir, Hagrid replied. That was an excellent wand. But I suspect they broke it when they expelled you, did they not? Mr. Ollivander's demeanor turned serious. Ah, yes, they did, Hagrid said slowly. I still have the broken wand, he added cheerfully, but you no longer use it, I presume? Oh, no longer, sir, Hagrid quickly answered. Harry noted how tightly Hagrid gripped his pink umbrella while responding. Ah, Mr. Ollivander said, casting a sharp gaze at him. Well, Mr. Potter, come along. Let me see. He produced a long tape measure embossed with silver markings. Which hand do you use for your wand? Oh, I am accustomed to my right hand, Harry replied. Raise your arm. Good. Mr. Ollivander measured from Harry's shoulder to his fingertips, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally around his head. As he measured, he spoke. Every Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties, which is the essence of its being, Mr. Potter. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each Ollivander wand is unique, as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, using a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard will never yield such exceptional results. As he measured the distance between Harry's nostrils, Harry suddenly realized the tape measure was operating of its own accord. Mr. Ollivander was bustling among the shelves, selecting long boxes to bring down. All right, he said as the tape measure fell to the ground in a heap. Now, Mr. Potter, try this one. Made of beechwood with a dragon heartstring core. 9 inches long. Quite flexible. Give it a swish and see. Harry took the wand, feeling somewhat foolish, and with a mere flick, Mr. Ollivander swiftly snatched it back from his grasp. It was made of maple, imbued with a phoenix feather, measuring 7 inches in length, possessing a commendable flexibility. Give it a try, he urged. However, before Harry could even lift it, the wand was once again wrested from him by Mr. Ollivander. No. Let us not try that one. Instead, consider this wand crafted from ebony and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches long with remarkable resilience. Come now. Give this one a go. Harry tried wand after wand, utterly perplexed by Mr. Ollivander's notion of what would be suitable. The wands he had tested were piled high on the bench, growing ever taller. Yet, the more wands Mr. Ollivander withdrew from the shelves, the more his demeanor brightened. A discerning customer, perhaps? No matter, I mused, there must surely be a wand here that is ideal, perfect, and most fitting for you. Ah, yes. How could I have overlooked it? An extraordinary combination. Hollywood, phoenix feather, 11 inches in length. Quite splendid, and also remarkably flexible. Harry grasped the wand and suddenly felt a warmth at his fingertips. He raised the wand high above his head and with a swift motion, it sliced through the dust-laden air with a whoosh. A radiant red light erupted from the tip of the wand, scattering like fireworks. As the dancing specks of light danced upon the walls, Hagrid applauded enthusiastically, while Mr. Ollivander exclaimed loudly, Oh, splendid, truly splendid. My, how marvelous, simply marvelous. He carefully placed Harry's wand into a box, wrapping it in brown paper, all the while exclaiming, Remarkable, remarkable. Excuse me, Harry interjected, what aspect do you find so remarkable? Mr. Ollivander gazed at Harry with his pale, colorless eyes. I remember every one I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Each and every one. You see. 2 feathers from the same phoenix tail were used. One crafted this wand, while the other fashioned a different wand. You are destined to wield this wand, and its brother. Cough. Indeed, its brother left you with that distinctive scar. Harry gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it measures 13.5 inches, crafted from you. How extraordinary this is. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I believe you shall accomplish great feats, Mr. Potter. After all, that enigmatic figure, whose name cannot be uttered, achieved remarkable deeds, terrifying yet significant. Harry felt a shiver run through him. He was uncertain about his feelings towards Mr. Ollivander. He had paid Mr. Ollivander 7 galleons for the wand, and the gentlemen had bowed as they exited the shop. As evening approached, Harry and Hagrid made their way back to Diagon Alley. With the sun nearly setting, they passed through the wall, walked by the now deserted Leaky Cauldron, and continued along the main road. Throughout the journey, Harry remained silent. On the subway, he was oblivious to the many onlookers who gaped at them, burdened with an assortment of odd-shaped packages. While he cradled a sleeping Snowy Owl in his arms, after taking an escalator, they arrived at Paddington Station. Hagrid patted Harry on the shoulder, and it was then that Harry suddenly realized where they were. "Before we drive, we still have time for a bite to eat," Hagrid remarked. He bought Harry a hamburger, and they settled onto plastic chairs to eat. Harry's gaze wandered aimlessly, as he couldn't shake the feeling that everything around him was peculiar. "Are you all right, Harry? You haven't said a word," Hagrid observed. Harry was uncertain whether he could articulate his thoughts. He had just celebrated the most extraordinary birthday of his life. Yet as he chewed on his hamburger, he pondered how to express himself. "Everyone believes I am special," he finally admitted, referring to the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron. "Professor Quirrell and Mr. Ollivander, but I am utterly ignorant of magic. How can they expect me to achieve greatness? I am famous. Yet I cannot recall the events that brought me this notoriety. On the night my parents perished, the night they lost their lives, I had no understanding of what transpired." Hagrid leaned across the table, his bushy beard and eyebrows framing a warm smile. "Don't worry, Harry. You will learn in no time. At Hogwarts, everyone starts from the basics. You will do splendidly. Cheer up. I understand this is difficult for you. You have always been alone and often forlorn. However, I assure you, your time at Hogwarts will be delightful. Honestly, it has been for me." Both in the past and present, Hagrid saw Harry off on the train back to Privet Drive, handing him a letter. "This is your ticket to Hogwarts," he said. "It's all on the ticket for September 1st at King's Cross Station. If the Dursleys mistreat you, just write me a letter, and the owl will know where to find me. Until we meet again, Harry." As the train departed from the station, Harry wished to wave goodbye to Hagrid. He knelt on his seat, pressing his nose against the window, but in the blink of an eye, Hagrid had vanished. Chapter 6. The Journey from Platform 9. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 6. The journey from Platform 9. Harry's final month with the Dursleys was far from pleasant. To be honest, Dudley was genuinely terrified of Harry. He no longer dared to remain in the same room as him. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon also refrained from locking Harry in the cupboard, compelling him to work, or shouting at him. In fact, they hardly communicated with him at all. A blend of fear and irritation rendered them oblivious to Harry's presence. Although this represented a significant improvement in many respects, over time, it began to feel rather dull. Harry spent most of his time in his room, accompanied by his newly acquired owl. He decided to name her Hedwig, a name he discovered in a book on the history of magic. His school textbooks were quite fascinating. He lay in bed reading late into the night, while Hedwig flew in and out of the open window at her leisure. Fortunately, Aunt Petunia no longer came into the room to vacuum, as Hedwig always returned with dead mice in her beak. Harry meticulously wrote down each day leading up to September 1st on a piece of paper and pinned it to the wall, marking each day with a check before going to sleep. On the last day of August, he felt it best to discuss his trip to King's Cross Station with his aunt and uncle, so he descended to the living room. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were engrossed in a quiz television show. He cleared his throat to announce his presence, while Dudley screamed and dashed out of the room. "Oh, Uncle Vernon?" Uncle Vernon grunted in acknowledgement. "I need to go to King's Cross Station tomorrow to get to Hogwarts." Uncle Vernon grunted again. "Would you be so kind as to drive me?" "Humph." Harry interpreted this as a consent. "Thank you." Just as he was about to return upstairs, Uncle Vernon actually spoke up. "Taking a train to a wizarding school is utterly absurd. Have all their flying carpets worn out?" Harry remained silent. "Where exactly is this school?" he asked. "I don't know," Harry replied, realizing this for the first time. He pulled out the train ticket Hagrid had given him from his pocket. "It states that I should take the train departing from Platform 9 at 11 o'clock. His aunt and uncle's eyes widened. "Which platform?" "Platform 9. "Don't be ridiculous." Uncle Vernon interjected. "There is no Platform 9. "It's right here on my ticket," Harry insisted. "Nonsense," Uncle Vernon retorted. "Many of them are mad, making a fuss everywhere. You'll understand soon enough. Just wait and see." "All right, we'll take you to King's Cross Station. After all, we are going to London tomorrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with this." "What are you going to London for?" Harry inquired, hoping to maintain a friendly atmosphere. "Taking Dudley to the hospital," Uncle Vernon bellowed. "To have that wretched tail removed before he goes to Smeltings." The next day, Harry awoke at 5 in the morning, both excited and anxious, unable to fall back asleep. He climbed out of bed, donned his jeans, as he was reluctant to wear his wizarding robes to the train station. He intended to change once on board. He double-checked the shopping list for Hogwarts to ensure he had purchased everything he needed. then checked to see if Hedwig was securely confined in her cage. After pacing around the room, he awaited the awakening of the Dursleys. 2 hours later, Harry's heavy trunk was finally loaded into the Dursleys' car. Aunt Petunia persuaded Dudley to sit beside Harry, and they set off. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Uncle Vernon placed Harry's suitcase on a trolley and helped him into the station. As Harry pondered why Uncle Vernon had suddenly become unusually kind, Uncle Vernon abruptly stopped in front of the platform, grinning maliciously. "Well, here you are, boy. Platform 9 and Platform 10. Your platform should be between these two. But it seems it hasn't been built yet, has it?" Indeed, he was correct. One platform bore a large plastic sign reading 9, while another displayed a sign reading 10, and nothing existed in between. "Have a good term," Uncle Vernon said with another sinister grin before walking away. Harry turned to watch as the Dursleys drove off, all three of them laughing heartily. Harry felt a dryness in his mouth. What was he to do? He had already attracted many curious glances due to Hedwig. He needed to ask someone for help. He stopped a passing guard but hesitated to mention Platform 9. The guard had never heard of Hogwarts. When he realized that Harry could not even specify where Hogwarts was located, he grew angry. Suspecting Harry was deliberately trying to fool him. In utter desperation, Harry inquired how many trains departed at 11 o'clock. The guard informed him that there were none. Finally, the guard strode away, grumbling about how some people wasted others' time. Harry admonished himself to remain calm. The large clock above the train schedule indicated that he had 10 minutes until he was supposed to board the train to Hogwarts. Yet he had no idea what to do. Beside him stood a trunk he could barely lift, a pocket full of wizarding coins, and a large owl. He stood in the center of the platform, utterly at a loss. Surely Hagrid had forgotten to inform him about how to access Diagon Alley by knocking on the third brick from the left. He contemplated whether he should take out his wand and tap the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. At that moment, a group of people passed behind him, and a few words drifted into his ears. Of course, it was packed with muggles. Harry quickly turned around and saw that the speaker was a short, stout woman, engaged in conversation with 4 red-haired boys. Each of them was pushing a suitcase similar to Harry's, and they too possessed an owl. Harry's heart raced as he hurriedly pushed his cart, closely following them. When they paused, he stopped a short distance away to overhear their conversation. "All right, which platform is it?" the children's mother inquired. 9, shouted a red-haired little girl, tugging at her mother's hand. "Can I go?" "You're too small, Ginny. Now, be quiet. Percy, you lead the way." The eldest boy, appearing to be of age, walked towards the space between platforms 9 and 10. Harry focused intently on him, scarcely daring to blink, fearful of missing something. But just as the boy reached the boundary of the two platforms, a throng of travelers suddenly surged in front of Harry. And when the last large canvas backpack was moved aside, the boy had vanished. "Fred, it's your turn," said a plump woman. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," replied a boy. "Honestly, you claim to be our mother, yet you can't recognize me as George?" "I'm sorry, George, dear. Just a joke. I'm Fred," the child said before moving ahead, his twin urging him to hurry from behind. He must have heeded the call, for in the blink of an eye, he was gone. How did he do that? At that moment, a third brother briskly approached the barrier and, just as he was about to walk through, he too vanished. "There's no other way." "I'm sorry," Harry said to the plump woman. "Oh, dear," she replied. "Is it your first time to Hogwarts?" "Ron is a new student as well." She pointed to her youngest son, who was tall and gangly, with a face full of freckles, large hands and feet, and a long nose. "Yes," Harry admitted. "The problem is, I don't know how to get to the platform." She understood his predicament. Harry nodded. "Don't worry," she reassured him. "Just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid, just run straight through. It's crucial. If you're nervous, just jog. Go on. You lead, and Ron will follow you." "Oh, all right," Harry replied. He turned the cart around, his eyes fixed on the barrier, which appeared quite solid. He began to walk towards it, jostled by travelers heading to platforms 9 and 10. Harry quickened his pace, preparing to charge directly into the ticket booth. That would indeed be troublesome. He bent forward over the cart and surged ahead. The barrier loomed closer, just a step away, and he could no longer halt his momentum. The cart slipped from his control. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact, but nothing happened. He continued to run forward and opened his eyes. A deep red steam engine stood by a platform bustling with passengers. The sign hanging from the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. When Harry looked back, he realized the barrier had transformed into a wrought iron archway, inscribed with Platform 9. He had succeeded. The steam engine's billowing smoke swirled above the chattering crowd. while variously colored cats weaved through the feet of the people. Amid the buzzing conversations and the clamor of dragging heavy luggage, owls hooted sharply, responding to one another. The first few carriages were already packed with students, some leaning out of the windows conversing with their families, while others were playfully wrestling in their seats. Harry pushed his cart along the platform, searching for an empty seat. As he passed, a round-faced boy exclaimed, "Grandma, I've lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville," sighed an elderly woman. A boy with shockingly long hair was surrounded by several children. "Let us see it. Lee, hurry up." The child opened the box he was holding, revealing a furry creature with long legs, causing the surrounding children to shriek and retreat in fright. Harry squeezed through the throng and discovered an unoccupied compartment near the rear of the train. He first placed Hedwig inside, then, with great effort, dragged his suitcase towards the door. He endeavored to hoist the suitcase onto the platform, but found it utterly unyielding. After 2 attempts, the heavy case landed painfully on his foot. "Need a hand?" inquired one of the red-haired twin brothers he had encountered at the ticket booth. "Yes, please lend a hand." Harry panted. "Hey, Fred, come over and help." With the assistance of the twin, Harry finally managed to shove the suitcase into the corner of the compartment. "Thank you," Harry said, brushing the sweat-soaked hair from his eyes. "What is that?" One of the twins suddenly pointed at Harry's lightning-shaped scar. "Oh my goodness," the other twin exclaimed. "Could you be?" The first twin continued. "Are you not?" "What?" Harry asked. "Harry Potter," the twins chorused. "Oh, him," Harry replied. Yes, that's me." The brothers gazed at him in astonishment, causing Harry's cheeks to flush. Just then, a voice called from the open door, offering Harry a sense of relief. "Fred? George? Are you on the train?" "Coming, Mom." The twins cast one last glance at Harry before leaping off the train. Harry settled by the window, partially concealed. He could see a family with red hair on the platform and overhear their conversation. The mother was pulling out a handkerchief. "Ron, there's something on your nose." The youngest was about to dodge, only to be caught by his mother, who wiped the tip of his nose. "Mom, let go of me." He wriggled free. "Well, Ron." "You little rascal, your nose is dusty again," one of the twins remarked. "Shut up," Ron retorted. "Where's Percy?" their mother inquired. "He's coming." They spotted their brother striding towards them from a distance, already donned in his flowing black Hogwarts robes. Harry noticed a gold and red badge pinned on his chest, bearing the letter P. "I can't stay too long, Mom," he said. "I'm up front. They've set aside 2 compartments for the prefects." "Oh, Percy, you're a prefect now?" One of the twins exclaimed in astonishment. "You should have told us. I had no idea." "Wait, I think I remember him mentioning it," another twin chimed in. "Once or maybe twice. He talked about it all summer." "Hey, be quiet," Prefect Percy interjected. "How did Percy get a new robe?" one of the twins asked. "Because he is a prefect," their mother lovingly replied. "All right, dear, have a wonderful term, and send me a letter by owl when you get to school." She kissed Percy on the cheek, and he departed. Turning to the twins, she said, "Now it's your turn. This year, you two must behave. If the owl brings me news that that you blew up a toilet, or blew up a toilet, we've never blown up a toilet. That's a splendid idea." "Thanks, Mom. This is no joking matter. Take good care of Ron. Don't worry, Ron will be just fine with us." "Shut up," Ron said, his height nearly matching that of the twins, though the area his mother had wiped was still red. "Hey, Mom, guess what? You won't believe who I ran into on the train." Harry quickly stepped back to avoid being discovered while he was eavesdropping. "Do you recall the boy with black hair who stood next to us at the station? Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "Harry Potter." Harry heard the voice of a little girl. "Oh, Mommy, may I get on the train to see him?" "Please, Mommy. You've already seen him, Ginny. This poor child is not an animal in a zoo for you to gawk at." "Is he really Harry, Fred? How do you know?" "I asked him. I saw his scar. It's right there, like a lightning bolt. Poor child. No wonder he is all alone." "I wondered about that too. Just look how polite he was when he asked for directions to the platform." "That's beside the point. Do you think he remembers what Voldemort looks like?" Their mother suddenly grew serious. "You are not to ask him, Fred. Not a word. Do you want him to remember that on his very first day at school?" "All right. No need to get upset." A whistle blew. "Quick," their mother urged, and the 3 children hurriedly climbed aboard the train. They leaned out of the window to bid their mother farewell with kisses. Their little sister began to cry again. "Don't cry, Ginny. We'll send you lots and lots of owls. All right, we'll even give you a Hogwarts toilet seat." "George, that's just a joke, Mom." The train started moving. Harry saw the children's mother waving, while their little sister, laughing and crying, ran alongside the train until it picked up speed, leaving her behind, still waving fervently. Harry gazed intently at the mother and daughter until the train rounded the bend and they disappeared from view. Houses flashed by the window, and Harry felt a surge of exhilaration. He was uncertain of what lay ahead, but it was certain to be preferable to the past he was leaving behind. The sliding door to the compartment opened, and the youngest child with red hair entered. "Is this seat taken?" he inquired, pointing at the seat opposite Harry as the other areas were fully occupied. Harry shook his head. The child took a seat, casting a fleeting glance at Harry before immediately diverting his gaze to the window, feigning ignorance of Harry's presence. Harry noticed a smudge on the tip of his nose. "Hey, Ron," he called out. The twin brothers had also arrived. "Listen, we're heading to the middle carriage. Lee Jordan has acquired a rather large sack of spiders." "Oh," Ron murmured. "Harry," one of the twins interjected, "we haven't introduced ourselves yet, have we? We are Fred and George Weasley. This is Ron, our younger brother. See you in a bit." "Goodbye," Harry and Ron replied as the twins casually closed the compartment door. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron blurted out. Harry nodded. "Oh, I see. I thought Fred and George were merely jesting with me," Ron remarked, gesturing towards Harry's forehead. Harry brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead, revealing his lightning-shaped scar. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the work of the Dark Lord?" "Indeed," Harry replied, "but I cannot recall it at all." "Not even a trace of memory?" Ron inquired eagerly. "Well, I only remember a great deal of green light. Nothing else comes to mind." "Oh dear," Ron remarked. He sat there, gazing at Harry for a considerable time, seemingly only then realizing his scrutiny, and hastily diverted his gaze to the window. "Are all your family wizards?" Harry questioned, discovering a mutual curiosity between himself and Ron. "Oh, yes, I suppose so," Ron replied. "I think my mother has a distant cousin who is an accountant, but we never speak of him." "Then you must have learned a great deal of magic?" It was evident that the Weasley family was among the ancient wizarding lineages mentioned by the pale boy in Diagon Alley. "I heard you lived with muggles afterward," Ron said. "What are they like?" "Terrible, though not all of them are," Harry responded. "However, my uncle, aunt, and cousin are quite dreadful. I wish I had 3 wizard brothers." "5. Ron corrected, for some unknown reason appearing somewhat discontented. "I am the 6th in my family to attend Hogwarts. You could say I should look up to them. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was the president of the student council, and Charlie was the captain of the Quidditch team. Now Percy has become a prefect. And despite Fred and George's mischief, their grades are exemplary. Everyone finds them amusing and hopes I can be like them. Still, if I were to achieve that, it wouldn't be anything remarkable, as they accomplished it before me. If one has 5 older brothers, one never acquires anything new. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's discarded wand, and have Percy's unwanted rat." As Ron spoke, he reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a plump gray rat that was fast asleep. "This is Scabbers. He has become quite useless, sleeping all day long. Percy became a prefect, and my dad gifted him an owl. They couldn't afford one for me, so they gave me the rat instead." Ron's ears turned crimson. He seemed to feel he had spoken too much, and once more turned his gaze to the window. Harry felt that there was nothing wrong with being unable to afford an owl. After all, just a month ago, he had been utterly impoverished. He confided in Ron, revealing that he had always worn Dudley's old clothes and had never received a proper birthday gift. This seemed to lift Ron's spirits considerably. "Before Hagrid shared this with me, I had no inkling of the wizarding world, my parents' circumstances, or the events surrounding Voldemort." Ron was so frightened that he could hardly catch his breath. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired. "You said the name of the Dark Lord," Ron exclaimed, appearing both astonished and touched. "I always thought that among everyone, only you would dare to speak his name." "It's not because I am particularly brave," Harry replied, "but rather because I was unaware that the name was taboo." "Do you understand what I mean?" "I believe I have much to learn," Ron remarked, his concern evident. "I dare say I will be the worst student in the class." "Not at all. Many students come from Muggle families, yet they learn quickly." As they conversed, the train had already departed from London, speeding through fields dotted with sheep and cattle. They fell silent for a moment, watching the countryside and pastures whiz by. Around 12:30, a loud commotion echoed down the aisle, and a cheerful woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door, asking, "Dearie, would you like to purchase some snacks from the trolley?" Harry had not consumed anything that morning, so he abruptly sprang to his feet. Ron's ears turned scarlet as he mumbled about bringing a sandwich. Harry ventured into the aisle. During his time at the Dursleys, he had never possessed a single penny to buy sweets, yet now his pockets jingled with an abundance of gold and silver coins. He longed to purchase a plethora of Mars bars, but regrettably, they were unavailable on the train. Instead, He found Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing whiz-bees, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an array of peculiar treats he had never encountered before. Harry partook in each delicacy, paying the female vendor with 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. Ron gazed intently as Harry carried the assortment of food into their compartment, which promptly tumbled onto the vacant seats. "Are you hungry?" "Starving," Harry replied, taking a hearty bite of his pumpkin pie. Ron opened a bulging paper box containing 4 sandwiches. He extracted one, saying, "She always forgets that I dislike corned beef." "Let us trade," Harry suggested, lifting a pasty. "Come on, you one tea enjoy that." "It's too dry." Ron insisted that she had no time, quickly adding, "Look, she has to cater to all 5 of us." "Come on, have a pasty," Harry urged. Until that moment, he had never shared anything with anyone, nor had anyone shared with him. Now, seated beside Ron, devouring his purchased pasties and cakes, the sandwiches had been neglected, and engaging in lively conversation, Harry felt utterly elated. "What are these?" Harry asked, picking up a packet of chocolate frogs. "They aren't real frogs, are they?" He began to feel that nothing could possibly astonish Ron. "No," Ron replied. "Look at the cards inside. I'm missing an Agrippa." "What?" "Oh, you wouldn't know. Chocolate frogs come with collectible cards, featuring famous wizards. I've nearly amassed 500. Just missing Agrippa and Ptolemy." Harry opened the chocolate frog and extracted the card. The card depicted a man with a pair of crescent-shaped glasses, a crooked long nose, and flowing silver hair and beard. The name at the bottom read, Albus Dumbledore. "Oh, it's Dumbledore!" exclaimed Harry. "You can't possibly say you've never heard of Dumbledore." Ron interjected, "Could you pass me a chocolate frog? Perhaps I might get a card of Agrippa." "Thank you." Harry turned over the picture and read the text on the reverse. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, is widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's renowned contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and achieving remarkable success in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore is also fond of chamber music and the game of 10-pin bowling. Harry flipped the card back to its front and was astonished to discover that Dumbledore's face had vanished. "He is gone." "Of course. One cannot expect him to remain here all day," Ron remarked. "He will return. However, I have obtained another Morgana card. I now possess 6 of her cards. Shall I give you one? You can begin your collection as well." Ron's eyes were fixed on a pile of unopened chocolate frogs. "Help yourself," Harry offered. "But you know, in the Muggle world, once people are captured in a photograph, they remain unchanged forever. Is that so?" "What? Do they remain completely still?" Ron appeared utterly amazed. "How marvelous." Harry watched as Dumbledore slipped back into the portrait, offering him a faint smile. Ron's interest lay in indulging in chocolate frogs rather than admiring the portraits of renowned wizards. Yet, Harry found himself utterly captivated by those images. In an instant, he was surrounded not only by Dumbledore and Morgana, but also by Hagrid, Aberforth, Sirius, Phineas, and Merlin. At last, he managed to tear his gaze away from the portrait of the druidic priestess Cleona and opened a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Be cautious with those," Ron warned Harry. "What they mean by every flavor is quite literal. You can taste everything from chocolate, peppermint, and orange marmalade to spinach, liver, and tripe." George once recounted an experience where he had bitten into a bean that tasted like dried bull's nose. Ron picked up a green bean, scrutinized it, and took a small bite. "Oh, I see. It's a grass-flavored one." This bag of every flavor beans provided both of them with a delightful experience. Harry sampled an array of flavors, including toast, coconut, baked beans, strawberry, curry, grass, and sardines. He even bravely licked a peculiar gray bean that Ron dared not touch, discovering it to be pepper-flavored. Meanwhile, the fields outside the train window seemed increasingly desolate, with once orderly farmlands now vanished, replaced by a stretch of woodland, winding rivers, and dark green hills. Suddenly, there was a knock at their compartment door. The round-faced boy whom Harry had brushed past on platform 9 entered, tears welling in his eyes. "Excuse me," he said, "but have you seen my toad?" Harry and Ron shook their heads, prompting him to burst into tears. "I've lost it again. It always tries to run away from me." "It will come back," Harry reassured. "Yes," the boy said sadly, "but if you see it, let me know." "I don't understand why he's so anxious," Ron remarked. "If I had bought a toad, I'd want to lose it as quickly as possible. But since I have Scabbers, I have nothing to complain about." The mouse was dozing on Ron's lap. "It might as well be dead. It doesn't make a difference," Ron said irritably. I tried to turn it yellow yesterday to make it more amusing, but my spell failed. Let me show you. He rummaged through his suitcase for a while and pulled out a very worn wand, some parts peeling, with a white glimmer at one end. The unicorn hair was nearly exposed. However, just as he raised the wand, the compartment door swung open. The boy who had lost the toad reappeared, this time accompanied by a girl. She had already changed into her new Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost one, she announced, her tone haughty and dismissive. She had thick brown hair and prominent front teeth. We've already told him we haven't seen it, Ron replied, but the girl ignored him, only eyeing the wand in his hand. Oh, are you performing magic? Let's see it then. She sat down. Ron looked taken aback, somewhat flustered. Oh, all right. He cleared his throat. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine, turn this silly, fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers remained gray, soundly asleep. Are you sure that's a real spell? The girl asked, seemingly unimpressed. I practiced a few simple spells at home just for fun, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was astonished but thrilled because, as far as I know, this is the finest school for magic. I've memorized all the textbooks, and of course, I just hope it will be useful. My name is Hermione Granger, by the way. May I ask your names? I'm Ron Weasley, Ron mumbled. Harry Potter, Harry said. Is it really you? Hermione inquired. I know all about you. Of course. I bought a few extra reference books. A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of them mention you. Me? Harry exclaimed, suddenly feeling dizzy. Goodness, how could you not know? If I were you, I'd make it a point to gather every book that mentions me, Hermione continued. Do you both know which house you'll be sorted into? I've inquired everywhere. I hope to be sorted into Gryffindor. They say it's the best. I heard Dumbledore himself graduated from there. But I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. Anyway, we should find Neville's toad first. You two better change quickly. We'll be arriving soon. With that, she led the boy who had lost the toad away. I really hope I'm not sorted into the same house as her, Ron remarked, tossing his wand into the suitcase. This spell was useless. George told me it was a dud. I bet he knew it was a lost cause. Which house are your two brothers in? Harry asked. Gryffindor, Ron replied, appearing disheartened again. Mom and Dad were in that house too. I wonder what they would say if I didn't end up there. I suppose going to Ravenclaw wouldn't be so bad, but please, just don't put me in Slytherin. That S where that S where you know who was. Indeed, Ron said, slumping back in his seat, looking quite dejected. You see. I think Scabbers' whiskers are fading, Harry said, attempting to distract Ron from the topic of houses. What are your two brothers doing now that they've graduated? Harry was curious about the pursuits of wizards after graduating from school. Charlie was studying fire dragons in Romania, while Bill was engaged in work for Gringotts in Africa. Ron remarked, have you heard about the happenings at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet is filled with it, but since you live among muggles, I assume you haven't seen that paper. There have been attempts to rob the highly secured underground vault. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? What happened next? Nothing at all. It was precisely this that led to a sensational revelation. They were not apprehended. My father mentioned that evidently only the most powerful dark wizard could evade the pursuit of Gringotts. However, they did not take anything, which is indeed peculiar. Naturally, whenever such events transpire, a sense of unease envelopes everyone, as people speculate whether a mysterious figure is orchestrating these occurrences from behind the scenes. Harry pondered over the news in his mind repeatedly. Every mention of the mysterious figure filled him with an unsettling dread. He believed this might be an inevitable sensation for those newly entering the world of magic. However, it was far from the carefree days when he could utter Voldemort's name without a second thought. What Quidditch team do you support? Ron inquired. Oh, I don't really know any of them, Harry confessed. What? Ron appeared utterly astonished. Oh, wait a moment. This is the best entertainment in the world. He then launched into an animated explanation of the 4 balls, the positions of the 7 players, vividly recounting the famous matches he had attended with his brothers, and declaring that once he had the means, he would purchase his preferred broomstick. Just as he was reaching the most exciting part of his narrative, the compartment door swung open once more. However, this time it was not Neville, the boy who had lost his toad, nor Hermione Granger who entered. Instead, 3 boys stepped inside, and Harry immediately recognized the pale-faced boy in the middle as the one he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The boy regarded Harry with a much greater curiosity than he had shown in Diagon Alley. Is it true? He asked. Everyone on the train is talking about Harry Potter being in this compartment. So, it's you then, right? Yes, Harry replied, observing the other two boys who were both stocky and rather unattractive, standing on either side of the pale boy like a pair of bodyguards. Oh, this is Crabbe. And this is Goyle, the pale boy casually remarked, noticing Harry's gaze. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat softly to stifle a laugh. Draco Malfoy turned his attention to him. You think my name is funny, don't you? No need to ask who you are. My father has informed me that the Weasley family is full of redheads, covered in freckles, and has more children than they can afford. He then turned back to Harry and said, You will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others. Potter, you wouldn't want to associate with the undesirable, would you? I can help you with that. He extended his hand for a handshake, but Harry chose to ignore him. I think I can distinguish who is undesirable on my own. Thank you very much, Harry replied coldly. Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks did not flush, but instead took on a faint hue. If I were you, Potter, I would be particularly cautious, he said slowly. You should mind your manners. Otherwise, you may end up like your parents. They were quite foolish. If you associate with people like the Weasleys or Hagrid, you will be influenced by them. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, Ron's face crimson, matching the hue of his hair. Say that again, he demanded. Oh, so you wish to fight, do you? Malfoy sneered. Unless you leave this instant, Harry interjected, though inwardly he did not feel as courageous as he appeared. For Crabbe and Goyle were significantly larger than he and Ron. But we have no intention of departing, do we, lads? We have devoured all our provisions. And it seems you still have some left. Goyle reached for the chocolate frog beside Ron, prompting Ron to lunge forward. Before Goyle could even touch him, a cry erupted from his lips. Scabbers was hanging from his finger, his sharp little teeth sunk deep into Goyle's flesh. Goyle screamed while frantically waving his hand to dislodge Scabbers, as Crabbe and Malfoy retreated in alarm. Ultimately, Scabbers was finally thrown off, colliding with the window. The three of them seized the opportunity to escape. Perhaps they believed there were more mice lurking in the suites, or perhaps they had heard footsteps, as Hermione Granger had just entered. What happened? She inquired, surveying the scattered candies. Ron, grasping Scabbers by the tail, lifted him from the ground. I think he must have knocked himself out, Ron remarked to Harry as he leaned in to inspect Scabbers closely. Oh my, I can hardly believe it. He has fallen asleep again. He truly has. Have you encountered Malfoy before? Harry recounted to Ron his encounter with Malfoy in Diagon Alley. I've heard about his family, Ron said gloomily. After Voldemort's disappearance, they were among the first to return to our side. They claim to have lost their minds, but my father does not believe it. He insists that Malfoy's father seamlessly aligned himself with the forces of darkness without any pretense. He then turned to Hermione and inquired, Do you require our assistance with anything? You should hasten to don your robes. I just asked the driver at the front, and he informed me we are nearly there. Please tell me you haven't been fighting? We aren't even at our destination yet, and already you're causing trouble. Scabbers got into a scuffle, but we did not, Ron replied sternly, glaring at her. We need to change clothes. Could you please step outside for a moment? Well, I came here because those people outside are being rather unruly. Running up and down the aisle, Hermione retorted. Oh, by the way, you have something dirty on your nose, did you know? As she exited, Ron shot her an exasperated look. Harry glanced out the window. The sky had darkened. He beheld a panorama of mountains and woods beneath a deep purple sky. The train appeared to be slowing down. Harry and Ron removed their outer garments and donned their black robes. Ron's robe was slightly shorter, revealing his pair of sneakers beneath. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and a voice echoed throughout the carriage, instructing them to leave their luggage on board, as it would be transported to the school for them. Harry was so anxious that his stomach churned, and he noticed Ron's freckled face had turned pale as well. They stuffed the remaining candies into their pockets and joined the throng of people moving forward down the aisle. The train gradually slowed and eventually came to a halt. Passengers jostled one another, eager to reach the door and step onto a dark, cramped platform. The chill of the night air sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Then, a lantern swayed above the heads of the students, and Harry heard a familiar voice calling out, First-year students, this way. Harry, over here, how are you? Above the sea of bustling bodies, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile. Come on, follow me. Any more first years? Watch your step, all right? First years, follow me. They followed Hagrid, stumbling and sliding as they seemed to descend a steep, narrow path. The darkness on either side suggested dense woods. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the occasional sniffle from the boy who had lost his toad. Around this bend, you'll soon see Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back. Then came a chorus of awe. Oh, look. At the end of the narrow path, A vast black lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a grand castle loomed atop a steep hill, its towers piercing the starry sky, and its windows twinkling like stars. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid announced, gesturing towards a line of small boats anchored at the water's edge. Harry and Ron climbed into one, followed closely by Neville and Hermione. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid shouted, taking a boat for himself. "All right, let us go." The fleet of boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. An air of silence enveloped them as they gazed at the towering castle. As they drew near the cliff on which the castle stood, it appeared to loom directly above them. "Duck!" Hagrid bellowed as the first boats approached the precipice. Everyone lowered their heads, and the boats passed through a curtain of ivy covering the cliff face, arriving at a concealed entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead them beneath the castle, finally emerging at a place resembling an underground dock, where they climbed onto a surface of gravel and small pebbles. "Hey, look, is this your toad?" Students called out as they disembarked, while Hagrid checked the empty boats. "Thank goodness," Neville exclaimed, throwing his arms wide in ecstatic relief. They then ascended a tunnel illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, eventually reaching a flat, damp patch of grass in the shadow of the castle. They climbed a set of stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here? Look, your toad is still with you, right?" Hagrid raised a large fist and knocked 3 times on the castle's grand entrance. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat. The grand doors swung open instantly, revealing a tall witch with flowing emerald robes and jet black hair standing before them. Her expression was stern, and Harry's initial thought was that she would be quite formidable. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied, pulling the doors wide open. The entrance hall was vast enough to accommodate the entirety of the Dursleys' residence. With stone walls illuminated by flickering torches akin to those found in Gringotts, the ceiling soared to such heights that it seemed to vanish into the shadows above. A magnificent marble staircase ascended directly to the upper levels. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagstone floor. Harry could hear the buzzing chatter of hundreds of voices emanating from a door on their right. It seemed that the other classes had already arrived. However, Professor McGonagall ushered the first-year students into a small, empty room at the opposite end of the hall. They crowded in, jostling against one another, nervously surveying their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time at Hogwarts, your house will be akin to your home. You will attend classes with fellow house members, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure time in the house common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. Your commendable contributions will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to it. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear spirited." Her gaze flickered from Neville's cloak, which was fastened awkwardly beneath his ear, to the smudge on Ron's nose. Harry anxiously smoothed down his hair. "When everything is ready, I will come to get you," Professor McGonagall stated. "Please remain quiet while you wait." With that, she exited the room, and Harry let out a sigh of relief. "How will they accurately determine which house we belong to?" he inquired of Ron. "I suppose there must be some sort of test," Ron replied. "Fred said it could be rather damaging, but I think he was joking." Harry's heart jolted with trepidation. A test? Before the entire faculty and student body? Yet, until this moment, he had not conjured even the slightest hint of magic. What was he to do? When they arrived, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. In a state of anxiety, he glanced around, noting that everyone else was equally distressed. Silence enveloped the room, save for Hermione, who fervently recited spells she had learned. Uncertain of which to employ, Harry endeavored to block out her incantations. He had never experienced such anxiety before. Not even when he brought home his school report to present to the Dursleys, which noted that he had transformed a teacher's wig to a vibrant blue. His gaze remained fixed on the door, acutely aware that Professor McGonagall could return at any moment to lead him to his impending doom. At that moment, an astonishing occurrence startled him, causing him to leap several feet into the air, as a few individuals behind him let out piercing screams. 20 spectral figures suddenly emerged from the wall behind them. These pearly, translucent apparitions glided across the room, whispering among themselves, largely oblivious to the first-year students. It appeared they were embroiled in a debate. A plump, monk-like ghost proclaimed, "We should forgive and forget. I say, we ought to give him another chance. My good monk. Have we not afforded Peeves ample opportunities? Yet he has besmirched us with unflattering nicknames. You know, he doesn't even meet the basic standards of a ghost." Another specter interjected. "What are you doing here?" A ghost clad in a frilled collar and tight-fitting garments suddenly noticed the first-year students. No one responded. "Ah, first years," the rotund monk said with a smile. "I presume you were here to take the test?" Some students silently nodded. "I hope you were sorted into Hufflepuff," the monk continued. "I was once in that house myself." "Now, move forward," a sharp voice commanded. "The sorting ceremony is about to commence." Professor McGonagall had returned. The ghosts floated away, gliding seamlessly through the opposite wall. Now, in a single file, Professor McGonagall instructed the first-year students. "Follow me." Harry felt as though his legs were encased in lead, nonetheless. Strangely, he found himself standing in line behind a boy with light brown hair, with Ron positioned behind him. They exited the room, traversed the hallway, and passed through a pair of grand double doors into the opulent hall. Harry had never imagined he would find himself in such a wondrous and magnificent place. Students from other years had already gathered around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of candles floating in midair, casting a brilliant glow throughout the hall. The tables were adorned with gleaming golden plates and tall goblets. At the head of the hall stood another long table, reserved for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students there, positioning them before the upperclassmen, with the teachers standing behind them. The flickering candlelight illuminated hundreds of faces staring at them like pale lanterns. Ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a soft silver glow. To evade their gaze, Harry looked up, gazing at the velvet-black ceiling speckled with twinkling stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "This place is enchanted. It looks just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. It's hard to believe there's a ceiling up there. It's difficult to accept that the hall isn't open to the elements." Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool in front of the first-year students, prompting Harry to quickly avert his gaze. She then set a tattered and worn-pointed wizard's hat upon the stool. It was so old and filthy that Aunt Petunia would never allow such an item into their home. Perhaps they intended to conjure a rabbit from this hat, Harry mused. Lost in thought, speculating on such possibilities. He noticed everyone in the hall fixated on the hat, and so he too focused on it. The hall fell silent. Then, the hat began to stir, splitting open with a wide seam, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you find a hat more beautiful than I shall gladly consume myself whole. You may polish your top hats to a gleaming sheen, or shape your tall silk hats with great care, but I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, superior to any other headgear you might wear. Any thoughts concealed within your mind will not escape my keen and watchful eye. Try me on, and I shall reveal to which house you truly belong. Perhaps you'll find yourself in Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within your heart. Their bravery and chivalry set them apart. Or maybe you belong to Hufflepuff, where loyalty and honesty reign supreme, their students steadfast and hard-working, unfazed by the toil that life may deign. If you possess a clever mind, Ravenclaw may be your destined place, for there, the wise and learned find companions of a like-minded grace. Or perhaps you'll join Slytherin, where true friends you may discover, but be wary of those cunning and sly, who will stop at nothing to reach their goal. Come, wear me. Do not fear. There is no need for panic. In my presence, though I possess no hand, you are utterly safe, for I am a thinking, magical hat." Once the hat concluded its song, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling silent. It seemed all one needed to do was wear the hat. "I'm going to kill Fred," Ron whispered to Harry, sounding as if he were preparing to battle a troll. Harry smiled faintly. Indeed, donning the hat was far preferable to reciting a lengthy incantation. Yet he still wished to avoid the scrutiny of the crowd while doing so. It appeared that the hat's expectations were rather lofty. Harry felt he lacked the necessary courage, wit, or any other commendable traits. If the hat were to propose a house specifically tailored for the indecisive, that would undoubtedly be the most suitable place for him. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call out a name, that person shall don the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment," she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placing the hat upon her head, which barely concealed her eyes. She took her seat. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in applause and cheer, welcoming her to their ranks. Harry noticed the fat friar ghost joyfully waving at her. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff," the hat declared once again. Susan dashed over to sit beside Hannah. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. This time, the second table on the left erupted in applause. As Terry joined their ranks, several Ravenclaw students stood to shake his hand. Mandy Brocklehurst was also sorted into Ravenclaw, while Lavender Brown became Gryffindor's first new student, prompting an immediate outburst of cheers from the farthest table on the left. Harry observed Ron's twin brothers jeering at her. Next, Millicent Bulstrode was assigned to Slytherin. Perhaps Harry had absorbed numerous opinions about Slytherin, forming certain impressions. Yet he always felt these individuals appeared rather unappealing. He began to feel particularly uncomfortable, recalling his experiences in elementary school during gym class, where he was invariably the last one chosen for teams, not due to any lack of ability, but because no one wanted Dudley to think they favored him. Justin Finch-Fletchley. Hufflepuff. Harry discovered that sometimes the hat would promptly declare the name of the house, while at other times it would take a considerable amount of time to reach a decision. For instance, the boy with light brown hair, Seamus Finnegan, sat on the stool for nearly a full minute before the hat announced his placement in Gryffindor. Hermione Granger rushed to the stool, hastily placing the hat atop her head. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed. Ron let out a grunt. When one is exceedingly anxious, a multitude of dreadful thoughts can arise, and Harry was no exception. He suddenly pondered what would happen if the hat failed to select him altogether. What if the hat remained atop his head, obscuring his vision for an extended period, only for Professor McGonagall to eventually lift it off and declare that there had been a mistake, suggesting it would be best for him to return home by train? When the name of the boy who perpetually lost his toad, Neville Longbottom, was called, he stumbled on his way to the stool. The hat took quite some time to decide for Neville. When it finally shouted Gryffindor, Neville, still wearing the hat, dashed off, only to return in a hurried walk amid peals of laughter to return the hat to Professor McGonagall. When Draco's name was called, he swaggered over, and as expected, the hat barely touched his head before exclaiming, Slytherin. Draco then joined his friends Crabbe and Goyle, wearing a self-satisfied expression. At this point, only a few remained. After Pansy Parkinson came the Patil twins, and then finally, it was Harry Potter's turn. As Harry advanced, a sudden hum of whispers filled the hall like the crackling of small flames. Potter, are they calling Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? Just as the hat was about to cover his eyes, Harry observed the crowded hall, everyone craning their necks to glimpse his appearance. Then came the dark world within the hat and the waiting. He heard a faint voice murmur beside him. Difficult. Very difficult. I can see a great deal of courage. Not a bad heart. You possess talent. Oh my. Indeed, you have a strong desire to prove yourself. So quite intriguing. Where shall I place you? Harry clutched the edge of the stool tightly, his mind racing. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, is it? That subtle voice inquired. Have you made your decision? You will achieve greatness, you know. In the blink of an eye, Slytherin will guide you towards glory, without a doubt. Would you not relish that? Very well, since you have made your choice, it would be best to head to Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat call out the last name to the entire hall. He removed the hat and, with his legs trembling slightly, walked towards the Gryffindor table. He had been chosen, and the relief of not being sorted into Slytherin washed over him, almost making him oblivious to the thunderous applause he received. Prefect Percy stood up and shook his hand firmly. The Weasley twins shouted exuberantly, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Harry took a seat opposite the ghost with the frilled collar whom he had encountered earlier. The ghost patted his arm, sending a chilling sensation through him, akin to having just plunged into a barrel of ice water. Now, Harry finally had the opportunity to take in the distinguished guest table atop the platform. Hagrid occupied the closest corner to him, catching Harry's gaze and giving him a thumbs up. Harry responded with a beaming smile. At the center of the guest table, seated upon a grand golden chair, was Albus Dumbledore. Harry instantly recognized his face from the wizard card he had seen on the train featuring the chocolate frogs. In the entire hall, Dumbledore's silver hair shimmered as brightly as the ghosts themselves. Harry also recognized Professor Quirrell, the nervous young man he had encountered at the Leaky Cauldron, who wore an oversized purple scarf, giving him a rather eccentric appearance. Only 3 individuals remained for sorting. Lisa Turpin was assigned to Ravenclaw. Next came Ron, who appeared pale. Harry clasped his hands tightly beneath the table. In the blink of an eye, the hat proclaimed, Gryffindor. As Ron slumped into the seat beside Harry, he joined the others in a resounding applause. Well done, Ron. Splendid, Percy Weasley exclaimed, leaning across Harry with an exaggerated tone. Finally, the last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Harry gazed down at the empty golden plate before him, suddenly acutely aware of his ravenous hunger. It felt as if it had been an eternity since he last savored a pumpkin pasty. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, his face lit with a beaming smile as he looked upon the assembled students, arms outstretched, as if nothing brought a greater joy than their presence. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. Nincompoop, sniveler, scoundrel, twist." With that, he reseated himself, prompting a round of applause and cheers from the crowd. Harry found himself questioning whether to laugh it off. Was he perhaps a little eccentric? He hesitantly inquired of Percy. "Eccentric?" Percy whispered back. "He's a genius, the most remarkable wizard in the world. Though I must admit, you have a point. He does possess a touch of eccentricity. Would you care for some potatoes, Harry?" Harry was utterly astonished. Before him lay a plate brimming with an abundance of food. He had never encountered such a lavish spread of his favorite dishes: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some inexplicable reason, mint humbugs. To be candid, the Dursleys had never allowed Harry to go hungry. Yet they had never truly permitted him to indulge either. Dudley consistently snatched away the foods that Harry yearned for, even if they occasionally made Dudley feel nauseated. Aside from the mint humbugs, Harry took a little of everything from the plate and began to devour it. Each dish was delectable. The ghost in the ruffled collar gazed at Harry as he sliced into the steak, lamenting, "Would you not care for a morsel?" "I have not eaten in 500 years. The ghost continued, "I do not require sustenance. However, I certainly yearn for its exquisite flavors. I suppose I have yet to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." "I know who you are," Ron suddenly exclaimed. "My two brothers have spoken of you. You are the nearly headless Nick." "I would prefer if you referred to me as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," the ghost replied, appearing somewhat disconcerted. "However, a boy with sandy hair," Seamus Finnegan interjected, "nearly headless? How could you be nearly headless?" Sir Nicholas appeared quite agitated, evidently unwilling to delve into that subject. "Just like this," he said impatiently, tugging at his left ear. His head wobbled and slid from his neck, resting upon his shoulder, as though it were hinged. It seemed someone had attempted to behead him, but had not succeeded entirely. Nearly headless Nick, relishing their astonished expressions, gently popped his head back onto his neck, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Well, Gryffindor's new students, I hope you will assist us in winning the House Cup this year." "Will you?" "Gryffindor has not gone this long without a victory in quite some time. Slytherin has claimed 6 consecutive wins. The Bloody Baron is simply intolerable. He is the ghost of Slytherin." Harry cast a glance towards the Slytherin table, where he beheld a ghost that was quite terrifying, its vacant eyes wide and its visage gaunt, with its robes stained with silver blood. The spectral figure, known as Nearly Headless Nick, was seated perilously close to Malfoy, who appeared distinctly displeased with the arrangement. This amused Harry immensely. "How did he end up covered in blood?" Seamus inquired with keen interest. "I have never asked." Nearly Headless Nick replied with a hint of reticence. Once everyone had their fill and their plates were emptied, the remnants of the meal vanished in an instant, leaving the platters immaculate once more. Shortly thereafter, the puddings were served, presenting an array of ice creams in various flavors: apple pies, syrup-soaked fruit tarts, chocolate soufflés, fried jam-filled donuts, wine-soaked fruit puddings, strawberries, jelly, and rice pudding. Harry had just taken a slice of syrupy fruit pie when the conversation shifted to their respective families. "I am half and half," said Seamus. "My father is a muggle, and my mother didn't reveal to him that she was a witch until after they were married." It frightened him quite a bit. Laughter erupted among the group. "What about you, Neville?" Ron inquired. "Oh, I was raised by my grandmother, who is a witch," Neville replied. "However, for many years, my family treated me as a muggle. My uncle Algy always tried to catch me off guard, seeking ways to force me to reveal my magical abilities. Once, he pushed me off the dock at the Black Lake, nearly drowning me, but nothing happened. It wasn't until I was 8 years old that one day, while my uncle Algy was visiting for tea, he dangled me by my ankles out of the upstairs window just as my Aunt Enid handed him a piece of sponge cake. He lost his grip, and I propelled myself across the garden, landing on the road. They were all absolutely delighted. Aunt Enid was so overjoyed that she even cried. If only you could have seen the expressions on their faces when I received my acceptance letter. They had thought my magical abilities were insufficient to gain admission to this school. In a moment of excitement, Uncle Algy even bought me a toad as a gift. On the other side, Percy Weasley and Hermione were engaged in a discussion regarding their studies. I truly wish it were more straightforward. There is an overwhelming amount of material to learn. I am particularly fascinated by transfiguration. You know, transforming one object into another is certainly quite challenging. One should start with something small, like turning a matchstick into a needle, for instance. Harry felt a wave of heat wash over him, a drowsiness creeping in. Yet he lifted his gaze towards the distinguished guest table. Hagrid was raising his cup in a fervent toast, while Professor McGonagall conversed earnestly with Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, his head absurdly wrapped in a scarf, was speaking with a rather sinister-looking teacher, characterized by greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and waxen skin. In an instant, their eyes met. The hook-nosed teacher's gaze pierced through Quirrell's scarf and locked onto Harry's own. A sudden, searing pain shot through the scar on Harry's forehead. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, instinctively covering his brow with one hand. "What's wrong?" Percy inquired. "It's nothing," Harry replied, the pain vanishing as abruptly as it had come. Yet, the lingering sensation from that teacher's gaze remained. Harry sensed an unmistakable disdain emanating from him. "Who was that teacher speaking with Professor Quirrell?" he asked Percy. "Oh, you already know Professor Quirrell. His nervous demeanor is rather peculiar. That individual is Professor Snape, who teaches potions. Though it is widely acknowledged that he harbors a desire for Quirrell's position, Snape is quite adept in the dark arts." Harry gazed at Snape for a moment. Yet Snape did not return his glance. Eventually, the pudding vanished, and Professor Dumbledore rose once more. The hall returned to a state of solemnity. "Oh, now that everyone has feasted and quenched their thirst, I wish to impart a few more words to you all. At the commencement of this term, I would like to present several points of consideration. First-year students, please take heed. The wooded area on the school grounds is strictly off-limits to any student. I urge some of our older classmates to remember this as well." Dumbledore's twinkling eye swept towards the Weasley twins. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Those who aspire to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that anyone who wishes to avoid untimely misfortune and a grievous demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." Harry laughed heartily, though only a few shared in the amusement. "He cannot be serious, can he?" Harry whispered to Percy. "Impossible," Percy replied, furrowing his brow at Dumbledore. "But curiously, he usually explains the reasons for places we are forbidden to go, like that wooded area known for its dangerous beasts, which is common knowledge. I believe you should at least clarify matters with our head boy. Now, before we retire for the night, let us all join together in singing the school song," Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. Harry noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that spiraled through the air above the dining table, forming lines of text. "Each of you may choose your preferred tune," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready? Sing." Thus, the entire faculty and student body burst into song. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 please impart your wisdom to us. Whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds can embrace a plethora of fascinating things. For now, our brains are empty, filled with air, dead flies. In trivialities, teach us some valuable knowledge. Restore to us what we have forgotten. You need only give your utmost. The rest shall be left to us. We shall strive to learn until we are dust." The song concluded in a disjointed manner, with only the Weasley twins continuing to sing along to the somber melody of a funeral march. Dumbledore conducted the final few bars for them with his wand, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest. "Music," he said, wiping his eyes, "is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now it is time for bed. Off to your dormitories." The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy through the bustling crowd and exited the hall, ascending the marble staircase. Harry's legs felt as though they were laden with lead, but this time it was due to fatigue and a surfeit of food. He was exceedingly weary. So when the portraits in the corridor whispered and pointed as they passed, and when Percy led them through concealed doors behind sliding panels and hanging drapes, he felt no surprise. They yawningly dragged their heavy feet up many more flights of stairs, just as Harry wondered how much longer they would have to walk. The person in front suddenly halted. A bundle of wands floated mid-air, and Percy stepped forward, causing the wands to fly towards him. "It's Peeves," Percy whispered to the first years. "A mischievous poltergeist." He raised his voice, saying, "Peeves, reveal yourself." In response came a loud, piercing sound akin to a deflating balloon. "Do you want me to fetch the Bloody Baron?" Suddenly, a small imp appeared, with wicked black eyes and a large mouth, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the bundle of wands. He cackled. "What a delightful little first-year prankster." He suddenly lunged at them, leaving the students momentarily stunned. "Go away, Peeves, or I shall inform the bloody Baron. I am not jesting," Percy shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished, just as the wand struck Neville on the head. They heard Peeves soar away, the armor clanking as he flew past. "You should be wary of Peeves," Percy advised, continuing to lead them forward. "The bloody Baron is the only one who can control him. He doesn't even listen to us, the prefects. We have arrived." At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a plump woman clad in pink. "Password?" she inquired. "Dragondome," Percy replied. The portrait swayed forward, revealing a circular hole in the wall. They all crawled through, with Neville needing a helping hand, and soon they discovered they had arrived at the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, circular chamber furnished with plush armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory before leading the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they evidently found themselves in a tower, finally locating their beds. 5 four-poster beds draped with deep red velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered. Exhausted, they had no desire to converse further. Each donned their pajamas and collapsed into slumber. Today's feast was truly lavish, wasn't it? Ron whispered through the curtains to Harry. "Get away, Scabbers. He's gnawing on my sheets." Harry intended to inquire with Ron whether he had savored the treacle tart. Yet before he could utter a word, slumber overtook him. Perhaps it was due to Harry's overindulgence that he found himself ensnared in a most peculiar dream. Adorning his head was Professor Quirrell's grand scarf, which incessantly murmured to him that he ought to immediately transfer to Slytherin, for it was his destined path. Harry protested to the scarf, expressing his reluctance to join Slytherin. However, the scarf grew increasingly burdensome, tightening around his head, inducing a throbbing ache. As he struggled to free himself, Malfoy observed him from the side, laughing heartily. Then, Malfoy morphed into the hook-nosed Professor Snape. Snape's laughter resonated louder and colder. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted, and Harry jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. He turned over and succumbed to sleep once more. Upon waking the next day, he retained no memory of the dream. Chapter 8. The Potions Master. Chapter 8. The Potions Master. Look over there, quickly. Where? Next to that tall, red-haired boy. The one with glasses? Did you see his face? Did you notice that scar? The following day, as Harry stepped out of the dormitory, the whispers trailed closely behind him. Students formed long lines outside the classrooms, each straining on tiptoes to catch a glimpse of his true visage. In the corridors, they passed by him, then turned back, fixating their gazes upon him. Harry wished they would refrain from such behavior, for he needed to concentrate on finding his way to class. Hogwarts boasted a labyrinthine structure of 142 staircases, some wide and grand, others narrow and rickety. Some would lead to different locations every Friday, and some would suddenly have a step vanish halfway up, requiring one to remember precisely where to leap. Additionally, numerous doors awaited, which would only open if one politely requested their passage or precisely prodded the right spot. Some doors were mere illusions, appearing as doors yet standing firm as walls. Remembering the locations of various things proved challenging, for everything seemed to be in constant flux. The portraits were ever inviting one another, and Harry was convinced that even the suits of armor could move. One could hardly contend with the ghosts. Often, just as one approached a door, a ghost would suddenly materialize from behind it, startling one greatly. Nearly Headless Nick was more than willing to guide the Gryffindor newcomers. However, if one were already late for class and happened to encounter the mischievous Peeves, one would face a greater challenge than confronting locked doors and a staircase laden with traps. He would topple a wastebasket onto your head, yank the carpet from beneath your feet, hurl chalk at you, or stealthily follow behind, seizing your nose and exclaiming, "I've got your nose." If anything could surpass Peeves in terms of annoyance, it would undoubtedly be Argus Filch, the caretaker. On the very first morning of school, Ron and Harry found themselves at odds with Filch. He caught them trying to open a door that led to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Filch doubted their claims of being lost, believing they were deliberately attempting to trespass, and threatened to lock them in the dungeons, until Professor Quirrell fortuitously passed by and intervened. Filch owned a cat named Mrs. Norris. This gaunt creature, with a dark gray coat and bulbous eyes akin to Filch's, patrolled the corridors alone. If anyone misstepped in her presence, even with a mere toe, she would dart off to find Filch. Within moments, Filch would come puffing and panting. He was more aware than any one of the secret passageways within the castle, perhaps aside from the Weasley twins, and would appear unexpectedly, much like a ghost. The students harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, and many harbored fantasies of delivering a swift kick to Mrs. Norris. Once one finally located the classroom, the true challenge began. Harry quickly discerned that magic encompassed far more than merely waving a wand and uttering amusing incantations. Every Wednesday evening, they would observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. 3 times a week, they were led by a stout short witch named Professor Sprout to the greenhouses behind the castle for herbology, where they learned to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi, discovering their uses. The most tedious course was undoubtedly history of magic, the only subject taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had dozed off in the staff room by the fireplace and forgotten to bring his body to class the following morning, proving that he had been quite old in life. During class, he droned on in a monotonous tone, while students hastily jotted down names and dates, often confusing the villainous Morphin with the peculiar Uric. The charms professor, a remarkably diminutive wizard named Professor Flitwick, had to stand on a stack of books just to reach the lectern. At the beginning of their first lesson, he took attendance, and upon calling Harry's name, he squealed in excitement and vanished from sight. Professor McGonagall was unlike any of the others. Harry was not mistaken. He could tell at a glance that this professor was formidable. She was strict and intelligent, and as soon as they settled into their first lesson, she issued a warning. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. If anyone disrupts my class, I shall ask them to leave and never return. That is my warning to you. Then she transformed her lectern into a pig and back again. The students were captivated, eager to begin their lessons. Yet they soon realized that turning furniture into animals would require considerable practice. After taking an extensive array of intricate notes, she handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to attempt to transfigure it into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione Granger achieved any notable change. Professor McGonagall showcased how Hermione's matchstick had transformed into a shiny needle, sharp at one end, and bestowed upon her a rare smile. The class looked forward with great anticipation to defense against the dark arts. However, Professor Quirrell's lesson was nearly a farce. The classroom was filled with the pungent odor of garlic, which everyone claimed was intended to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. Fearing it might return to capture him, he regaled them with tales of how his large scarf was a gift from an African prince, who had offered it in gratitude for Quirrell's assistance in ridding him of a ghoul, yet no one seemed to entirely believe his account. When Seamus Finnegan eagerly inquired how Quirrell had vanquished the ghoul, the professor turned beet red and awkwardly rambled about the weather. Furthermore, they discovered that his enormous scarf also emitted a peculiar scent, which the Weasley twins insisted was undoubtedly stuffed with garlic, ensuring that wherever Quirrell went, he would be protected. Harry discovered that he was merely 50 paces away from everyone else, which brought him a significant sense of relief. Many individuals here, like him, hailed from Muggle families and had never anticipated their wizarding potential. The breadth of knowledge they needed to acquire was immense, and even those from wizarding lineages, such as Ron, did not seem to have a considerable advantage. Friday marked a pivotal day for Harry and Ron. They had finally managed to locate the path to the Great Hall for breakfast without becoming lost along the way. "What classes do we have today?" Harry inquired as he sweetened his porridge with sugar. "We have 2 potions classes with the Slytherin students," Ron replied. "Snape is the head of Slytherin House, and it is said that he favors his own students. We shall see if that holds true. Let us hope Professor McGonagall shows us some favor as well," Harry remarked. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, had assigned them an ample amount of homework the previous day. At that moment, the mail arrived. Harry had grown accustomed to this. Yet on the first day of breakfast, when a swarm of owls had suddenly flown into the Great Hall, it had startled him greatly. The owls flitted around the dining tables until they located their respective owners, delivering letters or parcels onto their laps. Thus far, Hedwig had not brought Harry anything. Occasionally, she would swoop in to peck at his ear for a morsel of toast before returning to the Ollery to rest alongside her fellow owls. However, this morning, she fluttered down between the jam dish and the sugar bowl, depositing a note onto Harry's plate. He immediately unfolded the note. "Dear Harry, the handwriting was exceedingly messy. I am aware that you have no classes on Friday afternoon. Would it be possible for you to join me for tea around 3 o'clock? I am eager to hear about your first week. Please have Hedwig send me a reply. Yours, Hagrid." Harry hastily wrote on the back of a note with Ron's borrowed quill. "All right, I'd be delighted. See you in the afternoon." He then sent Hedwig on her way. Fortunately, Harry had the prospect of enjoying tea with Hagrid to look forward to, for potions class was, without a doubt, the most disdained subject since his arrival at Hogwarts. At the commencement feast, Harry sensed Professor Snape's disdain for him, and only at the conclusion of the first potions lesson did he realize he had misjudged the situation. It was not mere dislike. Professor Snape harbored a profound hatred for him. Potions were taught in a subterranean classroom, which felt even more frigid than the castle's upper levels. Glass jars lined the walls, containing preserved specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape began the class by taking attendance, and similarly. He paused when he reached Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he murmured, "Harry Potter, our illustrious newcomer." Draco Malfoy and his companions, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands. Once the roll call was complete, Snape raised his gaze to the class, his eyes as dark as Hagrid's but devoid of warmth. His gaze was cold and hollow, reminiscent of two pitch-black tunnels. "You are here to study the precise science and rigorous craft of potion-making," he began, his voice barely above a whisper yet resonating with clarity. Much like Professor McGonagall, Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order in the classroom. "There shall be no foolish wand-waving here. Many of you might not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to grasp the exquisite nature of a cauldron simmering gently, releasing fragrant vapors, nor the wondrous properties of liquids that flow through one's veins, evoking rapture and inducing a trance-like state. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition: you must not be the kind of imbecile I often encounter." As he concluded his brief introduction, silence enveloped the classroom. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances. Hermione Granger leaned forward eagerly from the edge of her seat, clearly keen to prove she was no fool. "Potter," Snape suddenly called out, "what would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? What root powder goes into what solution?" Harry glanced at Ron, who was equally bewildered. Hermione's arm shot up high into the air. "I don't know, sir," Harry replied. Snape curled his lip in disdain. TSK, it seems fame does not equate to capability." He deliberately ignored Hermione's raised hand. "Let us try again. Potter, if I asked you to procure a lump of Dunkstone, where would you go to find it?" Hermione strained to keep her hand aloft without leaving her seat. While Harry had no notion of what Dunkstone even was, he made a concerted effort to avoid looking at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. "I don't know, sir. I assume you haven't cracked open a single book before the term began, have you, Potter?" Harry forced himself to stare intently into those indifferent eyes. During his time at the Dursleys, he had indeed perused every book. But could Snape truly expect him to memorize the contents of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape still disregarded Hermione's trembling arms. "Potter, can you tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" At that moment, Hermione stood up, her hand reaching straight toward the ceiling of the underground classroom. "I don't know," Harry murmured, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her?" Several students erupted in laughter. Harry caught Seamus's eye, who gestured subtly in his direction. Snape was, of course, quite displeased. "Sit down," he barked at Hermione. "Let me enlighten you. Potter, the combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort can yield a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Dittany is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, possessing formidable detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are indeed the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Do you comprehend? Why not commit these to memory?" Suddenly, a rustling sound of quills and parchment filled the air. Amidst the commotion, Snape remarked, "Potter, for your insolence towards your teacher, Gryffindor will lose a point." The potions class continued, yet the predicament of the Gryffindor students did not improve. Snape paired them off, instructing them to concoct a simple remedy for boils. He paced the classroom in his long black cloak, observing them as they measured dried nettles and crushed snake fangs. Nearly every student faced criticism, with only Malfoy escaping unscathed. Evidently, Malfoy was a favored pupil of Snape's. Just as he showcased how perfectly Malfoy was brewing a potion with a slimy slug, a noxious green smoke erupted in the underground classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Somehow, Neville had managed to scorch Seamus's cauldron into a twisted mass, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes in the classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class was standing atop their stools, while Neville, drenched in potion, cried out in agony as his arms and legs were covered in swollen boils. "Idiot!" Snape bellowed, waving his wand to vanish the spilled potion. "I presume you didn't remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you?" Neville began to sob, his nose suddenly swollen with boils. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape commanded Seamus sternly. He then circled around Harry and Ron, who were seated next to Neville during the mishap. "Potter, why did you not advise him against adding the quills? Do you believe his mistake reflects well upon you? Gryffindor has lost another point due to your negligence. This is utterly unfair." Harry was about to protest when Ron kicked him discreetly from behind the cauldron. "Don't be foolish," he whispered. "I've heard Snape is particularly unreasonable. An hour later, they ascended the stairs from the underground classroom, Harry's mind swirling with thoughts and his spirits low. In the first week of school, Gryffindor had already lost 2 points because of him, and he could not fathom why Snape harbored such animosity towards him. "Cheer up," Ron said. "Snape often deducts points from Fred and George. Can I accompany you to see Hagrid?" At 5 minutes to 3, they left the castle and traversed the grounds toward Hagrid's dwelling. Hagrid resided in a small wooden hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots at his doorstep. As Harry knocked on the door, they heard a flurry of anxious struggles and a few low growls from within. Then came Hagrid's voice. "Back off, Fong, back off." Hagrid opened the door slightly, revealing his bearded face. "Wait a moment," he said. "Back off, Fong." He ushered them inside, all the while grappling with a massive black hound's collar. The small cabin comprised only one room. Ham and game birds hung from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiled water over the hearth, and a large bed, adorned with patchwork quilts, occupied one corner. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who immediately leaped towards Ron, licking his ear. Like Hagrid, Fong was evidently not as fierce as his appearance suggested. "This is Ron," Harry introduced. Hagrid, busy pouring hot water into a large teapot and placing rock cakes onto a plate, glanced at Ron's freckled face. "Another little Weasley, eh? I nearly spent half my life trying to drive those twins out of the Forbidden Forest. Those rock cakes nearly knocked their teeth out." Yet, as Harry and Ron pretended to relish the treats, they recounted their recent classroom escapades to Hagrid. Fong rested his head on Harry's lap, drooling and dampening his robes. Harry and Ron found joy in Hagrid's reference to Filch as that old buffer. "As for that cat, Madame Norris, I do hope to one day introduce her to Fong. You know, every time I head to school, she follows me everywhere. I can't shake her off. Must be Filch's doing." Harry recounted the events of the potions class to Hagrid. Like Ron, Hagrid urged Harry not to fret, asserting that Snape had seldom shown any fondness for students. "But it seems he truly despises me," Harry replied. "Nonsense," Hagrid exclaimed. "Why would he harbor such hatred towards you?" Yet, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Hagrid was deliberately avoiding his gaze as he spoke. "How is your brother Charlie?" Hagrid inquired of Ron. "I hold him in great esteem. He possesses a remarkable affinity for animals." Harry suspected that Hagrid was deliberately changing the subject. As Ron recounted Charlie's research on dragons, Harry noticed a small piece of paper tucked beneath the teapot's cozy. It was an excerpt from the Daily Prophet. Latest report on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 31st continues. It is widely believed to have been carried out by an unidentified dark wizard. Goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. In fact, the underground vault that was searched by the intruders had been completely emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for the goblins stated this afternoon, "We cannot disclose what was kept in the vault. It is advisable not to interfere in this matter." Harry recalled Ron mentioning on the train that there had been an attempt to rob Gringotts, although Ron had not disclosed the specific date. "Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, "the day of the Gringotts break-in coincides with my birthday. It is highly likely that the incident occurred while we were there." "Undoubtedly." Hagrid was unable to meet Harry's gaze this time. He merely grunted and handed Harry a rock cake. Harry read the report once more. The underground vault that had been breached had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. If the removal of that filthy little package signified an empty vault, then Hagrid had already cleared Vault 713. Could that dirty little package be what the intruders were seeking? As Harry and Ron ambled back to the castle for dinner, their pockets were laden with rock cakes, which they felt too polite to refuse. Harry pondered that after spending the afternoon tea with Hagrid, the questions occupying his mind were far more numerous than those he had encountered in class over the past few days. Had Hagrid managed to retrieve that small package in time? Where might the package currently reside? Did Hagrid possess certain knowledge about Snape that he was reluctant to disclose? Chapter 9, The Midnight Duel. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Chapter 9, The Midnight Duel. Harry had never believed he would come to know a boy he loathed even more than Dudley. This realization dawned upon him only after encountering Draco Malfoy. However, during their first year, the Gryffindor students shared only potions class with the Slytherins, making their endurance of Malfoy somewhat bearable, at least initially. One day, they discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which elicited a collective sigh of dismay. Flying lessons were set to commence on Thursday, and Gryffindor students would be sharing the experience with Slytherin. "What bad luck," Harry lamented. "Just as I expected, making a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Malfoy." He had longed to learn to fly, a desire more fervent than any other. "Whether you'll make a fool of yourself is still uncertain," Ron rationally replied. I know Malfoy brags about being a fantastic Quidditch player, but I would wager he is merely boasting. Malfoy incessantly regaled others with tales of flying, complaining loudly that first years were unworthy of joining the house Quidditch team. He spun lengthy, self-aggrandizing stories, invariably culminating in an account of his narrow escape from a Muggle helicopter. Yet, he was not the only one to boast. From the sound of Seamus Finnegan, it appeared that much of his childhood was spent soaring through fields on a broomstick. Even Ron, whenever he had an audience, would recount an incident where he nearly collided with a hang glider while riding Charlie's old broom. Every child hailing from a wizarding family seemed to endlessly chatter about Quidditch. Ron had already quarreled with his dorm mate Dean Thomas over a football match. Ron struggled to comprehend the excitement of a game with only one ball and no flying allowed. Harry caught a glimpse of Ron poking at Dean's poster of the West Ham football team, as if urging the players to spring into action. Neville had never ridden a broomstick, as his grandmother forbade him from approaching them. Harry privately thought her caution was justified, even with both feet firmly on the ground. Neville had a knack for causing calamities. Hermione Granger was nearly as anxious about flying as Neville. This skill was not something one could simply read about and memorize, though she had certainly attempted it. During breakfast on Thursday morning, she incessantly recited flying instructions gleaned from a library book titled The Wonderful World of Quidditch. Much to their annoyance, Neville, however, hung on her every word, desperately hoping to acquire knowledge that might help him remain securely perched on a broomstick. Yet, when the postman arrived to interrupt Hermione's lecture, everyone else felt a wave of relief. Since Hagrid's last letter, Harry had not received any correspondence, a fact that Malfoy had certainly noted. Malfoy's owl frequently delivered packages of sweets from home, which he would gleefully unwrap at the Slytherin table. An owl brought Neville a small parcel from his grandmother. Excitedly, Neville opened it to reveal a glass ball the size of a large marble, seemingly filled with white mist. This is a memory ball, he explained. My grandmother knows I often forget things. It will tell you if there's something you've overlooked. Look, you hold it tightly like this, and if it turns red. His face fell as the memory ball suddenly glowed bright red, indicating that he had indeed forgotten something. Just then, Draco Malfoy strode by the Gryffindor table and snatched the memory ball from his hands. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, harboring a peculiar desire to engage in a confrontation with Malfoy. Yet, Professor McGonagall had an uncanny ability to sense trouble more acutely than any other instructor. And in the blink of an eye, she materialized before them. What is the matter? Malfoy snatched my memory ball, Professor. Malfoy, his face clouded with disdain, swiftly hurled the memory ball back onto the table. Just wait and see, he retorted before hastily retreating, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing closely behind. At 3:30 that afternoon, Harry, Ron, and their fellow Gryffindors hurried down the stairs, making their way to the grounds to prepare for their inaugural flying lesson. The day was bright and breezy, and as they briskly descended the sloped grass towards a level patch on the opposite side, the blades beneath their feet rippled gently. Beyond the lawn lay the forbidden forest, with dark, looming trees swaying ominously in the wind. The Slytherin students were already assembled there, alongside 20 brooms neatly lined up on the ground. Harry had previously overheard Fred and George Weasley lamenting about the school as flying brooms, claiming that some would shudder when one ascended too high, while others perpetually veered slightly to the left. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived, her short gray hair contrasting sharply with her piercing yellow eyes, reminiscent of an eagle-esque gaze. Well, what are you all waiting for? She commanded sharply, as each student positioned themselves beside a broom. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. Harry cast a glance downward at his battered and worn broomstick, its frayed bristles jutting out haphazardly, with his right hand extended above the handle. Madame Hooch called out from the front, commanding, up, up. Echoed the chorus of voices from everyone present. Harry's broomstick immediately leapt into his hand. Yet such obedient brooms were a rarity. Hermione Granger's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom remained utterly immobile. Harry pondered whether brooms, like horses, could perceive the trepidation within one's heart. Neville's voice trembled, unmistakably revealing his desire to remain firmly grounded. Then, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off. She walked among them, correcting their grip. Harry and Ron quietly delighted at her critique of Malfoy's persistent blunders. All right, at the sound of my whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs. Make sure to push firmly, Madame Hooch instructed. Hold your broom steady, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward and descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2, however, Neville was too anxious, fearful of being left behind. and did not wait for the whistle to touch Madame Hooch's lips before he propelled himself upward with all his might. "Come back, child," Madame Hooch called. But Neville soared straight up, like a cork ejected from a bottle, 12 feet, then 20 feet. Harry witnessed his terrified, pale face gazing down at the rapidly receding ground. Saw him gasp with his mouth agape, sliding off the broomstick before plummeting with a thud, landing face down amidst the grass, curled up. His broom continued to ascend, drifting slowly towards the forbidden forest until it vanished from sight. Madame Hooch leaned over Neville, her countenance as pale as his. "Your wrist is broken," she murmured. "All right, child. You're fine. Rise." She turned to address the rest of the class. "I will take this child to the hospital wing. No one is to move. Return your brooms to their places, or before you can utter the word Quidditch, you shall find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Come, dear." Tears streaked down Neville's face as he clutched his wrist, limping alongside Madame Hooch, who wrapped her arm around him. As soon as they were out of earshot, Malfoy burst into laughter. "Did you see his face, that big oaf?" Other Slytherin students echoed his mirth. "Be quiet, Malfoy," Parvati Patil retorted sharply. "Oh, defending Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl, sneered. "I can't believe you actually like that chubby little crybaby, Patil." "Look," Malfoy exclaimed, rushing over to grab something from the grass. It was the memory ball that Longbottom's grandmother had sent him. He held it aloft, glimmering in the sunlight. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry said softly. All conversation ceased as they turned to watch. Malfoy grinned wickedly. "I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about hanging it from a tree?" "Give it back," Harry shouted. But Malfoy had already leapt onto his broom and taken flight. His earlier boasts were not mere bravado. He truly excelled at flying. Hovering at the height of an oak tree's canopy, he called out, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry grasped his broom. "No," Hermione Granger exclaimed. "Madame Hooch instructed us not to move. You will cause trouble for us all." Harry paid her no heed, the blood pounding in his ears with a deafening roar. He mounted his broomstick and propelled himself upward with a vigorous push against the ground. Ascending into the air, the wind whipped through his hair, and his robes billowed behind him. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he realized he had uncovered a skill he could master effortlessly, so easily, so wonderfully. He lifted the broomstick higher, soaring into greater heights. From below, he could hear the girl's shrill screams and heavy gasps, alongside Ron's admiring exclamations. He abruptly turned the broomstick towards Malfoy, who appeared taken aback. "Hand it over," Harry shouted, "or I shall knock you off that broom." "Oh, really?" Malfoy retorted, attempting to sound derisive, though his expression betrayed a palpable tension. Harry seemed to possess an innate understanding of what to do. He leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and it shot forth like a javelin towards Malfoy. Malfoy barely managed to dodge it. Harry swiftly reversed his direction, maintaining a firm hold on the broom. A few spectators below erupted into applause. "There are no Crabbe and Goyle to protect you now, Malfoy," Harry shouted. Malfoy appeared to entertain a similar notion. "Here, let us see if you can catch this," he yelled, launching the glass ball high into the air before it plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Harry observed as the glass ball seemingly ascended to the sky in slow motion, only to begin its descent shortly thereafter. Leaning forward, he directed his broomstick downward, and in the blink of an eye, he accelerated into a dive, pursuing the glass orb. The wind howled past his ears, mingling with the screams of the onlookers below. He reached out, catching the ball just a foot above the ground. He promptly straightened the broomstick and gently descended onto the grass, his palm securely grasping the memory ball. Suddenly, a weight dropped in his chest, faster than his previous dive. Professor McGonagall was running towards them. Harry stood up, trembling. "I have never—" Professor McGonagall was so astonished she could scarcely speak, her glasses glinting with fury. "How dare you? You could have broken your neck." "It was not his fault, Professor." "Silence, Miss Pettigrew." "But Malfoy, enough, Mr. Weasley." "Very well, Potter, follow me." Professor McGonagall strode purposefully towards the castle, and Harry followed mechanically. As he departed, he noticed the smug expressions on the faces of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. He was certain he would be expelled. He wanted to utter a few words in his defense, but his throat seemed to falter. McGonagall continued to walk briskly, not casting a glance in his direction. He had to jog to keep up. It was over for him. He had barely been there for 2 weeks, and in 10 minutes, he would be packing his belongings and leaving. What would the Dursleys say upon seeing him at the door? They ascended the steps to the entrance and climbed the marble staircase inside, with McGonagall still silent. She opened door after door, striding through corridor after corridor, while Harry followed. Forlorn. Surely she was taking him to see Dumbledore. He thought of Hagrid, who, despite being expelled, was permitted to remain at the school as the keeper of keys and grounds. Perhaps he could assist Hagrid. He envisioned himself carrying Hagrid's pockets, trudging around the grounds, wistfully watching Ron and the others become wizards. The thought twisted his stomach in knots. McGonagall halted outside a classroom, opening the door and peering inside. "I apologize, Professor Flitwick, but may I have Wood for a moment?" "Wood?" Harry pondered in confusion, wondering if she meant a wooden cane to chastise him. To his surprise, Wood turned out to be a tall, sturdy fifth-year boy who emerged from Flitwick's classroom with a bewildered expression. "You too. Come with me," McGonagall commanded. And the three of them marched down the corridor, with Wood curiously eyeing Harry. Inside, McGonagall instructed, pointing to a classroom where only Peeves was present, busily writing insults on the blackboard. "Out, Peeves," she bellowed. Peeves tossed the chalk into the trash with a clatter and bolted from the classroom, grumbling. McGonagall slammed the door shut and turned to face the two boys. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Wood, I believe I have found you a seeker." The expression on Wood's face shifted from confusion to delight. "Are you serious, Professor?" "Absolutely serious," McGonagall affirmed decisively. "This boy is a prodigy. I have never witnessed anything like it." "Potter, is this your first time riding a broomstick?" Harry nodded silently, utterly bewildered by the situation. Yet it seemed he would not be expelled. His legs began to regain sensation. He dove 50 feet down and grasped the object, while Professor McGonagall informed Wood that there were no injuries whatsoever. Charlie Weasley could not have accomplished such a feat. Wood's expression mirrored that of someone whose dreams had suddenly materialized. "Have you ever watched a Quidditch match, Potter?" he excitedly inquired. Wood was the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, as Professor McGonagall explained. "He is perfectly suited to be a seeker," Wood remarked, circling Harry and scrutinizing him with agility. "We must procure a decent broom for him, Professor. I suggest either a Firebolt 2000 or a Nimbus 2000. I shall consult Professor Dumbledore to see if we can make an exception for a first year. Indeed, we require a Quidditch team that surpasses last year's performance. The last match ended in a humiliating defeat against Slytherin. I avoided Snape for weeks afterward." Professor McGonagall cast a stern gaze over her glasses at Harry. "I hope to hear of your diligent training, Potter, or I shall reconsider and impose a punishment upon you." Then, suddenly, she broke into a smile. "Your father would be proud of you," she said. "He was once an outstanding Quidditch player." "You must be joking," Harry replied. It was dinner time, and he recounted to Ron what had transpired after Professor McGonagall had left the pitch. Ron was about to take a bite of his steak and kidney pie but froze mid-motion. "A seeker?" he exclaimed. "But first years never. You're undoubtedly the youngest player on the team in many years." "In a century," Harry asserted, scooping pie into his mouth. After the thrilling encounter of the afternoon, he felt particularly famished. "Wood told me," he added, as Ron sat in astonishment, staring blankly at Harry. "I start training next week. Don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it a secret." At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the dining hall. Spotting Harry, they hurried over. "Well done," George whispered. "Wood informed us. We are also on the house team as beaters. I assure you, we will secure the Quidditch Cup this year." Fred remarked, "We haven't won since Charlie left. But this year our team is bound for glory." "You are going to be fantastic, Harry." Wood was nearly incoherent with excitement when he told us. "However, we must leave. Lee Jordan believes he has discovered a new secret passage leading outside the school. I suspect it is the one behind the statue of the Fat Lady, which we found during our first week here. Farewell." Just as Fred and George departed, an unwelcome figure appeared, Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Are you enjoying your final meal, Potter? When do you return to the Muggles?" he taunted. "Now that you're back on solid ground, your little friends are at your side." "Your courage has certainly increased," Harry retorted coldly. Of course, Crabbe and Goyle could hardly be considered little, but with the teachers occupying the main table, they dared not act up, their faces dark with displeasure as they clenched their fists. "I am always willing to duel you one-on-one, Malfoy, if you're agreeable, tonight," he proposed. "A wizard duel, strictly with wands, no physical contact." "What is the matter? I presume you've never heard of a wizard duel?" "Of course I have," Ron interjected, turning suddenly. "I'm his second. Who is yours?" Malfoy appraised Crabbe and Goyle, weighing them up. "Crabbe," he declared, "shall we meet at midnight? We can convene in the trophy room. It's never locked." After Malfoy departed, Ron and Harry exchanged glances. "What is a wizard duel?" Harry inquired. "You mentioned being my second. What does that imply?" "Oh, if you perish, the second takes your place," Ron replied nonchalantly, resuming his now cold pie. He noticed the look on Harry's face and quickly added, "But you know, people only die in proper duels against real wizards." You and Malfoy can at best produce a few sparks. You both lack the magical prowess to cause each other any harm. However, I wager he expects you to decline. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Harry asked. Then discard the wand and deliver a punch to his nose, Ron suggested. Excuse me for interrupting. They looked up to see Hermione Granger. Could you let someone eat in peace? Ron grumbled. Hermione ignored him and addressed Harry. I couldn't help but eavesdrop on your conversation with Malfoy. I knew you would do this. Ron muttered. You really mustn't roam the school at night. Think of the points Gryffindor could lose if you were caught, which you surely would be. You're being exceedingly selfish. This is none of your concern, Harry replied. Goodbye, Ron said. Ending the day with a duel hardly seemed a splendid conclusion, Harry pondered as he lay in bed. Having heard Dean and Seamus drift off to sleep, Neville had yet to return from the hospital. All night, Ron had been strategizing, suggesting, if he tries to cast a spell on you, it's best to dodge, for I can't recall how to block spells. They were likely to be caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris. Harry felt as though he was defying fate, about to breach yet another school rule. On the other hand, Malfoy's mocking visage continually resurfaced in the darkness. It was a splendid opportunity to confront Malfoy, and he could not let it slip away. At 11:30, Ron whispered. We must go. They donned their robes, grasped their wands, and stealthily traversed the room, descending the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. The embers in the fireplace flickered with a faint glow, and the armchairs appeared as shadowy silhouettes. Just as they approached the portrait hole, they heard a voice from the nearest chair. I can hardly believe you would do this, Harry. A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione Granger, clad in a pink nightgown. Her brow furrowed. You, Ron exclaimed angrily, go back to bed. I almost told your brother, Hermione retorted. Percy, he is a prefect. He would put a stop to this. Harry could hardly believe that there were such meddlesome individuals. Let us go, he said to Ron, pushing aside the fat lady's portrait and crawling through the entrance. Hermione would not yield so easily. She followed Ron into the passage, lowering her voice and squawking at them like an irate goose. Do you not care for Gryffindor? Only for yourselves? I do not want Slytherin to win the House Cup again. Nor do I wish for you to squander the points I secured from Professor McGonagall with a transfiguration spell. Go away. Fine, but I warn you. When you sit on the train home tomorrow, do not forget what I said. You are truly insufferable. As for how insufferable, they could not quite fathom. Hermione turned back towards the fat lady's portrait, intending to re-enter, only to find the painting completely empty. The fat lady had gone out for the night, leaving Hermione locked outside the Gryffindor Tower. Oh dear, what am I to do now? She cried out. That is your problem, Ron replied. We must leave. We are going to be late. But before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione caught up with them. I am coming with you, she declared. You are not allowed to go. Do you think I would stand out here, waiting for Filch to catch me? If he discovers the three of us, I will tell him the truth, that I was trying to dissuade you. Then you can vouch for me. You're quite bold, Ron said loudly. Shut up, both of you. Harry said sternly. I hear a noise. It was a hissing sound. Is it Mrs. Norris? Ron asked, holding his breath and squinting into the darkness. Not Mrs. Norris. It's Neville. He was curled up on the floor, sound asleep, but as they approached, he jolted awake. Thank goodness you found me. I've been out here for hours. I can't remember the new password, and I can't get back to sleep. Keep your voice down, Neville. The password is Pig Snout, but it's no use to you now. The fat lady has vanished. How is your arm? Harry inquired. It's fine, Neville said, lifting his arm for them to see. Madame Pomfrey healed it in a blink. Good as new, Neville. Listen, we're off to a certain place. We shall see you later. Don't leave me behind, Neville exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. I don't want to be alone here. Bloody Barrow has passed by twice already. Ron glanced at his watch and glared at Hermione and Neville in frustration. If either of you gets us caught, I'll ensure to learn that hex Professor Quirrell mentioned and use it on you. Hermione opened her mouth, perhaps intending to inform Ron how to use the hex. But Harry shushed her and urged everyone to move quickly. They walked briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming through the high windows and casting beams upon the floor. With every turn, Harry feared they might encounter Filch or Mrs. Norris, but fortune smiled upon them. They hurried up the staircase to the 4th floor, stealthily making their way towards the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe were absent. The crystal display cases gleamed brilliantly in the moonlight. In the darkness, the trophies, shields, medals, and statues shimmered with silver and gold light. The four of them moved cautiously along the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room. Harry drew out his wand, prepared for an unexpected duel with Malfoy. Time ticked by slowly. He is late. Perhaps he is too frightened to show up, Ron whispered. At that moment, A voice from the adjoining room startled them. Just as Harry raised his wand, they heard someone speaking, not Malfoy. "Sniff about, my dear. They may be hiding in some corner." It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Harry was terrified and frantically gestured for the others to follow him. They stealthily made their way towards the door farthest from Filch's voice. Just as Neville's robe brushed past the corner, they heard Filch entering the trophy room. "They must be somewhere in here," he muttered under his breath, likely searching for them. "This way," Harry silently instructed. They were all petrified, quietly advancing down a corridor lined with suits of armor, hearing Filch draw ever closer. Suddenly, Neville could no longer contain himself and let out a terrified scream, bolting away. He tripped, grabbing Ron's waist, and they both tumbled into a suit of armor. The ensuing clatter was enough to awaken the entire castle. "Run!" Harry shouted. And the four of them dashed down the corridor, glancing back only to ensure Filch was not in pursuit. They weaved around pillars and sprinted down one corridor after another. Harry led the charge, unaware of their location or destination. Finally, they emerged near the classroom for charms, knowing they were several miles from the trophy room. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Neville bent over, gasping for breath, unable to articulate a word. "I told you," Hermione huffed, clutching her chest. "I told you. We must return to Gryffindor Tower," Ron said, as quickly as possible. "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said to Harry. "You see? He had no intention of meeting you there. Filch must have been tipped off. It was surely Malfoy who revealed our plans." Harry considered that Hermione might be right, yet he hesitated to express this sentiment to her. "Let us proceed," he suggested. However, the situation proved to be more complex than anticipated. After taking merely a few steps, they heard the distinctive sound of a spherical doorknob rattling, and something sprang forth from a classroom before them. It was Peeves the poltergeist. Upon spotting them, he erupted into gleeful shrieks. "Be quiet, Peeves, please. You'll get us expelled." Peeves chuckled mischievously. "Annoying first-year brats, wandering about at this hour. TSK, 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 how naughty, how naughty. You shall be caught. We want tea. As long as you don't betray us, Peeves, I beg you. You ought to inform Filch." "Indeed," Peeves replied with mock seriousness, though a glint of mischief danced in his eyes. "It's for your own good, you know?" "Get lost," Ron snapped, giving Peeves a hard shove, which proved to be a grave error. Students should not be awake. Students should not be roaming the corridors during charms class. Peeves bellowed. They ducked and dashed past the poltergeist, fleeing for their lives until they reached the end of the corridor, where they crashed heavily into a locked door. "It's over," Ron whimpered. Desperately, they pushed against the door. "We're doomed. We're finished." They heard footsteps approaching. Filch was hastening towards them, following Peeves' commotion. "Oh, hurry," Hermione urged sharply. She seized Harry's wand, tapped the lock, and whispered, "Alohomora." With a click, the door swung open, and they hurried inside, swiftly shutting it behind them and pressing their ears against the wood to listen. Where did they run off to, Peeves? They heard Filch demand. "Speak up, tell me. Say please. Don't toy with me, Peeves. Where did they go?" "If you don't say please, I shall claim to know nothing," Peeves sang tauntingly. "Very well, please tell me." "No, nothing." "Ha. I warned you, if you don't say please, I shall say no nothing." "Ha, ha, ha." They heard Peeves zooming away, while Filch cursed furiously. "He thought this door was locked," Harry murmured. "I believe we are safe now. Let us go, Neville." Neville had been tugging at Harry's pajamas. "What is the matter?" As Harry turned, he beheld a sight so vivid that it felt as though he had stepped into a nightmarish realm. After all that had transpired, this was utterly beyond comprehension. They were not ensconced within a mere room as they had presumed. Instead, they found themselves in a corridor, the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Now the reason for the prohibition was abundantly clear. They stood face to face with the eyes of a monstrous hound. A creature so immense that it filled every inch of space from the ceiling to the floor. It boasted 3 heads, each adorned with a pair of glistening, menacing eyes. 3 nostrils quivering and twitching in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths from which viscous saliva dripped like sticky strands from its yellowed fangs. Motionless, it loomed before them, all 6 eyes fixed intently upon their forms. Harry understood that their lives were spared solely due to the shock of their sudden appearance. Yet, the beast was rapidly regaining its composure, and the thunderous roars it emitted conveyed an unmistakable message. Harry fumbled to turn the doorknob, caught between Filch and death. Given the choice, he would rather face Filch. They retreated step by step until Harry slammed the door shut. They dashed back into the corridor, nearly flying. Filch must have been preoccupied with searching elsewhere, for they saw no sign of him, nor could they afford to dwell on it. Their only thought was to escape as far as possible from that creature. They did not stop until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor. "Where have you all been?" the fat lady inquired, eyeing their disheveled robes and flushed, perspiring faces. "Don't ask, pig snout," Harry gasped, and the portrait swung open. They tumbled into the common room, trembling and collapsing into the armchairs. For quite some time, silence enveloped them. What had happened to Neville? He seemed as though he would never speak again. What were they thinking, keeping such a creature within the school? Finally, Ron remarked, "If any dog needs training, it's that one." Hermione's breath had steadied, yet her temper flared once more. "You lot, what are your eyes for?" she exclaimed angrily. "Did you not see what it was standing on? On the floor?" Harry speculated. "I didn't look at its feet. I was too busy staring at its head." "No, not on the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It was clearly guarding something." She rose, glaring at them in fury. "I hope you feel proud of yourselves. We could have been bitten to death or, worse, expelled from the school. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed." Ron stared at her retreating figure, mouth agape in astonishment. "Go to bed. We don't mind," he said, bemused. "What is this nonsense? As if we dragged her here against her will." However, Hermione's words plunged Harry into deep contemplation once he settled back into bed. What was that dog guarding? What had Hagrid said? If one wished to hide something, Gringotts was the safest place in the world, perhaps only second to Hogwarts. It appeared that Harry had begun to piece together the whereabouts of that filthy little package from Vault 713. Chapter 10. The Eve of Halloween. Chapter 10. The Halloween before the following day, Malfoy could hardly believe his eyes. He spotted Harry and Ron still at Hogwarts, appearing somewhat fatigued yet exceedingly joyful. Indeed, upon waking the next morning, Harry and Ron both felt that encountering that three-headed dog had been an exhilarating adventure, one they yearned to experience once more. Furthermore, Harry recounted to Ron the curious little package that seemed to have been transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts, leading them to spend considerable time speculating about what could possibly warrant such stringent protection. It was either exceptionally valuable or exceedingly perilous, Ron suggested. Or perhaps it possessed qualities of both, Harry replied. However, regarding that enigmatic object, the only certainty they could ascertain was its length 2 inches. Without additional clues, it was impossible to deduce its nature. Neville and Hermione appeared utterly disinterested in the three-headed dog or what lay concealed beneath the trapdoor. Neville was solely preoccupied with ensuring he did not approach that formidable creature again. Hermione, in her usual self-assured manner, had ceased to engage with Harry and Ron, which they found unexpectedly fortuitous. Their greatest desire was to exact revenge on Malfoy, and to their delight, such an opportunity arrived with the postman about a week later. As the owls flocked into the great hall as per usual, everyone's attention was drawn to a slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Harry, like the others, was eager to uncover the contents of this parcel. To his astonishment, several owls swooped down, landing directly in front of him, causing his salted meat to tumble to the floor. He was utterly taken aback. Just as they flapped their wings and departed, another owl arrived, delivering a letter that landed atop the package. Harry tore open the letter, and thankfully he did, for it revealed the following message: "Do not open the package on the table. Inside lies your new Firebolt 2000 broomstick. I wish to keep it a secret from others, lest they covet it as well. Oliver Wood will be waiting for you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 o'clock tonight to commence your first training session. Regards, Professor McGonagall." Harry could not conceal his inner joy as he handed the message to Ron. "The Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously. "I have never even touched one." They hurriedly departed from the great hall, eager to find a secluded spot before their first class to unwrap the package and reveal the flying broomstick. However, as they crossed the entrance hall, they found their path obstructed by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy snatched the package from Harry's hands and examined it. "It's a flying broomstick," he said, tossing the package back to Harry, his expression a blend of jealousy and malice. "You're in for a punishment, Potter. First years are not allowed to play with these." Ron could no longer contain himself. "This isn't some old model broomstick," he retorted. "It's the Nimbus 2000. What was it you claimed to have at home, Malfoy? A Comet 260, was it?" Ron grinned broadly at Harry. "The Comet is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the Nimbus." "How would you know, Weasley? You can't even afford half a broomstick handle," Malfoy shot back menacingly. "I bet you and your brothers have to scrape together every twig you can find." Before Ron could respond, Professor Flitwick appeared beside Malfoy. "I trust you aren't quarreling, children?" he inquired in his high-pitched voice. "Someone has brought Potter a flying broomstick, Professor," Malfoy hurriedly declared. Indeed, that is correct, Professor Flitwick replied, turning to Harry with a smile. Professor McGonagall informed me of the situation, Potter. What model is it? The Nimbus 2000, sir, Harry answered, stifling a laugh at the horrified expression on Malfoy's face. I owe it all to this Malfoy here, he added. Harry and Ron ascended the staircase, unable to suppress their laughter at the evident anger and confusion etched upon Malfoy's face. Indeed, I speak the truth. Harry chuckled as they reached the top of the marble stairs. Had he not pilfered Neville's glass ball, I would never have made the team. So you believe this is a reward for your transgression of school rules? An indignant voice called from behind them. Hermione stomped up the stairs, disapprovingly eyeing the package in Harry's hands. I thought you were no longer speaking to us, Harry remarked. Yes, and let us keep it that way, Ron added. It brings us a sense of comfort. Hermione strode away, her nose held high in disdain. That day, Harry found it exceedingly difficult to concentrate during lessons. His thoughts incessantly drifted to the dormitory, where his new Nimbus 2000 lay tucked beneath his bed. He often pondered on the Quidditch pitch where he was to practice that evening. At dinner, he hastily swallowed his food, barely registering what he consumed, before racing upstairs with Ron, eager to unveil the Nimbus 2000. Well, Ron exclaimed as the broom tumbled onto Harry's sheets. Even Harry, who knew little of broomstick varieties, was awestruck by its excellence, its sleek design, lustrous finish, crafted from mahogany, with a long tail fashioned from neatly aligned twigs. The words Nimbus 2000 gleamed in golden letters at the tip of the handle. As 7 o'clock approached, Harry departed the castle, making his way towards the Quidditch pitch shrouded in twilight. Hundreds of seats were arranged high around the stands, ensuring every spectator had a clear view of the action on the field. At each end of the pitch stood 3 golden poles, crowned with rings, reminiscent of the plastic ones used by Muggle children to blow soap bubbles, albeit towering at 50 feet in height. Harry was yearning to soar through the skies once more. Unable to wait for wood, he mounted his Nimbus 2000, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful push. What a delightful sensation it was, weaving swiftly between the goalposts and soaring up and down above the pitch. A gentle nudge was all it took for the Nimbus 2000 to veer in the desired direction. Hey, Potter, get down. It was Oliver Wood approaching, a large crate tucked under his arm. Harry descended beside him. Brilliant, Wood exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. I understand what Professor McGonagall meant. You truly are a natural. I'll teach you the rules tonight, and then you can join the team for our practices 3 times a week. He opened the crate, revealing 4 balls of varying sizes. All right, Wood began. The rules of Quidditch are quite simple to grasp, though the game itself is not easy to play. Each team consists of 7 players, 3 of whom are chasers. 3 chasers, Harry echoed, as Wood produced a bright red ball the size of a football. This is the bludger, Wood explained. The chasers pass the quaffle among themselves, aiming to send it through one of the 3 hoops to score. Each goal is worth 10 points. Do you understand? The chasers throw the quaffle, attempting to navigate it through the hoops to score. Harry reiterated, so, it's a game played with broomsticks and 6 hoops, akin to basketball, is it not? What is basketball? Wood inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Harry hastily replied. Well, there's also a player known as the keeper. That's me. I'm the keeper for Gryffindor. I must fly around our hoops to prevent the opposing team from scoring. 3 chasers and 1 keeper, Harry stated, determined to commit these details to memory. They were playing with the quaffle. Understood. What are these other 3 balls for? He pointed to the remaining balls in the crate. I'll demonstrate, Wood said, handing Harry a small wooden stick resembling a baseball bat. Let me show you the purpose of the bludgers. He retrieved 2 identical black balls, which were slightly smaller than the red quaffle. Harry noticed they seemed to struggle against the straps that confined them within the crate. Step back, Wood cautioned. He bent down and released 1 bludger. Instantly, the black ball shot into the air, hurtling directly towards Harry's face. Realizing it was about to collide with his nose, Harry quickly intercepted it with the stick, redirecting it as it whirled above them, only to suddenly charge toward Wood. Wood swiftly reached out, capturing it and pressing it firmly to the ground. See that? He panted, as he forcefully shoved the bludger back into the crate, securing it with the straps. The bludgers fly about, attempting to knock players off their brooms. Therefore, each team also has 2 beaters. The Weasley twins are our beaters. Their job is to protect our players from the bludgers and to send them towards the opposing team. Do you understand everything? 3 chasers aim to score with the quaffle. The keeper guards the hoops, and the beaters prevent the bludgers from injuring our players, Harry recited in one breath. Excellent, Wood replied. Now, have bludgers ever harmed anyone? Harry inquired casually. Not at Hogwarts. There have been a couple of broken jaws, but that's about it. Now, The last player on the team is the Seeker. That's you. You won't have to worry about the Quaffle or the Bludgers unless they happen to knock my head off. No need to fret. The Weasley twins can handle the Bludgers just fine. Honestly, they are like two Bludgers themselves. Wood reached into the crate once more, extracting the fourth and final ball. This ball appeared significantly smaller than the Quaffle and the Bludgers, roughly the size of a walnut. It gleamed with a golden hue, adorned with fluttering silver wings. This, Wood said, is the Golden Snitch, the most crucial ball in the game. It is exceedingly elusive, darting about with lightning speed, nearly impossible to catch. The Seeker's task is to capture it. You must weave through the Chasers, Beaters, Bludgers, and Quaffle, reaching the Snitch before the opposing Seeker does. If a Seeker captures the Golden Snitch, their team earns an additional 150 points, nearly securing victory. The Quidditch match only concludes once the Snitch is caught, which is why some games can last for several days. I believe the longest recorded match lasted around 3 months. They had to substitute players to allow them to rest. That's the gist of it. Any questions? Harry shook his head. He understood what he needed to do, yet whether he could accomplish it remained uncertain. Let us refrain from using the Golden Snitch for training, Wood remarked, cautiously placing it into the box and securing it shut. It is far too dark. We might lose it. Instead, let us utilize these ordinary golf balls for your practice. He extracted a bag of common golf balls from his pocket, and moments later, he and Harry ascended into the air. Wood exerted all his strength, casting the golf balls in various directions for Harry to catch. Harry was remarkably accurate, not missing a single shot, much to Wood's delight. After half an hour, the sky had completely darkened, and they could no longer continue their practice. Our names will be inscribed on this year's Quidditch Cup, Wood exclaimed joyfully as they wearily made their way back to the castle. If you perform even better than Charlie Weasley, I would not be the least bit surprised. Had he not been preoccupied with studying dragons, he would undoubtedly be representing the English team. Perhaps it was the overwhelming busyness with homework from various subjects and the 3 evenings of Quidditch training each week that made Harry incredulous when he suddenly realized he had been at Hogwarts for a full 2 months. The castle felt increasingly like home, a sentiment he had never experienced during his time on Privet Drive. As he grasped some fundamental knowledge, his studies began to grow more engaging. On the eve of Halloween, they awoke to the sweet and enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Even more exciting was Professor Flitwick's announcement in Charms class that he believed they could begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick send Neville's toad soaring around the classroom, the students had eagerly anticipated trying their hand at this skill. Flitwick divided the class into pairs for practice, and Harry's partner was Seamus Finnegan, thankfully, as Neville had been trying to gain Harry's attention. Ron, meanwhile, was paired with Hermione Granger. It was difficult to ascertain who was more irked by this arrangement, Ron or Hermione. Since the day Harry's broomstick had arrived, Hermione had not spoken to either of them. Now, do not forget the delicate wrist movement we have been practicing, Professor Flitwick instructed from atop his pile of books in his usual high-pitched voice. Swish and flick. Remember, swish and flick. He emphasized the importance of enunciating the spell correctly, recounting the tale of a wizard named Baruffio who mispronounced Ephazes and found himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. It was no easy feat. Harry and Seamus swished and flicked repeatedly, yet the feather intended to be levitated remained stubbornly on the floor. In frustration, Seamus jabbed his wand at the feather, igniting it, forcing Harry to extinguish the flames with his hat. Meanwhile, Ron's luck seemed no better at his table. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, flailing his arms like a windmill. You've got it wrong, Hermione interjected curtly. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar has to be pronounced clearly. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron retorted angrily. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and declared, Wingardium Leviosa. To their astonishment, their feather rose from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Well done. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, exclaiming, Everyone, look. Miss Granger has succeeded. As the class neared its conclusion, Ron's mood darkened significantly. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable, he muttered to Harry as they navigated the crowded corridor. Honestly, she's like a nightmare. At that moment, someone bumped into Harry and hurried past them. It was Hermione. He caught a glimpse of her face and was surprised to see tears streaming down her cheeks. I think she heard you, Harry remarked. So what? Ron replied, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. She must have noticed. She doesn't have a single friend. In the following class, Hermione did not appear, and she remained absent throughout the afternoon. As Harry and Ron descended toward the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, They inadvertently overheard Parvati Patil telling Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and refused to let anyone comfort her. This made Ron even more uncomfortable. However, moments later, upon entering the great hall adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, they quickly forgot about Hermione. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker. Delicious dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, reminiscent of the feast at the beginning of the term. Harry was consuming a jacketed potato when Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the great hall. His large scarf askew upon his head, his face a mask of terror. All eyes turned to him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily on the table. Breathless, he uttered, "A troll in the dungeon, I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall. Professor Dumbledore had to conjure several bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand to restore order. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort the students from each house to their dormitories." Percy, naturally, was adept at this task. "Follow me. Stay together, first years. As long as you heed my instructions, there is no need to fear the troll. Now, stay closely behind me. Make way, first years need to pass. Forgive me, I am the prefect. How could a troll get in?" Harry inquired as they ascended the staircase. "Don't ask me. Trolls are supposed to be remarkably dim-witted," Ron replied. "Perhaps Peeves let it in for a bit of Halloween mischief." Along the way, they encountered several hurried groups of students rushing in various directions. While squeezing through a cluster of bewildered Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "I just remembered Hermione. What about her? She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, well," he said decisively, "but we'd best not let Percy see us." They ducked low, blending into the Hufflepuff crowd, moving toward another direction. They stealthily slipped past an empty side corridor, hastening toward the girls' restroom. Just as they turned the corner, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Percy," Ron hissed, pulling Harry behind a large stone statue of a griffin. Peering from their hiding place, they saw it was not Percy but Snape, striding through the corridor, disappearing from their view. "What is he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeons?" "How should I know?" They followed the receding footsteps of Snape, quietly advancing down another corridor, striving to remain silent. "He is heading to the 4th floor," Harry noted, but Ron raised his hand. "Can you smell that?" Harry inhaled sharply, and a foul stench invaded his nostrils, a nauseating blend of old socks and a public restroom long neglected. Soon after, they heard a low mumbling and the sound of enormous feet dragging along the ground. Ron noticed that at the end of a corridor to their left, a colossal figure was moving towards them. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching it slowly advance into a patch of moonlight. The sight was utterly terrifying. It stood 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling a grayish granite. Its massive, clumsy body resembled a heap of enormous rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short legs were stout like tree stumps, ending in broad, calloused feet. The odor emanating from it was revolting. Clutching a thick wooden club, its long arms dragged the stick along the ground. The giant paused beside a door, peering inside. It twitched its long ears, made a decision with its small head, then lowered itself and slowly entered the room. "The key is in the lock," Harry whispered. "We can lock it inside." "Good idea," Ron said nervously. They sidled toward the open door, their mouths dry, fervently hoping the giant wouldn't suddenly emerge. Harry leapt forward, grasped the key, and slammed the door shut, locking it securely. Done. They flushed with excitement at their success and began to run back down the corridor. However, upon reaching the corner, a sound almost stopped their hearts. A shrill, terrified scream emanated from the very room they had just secured. "Oh no," Ron said, his face as pale as a ghost. "That's the girls' bathroom." Harry gasped. "Hermione." They both exclaimed simultaneously. Reluctant to return, they found themselves with no other option. They spun around and dashed back to the door, fumbling with the key in their anxiety. Harry swung the door open, and they rushed inside. Hermione Granger was huddled against the opposite wall, seemingly on the verge of fainting. The giant was advancing towards her, crashing into the sinks as it moved, dislodging them from the wall. Distracted, Harry shouted desperately to Ron, grabbing a faucet and hurling it against the wall. The giant stopped just a few steps away from Hermione, awkwardly turning around, blinking stupidly as it sought the source of the noise. Its grotesque eyes locked onto Harry. Hesitating momentarily, it then lumbered towards him, raising the club in its hand. "Hey, you big idiot. Ron shouted from across the room, simultaneously throwing a metal pipe at the giant. The creature seemed oblivious to the impact of the pipe on its shoulder, but it heard the shout and halted, turning its ugly nose towards Ron. Seizing the opportunity, Harry circled behind it. "Come on, run," Harry urged Hermione, attempting to pull her towards the exit. But she was frozen in place, pressed tightly against the wall, her mouth agape in terror. The shouts and echoes appeared to drive the giant into a frenzy. It roared again and began to advance on Ron, who was the closest and had no escape. In a moment of both bravery and folly, Harry lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the giantess' neck from behind. The giant was unlikely to notice Harry clinging to it, but inserting a long stick into its nostril would surely get its attention. With his wand in hand, Harry thrust it directly into one of the giantess' nostrils. The giant howled in agony, thrashing about, wildly swinging its club. Harry clung on desperately. At any moment, the creature could shake him off and deliver a devastating blow with the club. Hermione was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the floor. Ron drew his wand, uncertain of what to do, when he heard himself utter the first spell that came to mind. Wingardium Leviosa. The club suddenly flew from the giant's grasp, soaring high into the air before descending and striking its owner on the head with a thunderous crash. The giant swayed and collapsed face first onto the floor, shaking the entire room with a resounding thud. Harry rose to his feet, trembling and breathless. Ron stood there, eyes wide in disbelief at the chaos he had wrought, his wand still raised high. At last, it was Hermione who broke the silence. "Is it dead?" she inquired. "I don't believe so," Harry replied. "It's likely just been stunned." He bent down and extracted his wand from the troll's nose, which was smeared with a considerable amount of gray, viscous substance. "Ugh, troll mucus," he muttered, wiping his wand on the troll's trousers. Suddenly, there was a loud banging at the door accompanied by heavy footsteps, causing all three in the room to glance up. They had no notion of the commotion they had caused. It was certain that those downstairs had heard the violent crashing and the trolls bellowing. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell merely cast a glance at the troll before collapsing into a sobbing heap on a toilet, clutching his chest. Snape leaned down to examine the troll, while Professor McGonagall regarded Ron and Harry with a fierce intensity. Harry had never seen her so irate. Her lips were ashen. The hope of earning 50 points for Gryffindor swiftly evaporated from Harry's mind. "What on earth are you playing at?" Professor McGonagall demanded, her voice laced with icy fury. Harry glanced at Ron, who still stood there with his wand held aloft. "You're fortunate not to have been killed. Why on earth didn't you stay in your dormitory?" Snape shot Harry a piercing glare. Harry averted his gaze to the ground, hoping Ron would lower his wand. At that moment, a low voice emerged from the shadows. "Please, don't be like this. They were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione finally struggled to her feet. "I came to find the troll because I thought I could handle it on my own, since I had read about them and was quite knowledgeable." Ron lowered his wand. "Did Hermione Granger just tell a colossal lie to a teacher?" she exclaimed. "If they hadn't found me, I would certainly be dead by now." Harry inserted his wand into the troll's nostril, while Ron had rendered it unconscious with the troll's own club. They had no time to seek help. They arrived just as the troll was about to swallow her whole. Harry and Ron endeavored to feign familiarity with the story. "Oh, if that is the case," Professor McGonagall remarked, gazing at them thoughtfully. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you possibly believe you could confront a mountain-like troll all on your own?" Hermione lowered her head. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Hermione was the least likely person to violate school rules, yet now, in an attempt to extricate them from trouble, she had the audacity to lie about breaching those very rules. It was utterly unbelievable. Akin to Professor Snape suddenly distributing sweets to everyone. "Miss Granger, due to this incident, Gryffindor shall lose 5 points, Professor McGonagall declared, her disappointment evident. "If you are unscathed, it would be prudent for you to return to Gryffindor Tower. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses." Hermione departed. Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Harry and Ron. "Well, I must say, you are fortunate. Few first-year students can stand against an adult troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave now." They hurried out of the bathroom, ascending the 2 flights of stairs in silence. At last, they could no longer detect the foul stench of the troll, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "We ought to have earned more than just 10 points, Ron grumbled. "Only 5 points, considering the deductions from Hermione. Hermione is truly remarkable. She stepped up and got us out of trouble," Ron conceded. "But do not forget, we did save her." Had we not confined her with that creature? She might not have needed rescuing at all, Harry reminded him. They arrived at the fat lady's portrait. Pig snout. Upon uttering the password, they slipped inside. The common room was bustling with activity, filled with noise as everyone indulged in the feast laid before them. Only Hermione stood alone by the entrance, awaiting their arrival. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the three of them. Then, without exchanging glances, they simultaneously uttered a thank you and hurried towards their plates. Yet from that instant, Hermione Granger became their friend. When one shares an experience of such magnitude, a bond inevitably forms, and incapacitating a 12-foot troll was indeed one such event. Chapter 11. The Quidditch Match. Chapter 11. The Quidditch Match. As November approached, the weather turned exceedingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed with ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and hard. Each morning, the ground was frosted. From the upper windows, one could glimpse Hagrid, enveloped in a long coat of mole fur, donned in rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, diligently de-icing the brooms on the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. After several weeks of rigorous training, Harry was set to participate in his very first match on Saturday, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin. Should Gryffindor triumph, they would ascend to second place in the standings for the House Cup. Few had witnessed Harry's prowess in Quidditch, as would had chosen to keep Harry's participation under wraps, intending to utilize him as their secret weapon. However, the news of him being a seeker had inevitably leaked. Consequently, some remarked that he would excel, while others jested that they would be ready with a mattress to cushion his falls. Harry found himself uncertain about which comment was more disheartening. Fortuitously, Harry now had Hermione as a friend. Without her assistance, he would have struggled to complete the multitude of assignments. Forwood insisted they utilize every moment to train for Quidditch. Hermione even lent him an enchanting book on Quidditch, which he discovered to be quite captivating. Harry learned that there are 700 types of fouls in Quidditch, all of which were witnessed during a World Cup match in 1473. The Seekers are typically the smallest and swiftest players, and it appears that the most severe Quidditch incidents often befall them, although fatalities during Quidditch matches are rare. It is said that referees frequently vanish without a trace, only to reappear months later in the Sahara Desert. Since Harry and Ron rescued Hermione from the clutches of a colossal troll, she has become less concerned about breaking school rules, which has rendered her considerably more endearing. On the eve of Harry's Quidditch match, the trio ventured into the frigid courtyard during their break. Hermione had already conjured a handful of brilliant blue flames, which they could carry in a jam jar. They stood there, warming themselves with their backs to the fire. At that moment, Snape passed through the courtyard, and Harry immediately noticed that he was limping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled closer together, attempting to shield the flames from Snape's view, fully aware that their actions were undoubtedly forbidden. Unfortunately, their guilty expressions drew Snape's attention, and he hobbled over. "What do you have there, Potter?" he inquired. "A magical Quidditch ball," Harry replied, showing it to him. "Books from the library are not permitted to be taken out of the school," Snape retorted. "Hand it over." Gryffindor lost 5 points as he fabricated a rule on the spot. Harry watched Snape limp away, muttering in indignation, what could possibly be wrong with his leg? "I don't know, but I hope it hurts like hell," Ron said gleefully. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was abuzz with noise. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together by a window. Hermione was reviewing Harry and Ron's homework for their charms class. She resolutely refused to allow them to copy her work. What would you learn that way? But after she checked their answers, they invariably received the correct solutions. Harry felt a sense of unease. He wished to reclaim the enchanted Quidditch ball to ease his nerves and divert his thoughts from the impending match. Why should he fear Snape? Thus, he rose and informed Ron and Hermione of his intention to inquire whether Snape would return his book. "I certainly wouldn't do that," they both exclaimed in unison. However, an idea struck Harry. If other professors were present, Snape would likely not refuse him. He descended to the staff room and knocked on the door. No response. He knocked again, but silence ensued. Perhaps Snape had left the book inside? It was worth a try. He pushed the door open a crack and peered inside, only to encounter a harrowing sight. The room contained only Snape and Filch. Snape had lifted his robes above his knees, revealing a leg that was gruesomely bloodied and mangled. Filch was handing him bandages. "Damn thing," Snape muttered. "How could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" Harry was about to gently close the door when Snape swiftly dropped his cloak to shield his injured leg. His face contorted with anger. Harry struggled to catch his breath. "I wonder if I can retrieve my book." "Get out. Leave." Harry did not wait for Snape to deduct points from Gryffindor and hurriedly departed. He raced up the stairs in haste. Did you obtain the book? Ron inquired as Harry returned to his side. What happened? In a hushed tone, Harry recounted everything he had just witnessed. Do you comprehend the implications? Finally, he held his breath and declared that on the eve of Halloween, he intended to pass by that three-headed canine. When we spotted him, he was heading there in search of something guarded by the formidable beast. I would wager my enchanted broomstick that he was the one who unleashed that monstrous creature to divert attention. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. No, he wouldn't, she asserted. I know he has his flaws, but he would never attempt to steal something that Dumbledore is fiercely protecting. To be frank, Hermione, you always perceive all teachers as saints. Ron retorted bluntly. I concur with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything. But what is he searching for? What is that enormous dog guarding? As Harry lay in bed, his mind buzzed with questions. Neville's loud snores echoed around him, yet Harry found it difficult to drift into slumber. He endeavored to clear his thoughts. He needed to sleep. He must sleep, for in just a few hours, he would be participating in his inaugural Quidditch match. However, the image of Snape's leg and the expression on his face lingered in his mind, making it hard to forget. The following morning, the weather was bright yet chilly. The aroma of roasting sausages wafted through the dining hall, where everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, engaging in lively conversation. You must have a few bites of breakfast. I don't want anything to eat. Just have a little toast, Hermione coaxed. I'm not hungry. Harry felt utterly dreadful. In just 1 hour, he would be stepping onto the pitch. Harry, you must maintain your vigor, Simon Finnegan remarked, noting that the Seeker was always the focus of the opposing team's defense. Thank you, Simon, Harry replied, observing Simon slathering a generous amount of ketchup onto his sausage. By 11 o'clock, it seemed that the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students had even brought binoculars. The seats appeared to rise to the heavens. Yet it was still sometimes difficult to discern the events of the match. Ron and Hermione made their way to the top row, joining Neville, Simon, and Dean, a fan of the West Ham football team. To surprise Harry, they had crafted a massive banner from a sheet stained by a small mouse, emblazoned with Potter for the win. Dean, who possessed artistic talent, had also painted a large Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription. Meanwhile, Hermione cast a clever spell that made the paint on the banner shimmer with various hues. In the locker room, Harry and the other team members were donning their vibrant red Quidditch robes. The Slytherin team wore green. Wood cleared his throat to bring silence. All right, lads, he said. And lasses, added Seeker Angelina Johnson. And lasses, Wood concurred, it is time. This significant moment. The moment we have all been waiting for, Fred Weasley remarked. We remember Oliver's speech by heart, Fred told Harry. We were on the team last year. Shut up, you too, Wood interjected. This is the best Gryffindor team in many years. We will prevail. I know it. He glared fiercely at everyone, as if to say, enough is enough. All right, time's up. Good luck to you all. Harry followed Fred and George out of the changing room and made his way towards the raucous stadium. Hoping that his knees would not betray him, Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, her broomstick in hand, awaiting the players from both teams. Listen. I trust everyone will partake in this match with fairness and integrity, she declared as the players gathered around her. Harry noted that her words seemed particularly directed at the captain of the Slytherin team, the sixth-year student Marcus Flint, who bore an unsettling resemblance to a troll. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a large banner fluttering above the crowd, emblazoned with the words Potter for the win. His heart leapt within him, instilling a sense of courage. Now, everyone mount your brooms, she instructed. Harry mounted his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with great vigor. 15 broomsticks soared into the sky, ascending to great heights. The match had commenced. The golden snitch was promptly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, an exceptionally skilled seeker who was also quite enchanting. Jordan, my apologies, Professor. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, served as the commentator under Professor McGonagall's vigilant supervision. She darted through the air, executing a splendid pass to Alicia's spinet, a talent discovered by Oliver Wood, who had only been a reserve player the previous year. The ball was then relayed to Johnson, but alas, Slytherin snatched the snitch away. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, captured the snitch and sped off, soaring like an eagle. Would he score? No. Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, executed a magnificent maneuver to intercept the ball. Now it was Gryffindor's turn to possess the quaffle. Gryffindor's chaser, Katie Bell, nimbly darted around Flint in the air. Ouch! That must have hurt. She was struck on the back of the head by a bludger. The snitch was intercepted by Slytherin's Darian Pusey, who raced toward the goalposts, yet was felled by another bludger. The bludger was deflected aside by either Fred or George Weasley. the two twins who were challenging to distinguish. Gryffindor's beaters performed admirably. As Johnson reclaimed the quaffle, unimpeded, she raced forward, evading a bludger. The goalpost loomed ahead. Come on. Yes. Angelina. The Slytherin keeper, Blatch, dove but missed, and Gryffindor scored. The cheers of Gryffindor echoed in the chilly air, mingling with the roars and groans of the Slytherins. Excuse me, coming through. Hagrid. Ron and Hermione squeezed together to make room for Hagrid to sit. I was just watching from my hut, Hagrid said, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck, but it's not the same as watching the match amidst the crowd. The snitch is still nowhere to be seen. Is it? No sign of it, Ron replied. Harry has had much to do. As long as there is no trouble, that's good luck, Hagrid said, lifting the telescope to struggle to see a small dot in the sky. That was Harry. Harry glided gracefully high above the pitch, squinting as he searched for the elusive golden snitch. This was part of the strategy he had devised with Wood. You should stay hidden for now. Waiting until you spot the snitch, Wood had advised. We do not wish for you to be ambushed prematurely. After Angelina scored, Harry performed a few somersaults, expressing his delight. Now, he resumed his quest for the snitch. At one moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a glimmer, but it turned out to be merely the reflection from one of the Weasley twins' watches. On another occasion, a bludger hurtled towards him like a cannonball, but Harry evaded it, while Fred chased after the ball. Are you all right, Harry? Fred shouted briefly before striking the ball fiercely towards Marcus Flint. Slytherin has possession, Lee Jordan announced, as Chaser Pewes ducked to avoid two bludgers, narrowly escaping the Weasley twins and fellow Chaser Bell, racing towards... Wait, was that the snitch? Dorian Pewes turned his head to follow the golden flash that whizzed past his left ear, inadvertently neglecting the bludger, and a murmur rippled through the crowd. Harry caught sight of the golden snitch. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he dove down, pursuing the shimmering golden light. Terrence Higgs, the seeker for the Slytherin team, also spotted it. The two raced side by side towards the elusive snitch, while the other players seemed to forget their designated roles. Hovering in midair, captivated by the spectacle, Harry's speed surpassed that of Higgs, allowing him to catch sight of the tiny golden ball flitting ahead, its wings fluttering. He accelerated suddenly. Bang! An uproar of angry shouts erupted from the Gryffindors as Marcus Flint deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broomstick to veer sharply. Yet, Harry clung tightly to it. Foul! The Gryffindors exclaimed vehemently. Madam Hooch reprimanded Flint furiously before awarding Gryffindor a penalty shot at the goalposts. However, amidst the chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight once more. In the stands, Dean Thomas shouted, Send him off, referee. Red card. This isn't football. Dean, Ron reminded him. In Quidditch, players can't be sent off. And what is a red card anyway? Yet Hagrid supported Dean's sentiment, suggesting a revision of the rules. As Flint had nearly knocked Harry out of the air, Lee Jordan found it challenging to remain impartial. After that blatant and despicable act of cheating, Jordan, Professor McGonagall hissed. I mean, after that open and appalling foul, Jordan, I remind you. All right. Flint nearly caused the demise of Gryffindor's seeker. I believe such things can happen, he conceded. And Gryffindor was awarded the penalty. The ball was retrieved by Spinnet, who passed it smoothly, and the game continued with Gryffindor still in control. Just as Harry dodged another bludger that zipped past his scalp, a sudden jolt shook his broomstick terrifyingly. For a moment, he thought he might fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both hands and clamped his knees around it. Never had he felt such fear. Then it happened again, as if the broomstick were determined to unseat him. Yet, logically, the Nimbus 2000 should not suddenly decide to throw its rider off. Harry attempted to steer toward Gryffindor's goalposts. He vaguely intended to call for Wood to halt the game, but he soon realized his broom was completely out of control. He could neither turn it nor command it. The broom twisted and darted through the air, violently shaking at times, nearly throwing him off. Lee continued his commentary. Slytherin has possession. Flint has the quaffle, weaving past Spinnet. Dodging Bell. Oh, a bludger strikes him square in the face, hoping to break his nose. Professor, Slytherin scores. Oh dear. The Slytherins erupted in cheers. It seemed no one noticed Harry's broom behaving erratically, as it thrashed violently, twisting higher and higher, pulling him away from the field. I wonder what Harry intends to do. Hagrid muttered, peering through his binoculars. If I didn't know him so well, I'd think he was unable to control his broom. But that can't be true. Suddenly, the crowd in the stands pointed skyward at Harry. His broom began to tumble uncontrollably, and he struggled to hang on. Abruptly, the broom twisted again, flinging him off. Now, he clutched it with only one hand, dangling in midair. Did the broom malfunction when Flint collided with him? Seamus whispered. Impossible, Hagrid replied, his voice trembling. Nothing but powerful dark magic could interfere with a broomstick. A child cannot cast such a spell on a Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars, not glancing at Harry but anxiously scanning the crowd. "What are you doing?" Ron groaned, his face ashen. "I suspected it all along," Hermione gasped. "It's Snape. Look." Ron grabbed the binoculars. Snape stood in the middle of the opposite stands, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, silently muttering incantations. "He's jinxing the broom," Hermione exclaimed. "What do we do?" "Watch me." Before Ron could utter another word, Hermione vanished. Ron aimed the binoculars back at Harry. The broom shook violently. Harry could not remain aloft for much longer. The audience stood in terror, watching as the Weasley twins soared upward, attempting to catch Harry safely on their broom. However, every time they drew near, the broom shot higher. They descended slightly, circling beneath him, clearly hoping to catch him as he fell. Marcus Flint caught the quaffle, scoring 5 times, yet no one paid him any heed. "Hurry, Hermione," Ron whispered desperately. Hermione fought her way through the crowd, reaching the stands where Snape was situated. She hurried along the row of seats behind him, colliding with Professor Quirrell, who tumbled forward, but she did not pause to apologize. Finally arriving beside Snape, she crouched down, pulled out her wand, and quietly uttered a few carefully chosen words. A bright blue flame erupted from her wand, racing toward the hem of Snape's robe. After about 30 seconds, Snape finally realized he was on fire. Hearing a scream, Hermione knew her task was complete. She swiftly extinguished the flames, pocketing the remnants, and hurriedly returned along the row of seats. Snape would never know what had transpired. That was sufficient. High above, Harry suddenly managed to regain his grip on his broom. "Neville, you can look now," Ron exclaimed. For the past 5 minutes, Neville had buried his face in Hagrid's jacket, weeping. Harry soared swiftly downwards, his hand pressed against his mouth as though he might be on the verge of retching. He landed on all fours, coughing, and a golden object fell into his palm. "I've caught the snitch," he exclaimed, raising the ball triumphantly above his head as the match concluded amidst utter chaos. He had not truly captured the snitch. He nearly swallowed it instead. 20 minutes later, Flint was still bellowing in indignation, yet it was utterly futile. Harry had violated no rules. And Lee Jordan was joyously announcing the final score. Gryffindor triumphed with 170 points to 60. However, Harry paid no heed to this. He, along with Ron and Hermione, made their way to Hagrid's hut, where the owner was preparing a strong cup of tea. "It was Snape," Ron explained to the others. "Hermione and I both saw him. He was muttering spells over your Nimbus 2000, his eyes fixed on you." "Nonsense," Hagrid retorted, insisting that he knew nothing of the events unfolding in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, uncertain of how to convey their thoughts to him. Harry resolved to speak candidly. "I have discovered certain matters," he said regarding Hagrid. "On the eve of Halloween, he attempted to approach that 3-headed dog. It bit him. We suspect he intended to steal whatever it was guarding." Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he inquired. "Fluffy? Yes, he is mine. I acquired him from a Greek fellow I met last year at a pub. I lent him to Dumbledore for safeguarding." "What?" Harry asked eagerly. "Enough. No more questions," Hagrid grumbled. "That is a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But Snape is trying to steal it." "Nonsense," Hagrid retorted. "Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing." "Then why does he want to harm Harry?" Hermione exclaimed. The events of that afternoon seemed to have significantly altered her perception of Snape. "I can recognize when someone casts a dark curse, Hagrid. I have read all about them in books. You must maintain eye contact with them." Snape's eyes never blinked. "I saw it. I tell you, you are mistaken," Hagrid said irritably. "I do not know why Harry's broom displayed such behavior. But Snape could never wish to harm a student. Now, you 3 listen to me. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This is perilous. Forget about that dog. Forget about what it is guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Aha!" Harry exclaimed. "So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it?" Hagrid was furious, visibly agitated. Chapter 12. The Mirror of Ares. Chapter 12. The Mirror of Ares as Christmas approached. Hogwarts School awoke one morning in mid-December to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow, the lake frozen solid. The Weasley twins faced punishment for enchanting a few snowballs to chase after Quirrell, ultimately striking him at the back of his turban. Several owls struggled through the blizzard to deliver mail, requiring rest under Hagrid's care before they could continue their flight. Everyone eagerly anticipated the holiday. Despite the roaring fires in the Gryffindor Common Room and the Great Hall, The corridors remained bitterly cold, with the classroom windows rattling under the fierce wind. Most unfortunate was the fact that Professor Snape's lessons were conducted in the dungeons, where students' breaths formed clouds of vapor, forcing them to huddle close to the bubbling cauldrons. I truly feel sorry for those who must remain at Hogwarts for Christmas, Draco Malfoy remarked during a potions class, his gaze fixed on Harry. Crabbe and Goyle snickered nearby. Harry, diligently grinding a pufferfish spine into powder, chose to ignore them. Since the Quidditch match, Malfoy had become even more sullen. Enraged by Slytherin's defeat and suggesting that a giant toad would replace Harry as Seeker in the next match, he intended to elicit laughter but found no one amused. As they all admired Harry's ability to maintain control on his wildly careening broomstick, jealous and irate, Malfoy resorted to mocking Harry's lack of a proper family. Indeed, Harry had no desire to return to Privet Drive for Christmas. Last week, Professor McGonagall had come to register students who would stay at Hogwarts, and Harry eagerly signed his name. He felt no sorrow for himself. This could very well be the best Christmas he had ever experienced. Ron and his two twin brothers also planned to remain, as the Weasley parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. Upon leaving the dungeon classroom after potions, they encountered a massive fir tree blocking the corridor. Noticing the large feet protruding from beneath it and hearing a loud puffing sound, they knew Hagrid was behind the tree. "Hey, Hagrid, need a hand?" Ron inquired, peering through the branches. "No, I'm fine, thanks, Ron. Could you step aside? You're blocking the way," came Malfoy's icy, drawling voice from behind them. "Are you hoping to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I suppose you wish to guard the grounds after graduating from Hogwarts? Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your old home." Ron charged at Malfoy, but at that moment, Snape appeared on the staircase. "Weasley." Ron released his grip on Malfoy's shirt. He started it. "Professor Snape," Hagrid interjected, poking his unruly head from behind the tree. "Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, physical altercations are against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid," Snape said smoothly. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley. Consider yourself fortunate it wasn't more. Now, off you go, all of you." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle rudely squeezed past the tree, scattering needles everywhere while laughing triumphantly. "I'll teach him a lesson," Ron seethed, watching Malfoy's retreating figure. "One day, I'll show him." "I truly despise those two," Harry remarked, Malfoy and Snape. "Come now, cheer up. Christmas is just around the corner," Hagrid encouraged. "Guess what? Come with me to the Great Hall. It's simply marvelous." Thus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid and his fir tree into the Great Hall, where Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were busily decorating for the holiday. "Ah, Hagrid, the last tree has arrived. Could you place it in that corner?" The hall appeared magnificent. Adorned with cascading holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood prominently, some embellished with glittering icicles, others aglow with hundreds of candles. "Only a few days until the holiday?" Hagrid queried. "Just one day," Hermione replied. "Oh, that reminds me, Harry, Ron, we have half an hour until dinner. We should head to the library." "Oh, yes, you're right," Ron said reluctantly, tearing his gaze from Professor Flitwick, who was conjuring golden bubbles and hanging them on the newly arrived tree. "The library? Even with the holiday approaching, you wish to study?" Hagrid remarked, following them out of the hall. "Oh, we're not reviewing for class," Harry replied cheerfully. "Since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to find out who he is." "What?" Hagrid exclaimed, alarmed. "I told you to drop it. That great dog is guarding something that has nothing to do with you. We merely wish to discover who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing more," Hermione insisted. "Unless you're willing to provide us with a hint to spare us the trouble," Harry added. "We've perused at least 100 books and have yet to uncover a trace of him. Just give us a little nudge in the right direction." "I know I've seen his name somewhere." "I shall say nothing," Hagrid replied tersely. "Then we'll have to search for ourselves," Ron declared. They hurried to the library, leaving Hagrid standing there, visibly irritated. Indeed, since Hagrid had accidentally let slip information, they had been scouring the books for Flamel's name. What other means did they have to discern what Snape sought to steal? The trouble was, they had no idea what remarkable achievements Flamel had accomplished to warrant mention in books. He was absent from the lists of great wizards of the 20th century and contemporary notable magical figures. Moreover, his name was nowhere to be found in the records of significant discoveries in modern magic or the studies of recent magical developments. Additionally, the sheer volume of the library's collection was daunting, filled with thousands of books, hundreds of narrow aisles, and countless shelves. Hermione produced a list from her pocket, detailing the subjects and titles she intended to research. Meanwhile, Ron aimlessly browsed a row of books, pulling a few from the shelves at random. Harry unknowingly wandered into the restricted section. Unfortunately, to consult any book in this area required a signed note from a teacher, and Harry knew he could never obtain such a document. These volumes contained powerful dark magic not taught in Hogwarts classrooms, accessible only to older students studying advanced defense against the dark arts. "What are you looking for, child?" the librarian, Madame Pants, inquired. "Nothing," Harry replied. "Then you best be on your way. Out you go," she commanded, waving a feather duster at him. Harry departed from the library, lamenting that he hadn't been quicker on his feet, able to fabricate a few lies with ease. He, along with Ron and Hermione, concurred that it would be prudent to refrain from inquiring with Madame Pants about the whereabouts of LeMay. They were well aware that she could undoubtedly provide the information, yet they could not risk allowing Snape to uncover their intentions. Harry waited in the corridor, observing whether the other two might stumble upon anything, though he held little hope. They had searched for 2 weeks, but only during their free time, so it was hardly surprising that they had found nothing. What they desperately needed was a thorough and determined search, free from Mrs. Pinz's watchful gaze, her breath lingering on the napes of their necks. 5 minutes later, Ron and Hermione returned to his side, shaking their heads in disappointment. Together, they proceeded to lunch. "While I am away, you must continue the search, all right?" Hermione suggested. "Once you uncover something, send it on my way. You might also inquire with your parents if they know of a person named LeMay," Ron added. "It would be quite safe to ask them." "Very safe, considering they are both dentists," Hermione remarked. During the holidays, Ron and Harry reveled in their freedom, with little time to ponder the matter of LeMay. The dormitory was entirely theirs to command, and the common room was far less populated than usual, allowing them to claim a few more comfortable armchairs by the fire. At that moment, they sat there, indulging in all manner of food that could be skewered with a roasting fork, bread, pastries, mushrooms, while concocting schemes to see Malfoy expelled. Although these plans were unlikely to be realized, the mere act of discussing them brought joy. Ron also began teaching Harry how to play wizard's chess. Wizard's chess resembled Muggle chess in every aspect, yet its pieces were alive, rendering the experience akin to commanding an army in battle. Ron's set was quite old and somewhat tattered. All his possessions originally belonged to other members of his family, and this particular chess set had once belonged to his grandfather. However, the age of the pieces did not hinder their performance. Ron was thoroughly familiar with them, effortlessly commanding their actions. Harry utilized the chess pieces bequeathed to him by the late Sybil Trelawney, who held a profound distrust towards him. His skills were still in their infancy, and the pieces clamored incessantly, each offering their own opinions and critiques, leaving him quite bewildered. "Do not send me there. Did you not see his knight? Send him instead. His sacrifice is inconsequential." On the eve of Christmas, as Harry nestled into bed, he yearned only for a hearty feast and a joyful game the following day, never entertaining the notion of receiving gifts. However, upon awakening the next morning, the first sight that greeted him was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. "Merry Christmas." Harry fumbled out of bed and donned his dressing gown, just as Ron, still bleary-eyed, remarked, "Merry Christmas to you too. Come quick and see. I have received several gifts." Harry exclaimed, "And what do you expect to find? Cabbages?" Ron retorted, glancing at his own considerably larger mound of packages. Harry picked up the topmost parcel. It was wrapped in thick brown paper, adorned with the flamboyant inscription "To Harry from Hagrid." Inside lay a rather crudely crafted flute, evidently handmade by Hagrid himself. When Harry blew into it, the sound resembled that of an owl hooting. The second, smaller parcel contained a note. "We received your letter. Enclosed is your Christmas gift. From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Affixed to the note with transparent tape was a 50-pence coin. "Quite generous," Harry remarked. Ron was captivated by the coin. "How peculiar," he exclaimed. "Is this what Muggles use as currency?" "You keep it," Harry replied, chuckling at Ron's exuberance. "Given by Hagrid, and from my aunt and uncle." "But who might have sent this one?" "I have a hunch," Ron said, his face slightly flushing as he pointed to a bulging parcel. "It's from my mom. I told her she needn't bother." "Oh dear," he groaned. "She knitted you one of those infamous Weasley jumpers." Harry tore open the paper wrapping to reveal a thick, vibrant green hand-knit sweater, accompanied by a large box of homemade fudge. "She knits each of us a sweater every year," Ron remarked as he unwrapped his own parcel. "Mine is always a deep burgundy." "She is truly wonderful," Harry said, savoring a piece of fudge, which tasted exceedingly sweet. The next gift was also confectionery. A large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. There remained one final parcel. Harry picked it up, feeling its light weight. As he unwrapped it, a silvery gray substance resembling liquid, tumbled onto the floor, shimmering as it formed a pile. Ron gasped in astonishment. "I've heard of this," he whispered, casting aside the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Hermione had given him. "If I'm not mistaken, this is exceedingly rare and immensely valuable." "What is it?" Harry picked up the shimmering fabric from the floor. It felt peculiar to the touch, as if it were woven from water. "It was an invisibility cloak," Ron remarked, his face alight with awe. "I am certain I must try it on." Harry draped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders, and Ron exclaimed with a loud cry, "Indeed!" "Look down." Harry cast his gaze downward, bewildered to find his feet had vanished. He hurriedly dashed to the mirror. Indeed, the reflection revealed nothing but his head suspended in midair, his body entirely obscured. As he pulled the invisibility cloak up to his head, his entire figure faded from the mirror's view. "A note!" Ron exclaimed suddenly as a piece of parchment slipped out from beneath the cloak. Harry removed the invisibility cloak and seized the letter, which was inscribed in an unfamiliar, elongated script adorned with swirling loops. The message read, "Your father left this for me before he passed. It is now time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." There was no signature. Harry stared blankly at the note, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. "If I could acquire such an item, I would relinquish anything," he proclaimed. "Absolutely anything." "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Harry replied, finding the situation rather peculiar. Who had sent the cloak? Had it truly belonged to his father? Before he could ponder further, the dormitory door burst open, and Fred and George Weasley rushed in. Harry quickly concealed the cloak, not wishing for anyone else to know about it. "Merry Christmas. Look, Harry has received a Weasley sweater." Fred and George were both clad in blue sweaters, one emblazoned with a large yellow fan, the other with a prominent yellow G. "Harry's is superior to ours," Fred remarked, lifting Harry's sweater, clearly indicating that their mother had put more care into gifts for non-family members. "Why don't you wear yours, Ron?" George inquired. "Come on, put it on. It's both beautiful and warm." "I dislike dark maroon," Ron complained half-heartedly as he pulled the sweater over his head. "Your sweater has no letter," George noted. "She probably believes you won't forget your name. We aren't foolish. It's she who often confuses us for Joriad and Fudge. What is all this commotion?" Percy Weasley peered in through the door, wearing an expression of displeasure. He was evidently unwrapping his Christmas gift, a bulging sweater draped over his arm, which Fred promptly snatched. "Signifies prefect," he exclaimed. "Hurry and put it on, Percy. We've all donned ours. Even Harry got one." "I don't want to wear it," he mumbled. But the twins, disregarding his protests, forced the sweater over Percy's head, knocking his glasses askew. "And you are not allowed to sit with the prefects today," George declared. "Christmas is a day for family togetherness." They hoisted Percy out of the room, his arms trapped in the sweater, utterly immobilized. Harry had never attended such a Christmas feast in his entire life. 100 plump roasted turkeys, mountains of succulent meats and boiled potatoes, large platters of delectable sausages, bowls of peas slathered in butter, and rich, thick gravies accompanied by cranberry sauce awaited him at every turn along the dining table. Everywhere he looked, there were heaps of wizarding crackers, far more splendid than the meager muggle crackers typically purchased by the Dursleys, which contained only flimsy plastic toys and fragile paper hats. Harry and Fred pulled one of the crackers, and instead of a mere pop, it exploded with a thunderous bang reminiscent of cannon fire, enveloping them in a cloud of blue smoke, while a naval admiral's hat and several lively white mice erupted from within. At the head table, Dumbledore had swapped his pointed wizarding hat for a lovely floral bonnet, chuckling heartily after a joke shared by Professor Flitwick. Following the turkey came the bright red Christmas pudding. Percy's slice contained a silver sickle, nearly causing him to chip a tooth. Harry watched as Hagrid, increasingly flushed, continued to down glass after glass of drink, ultimately planting a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. To Harry's astonishment, Professor McGonagall let out a delighted giggle, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment, her tall black hat askew upon her head. As Harry departed from the dining table, he cradled a plethora of items that had erupted from the colorful firecrackers, including a bag of non-explosive sparkling balloons, a small device that mimicked a tumor, and a set of his very own wizard chess. The absence of the little white mice left him with an unsettling feeling, as he suspected they had ultimately become part of Mrs. Loris's Christmas dinner. Harry and the Weasley brothers engaged in a spirited snowball fight on the playground, reveling in merriment throughout the afternoon. Eventually, they found themselves too cold to continue, their clothes soaked and breathless as they returned to the warmth of the common room's fireplace. Harry attempted to try out his new chess pieces but suffered a disheartening defeat at the hands of Ron. He mused to himself that had it not been for Percy incessantly offering misguided strategies, he might not have lost so badly. After indulging in a sumptuous tea that comprised turkey sandwiches, crumpets, sherry-soaked fruitcake, and Christmas pudding, they felt pleasantly full and slightly drowsy. Before retiring for the night, they had no desire for further activities, simply watching Percy chase after Fred and George in Gryffindor Tower, as the twins had mischievously absconded with his prefect badge. It was, indeed, the most delightful Christmas Harry had ever experienced. However, throughout the day, one thought lingered in his mind. And it wasn't until he lay in bed that he had the leisure to contemplate it. The invisibility cloak and the identity of the person who had gifted it to him. Ron, having filled his stomach with turkey and cake, was unperturbed by any peculiarities and fell asleep almost immediately upon resting his head on the pillow. Harry leaned over the edge of his bed and retrieved the invisibility cloak from beneath it. It had once belonged to his father, the fabric flowing through his fingers. Smoother than silk and lighter than air. Use it well, the accompanying note had stated. It was time for him to put it to the test. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, enveloping himself in the cloak. As he looked down at his legs, he was met with only moonlight and shadows, a most peculiar sensation. Use it well. Suddenly, Harry felt invigorated. With the cloak draped upon him, Hogwarts was entirely at his disposal. Standing in the darkness and silence, he was filled with a rush of exhilaration. Clad in the cloak, he could venture anywhere at all, where Filch would remain oblivious. Ron mumbled in his sleep, and Harry pondered whether to awaken him. For some inexplicable reason, he chose not to. This time, he felt an urge to explore alone. He tiptoed out of the dormitory, descended the staircase, traversed the common room, and squeezed through the portrait hole. Who goes there? The fat lady inquired with a hoarse voice. Harry remained silent, hastening down the corridor. Where was he headed? He paused, contemplating, his heart racing. Suddenly, it struck him, the restricted section of the library. He could read at his leisure until he unraveled the mystery of the elusive Remus. Tightening the cloak around himself, he proceeded onward. The library was shrouded in darkness, eerie and foreboding. Harry illuminated a lamp, guiding it as he navigated through row upon row of bookshelves. The light appeared to float in midair, and despite the sensation of holding it in his hand, the sight sent chills down his spine. The restricted section lay at the back of the library. Cautiously, Harry stepped over the rope that separated these tomes from the rest of the collection, raising the lamp to read the titles. Yet, the titles offered no clarity. The faded, peeling gold letters spelled out words incomprehensible to Harry. Some books bore no titles at all. One volume, stained with a dark splotch resembling blood, appeared particularly ominous. A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he sensed an unsettling whisper emanating from the books, as if they were aware of an unwelcome presence among them. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, or perhaps not. He needed a starting point. Carefully, he placed the lamp on the floor and peered along the bottom of the shelves in search of a book that piqued his interest. Suddenly, he spotted a large tome bound in black and silver. The book was heavy, and he struggled to extract it from the shelf, resting it upon his knees, allowing it to open on its own. A piercing, blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. The book was shrieking. Harry slammed it shut, but the scream persisted, a high-pitched, unending wail that reverberated in his ears. He staggered backward, accidentally knocking over the lamp, which extinguished immediately. In a panic, he heard footsteps approaching from the corridor and hastily returned the screaming book to its place on the shelf before bolting away. Almost at the door, he brushed past Filch, whose furious pale eyes seemed to penetrate through him. Harry slipped under Filch's outstretched arm, racing down the corridor, the echoes of the book screams still ringing in his ears. He abruptly halted in front of a suit of armor. In his haste to escape the library, he had lost track of his direction. Perhaps it was the enveloping darkness that rendered him disoriented. He knew there was a suit of armor near the kitchens, but he was now certain he was 5 floors above that location. Professor, he thought, you mentioned that if anyone was wandering about at night, you would want to be informed immediately. Someone was in the library, in the restricted section. Harry felt the color drain from his face. No matter where he turned, Filch surely knew a shortcut, for his sticky, clammy voice drew ever closer. To Harry's utter dismay, he heard Snape's voice in response. The restricted section? Then they could not have gone far. We must be able to catch them. Harry stood rooted to the spot, akin to a tree with roots sprouting from the soles of his feet, as Filch and Snape rounded the corner ahead. Although they could not see him, the corridor was narrow, and if they ventured any closer, they would surely collide with him. The invisibility cloak did not render his physical form invisible. He cautiously retreated step by step, endeavoring to make no sound. To his left, a door was slightly ajar, presenting his only glimmer of hope. He sidled in, taking care not to disturb the door. Thank goodness, he had finally entered the room, and they remained oblivious, proceeding straight ahead. Leaning against the wall, he inhaled deeply, listening as their footsteps gradually faded away. That had been perilously thrilling, too thrilling indeed. Only after a few moments did he begin to take in the surroundings of the room that had offered him refuge. It appeared to be an abandoned classroom, with numerous desks and chairs piled against the walls, casting large, dark shadows. Additionally, there was an overturned wastebasket, however. On the wall directly facing him rested an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of space. It was an imposing mirror, soaring to the ceiling, adorned with an ornate golden frame, supported by 2 clawed feet at the base. At the top, an inscription read, Aries Stra Eru Oid Ube Kafru Oid on Woe 16. Now that Filch and Snape's voices were no longer audible, Harry's tense disposition began to ease. He slowly approached the mirror, eager to catch a glimpse of his own reflection, but the mirror was empty. Taking a few steps closer, he stood directly in front of it. He had to cover his mouth with his hand to stifle a scream. Whirling around suddenly, his heart raced more wildly than when he had heard that book scream, for in the mirror, he not only saw himself but also a multitude of people standing behind him. Yet, the room was devoid of anyone. Breathing heavily, he turned back to face the mirror. Indeed, there he was, pale and terrified, along with at least a dozen others standing behind him. Harry turned again to look behind him. Yet there was still no one there. Could they all be invisible? Was he truly in a room full of invisible people? And did the mirror possess the magic to reveal them, whether they were cloaked or not? He scrutinized the mirror more closely. Within it, a woman standing behind him was smiling and waving. He reached out, groping behind him. If that woman truly existed, he should be able to touch her. They were so close in the mirror. Yet, all Harry felt was air. The woman and the others existed solely within the mirror's reflection. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with deep red hair, and he noted with astonishment that her eyes mirrored his own. Then he realized she was crying, her smile juxtaposed with tears. Beside her stood a tall, slender man with dark hair, wrapping his arms around her. The man wore glasses, his hair tousled, with a rebellious tuft at the back, reminiscent of Harry's own hair. Harry now stood exceedingly close to the mirror, his nose nearly touching his reflections. Mother? He whispered. Father? They both gazed at him, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Harry slowly scrutinized the faces of the others in the mirror, discovering they all possessed identical green eyes and the very same nose. One elderly figure even mirrored Harry's uneven knees. He was beholding his family for the very first time in his life. The Potter family waved at him with cheerful expressions. He stared at them with an insatiable longing, his hands pressed firmly against the glass, as if he yearned to leap through and join them. A profound ache surged within him, a blend of joy and deep sorrow. He lost track of how long he stood there. The reflections remained steadfast, and he gazed and gazed, unable to satiate his desire, until distant sounds jolted him back to reality. He could not linger here. He had to return to his slumber. Reluctantly, he diverted his gaze from his mother's face and murmured, I shall return, before hurriedly exiting the room. You should have woken me, Ron exclaimed in frustration. You can go tonight. I wish to see that mirror. I want to glimpse your parents. Ron implored eagerly. I also wish to see your entire family. To behold the whole Weasley clan. You could introduce me to your other brothers and all your relatives. You can see them anytime, Ron remarked. Come to our home this summer. However, the mirror may only reveal the deceased. Alas, it is regrettable that we have yet to uncover information on LeMay. Have some salted meat or something. Why aren't you eating at all? Harry found himself unable to eat. He had encountered his parents, and tonight he would meet them once more. The matter of the three-headed dog had nearly slipped from his mind. It seemed no longer of any significance. Who cared what that monstrous creature was guarding? Even if Snape were to abscond with it, what difference would it make? Are you all right? Ron inquired. You seem rather odd. Harry's greatest concern was that he could not locate the room containing the mirror. The following day, as Ron was also shrouded in the invisibility cloak, their pace slowed significantly. They endeavored to retrace Harry's route from the library, aimlessly wandering through the dimly lit corridors for nearly an hour. I'm freezing, Ron remarked. Let us give up and head back. No, Harry replied hoarsely. I know it's nearby. They brushed past a tall wizard specter who was ambling by, but saw no one else. Just as Ron began to hum about his feet nearly freezing, Harry spotted the suit of armor. This is it. This is the place. They pushed open the door. Harry removed the cloak from his shoulders and dashed towards the mirror. They were still there. As soon as his mother and father saw him, their faces lit up with joy. Do you see them? Harry whispered. I see nothing. Look. Look. They're all there. A whole crowd. I can only see you. Take a good look. Come here. Stand where I am. Harry stepped aside, but as Ron stood before the mirror, Harry could no longer see his family. Only Ron clad in his patterned flannel pajamas. Ron gazed in astonishment at his reflection. Look at me, he exclaimed. Can you see your family surrounding you? No. It's just me, but I seem older. I'm the president of the student council. What? Ron continued. I'm wearing a badge that Bill used to wear. Holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm still the captain of the Quidditch team. With great effort. Ron finally tore his gaze away from the splendid image, looking excitedly at Harry. Do you think this mirror foretells the future? How can it? My family is gone. Let me have another look. You've already been gazing at it alone all night. Just give me a moment. You're merely holding the Quidditch cup. What is so thrilling about that? I want to see my parents. Don't push me. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the corridor, interrupting their debate. They had not realized how loud their conversation had been. Quick! Ron threw the invisibility cloak over both of them just as the glinting eyes of the fat lady appeared at the door. Ron and Harry stood frozen, both pondering the same thought. Does the invisibility cloak work on cats? After what felt like an eternity, the fat lady finally turned away. It's still not safe. She might be looking for Filch. I'm certain she heard us. Let us go? Ron pulled Harry out of the room. The following morning, the snow had yet to melt. Want to play chess? Ron asked. Not interested. Why don't we go see Hagrid? Not going. You can go. I know what you're thinking. Harry, you're thinking about that mirror. Don't go back tonight. Why not? I don't know. I just have a terrible feeling, and you've narrowly escaped so many times. Filch, Snape, and the fat lady are roaming about. What if they see you? What if they bump into you? You're sounding like Hermione. I'm not joking, Harry. Seriously. Don't go. But Harry could think of nothing else but returning to the mirror. Ron could not deter him. On the third night, Harry was well acquainted with the route. He moved swiftly, unaware of the noise he was making, yet he encountered no one. There were his mother and father smiling at him once more, along with his grandfather nodding happily. Harry sat down on the floor before the mirror. He intended to remain there all night. With his family, nothing could stop him. Nothing. Unless. So, you're back again, Harry? Harry felt as though his insides had turned to ice. He glanced behind him and saw none other than Albus Dumbledore seated at a table against the wall. Harry must have walked right past him in his haste to gaze into the mirror, completely oblivious to his presence. I didn't see you, sir, he stammered. How peculiar that you seem to have become short-sighted after becoming invisible, Dumbledore remarked, a smile gracing his face, which eased Harry's tension. Thus, Dumbledore continued. Sliding off the table to join Harry on the floor, like countless others before you, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist. I didn't know it was called that, sir. But I suppose you are now aware of its enchantment? It allows me to see my family and even led your friend Ron to envision himself as the president of the student council. How do you know? I am not reliant on an invisibility cloak to become unseen, Dumbledore said gently. Now, can you contemplate what the Mirror of Erist reveals to us all? Harry shook his head. Allow me to elucidate. The happiest individuals in the world can regard the Mirror of Erist as an ordinary mirror, meaning that what they behold within its depths is merely their own reflection. Do you grasp the essence of this? Harry was deep in thought. Then he spoke slowly. The mirror allows us to see what we desire, regardless of what that may be. That is both true and untrue, Dumbledore gently replied. It reveals only our innermost, most fervent longings. You have never encountered your family, hence you envision them standing around you. Ron Weasley has often felt overshadowed by his brothers, so he perceives himself standing alone, the most distinguished among them. Yet, this mirror offers neither wisdom nor truth. People squander their time before it, becoming obsessed with what they see, even driven to madness, for they cannot discern whether what is reflected is real or attainable. Tomorrow, the mirror shall be relocated, Harry, and I urge you not to seek it again. Should you happen to encounter it once more, be prepared. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the reality of life serves no purpose. Never forget that. Now, why not don that marvelous invisibility cloak and return to sleep? Harry rose to his feet. Professor Dumbledore, may I pose a question to you? That is rather redundant, as you have already done so, Dumbledore replied with a smile. However, you may inquire further. When you gaze into the mirror, what do you see? Me? I behold myself clutching a pair of thick woolen socks. Harry opened his eyes wide. Socks are never sufficient, Dumbledore remarked. Christmas has come and gone, but I have not received a single pair. People insist on gifting me books. It was only after Harry returned to his bed that he suddenly considered the possibility that Dumbledore might not have spoken the truth. However, when he pushed aside the speckled pillow, he thought to himself, That is indeed a matter of privacy. Chapter 13. Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 13. Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore persuaded Harry to cease his pursuit of the Mirror of Erist, and throughout the remainder of the Christmas holiday, the invisibility cloak remained neatly folded at the bottom of his trunk. Harry wished he could effortlessly forget the visions he beheld within the mirror. However, such was not the case. He began to experience haunting nightmares, repeatedly dreaming of his parents vanishing in a sudden flash of green light, accompanied by a loud, cackling voice. You see, Dumbledore was right. The mirror can drive you mad, Ron remarked when Harry confided in him about these dreams. Hermione returned the day before the new term commenced, and her perspective was markedly different. She felt a tumult of emotions on one hand. She was alarmed by Harry's nocturnal wanderings for 3 consecutive nights. What would happen if Filch caught you? While on the other, she was deeply disappointed that Harry had not even discerned who Nicholas Flamel was. They nearly abandoned hope of discovering information about Flamel in the library, despite Harry's unwavering belief that he had encountered the name somewhere before. Once the term commenced, they resumed their practice of perusing books during their 10-minute breaks. Yet Harry had even less time than the other two, as Quidditch training had recommenced. Wood's demands of the team were more stringent than ever. Even amidst the ceaseless rain following heavy snowfall, his enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. The Weasley twins complained that Wood was becoming a training fanatic, but Harry sided with Wood. If they triumphed in their upcoming match against Hufflepuff, they could potentially defeat Slytherin for the House Cup, a feat not accomplished in 7 years. Beyond the hope of victory, Harry discovered that the intensity of his nightmares diminished significantly after he trained to the point of exhaustion. Later, during a particularly damp and muddy practice, Wood delivered some disheartening news. He had just reprimanded the Weasley twins for incessantly diving and pretending to fall off their brooms. Could you please stop fooling around? Wood shouted. This will surely lead us to lose the match. Snape is officiating this time, and he will undoubtedly find every excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor. George Weasley, upon hearing this, truly fell from his broom. Snape is the referee? He sputtered, spitting out mud. When has he ever officiated a Quidditch match? If we have any chance of defeating Slytherin, he certainly won't be impartial. The other players descended beside George, echoing their grievances. This is not my fault, Wood insisted. We can only ensure we abide by the rules during the match, leaving Snape no excuse to penalize us. This was indeed a sound argument, Harry mused, yet he harbored another reason. He did not wish for Snape to come near him during the game. After practice concluded, while the others lingered to chat, Harry hurried to the Gryffindor common room, where he found Ron and Hermione engaged in a game of chess. Hermione only seemed to lose when playing chess, which Harry and Ron deemed beneficial for her. Don't speak to me just yet, Ron said as Harry sat beside him. I need to think. However, upon catching sight of Harry's face, he added, What's the matter? You look dreadful. Harry lowered his voice, wishing to keep his words from prying ears, and revealed to the two of them Snape's sinister intention to suddenly assume the role of Quidditch referee. Don't participate in the match, Hermione immediately suggested. Just say you're ill, Ron added. Pretend you've broken your leg, Hermione proposed. Actually break your leg, Ron remarked. I cannot do that, Harry replied. There are no substitutes for the Seeker on the team. If I withdraw, Gryffindor will be unable to compete. At that moment, Neville tumbled into the common room. Everyone was baffled by how he had managed to squeeze through the portrait hole, as his legs were tightly bound together. Harry and the others quickly discerned that he had fallen victim to the leg locker curse. He must have hopped up Gryffindor Tower like a rabbit. Laughter erupted among the group, save for Hermione. She rushed forward and cast a counter curse, freeing Neville's legs. He stood up, trembling all over. What happened? Hermione inquired as she guided him over to join Harry and Ron. Malfoy, Neville said, his voice quaking. I encountered him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice that curse on. Go find Professor McGonagall. Hermione urged Neville, report him. Neville shook his head. I don't want to cause any more trouble, he mumbled. You must confront him bravely, Neville. Ron insisted. He is perpetually overbearing. We have no reason to yield to him and let him have his way so easily. You need not tell me I'm cowardly and unworthy of Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that to me, Neville choked out. Harry reached into the pocket of his robe and pulled out a chocolate frog, the last piece from the box Hermione had gifted him during Christmas. He handed it to Neville, who looked on the verge of tears. You are worth more than a dozen Malfoys, Harry assured him. The Sorting Hat chose you for Gryffindor, did it not? Where's Malfoy? In that detestable Slytherin. Neville unwrapped the chocolate frog, his lips quivering as a feeble smile appeared. Thank you, Harry. I think I'll go to bed now. Do you collect cards? After Neville departed, Harry gazed at the famed wizard card. Another Dumbledore, he murmured. This is the first one I found. He gasped, staring at the back of the card. Then looked up at Ron and Hermione. I found him. I found Lamel. He whispered excitedly, I told you I had seen that name before. It was on the train coming here. Listen to this. Dumbledore's widely acknowledged contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration with partner Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Hermione leapt to her feet, her excitement palpable since the grades for their first homework had come in. Wait, she exclaimed, dashing upstairs to the girls' dormitory. Before Harry and Ron could exchange bewildered glances, she returned with a hefty old book in her arms. I never thought to look here, she whispered, her voice brimming with exhilaration. I borrowed this from the library a few weeks ago, intending it for leisure reading. Leisure? Ron questioned, but Hermione hushed him, intent on researching something. She began flipping through the pages rapidly, muttering to herself. Finally, she found what she sought. I know. Can we talk now? Ron grumbled. Hermione ignored him. Nicholas Flamel, she said dramatically, lowering her voice, is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Her declaration did not elicit the expected reaction. What stone? Harry and Ron queried. Oh, come on, do you two ever read? Hermione exclaimed, urging them to look at a particular passage. They read, Ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of remarkable properties. The stone can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. For centuries, there have been numerous accounts of the Philosopher's Stone, yet the only surviving stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year and currently resides in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, aged 658. Do you understand? Hermione inquired after they finished reading. That large dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to protect it, as they are friends. And he knew someone was after it. That's why he moved the stone from Gringotts. A stone that can turn metal into gold and grant you immortality. Harry exclaimed. No wonder Snape is after it too. Who wouldn't want it? It's no surprise we can't find Flamel in modern magical studies, Ron remarked. Considering he's 665 years old, he hardly qualifies as modern, does he? The following morning during defense against the dark arts class, Harry and Ron were jotting down various treatments for werewolf bites, still discussing what they would do if they obtained the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't until Ron mentioned wanting to buy his own Quidditch team that Harry remembered Snape and the upcoming match. I must participate in the match, he told Ron and Hermione. If I withdraw, the Slytherins will think I am afraid to face Snape. I want to show them that if we win, we will wipe that smug smile off their faces. As long as we don't have to carry you off the pitch, Hermione remarked. As the match approached, although Harry appeared indifferent to Ron and Hermione's concerns, his anxiety grew. The other team members were equally tense. The prospect of defeating Slytherin in the Quidditch Cup Championship exhilarated them. For nearly 7 years, no one had managed to best them. Yet, with such a biased referee, could they succeed? Harry was uncertain whether he was merely being paranoid or if there was some truth to his feelings. It seemed that wherever he went, he would encounter Snape. At times, he even suspected that Snape was stalking him, intending to capture him alone. The weekly potions class had devolved into a torturous ordeal, as Snape's demeanor towards Harry was exceedingly harsh. Did Snape know that they had unraveled the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone? Harry could not fathom how Snape might possess such knowledge, often feeling a dreadful sense that Snape could penetrate the thoughts of others. The following afternoon, as Ron and Hermione wished him good luck outside the changing room, Harry realized they were secretly worried he might never return alive. What comfort could this possibly offer him? He donned his Quidditch robes and grasped his Firebolt 2000, paying little heed to its motivational words. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione found a spot in the stands, right beside Neville. Neville was bewildered by their solemnity and concern, perplexed as to why they had brought their wands to the pitch. Unbeknownst to Harry, Ron and Hermione had been practicing the leg locker curse in secret, inspired by the incident where Malfoy had cursed Neville. They planned to cast their spell should Snape show any inclination to harm Harry. Remember, don't forget, it's the leg locker curse, Ron whispered as he tucked his wand into his sleeve. I know, Ron replied impatiently. Stop nagging. In the changing room, Wood pulled Harry aside. I don't mean to put pressure on you, Potter, but we need to catch the golden snitch as swiftly as possible today. We must act decisively, ensuring Snape has no opportunity to unfairly favor Hufflepuff. All the students are out, Fred Weasley exclaimed as he peeked out the door. Even Professor Dumbledore has come to watch the match. Harry's heart leapt suddenly. Dumbledore? He exclaimed, hastening towards the door to seek confirmation. Fred was indeed correct. That silvery white beard could not be mistaken. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of relief, nearly bursting into laughter. He was no longer in peril. If Dumbledore were present to observe the match, Snape would undoubtedly refrain from causing him harm. Perhaps this was why Snape appeared so irritable as the players lined up to enter the field, a detail that did not escape Ron's attention. "I've never seen Snape look so grim," he remarked to Hermione, watching them depart. Suddenly, someone poked Ron on the back of his head. It was Malfoy. "Oh, sorry, Weasley. Didn't see you there," he sneered, grinning at Crabbe and Goyle. "I wonder how long Potter can stay on his broom this time. Anyone willing to wager? What about you, Weasley?" Ron remained silent. Snape had just awarded a penalty to Hufflepuff for George sending a bludger in his direction. Hermione, her fingers intertwined on her lap, squinted intently at Harry as he soared around the pitch like a hawk, searching for the golden snitch. "Do you know how Gryffindor selects its players?" Malfoy jeered a few minutes later when Snape unjustly awarded another penalty to Hufflepuff. "They choose those they deem pitiable, like Potter, orphaned and alone, and the Weasley brothers, who are destitute. You should join too, Longbottom, since you lack intelligence." Neville's face flushed crimson as he turned from his seat to confront Malfoy. "I am stronger than 12 of you combined, Malfoy," he stammered. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle erupted into mocking laughter, while Ron, unable to tear his gaze from the match, muttered, "Show him what you're made of, Neville. Longbottom, if brains were gold, you'd be poorer than Weasley." "That says it all," Malfoy retorted. Ron was on edge, his nerves fraying as he worried for Harry. "I warn you, Malfoy, say another word, Ron." Hermione suddenly interjected. "Harry, what's wrong? Where is he?" Suddenly, Harry executed a stunning dive, eliciting gasps and applause from the spectators. Hermione rose to her feet, her fingers intertwined at her lips, as she watched Harry plummet towards the ground like a bullet. "You're fortunate, Weasley. Potter clearly spotted the gold below," Malfoy remarked. Ron sprang into action, and before Malfoy could comprehend the situation, Ron leaped upon him, sending him crashing to the ground. Neville hesitated momentarily before vaulting over his seat to assist. "Hurry, Harry," Hermione shouted, leaping onto her seat, her gaze fixed on Harry as he charged directly towards Snape, oblivious to the scuffle occurring beneath her. Where Malfoy and Ron were entangled and where Neville, Crabbe, and Goyle were engaged in a fierce melee, each emitting cries of pain, Hermione remained focused. In midair, Snape had just turned on his broom when a golden object zipped past his ear, mere inches away. Moments later, Harry halted his dive, triumphantly raising his arm as he secured the golden snitch in his grasp. The stands erupted in jubilation. This would set a new record, as no one could recall a snitch being caught so swiftly in any previous match. Ron, where are you? The match is over. Harry has won. Weavee triumphed. Gryffindor is in the lead," Hermione exclaimed, bouncing on her seat and embracing Petil in the front row. Harry leapt from his broomstick at a height of 1 foot above the ground, scarcely able to believe his eyes. He had triumphed. The match had concluded, lasting no more than 5 minutes. As the Gryffindors surged into the pitch, Harry noticed Snape descending beside him, his face ashen and his lips tightly pressed together. At that moment, Harry felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. He looked up to behold the smiling visage of Dumbledore. "Well done." Dumbledore's voice was a mere whisper, audible only to Harry. "I am delighted to see you have not been consumed by thoughts of that mirror. You are living a fulfilling life." Snape, filled with disdain, spat upon the ground. An hour later, Harry emerged from the changing room alone, preparing to return his Nimbus 2000 to the broom shed. His spirits soared higher than ever. He had finally accomplished something genuinely worthy of pride. No one would ever again claim he was merely a name of renown. The night air had never tasted so sweet. As he traversed the damp grass, the scenes from just an hour prior replayed in his mind, vague yet joyous fragments. The Gryffindors had lifted him onto their shoulders. Ron and Hermione were leaping in the distance, Ron cheering exuberantly while blood streamed from his nose. Harry had arrived at the broom shed, leaning against the wooden door. He gazed up at Hogwarts, where the windows glimmered with a crimson glow under the setting sun. The Gryffindor team was in the lead. He had succeeded. He had made Snape see. Speaking of Snape, a hooded figure swiftly descended the castle's main staircase, evidently wishing to remain unseen, and hurried directly towards the Forbidden Forest. Harry watched as the elation of victory gradually faded from his heart. He recognized the figure's furtive gait. It was indeed Snape, under the cover of others enjoying their dinner. He had stealthily slipped away to the Forbidden Forest. What could he possibly intend to do? Harry leapt back onto his enchanted broomstick and soared into the sky. He glided silently over the castle, spotting Snape as he hurried into the forbidden forest. Harry followed closely behind. The trees were too dense for him to discern Snape's destination. He circled lower and lower, skimming the treetops, until he finally heard voices. He gracefully directed his flight towards them, landing quietly atop a towering beech tree. Cautiously, he crawled along a branch, gripping the broomstick tightly, eager to peer through the leaves below. There, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape, but he was not alone. Quirrell was there as well. Harry could not discern the expression on his face, yet he stuttered more than ever before. Harry focused intently on their conversation. "I don't understand why you chose to meet here, Severus." "Oh, I believe this matter should remain private," Snape replied, his voice frigid. "After all, the students should not be privy to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone." Harry leaned forward, eavesdropping on Quirrell, who was muttering something to himself. Snape interrupted him. "Have you figured out how to get past Hagrid's beast?" "But, Severus, you wouldn't want me as your enemy, would you, Quirrell?" Snape asserted, stepping closer. I don't know what you know precisely what I mean." And all hooted loudly, causing Harry to nearly lose his balance in the tree. He steadied himself just in time to hear Snape say, "Your little secret. I'm waiting, but I don't very well." Snape cut him off. "Before long. Once you've had time to reflect and decide where your loyalties lie, we shall speak again." He cloaked his head and strode out of the clearing. The sky was nearly dark, yet Harry could still see Quirrell standing motionless, like a statue carved from clay. "Harry, where have you been?" Hermione exclaimed. "We won. You won. We won," Ron shouted, thumping Harry on the back. "I blackened Malfoy's eye. Neville took on Crabbe and Goyle all by himself. He was still unconscious. But Madame Pomfrey said he would recover. Let us discuss how we taught Slytherin a lesson. Everyone's waiting for you in the common room. We're throwing a celebration. Fred and George stole some cake from the kitchen." "Never mind that," Harry panted. "We need to find an empty room, and you all need to listen to me." Harry, assured that Peeves was not within the room, turned back to close the door and then recounted to them what he had just witnessed and overheard. "Thus, our analysis proves accurate. That object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape seeks to coerce Quirrell into assisting him in obtaining it. He inquired whether Quirrell was aware of how to bypass Fluffy and alluded to Quirrell's secret little tricks. I surmise that, aside from Fluffy, there are likely other defenses guarding the stone. Possibly an array of magical enchantments. It is conceivable that Quirrell has cast some counter curses, which Snape must dismantle. Are you suggesting that the stone remains safe only as long as Quirrell can withstand Snape?" Hermione asked in alarm. "I heard that the stone will be gone by next Tuesday," Ron remarked. Chapter 14. Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback. Chapter 14 of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Norbert. The Norwegian Ridgeback, however, Quirrell was undoubtedly braver than they had imagined. Over the following weeks, he appeared increasingly pale and gaunt. Yet he did not seem to be completely falling apart. Each time Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed by the fourth-floor corridor, they would press their ears against the door, listening for any low growls from the creature within. Snape strode through the school all day, his temper as irascible as ever, which undoubtedly indicated that the Philosopher's Stone remained secure. During these days, whenever Harry encountered Quirrell, he would offer him a smile imbued with encouragement. Ron also began to persuade others to cease mocking Quirrell's stutter. As for Hermione, she was preoccupied with more than just the Philosopher's Stone. She had commenced devising a revision schedule, marking her notes with various colors. Harry and Ron were initially indifferent, but her incessant nagging compelled them to follow suit. "Hermione, we've still got ages until the exams," Ron protested. 10 weeks, Hermione countered, which is not ages. To Nicholas Flamel, that's merely the blink of an eye. "But we're not 600 years old," Ron reminded her. "And besides, why do you even need to revise? You already know everything. Why do I need to revise? Are you mad? Don't you understand that we must pass these exams to advance to the second year? They are crucial. And I should have started reviewing a month ago. I truly don't know what was wrong with me." Unfortunately, the teachers appeared to share Hermione's sentiments. They assigned a plethora of homework, and the Easter holidays were far from the joyous reprieve of Christmas. With Hermione beside them reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing wand movements, it was nearly impossible to relax. Harry and Ron had no choice but to spend the majority of their free time in the library, sighing and yawning as they desperately tackled their burdensome assignments. "I'll never remember this," Ron exclaimed one afternoon, finally reaching his limit. He tossed his quill aside and gazed longingly out of the library window. For the first time in months, they encountered such splendid weather. The sky was clear and bright, as blue as the color of forget-me-nots. And there was an unmistakable hint of summer in the air. Harry was engrossed in searching through an array of magical herbs and fungi for the white fungus when he suddenly heard Ron exclaim, "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Hagrid clomped over, concealing something behind his back, clad in an ill-suited moleskin coat. "Just browsing," Hagrid replied, his voice evasive, instantly piquing their curiosity. "What are you doing here?" He suddenly appeared suspicious, still looking into Nicholas Flamel. "Are you?" "Oh, we figured out who he is centuries ago," Ron said proudly. "And we know what that dog is guarding, the Sorcerer's Stone." "Shoo." Hagrid quickly glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "Don't shout. What exactly do you want?" "To be honest, we have a few questions for you," Harry said, regarding the protections around the Sorcerer's Stone, apart from Fluffy. "Shoo." Hagrid insisted again. "Listen. Come find me later. Remember, I haven't agreed to tell you anything, but don't discuss it here. Some things students shouldn't know. They might think it was me who told you." "See you later then," Harry said. Hagrid clomped away. What was he hiding behind his back? Hermione pondered. "Do you think it has to do with the Sorcerer's Stone?" "I'll check what book he was looking for," Ron said. "He's been impatient with reading." A minute later, he returned, cradling a large stack of books which he dropped heavily onto the table. "Dragons," he whispered. Hagrid was researching dragons. "Look at these. A guide to dragon breeds of Britain and Ireland, from dragon eggs to Inferno, raising dragons. Hagrid has always wanted a dragon." "He told me that the first time I met him," Harry remarked. "But that's illegal," Ron countered. "In 1709, the Wizarding Council passed a law prohibiting the breeding of dragons. Everyone knows that. Raising a dragon in our backyard would be hard to hide from muggles, and taming them is perilous. You should see the burns on Charlie from when he was in Romania dealing with wild dragons." "But aren't there wild dragons in Britain?" Harry inquired. "Of course." Ron confirmed, "There are ordinary Welsh green dragons and Hebridean black dragons. I can tell you, the Ministry has a job to conceal the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards often have to cast spells on muggles who see them, making them forget entirely." What could Hagrid be planning? Hermione mused. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the Keeper of Keys' hut. To their surprise, all the curtains were drawn tightly shut. Hagrid first called out, "Who is there?" before letting them in, swiftly closing the door behind them. The hut was stiflingly warm. Despite the sunny weather outside, a roaring fire blazed in the fireplace. Hagrid brewed them tea and brought out some weasel sandwiches, which they politely declined. "So, you have questions for me?" "Yes," Harry replied, feeling no need for preamble. "We're unsure if you can tell us what other protections guard the Sorcerer's Stone besides Fluffy." Hagrid frowned at them. "I certainly can't say. First, I don't know myself. Second, you already know too much, so even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. The stone is here for a reason. It was nearly stolen from Gringotts. I presume you figured that out as well? I truly don't understand how you even know about Fluffy." "Oh, Hagrid. You probably don't want to tell us, but you must know something," Hermione said sweetly, flattering him. Hagrid's beard twitched, and they could see he was amused. "Actually, we just want to know who designed those protections," Hermione continued. "We want to know whom Dumbledore trusts to aid him besides you." Upon hearing the latter, Hagrid puffed up his chest. Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied glances with Hermione. "Well, it's all right for me to tell you," he said. "Let me think. He borrowed Fluffy from me and then asked several other professors to help with the enchantments. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he counted on his fingers, and of course, Professor Quirrell and Dumbledore himself performed enchantments. Wait a moment, I forgot someone. Oh right, Professor Snape." "Snape?" "Yes. Are you still suspecting him? Look. Snape is also helping to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. He wouldn't steal it." Harry was acutely aware that Ron and Hermione shared his thoughts. Given that Snape was also involved in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone, he would undoubtedly find it relatively easy to decipher the traps set by the other professors. He likely knew everything, except perhaps for Quirrell's magic and the means of passing through the Fluffy. "You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you, Hagrid?" Harry inquired eagerly. "You won't tell anyone, will you? Not even the teachers?" "Aside from me and Dumbledore, no one else is to know," Hagrid declared proudly. "That's good. That's good," Harry murmured softly to himself. "Hagrid, could we possibly open a window? I'm feeling quite overheated." "I'm afraid not, Harry." "Sorry," Hagrid replied, casting a glance towards the fireplace. Harry followed his gaze to the flickering flames. "Hagrid, what is that?" he asked, though he already had an inkling. In the center of the fire, beneath the kettle, lay a large, dark egg. "Ah," Hagrid said, nervously fiddling with his beard. "That is, where on earth did you get that, Hagrid?" Ron questioned, crouching closer to the fire to examine the egg more closely. "It must have cost you a fortune." "I won it," Hagrid said. "Last night, I was drinking in the village and played cards with a stranger. To be honest, that fellow was probably eager to be rid of it. But what will you do once it hatches? Hermione asked. Oh, I've been reading up on it, Hagrid replied, pulling out a hefty tome from beneath his pillow. It's from the library, Raising Dragons for Fun and Profit. It might be a bit outdated, but it's quite comprehensive. You need to keep the egg warm as their mother breathes on them. Look here. It says to feed it a bucket of chicken blood and brandy every half hour after it hatches. And see here, it explains how to identify different eggs. I've got a Norwegian Ridgeback. Quite rare, isn't it? He beamed with pride, though Hermione was less impressed. Hagrid, don't forget you live in a wooden house, she pointed out. However, Hagrid was oblivious to her concerns, happily tending to the fire and humming a cheerful tune. Now, they had a new worry. What would happen if someone discovered Hagrid was illegally raising a dragon in his hut? I wonder what a peaceful, tranquil day would be like. Ron sighed. Night after night, they toiled through a mountain of homework assigned by their teachers. Hermione had begun devising a revision schedule for Harry and Ron, which was driving them nearly mad. Then, one morning at breakfast, Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid, which contained just 4 words. It's about to hatch. Ron was eager to skip herbology and head straight to Hagrid's hut, but Hermione firmly disagreed. Hermione, how often do we get to see a baby dragon hatch? We have class. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. If anyone finds out what Hagrid is doing, he'll be in far worse trouble than we will. Enough, Harry warned quietly. Malfoy was lurking just a few steps away, eavesdropping on their conversation. Harry despised the smug look on Malfoy's face. During herbology, Ron and Hermione engaged in a heated debate. Finally, Hermione relented, agreeing to join them in visiting Hagrid's hut during their morning break. As the bell rang at the end of class, the trio dropped their small shovels and hurried across the grounds towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid greeted them with a beaming face, brimming with excitement. It's about to come out, he exclaimed, ushering them inside. The egg lay on the table, already marked with a deep crack. Something inside was stirring, producing a delightful clicking sound. They all inched their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, with a loud crackling sound, the egg broke open. A baby dragon flopped onto the table, wobbling unsteadily. It was not particularly beautiful. Harry thought it resembled a wrinkled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its thin, dark body. It had a long snout with white nostrils, bumpy horns on its head, and bulging orange eyes. It sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from its nostrils. Isn't it magnificent? Hagrid murmured, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head. The little creature clamped down on his finger, revealing its sharp teeth. Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother, Hagrid exclaimed. Hagrid, Hermione interjected, how fast does a Norwegian Ridgeback grow? Just as Hagrid was about to answer, his face turned pale, and he leapt towards the window. What's the matter? Someone was just peeking through the curtains. A boy is running towards the school. Harry dashed to the door, peering outside. Despite the distance, he could unmistakably identify Draco Malfoy. For the ensuing week, the malevolent grin concealed on Malfoy's face caused considerable unease for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They spent the majority of their leisure hours within Hagrid's dimly lit hut, attempting to reason with him. Just let it go, Harry urged. Set it free. I cannot, Hagrid replied. It is too small. It will perish. They observed the baby dragon, which had tripled in size within just a week. Puffs of smoke billowed from its nostrils. Hagrid had abandoned his duties as the keeper of keys and grounds, as the dragon had rendered him utterly flustered. The floor was strewn with empty brandy bottles and feathers. I have decided to name it Norbert, Hagrid said, gazing at the dragon with tear-filled eyes. It truly recognizes me now. Just watch. Norbert, Norbert, where's Mummy? Hagrid, Harry raised his voice. In another fortnight, Norbert will be as long as your house. Malfoy could very well report to Dumbledore at any moment. Hagrid bit his lip. I know I cannot keep it forever, but I cannot simply abandon it. I cannot. Harry suddenly turned to Ron. Charlie, he said. You're confused too, Ron replied. I am Ron, remember? No, Charlie. Your brother Charlie. The one in Romania studying dragons. We might as well send Norbert to him. Charlie can take care of it and then release it back into the wild. That's brilliant, Ron exclaimed. What do you think, Hagrid? Eventually, Hagrid agreed to send an owl to inquire about Charlie. The ensuing week felt interminable. On Wednesday night, after everyone else had retired to their beds, Hermione and Harry remained in the common room. The clock had just struck midnight when the portrait hole swung open. Ron emerged, shedding Harry's invisibility cloak as if he had descended from the heavens. He had just been to Hagrid's hut to help feed Norbert, who had now begun eating dead mice from a crate. It bit me, Ron said, showing them his hand, wrapped in a blood-stained handkerchief. I can't write for a week. I tell you, dragons are the most fearsome creatures I've ever encountered, but the way Hagrid treats it. You'd think it was a fluffy little bunny. After it bit me, Hagrid wouldn't even let me scare it. When I left, I could still hear him singing it a lullaby. A flurry of wings sounded against the dark window. It's Hedwig, Harry exclaimed. Quick, let her in. She must have brought Charlie's reply. The three of them huddled together to read the note. Dear Ron, how are you? Thank you for your letter. I'm delighted to adopt that Norwegian Ridgeback, but getting it here won't be easy. I think the best way is to send it to a few friends of mine who are visiting next week. The trouble is, we mustn't let anyone see them illegally transporting a dragon. Can you bring the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. Please reply soon. Love, Charlie. The three exchanged glances. We have the invisibility cloak, Harry said. It shouldn't be too difficult. I believe the cloak is sufficient to conceal both of us and Norbert. Ron and Hermione immediately agreed, highlighting how arduous the upcoming week would be. Anything to be rid of Norbert and Malfoy. Trouble ensued. The following morning, Ron's bitten hand had swollen to twice its size. He wondered if it would be wise to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. Would she realize it was a dragon bite? Yet by afternoon, he had no choice. The wound had taken on an unsightly green hue. It seemed Norbert's teeth were venomous. After a day of classes, Harry and Hermione rushed to the hospital wing and found Ron lying in bed, in dire condition. It's not just my hand, he murmured, though it felt as if it might snap in two. Worse still, Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey he wanted to borrow a book. And that's how he got in here to mock me. He keeps threatening to tell Madame Pomfrey what bit me. I told her it was a dog. But I don't think she believes me. I shouldn't he have fought Malfoy during Quidditch. Now he is seeking revenge. Harry and Hermione endeavored to soothe Ron. By the stroke of midnight on Saturday, everything had come to a conclusion. Hermione remarked, yet this offered Ron no solace whatsoever. On the contrary, he abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in a cold sweat. Midnight on Saturday, he exclaimed, his voice hoarse. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I just remembered that Charlie's letter is tucked inside the book that Malfoy borrowed. He must know we are planning to take Norbert. Harry and Hermione had yet to respond when Madame Pomfrey entered, instructing them to leave, as Ron needed rest. There was no time to alter their plans, Harry informed Hermione. They could not send another owl to summon Charlie, and this was likely their sole opportunity to rid themselves of Norbert. They had the invisibility cloak, a fact unknown to Malfoy. Upon notifying Hagrid, they found Fong, the large hound, sitting outside with a bandaged tail. Hagrid opened the window to speak with them. I can't let you in, he panted. Norbert is proving quite challenging for me to manage. They informed him about Charlie's letter, and his eyes glistened with tears, possibly due to Norbert's recent bite on his leg. Oh, it's nothing. He merely nipped at my boot in play. After all, he is still just a little cub. He chuckled. The little creature thumped its tail against the wall, causing the windows to rattle. As Harry and Hermione returned to the castle, they eagerly anticipated the arrival of Saturday. Hagrid was about to bid farewell to Norbert, and had their minds not been preoccupied with their impending venture, they would have felt sorrow for Hagrid. It was a dark, overcast night when they arrived at Hagrid's hut, slightly late due to Peeves playing tennis against the wall in the hallway, forcing them to wait until he departed. Hagrid had packed Norbert into a large crate, ready for departure, having provided ample mice and even some brandy for the journey. I've included his teddy bear as well, Hagrid said in a somber tone, to prevent him from feeling lonely. From within the crate came the sound of tearing, and Harry sensed that the teddy bear's head might have been ripped off. Goodbye, Norbert. Hagrid sobbed. Mummy will never forget you. Harry and Hermione draped the invisibility cloak over the crate and then nestled beneath it themselves. How to transport the crate to the tower was a source of uncertainty. As midnight approached, they ascended the marble steps of the entrance hall, traversing the dark corridors. They climbed floor after floor, and despite Harry taking a shortcut, it was exhausting. We're almost there, Harry gasped as they reached the corridor leading to the highest tower. Suddenly, a noise startled them, and they nearly dropped the crate. Forgetting their invisibility, they quickly retreated into the shadows, observing two indistinct figures entangled a short distance away. A lamp flickered. It was Professor McGonagall, clad in a checkered dressing gown, wearing a hairnet, gripping Malfoy's ear. Detention, she exclaimed, 20 points from Slytherin. How dare you roam about at this hour? You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter is coming. He is bringing a dragon. Utter nonsense. How dare you fabricate such a lie? Come along. I shall see how Professor Snape deals with you, Malfoy. Once free of Malfoy, The steep spiral staircase leading to the tower felt like the easiest journey in the world. They finally emerged into the cold night sky, shedding the invisibility cloak. What a relief it was to breathe freely once more. Hermione even broke into a lively jig. Malfoy is going to be in detention. I could sing. Don't sing, Harry cautioned her. They waited, giggling at Malfoy's expense, while Norbert thrashed about in the crate. Approximately 10 minutes later, four brooms descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends were jovial souls. They showed Harry and Hermione the ropes they had prepared to safely suspend Norbert between them. With a flurry of hands, they secured Norbert. And Harry and Hermione expressed their gratitude with heartfelt thanks. At last, Norbert was gone. They quietly descended the spiral staircase, relieved to be rid of the heavy burden. Their spirits as light as their hands. The dragon had departed. Malfoy was to be punished. What could possibly mar their joy? The answer awaited them just beyond the staircase. As they stepped into the corridor, Filch's face emerged suddenly from the shadows. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Harry murmured. We're in trouble. They had left the invisibility cloak at the top of the tower. Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. Things could not have been worse. Filch escorted them to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor, where they sat in silence. Hermione trembled uncontrollably. In Harry's mind, a flurry of excuses and justifications raced by, accompanied by a few fabricated tales intended to obfuscate the truth. Yet, he realized that each one was more implausible than the last. He was at a loss for how they could possibly extricate themselves from this predicament. They found themselves in a dire situation. Alas, how could they have been so foolish as to forget the invisibility cloak? Regardless of the excuses they might conjure, Professor McGonagall would never condone their nocturnal escapade, sneaking about the school, especially when they had ascended to the highest tower, a place strictly off-limits except during class hours. Coupled with Norbert and the invisibility cloak, they should have been packing their bags to return home long ago. Harry did not believe that matters could deteriorate any further. Yet he was mistaken. Upon Professor McGonagall's return, she was accompanied by Neville. Harry, Neville exclaimed upon seeing the two of them, I have been searching for you. Eager to offer a warning, I overheard Malfoy mentioning his intention to capture you, claiming that you possess a dragon. Harry desperately waved his hands, attempting to silence Neville. But Professor McGonagall had already caught sight of them. Towering before the three of them, she seemed far more likely to unleash a torrent of fire than Norbert. I can hardly believe it is you lot, she said. Filch informed me that you ventured to the astronomy tower. Let us not forget that it is now 1 o'clock in the morning. You may explain yourselves. This was the first time Hermione found herself at a loss for words in response to a teacher's inquiry. She lowered her gaze to her slippers, remaining as motionless as a statue. I believe I comprehend the situation entirely, Professor McGonagall remarked. To unravel this matter does not require extraordinary intellect. You fabricated an elaborate tale to deceive Draco Malfoy, claiming there was a dragon of sorts seeking to lure him from his bed, putting him in peril. I have already apprehended him. I had not anticipated that Longbottom would also hear this fabrication and take it at face value. I surmise you found this quite amusing. Did you? Harry caught Neville's gaze, wishing to convey through silent communication that the situation was not as it appeared, for Neville seemed both astonished and aggrieved. Poor, clumsy Neville. Harry understood that he had ventured into the night to seek them out, a brave endeavor indeed. I felt a surge of indignation as Professor McGonagall exclaimed. For students awake throughout the night, such a thing I have never encountered before. You, Miss Granger, I had expected to possess greater clarity of thought. As for you, Mr. Potter, I had assumed you held Gryffindor's honor in high regard. All three of you shall serve detention, and you too, Mr. Longbottom, regardless of the circumstances. You have no right to roam the school at such an hour. It is exceedingly perilous. Gryffindor loses 50 points. 50? Harry felt as though he could hardly breathe. Their lead was slipping away, a position they had so painstakingly secured during the last Quidditch match. 50 points for each of you, Professor McGonagall declared, her long, pointed nose flaring with exasperation. Professor, I implore you, do not instruct me on what I may or may not do, Potter. Now, off to bed with you all. I have never been so embarrassed for Gryffindor students as I am at this moment. In an instant, they had forfeited 150 points. This left Gryffindor at the bottom of the standings. In just one night, they had obliterated all hope of winning the House Cup. Harry felt an emptiness settle in his chest. Was there any possibility of recovering from such a tremendous loss? Harry lay awake throughout the night, listening to Neville sobbing into his pillow for what felt like an eternity. Harry was at a loss for words to offer him solace. He understood that both he and Neville shared a profound fear of the impending dawn. What would happen when the other Gryffindor students learned of their misdeeds? The following day, as the Gryffindor students passed the enormous hourglass that recorded the points for the House Cup, they were bewildered, suspecting some error had occurred. How could it be that they had suddenly lost 150 points compared to the previous day? Gradually, the news spread. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had inadvertently caused them to lose such a significant number of points, along with 2 other foolish first-year students. Harry, once one of the most esteemed and revered figures in the school, now found himself the target of scorn. Even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff cast him disapproving glances, for they had long hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat in the House Cup. Wherever Harry went, people whispered and pointed at him, uttering insults without even lowering their voices. Conversely, each time he passed by the Slytherins, they erupted in applause, whistling and cheering. "Thank you, Potter, you've done us a great service." Only Ron chose to stand by his side. In a few weeks, the memories of this incident would fade entirely. Fred and George had consistently lost points since their enrollment, yet they remained well-liked. However, they had never experienced such a sudden loss of 150 points, had they? Harry lamented. Well, not quite, Ron conceded. The damage was done, and regret was futile. Harry vowed to himself that he would refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. He resolved to cease his clandestine excursions and surveillance. Overwhelmed with shame, he sought out Wood to express his desire to withdraw from the Quidditch team. Withdraw? Wood exclaimed vehemently. What good would that do? If we cannot win the Quidditch matches, how can we hope to recover those points? Yet for Harry, even Quidditch had lost its allure. During practice, his teammates refrained from speaking to him. When they had to refer to him, they simply called him the Seeker. Hermione and Neville also suffered. Their days were not as torturous as Harry's, for they lacked his notoriety, but no one was inclined to converse with them either. Hermione no longer raised her hand in class, keeping her head down as she diligently studied in silence. Harry was utterly delighted that the exams were approaching. He had to immerse himself in his studies, which temporarily allowed him to forget his worries. He, Ron, and Hermione consistently gathered together, poring over their books late into the night, diligently memorizing intricate potion recipes, enchanting spells, and significant dates pertaining to remarkable magical inventions and goblin rebellions. However, just a week before the exams, Harry's resolve to refrain from meddling was unexpectedly tested. That afternoon, as he exited the library alone, he heard someone sobbing in a nearby classroom. Approaching cautiously, he recognized the voice as that of Quirrell. No, I can't do this anymore, please. It seemed as though someone was threatening him. Harry edged closer. All right, he heard Quirrell weeping. Soon after, Quirrell hurriedly exited the classroom, adjusting his scarf. His complexion was pale, as if he were on the verge of tears, and he strode out of Harry's sight. Harry sensed that Quirrell was entirely oblivious to his presence. He waited until the sound of Quirrell's footsteps faded before peering into the classroom. It was empty, but a door on the other side stood ajar. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly recalled his vow to himself to cease his prying. Nevertheless, he was willing to wager 12 magical stones that it was Snape who had just left the classroom. From the sound of his footsteps, Snape's pace had abruptly lightened, suggesting that Quirrell had finally capitulated. Harry returned to the library where Hermione was preparing Ron for his astronomy test. He shared what he had just overheard. So, Snape has finally struck, Ron exclaimed. If Quirrell has revealed to him how to lift the counter curse, we mustn't forget about Fluffy, Hermione interjected. Perhaps Snape already knows how to deal with Fluffy and doesn't even need to consult Hagrid, Ron remarked, gazing at the multitude of books surrounding them. I wager there's a book here that can tell us how to get past a three-headed dog. So what do we do now, Harry? A spark of adventurous excitement flickered in Ron's eyes, but Hermione hastily responded before Harry could speak. We should seek out Dumbledore. We ought to have done that long ago. If we continue to act alone, we will surely be expelled from the school. But we have no evidence, Harry protested. Quirrell is terrified and certainly wouldn't come forward to testify for us. Snape could simply claim ignorance regarding how the troll entered on Halloween. He wasn't anywhere near the 4th floor. Who do you think they would believe, Snape or us? Our disdain for Snape is no secret. And Dumbledore would likely think we are fabricating this tale to get Snape expelled. Even if Filch's life were in danger, he would not assist us. His ties to Snape are too strong, and he would probably relish the idea of more students being expelled. Furthermore, let us not forget that we are not supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone or Fluffy, explaining that would be exceedingly complicated. Hermione appeared to be swayed by his arguments, but Ron remained unconvinced. What if we gather some information? He suggested. No, Harry stated firmly. We've already gathered enough. He pulled out a celestial map of Jupiter and began reviewing the names of its moons. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Harry, Hermione, and Neville each received a note. The 3 identical notes read, "Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Please see Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall." Since Harry lost points, he has been subjected to the disdain and scorn of those around him, nearly forgetting about their impending detention. He had anticipated that Hermione would voice her grievances, lamenting the loss of an entire evening as study time. However, she remained silent, sharing Harry's belief that they deserved such punishment. That night at 11 o'clock, they bid farewell to Ron in the common room before descending the stairs with Neville to the entrance hall. Filch was already waiting there, accompanied by Malfoy. Harry had also forgotten that Malfoy was to be punished as well. "Follow me," Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp to guide them out. "I believe you should think twice before considering any future violations of school rules, don't you?" He cast a sidelong glance at them and continued, "Oh, indeed. If you were to ask me, hard work and suffering are the finest teachers. It is truly unfortunate that they abolished the old-fashioned punishments of suspending you by your wrists from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office. I often oil them, just in case they might come in handy one day. Now, let us go. And do not even think about escaping. If you attempt to flee, your situation will only worsen." They strode purposefully through the pitch-dark grounds, with Neville sniffling incessantly. Harry was uncertain of the punishment that awaited them. It was bound to be dreadful, for Filch's demeanor was overly cheerful. The moon shone brightly, though clouds frequently drifted by, shrouding them in darkness. Harry could see the illuminated windows of Hagrid's hut in the distance. Suddenly, they heard a shout from afar. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. I'm ready to leave." Harry's heart soared with joy. If they were to labor alongside Hagrid, it could not be too dreadful. He must have displayed this sense of relief on his face, for he heard Filch remark, "You probably think you'll have a jolly good time with that fool. Don't you? Think again, lad. You're heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to come out unscathed, then I shall concede I was mistaken." At this, Neville could not help but let out a snort, and Malfoy abruptly halted in his tracks. "The Forbidden Forest?" he echoed, his voice far less composed than usual. "We can't go in there at midnight. I've heard there are werewolves." Neville clutched Harry's sleeve tightly, letting out a choked sound. "That is your own fault." "Isn't it?" Filch said, his tone gleeful. "You should have considered those werewolves before getting into trouble, shouldn't you?" Hagrid approached them from the darkness, Fong trotting behind him. With his crossbow in hand and a quiver full of arrows slung over his shoulder, Hagrid announced, "It's about time. I've been waiting for half an hour." "So, how are you, Harry? Hermione? You shouldn't be so accommodating to them, Hagrid," Filch replied coldly. "After all, they are here to face punishment. So that's why you're late, is it?" Hagrid frowned at Filch. "Always lecturing them, huh? This isn't your place to teach them a lesson. Your task is complete. I'll take over from here." "I'll return by dawn," Filch said, turning to walk back to the castle, the light from his lantern swaying as it disappeared into the darkness. At that moment, Malfoy turned to Hagrid. "I'm not going into that Forbidden Forest," he declared. Harry was delighted to detect a hint of fear in his voice. "If you wish to stay at Hogwarts, you must go," Hagrid said mercilessly. "You've done wrong, and now you must face the consequences. This is work for humans, not students. I thought we'd just be writing lines or something." "If my father finds out I'm doing this, he'll tell you what Hogwarts is like," Malfoy retorted. Hagrid replied brusquely, "Writing lines. What good does that do you? You need to do something useful, otherwise, you might as well leave. If you believe your father would prefer you to be expelled, then feel free to head back to the castle and pack your things. Off you go." Malfoy remained rooted to the spot, glaring at Hagrid in anger before lowering his gaze. "Very well," Hagrid said. "Now listen closely. What we are about to undertake tonight is exceedingly dangerous, and I do not wish for anyone to be put at risk. Follow me this way." He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising his lantern high to point out a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dense, dark woods. As they peered into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled their hair. "Look over there," Hagrid said. "Do you see that glimmering object on the ground? The silvery one? That is the blood of a unicorn. A unicorn in the forest has been gravely injured. This marks the second time this week. Just last Wednesday, I discovered a dead one. We must endeavor to find that poor unicorn and relieve its suffering." "What if whatever harmed the unicorn finds us first?" Malfoy asked, his voice laced with uncontainable fear. "As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you," Hagrid assured them. "Stay on the path. Now, we'll split into 2 groups and follow the trail of blood. There are bloodstains everywhere. Evidently, it has been stumbling about since last night." "I want Fong," Malfoy said, eyeing the dog's long teeth nervously. "Very well, But I must warn you, he is a coward, Hagrid replied. So, Harry and Hermione will take one path, while Malfoy, Neville, and Fawkes will take another. If anyone spots the unicorn, fire off a green spark, understood? Take out your wands and practice. If anyone encounters trouble, send up a red spark, and we will come to your aid. Let us proceed with caution. The Forbidden Forest was dark and silent. They walked for a while until they reached a fork in the path, with Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid taking the left route, while Malfoy, Neville, and Fawkes took the right. They moved silently, their eyes fixed on the ground. Occasionally, a moonbeam filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of silver-blue blood on the fallen leaves. Harry discerned that Hagrid appeared quite anxious. Could it be that a werewolf has slain the unicorn? He inquired. Not so swiftly, Hagrid replied. Capturing a unicorn is no simple feat. These creatures possess formidable magic. I have never heard of a unicorn being harmed. They passed a moss-covered tree stump, and Harry could hear the gentle sound of flowing water. Evidently, there was a stream nearby. Along the winding path, speckles of unicorn blood were still scattered. Are you all right, Hermione? Hagrid asked softly. Do not worry. Given its severe injury, it cannot have ventured far. We shall soon be upon it. Quickly, hide behind that tree. Hagrid seized Harry and Hermione, pulling them off the path and concealing them behind a towering oak. He drew an arrow, loaded it into his crossbow, and raised it, preparing to shoot. The three of them strained to listen. Something was sliding through the leaves nearby. A sound akin to a cloak dragging across the ground. Hagrid squinted into the inky darkness of the path, and after a few moments, the sound gradually faded away. I understand now, he murmured. There is something here that does not belong. A werewolf? Harry ventured. Neither a werewolf nor a unicorn, Hagrid asserted. Come along now. We must tread carefully. They moved more slowly than before, straining to capture the faintest sounds. Suddenly, in a clearing ahead, they distinctly observed something moving. Who goes there? Hagrid shouted. Step forward, for I am armed. The creature responded by stepping into the clearing. Was it human or horse? Above the waist, it was human, with red hair and a beard, but below the waist, it bore the shimmering brown body of a horse, with a long red tail trailing behind. Harry and Hermione gaped in astonishment. Ah, it is you, Ronan, Hagrid sighed in relief. How do you fare? He approached and shook hands with the centaur. Good evening, Hagrid. Ronan replied, his voice deep and melancholic. Did you intend to shoot me with that bow? I must remain vigilant, Ronan, Hagrid replied, patting his quiver. There is a nefarious creature roaming this forest. Oh, by the way, this is Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, students from the school above. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ronan, a centaur. We are already aware, Hermione murmured. Good evening, Ronan said. You are students? Have you learned much at school? Well, a little, Hermione replied shyly. A little is indeed commendable, Ronan sighed. He raised his head and gazed at the sky. Tonight, Mars shines brightly. Indeed, Hagrid concurred, glancing upwards. Listen, Ronan. I am glad to have encountered you, for a unicorn has been injured. Did you witness anything? Ronan did not respond immediately. He continued to gaze upward, unblinking. Then sighed once more. It is always the innocent who suffer first, he stated. This has been the case for centuries and remains so. Yes, Hagrid replied. But did you see anything, Ronan? Did you notice anything unusual? Tonight, Mars shines brightly, Ronan reiterated, and Hagrid regarded him with impatience. Exceptionally bright, Ronan added. Indeed. But what I mean is, have you noticed anything out of the ordinary near our home? Hagrid pressed. Did you observe any peculiar sounds? Ronan still hesitated to answer. Finally, he said, the forest harbors many secrets. Suddenly, there was movement in the thicket behind Ronan, and Hagrid raised his crossbow again, only to find it was merely a second centaur, with black hair and a dark body, appearing somewhat more rugged than Ronan. Greetings, Bane, Hagrid said. How have you been? Good evening, Hagrid. I hope all is well with you. Not too bad. You see, I was just asking Ronan if you've seen anything strange around here lately. A unicorn has been injured. Do you know anything about it? Bane stepped closer to Ronan, gazing up at the sky. Tonight, Mars shines brightly, he remarked. Having said nothing else. We have heard that before, Hagrid said irritably. Very well, if either of you sees anything, please inform me at once. Now, let us depart. Harry and Hermione trailed behind him as they exited the clearing, frequently glancing back at Ronan and Bane until the trees obscured their view. Alas, one can never obtain straightforward answers from centaurs, Hagrid grumbled. It's vexing to always be gazing at the stars. They show little interest in anything beyond the moon and its surroundings. Are there many centaurs here? Hermione inquired. Well, there are a few, but most prefer the company of their own kind. However, they are quite amiable. Whenever I wish to converse with them, they always seem to appear just in time. Hagrid responded, "These centaurs are enigmatic. They possess a wealth of knowledge yet remain tight-lipped." "Do you think the noise we heard earlier could have been made by a centaur?" Harry asked. "Do you think that sounded like hoofbeats?" "If you ask me, it did not. It resembled the sound made by the creature that slays unicorns. A sound I have never heard before." They continued to navigate through the dense, dark woods. Harry remained tense, frequently turning his head to survey their surroundings. Plagued by an unsettling feeling as though someone were watching them, he felt reassured by Hagrid's presence alongside his crossbow. However, just as they rounded a bend in the path, Hermione suddenly grasped Hagrid's arm. "Hagrid, look. Red sparks. Others are in trouble. You two stay here." Hagrid commanded, "Remain on the path. I shall return shortly." They heard him crashing through the underbrush. Harry and Hermione exchanged worried glances, their hearts pounding with fear. Gradually, Hagrid disappeared from view, leaving them with only the rustling leaves whispering in the wind. "Do you think they will be harmed?" Hermione whispered. "I don't care if Malfoy gets hurt. But if Neville faces any misfortune, it would be because we led him here to face punishment," Harry replied. Time seemed to drag on interminably as their ears grew more attuned than usual. Harry felt he could perceive every sigh of the wind and the snapping of twigs. What was happening? Where were the others? Finally, with a loud creaking sound, they recognized Hagrid's return, accompanied by Malfoy, Neville, and Fong. Hagrid was visibly furious. The situation unfolded as follows. Malfoy had played a prank by stealthily hiding behind Neville and then suddenly embracing him. Startled, Neville had released red sparks. "You two have caused quite a ruckus. Now, capturing that creature will depend on sheer luck." "Very well, let us rearrange the groups. Neville, you shall accompany me and Hermione. Harry, you take Fong and this imbecile." "Sorry, Harry," Hagrid whispered, "but he won't be able to scare you that easily. Let us hasten to conclude our task." Thus, Harry, Malfoy, and Fong proceeded deeper into the Forbidden Forest. They walked for nearly half an hour, venturing further into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew overwhelmingly dense, rendering the path nearly impassable. Harry noticed the bloodstains on the ground becoming increasingly pronounced. A significant amount of blood was splattered on a tree root, as if the unfortunate creature had suffered and struggled nearby. Through the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, Harry glimpsed a clearing ahead. "Look," he whispered, raising his arm to halt Malfoy. Something white shimmered on the ground. They cautiously approached it. Indeed, it was a unicorn, lifeless. Harry had never witnessed such a hauntingly beautiful yet tragic sight. Its elongated legs were frozen in the position it had fallen, unnaturally extended. Its mane lay on the dark leaves, as white as pearls. As Harry took a step closer, a sudden rustling sound halted him in his tracks, leaving him standing there in a daze. A cluster of bushes at the edge of the clearing trembled, and then, from the shadows, emerged a hooded figure, crawling slowly on the ground like a beast drawing near. Harry, Malfoy, and Yaya stood frozen in shock. The cloaked figure approached the unicorn, lowered its head, and began to drink from the wound on the side of the lifeless creature. A piercing scream escaped Malfoy, who turned and fled, with Yaya following suit in a panicked escape. The hooded figure lifted its head and immediately spotted the droplets of unicorn blood falling onto its chest. It rose swiftly and advanced toward Harry, who was paralyzed with fear. Just then, a searing pain pierced through Harry's head, an unfamiliar sensation akin to his scar suddenly igniting in flames. His vision blurred, and he staggered backward. He heard the sound of hooves galloping behind him, as something leapt over his head, charging toward the figure. Harry's head throbbed painfully as he collapsed to the ground. It took him a minute or two to regain his composure. When he lifted his gaze, the hooded figure had vanished. A centaur stood beside him, neither Ronan nor Bane, but a younger centaur with platinum hair and the body of a silver-maned horse. "Are you all right?" the centaur inquired, helping Harry to his feet. "I'm fine, thank you." "What was that thing?" Harry asked. The centaur did not respond, his striking blue eyes reminiscent of pale sapphires, scrutinizing Harry with particular attention to the prominent scar on his forehead. "You are the boy from the Potter family," he stated. "You should return to Hagrid's side. The forest is particularly unsafe at this time, especially for you. Can you ride? It would be quicker. My name is Firenze," he added, bending his foreleg and lowering his body so that Harry could mount his back. Suddenly, more hoofbeats echoed from the other side of the clearing. Ronan and Bane burst forth from the thicket, their sides heaving and drenched in sweat. "Firenze," Bane bellowed, "what are you doing? You allow a human to ride on your back. Do you not feel ashamed? Are you merely a common mule? Did you not see who this is?" Firenze replied. This is the boy from the Potter family. He must leave this forest at once, as swiftly as possible. What did you tell him? Bane retorted angrily. Remember, Forenza. We swore an oath to never defy fate. Did we not perceive the omens revealed by the movements of the planets? Ronan anxiously pawed the ground. I believe Forenza acts out of good intentions, he lamented. Good intentions? What does that have to do with us? Centaurs are concerned with the prophecies of the stars. We need not foolishly chase after lost humans in our forest. Forenza, infuriated, reared up on his hind legs, prompting Harry to cling tightly to his shoulders to avoid being thrown off. Did you not see the unicorn? Forenza roared at Bane. Do you not comprehend why it was slain? Has the cosmos not divulged this secret to you? I must stand against the creature that lurks in our forest, Bane. Yes, if necessary, I shall side with humans. With that, Forenza gracefully turned and galloped deeper into the woods, with Harry clinging tightly to him, leaving Ronan and Bane behind. Harry was utterly perplexed by the situation. Why is Bane so furious? He inquired. And what was that creature? You rescued me from its grasp. Forenza slowed his pace, urging Harry to lower his head to avoid the drooping branches, yet he refrained from answering Harry's questions. They traversed the woods in silence, and for a time, Harry believed that Forenza was unwilling to converse any further. However, as they passed through an especially dense thicket, Forenza abruptly halted. Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? I do not, Harry replied, startled by the peculiar inquiry. In potions class, we only utilized its horn and tail hair. That is because to slay a unicorn is an exceedingly heinous act, Forenza stated. Only one who possesses nothing and desires everything would commit such a monstrous crime. Unicorn blood can prolong your life, even when you are on the brink of death. Yet it demands a grievous price. To salvage your own existence, you would slaughter a pure, innocent life. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you shall bear a life that is half alive, a life cursed. Harry gazed at Forenza's nape, which shimmered with silver specks under the moonlight. Yet, who was that fugitive? Harry voiced his query aloud, pondering if a lifetime of curses would be preferable to death. Indeed, Forenza concurred. Unless one merely prolonged existence to savor another essence, something that could rejuvenate both spirit and magic, an elixir of immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what is concealed within the school at this very moment? The Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I cannot fathom who it is. Can you not deduce? Who has quietly awaited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who clings to life, biding their time? In that instant, it felt as though an iron claw had seized Harry's heart. Amidst the rustling of leaves in the breeze, he recalled Hagrid's words from the night of their first encounter. Some say he is dead. I think it is pure nonsense. He likely possesses little humanity left. Hence he cannot truly die. Are you suggesting, Harry said in a low, hoarse voice, that it is Voldemort? Harry, are you all right? Hermione rushed along the path towards them, with Hagrid huffing behind. I am well, Harry replied, scarcely aware of his own words. The unicorn is dead, Hagrid. Right over there in the clearing. I shall leave you here, Forenza murmured as Hagrid hurried to inspect the unicorn's body. You are no longer in danger. Harry slid down from his back. Good luck, Harry Potter, said Forenza. In the past, the stars of fate have often been misunderstood. And even centaurs are not immune to error. I hope this time is no different. He turned and left the trembling Harry behind, gradually making his way back into the depths of the forest. Ron waited for their return in the dark common room, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. When Harry shook him awake roughly, he was mumbling something about fouls and a Quidditch match. However, within a few moments, he was fully alert. His eyes wide open as he listened intently to Harry recounting the events that had transpired in the Forbidden Forest to him and Hermione. Harry was so agitated that he could hardly sit still. He paced in front of the fireplace, still trembling. Snape was to procure the Sorcerer's Stone for Voldemort, who was lurking in the Forbidden Forest, and we had thought that Snape merely sought to profit from the stone. Don't say that name, Ron whispered in terror, as if fearing that Voldemort might overhear. Harry disregarded his words. Forenza saved me. He should not have done that, Bane exclaimed, irate, claiming that such actions would disrupt the foretold alignments of destiny. The stars must surely indicate Voldemort's impending return. Bane believed that Forenza ought to have allowed Voldemort to take my life. I suspect that 2 is written in the stars. Could you please refrain from uttering that name? Ron hissed. So now I must merely wait for Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry continued, brimming with excitement. Then Voldemort will come here and eliminate me. Well, I suppose Bane will be pleased with that. Hermione appeared quite frightened, yet she endeavored to offer words of comfort to Harry. Harry, Everyone says that the only thing the Dark Lord fears is Dumbledore. With Dumbledore here, the Dark Lord shall not harm you in the slightest. Moreover, who asserts that the Centaur's words are infallible? It strikes me that such notions resemble mere fortune-telling. Professor McGonagall remarked that it is a rather imprecise form of magic. As dawn gradually broke, they ceased their conversation, their throats parched and sore, utterly exhausted as they climbed into bed. However, an unexpected occurrence awaited Harry that night. As Harry unfolded the bedspread, he discovered his invisibility cloak neatly folded beneath it. Attached to the cloak was a note that read, "Just in case." Chapter 16. Through the Trapdoor. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 16. Through the trapdoor. Harry feared he would never quite recall how he had managed to pass those examinations, for during those days he was perpetually on edge, ever vigilant against the potential intrusion of Voldemort. However, as time inexorably marched on, it seemed as though Louis remained safely ensconced behind that securely locked door. The weather was stiflingly hot, and their examination hall was unbearably sweltering. The teachers provided them with new quills specifically enchanted to prevent cheating. Additionally, there was a practical examination. Professor Flitwick summoned them one by one into the classroom, assessing their ability to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall scrutinized their attempts to transform a mouse into an exquisitely crafted snuff box. The more ornate the box, the higher the score. Yet any remnants of the mouse's whiskers would result in a deduction. During the potions exam, they desperately recalled the brewing process for the forgetfulness potion. Snape loomed behind them, his watchful gaze palpable, and they could feel his breath on the back of their necks, which heightened their anxiety immensely. Harry immersed himself wholeheartedly in the examinations, striving to forget the intense throbbing pain in his forehead. Since his last return from the Forbidden Forest, this sensation had persistently haunted him. Neville, observing Harry's restless nights, assumed he was suffering from a severe case of exam anxiety. In reality, Harry was repeatedly jolted awake by the haunting echoes of a nightmare, now exacerbated by the presence of a hooded figure with blood trickling from its lips. Ron and Hermione, however, did not share Harry's incessant worry about the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps it was because they had not witnessed the horrors Harry endured in the Forbidden Forest, or perhaps because they were spared the searing pain of a scar upon their foreheads. Though Voldemort indeed instilled fear within them, he remained an abstract concept, devoid of intrusion into their dreams, and their days were consumed with studying, leaving no room to fret over what Snape or others might do. The final examination was history of magic. If they could endure just one more hour and recall which peculiar old wizards invented the self-stirring cauldron, they would be free to revel for an entire week until the results were announced. When Professor Binsghost instructed them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry could not help but join his classmates in a cheer. "This was far easier than I anticipated," Hermione remarked as they stepped into the sunlit grounds. "I really didn't need to memorize the Werewolf Code of 1637 or the details of the House Elf Rebellion." Hermione always loved to revisit the exam content after it was over, but Ron found it nauseating. They ambled down the slope to the lake, plopping down beneath a tree. Nearby, a large squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently prodded its tentacles. "How delightful." "No more studying," Ron exclaimed, exhaling happily as he stretched out on the grass. "Harry, cheer up. We want to know how poorly we did for another week. There is no need to worry about it now." Harry rubbed his forehead. "I truly wish to comprehend the meaning of this," he exclaimed in sudden irritation. "My scar has been aching persistently. It has pained me before, but never with such frequency as now." "Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested. "I am not ill," Harry replied. "I believe this is a warning, indicating that danger is imminent." Ron, feeling lethargic due to the oppressive heat, remarked, "Harry, you ought to relax. Hermione is correct. As long as Dumbledore is present, the Philosopher's Stone remains secure. In any case, we have uncovered no evidence to ascertain that Snape has learned how to access the stone through Fluffy. He nearly had his leg bitten off last time. He wouldn't recklessly risk another encounter. If even Hagrid were to betray Dumbledore, then Neville might as well be selected for the England Quidditch team." Harry nodded, yet he could not shake off a vague sensation, as if he had forgotten to accomplish something of paramount importance. As he attempted to articulate this feeling to his two friends, Hermione interjected, attributing it all to the pressures of examinations. "I woke up last night, frantically reviewing my notes on Transfiguration, only to suddenly recall that we had already taken that exam." Nevertheless, Harry was certain that his unease had nothing to do with the tests. He gazed at an owl flapping its wings, soaring across the azure sky towards the school, clutching a piece of parchment in its beak. Only Hagrid had ever written to him. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. He would never divulge the means by which one could circumvent the law. Harry suddenly sprang to his feet. "Where are you going?" Ron inquired, still drowsy. "I just remembered something," Harry replied, his complexion turning pale. "We must seek out Hagrid immediately." "Why?" Hermione gasped, struggling to keep up with him. "Don't you find it rather peculiar?" Harry exclaimed as he hurried down the grassy slope. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to acquire a dragon, and by sheer coincidence, a stranger happens to possess a dragon egg in his pocket. How many individuals carry a dragon egg around all day? It is, after all, a violation of wizarding law. Don't you think it's rather fortunate that they managed to locate Hagrid? Why didn't I consider this sooner? What exactly do you intend to do?" Ron asked. But Harry continued to race across the grounds towards the forbidden forest without answering. Hagrid was seated outside his hut in a chair, his trousers rolled up, diligently shelling peas into a large bowl. "Hello," he smiled. "The exams are over? Do you have time for a cup of tea?" "Thank you." But Ron began, only to be interrupted by Harry. "No, we have urgent business. Hagrid, I need to ask you something. Do you recall the night you won the card game against Norbert? What did the stranger who played with you look like?" "I don't know," Hagrid replied nonchalantly. He wouldn't take off his cloak. Upon noticing the astonished expressions on the three children's faces, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What is so strange about that? The Hog's Head is just the local pub. It's always frequented by some odd characters. That fellow was probably just a dragon dealer. I never got a good look at his face. He was wearing a hood." Harry plopped down beside the bowl of peas. "What did you say to him then, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts?" "Perhaps you did." Hagrid furrowed his brow, straining to remember. "Ah, yes, he asked what I did, and I told him I was the keeper of keys and grounds here. He inquired further about the creatures I cared for, and I shared that I had always longed for a dragon. After that, my recollection becomes hazy. He kept offering me drinks, urging me to think back. Right. Then he mentioned he had a dragon egg in his possession, and if I desired it, we could gamble over it. But he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon. He certainly didn't want the creature causing a ruckus. So I assured him that I could manage even Fluffy, and a dragon would be no challenge at all." "Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy?" Harry asked, striving to keep his tone steady. "Indeed, he appeared quite intrigued. How often does one encounter a three-headed dog, even near Hogwarts?" So I explained that Fluffy was rather easy to handle. You simply needed to know how to calm him down. Play a bit of music, and he would fall asleep instantly. A look of horror suddenly crossed Hagrid's face. "I shouldn't have divulged that," he exclaimed, urging me to forget my words. "Where are you all going?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged not a single word as they rushed into the chilly and dimly lit entrance hall. "We must seek out Dumbledore," Harry declared. Hagrid divulged the method of passage to a stranger. That cloaked figure is either Snape or Voldemort. If he manages to intoxicate Hagrid, extracting information from him would be effortless. I can only hope that Dumbledore will trust us. If Bane does not intervene, Firenze would testify on our behalf. Where is Dumbledore's office? They surveyed their surroundings, seemingly hoping to spot a sign that would guide them. No one had ever informed them of Dumbledore's residence, nor did they know anyone who had been summoned to meet the headmaster. Just as Harry was about to continue, a voice suddenly broke the silence from across the hall. "What are you three doing in here?" It was Professor McGonagall, holding a large stack of books. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore," Hermione replied. Harry and Ron admired her bravery. "You wish to see Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall echoed, her tone suggesting that their intentions were rather dubious. "Why?" Harry swallowed hard, a secret weighing heavily on his mind. The moment the words escaped his lips, he immediately regretted his utterance, for Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared with indignation. Professor Dumbledore had departed merely 10 minutes prior. She spoke coldly, informing him that he had received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and had hastened to London. "He left? At this time?" Harry exclaimed anxiously. Professor Dumbledore was an extraordinary wizard, perpetually occupied, his time exceedingly precious. Yet this matter was of utmost importance. "Is what you have to say more significant than the Ministry of Magic, Harry?" she queried. "Indeed," Harry replied, casting caution to the wind as he divulged the matter concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall, taken aback, had not anticipated this revelation. The books in her arms tumbled to the floor, forgotten. "How do you know?" she stammered. "Professor, I believe I have reason to suspect that Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore." McGonagall regarded him with a gaze intertwined with astonishment and skepticism. "Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow," she finally stated. "I do not know how you acquired knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, it is under stringent protection and cannot be stolen." "But, Professor Potter..." I know what I am speaking of, she interrupted impatiently, bending down to retrieve the fallen books. I suggest you both step outside for some sunlight. Yet they did not heed her advice. That very night, when Harry was certain Professor McGonagall was far enough away to not overhear, he hastily remarked, Snape will be crossing the trapdoor tonight. He has everything he needs, and now he has lured Dumbledore away from the school. That letter must have been sent by him. I dare say the Ministry was astonished by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. But what can we do? Hermione gasped. Harry and Ron turned around. Snape was standing there. Good afternoon, he said smoothly. They stared at him, bewildered. In this weather, you ought not to be indoors, he remarked, his facial muscles contorting into an unsettling smile. We were just, Harry began, uncertain of what to say. You ought to exercise caution, Snape warned. Wandering about like this, others might suspect you of ill intentions. Gryffindor cannot afford to lose more points, can it? Harry's cheeks flushed. They turned to leave, but Snape called them back. Let me remind you, Potter. If I catch you wandering around in the dead of night again, I shall personally expel you. Enjoy yourselves. He strode towards the staff room. As the three of them reached the stone steps outside, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. Well, we must proceed with our plan, he whispered urgently. One person must keep watch for Snape outside the staff room. If he emerges, follow him. Hermione, it would be best if you took this task. Why me? She protested. Need I explain? Ron interjected. You can pretend to be waiting for Professor Flitwick. He mimicked a high-pitched voice. Oh, Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried. I think I may have chosen the wrong answer for question 14. Ugh, be quiet, Hermione retorted, yet she agreed to keep an eye on Snape. We should wait outside the corridor on the 4th floor, Harry suggested to Ron. Let's go. However, this part of the plan did not unfold as intended. Just as they reached the door that separated the hallway from the rest of the school, Professor McGonagall appeared, unable to contain her fury. I suppose you think you are more formidable than a myriad of spells? She thundered. Enough. Stop this nonsense. If I hear of you trespassing here again, I shall deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes, Weasley, I mean 50 points from my own house. Harry and Ron returned to the common room with a sense of defeat. Just as Harry remarked that at least Hermione was keeping an eye on Snape, the portrait of the fat lady swung open abruptly and Hermione hurried inside. I'm so sorry. Harry, she sobbed. Snape came out and asked what I was doing there. I told him I was waiting for Flitwick, so he went to find him. And I had to run away. I have no idea where Snape is headed now. Well, it seems this is how it must be, doesn't it? Harry said. Hermione and Ron stared at him, noting his pale complexion and the intensity of his eyes. I'm sneaking out tonight. I need to get the Philosopher's Stone first. You're mad, Ron exclaimed. You can't do that. Hermione said. Didn't you hear what McGonagall and Snape were saying? You'll be expelled. What does it matter? Harry shouted. Don't you understand? If Snape gets the stone, Voldemort will return. Have you forgotten what it was like when he wanted to conquer the world? If he succeeds, Hogwarts will cease to exist, and expulsion will be the least of our worries. He would raze the school to the ground or transform it into a haven for the dark arts. Can't you see that losing points is insignificant now? Do you really think that if Gryffindor wins the House Cup, he will spare you and your families? If I get caught before I can obtain the stone, I have to go back to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to come looking for me. That would merely delay my demise, for I will never ally myself with dark forces. I must cross that trapdoor tonight, and nothing you say will stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember? He glared at them fiercely. You're right, Harry, Hermione said softly. I'll use my invisibility cloak. Thankfully, it has been returned. But can it cover all 3 of us? 3 of us? Oh, don't be ridiculous. Do you think we would let you go alone? Of course not. Hermione said with determination. How could you even think of leaving us behind to seek the stone by yourself? I should probably check my books. I might find something useful. But if we get caught, both of you will be expelled. Perhaps not, Hermione insisted. Flitwick secretly told me I scored 112 on his last exam. With such a high score, they wouldn't dare expel me. After dinner, the 3 of them nervously avoided others, sitting in the common room. No one paid them any mind. In fact, the Gryffindor students had little to say to Harry anymore. For the first time in many days, Harry did not feel saddened by this. Hermione busied herself poring over her notes, hoping to stumble upon a spell they would need to lift shortly. Harry and Ron spoke little, both lost in thoughts of their impending venture. One by one, their classmates retired to bed, and the number of people in the common room dwindled. It's time to get the invisibility cloak, Ron said. At that moment, Lee Jordan finally stretched, yawned, and departed. Harry dashed upstairs, raced into their dark dormitory, and retrieved the cloak. Just then, he inadvertently spotted the flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. He placed it in his pocket, intending to use it against Fluffy, though he felt no inclination to serenade the large dog. He hurried back to the common room. We should put on the cloak here and see if it covers all three of us. If Filch sees a pair of legs walking by themselves. What are you doing? A voice called from a corner of the room. Neville emerged from behind an armchair, clutching his toad. Trevor. It appeared Trevor had just made another bid for freedom. Nothing. Neville. Nothing, Harry said quickly, concealing the cloak behind him. Neville scrutinized their guilty expressions. You're planning to sneak out again, aren't you? No, Hermione replied hastily. We don't want to go out, Neville. Why don't you go to bed? Harry glanced at the ancient grandfather clock by the door. They could no longer afford to delay. Snape was likely already orchestrating music to lull Longbottom to sleep. You cannot go out, Neville insisted. You will only get caught. If that happens, Gryffindor will be in even deeper trouble. You don't understand, Harry replied. This matter is of utmost importance. However, Neville seemed resolute this time, determined to impede their progress. I will not allow you to do this, he declared, rushing to block the portrait hole. I am going to confront you. Neville, Ron retorted angrily, step aside from that entrance, and don't be a fool. Do not call me a fool, Neville exclaimed. I believe you should not break the school rules any further. Besides, it was you who encouraged me to bravely stand up to others. True, but not against us, Ron said in exasperation. Neville, you have no idea what you are doing. He took a step forward, and Neville tossed aside the toad Trevor, who hopped away in a flurry. Come on, come and hit me, Neville shouted, raising his fists. I am ready. Harry turned to Hermione, urgency evident in his voice as he implored her to devise a solution. Hermione stepped forward, expressing her profound regret to Neville. Raising her wand, she commanded, Petrificus Totalis. As the spell took effect, Neville's arms snapped tightly to his sides, his legs straightened, and his entire body became rigid. He swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, resembling a wooden plank in his immobility. Hermione rushed to him, turning him over. His jaw was locked tight, rendering him speechless. While his eyes darted in terror, gazing at them. What have you done to him? Harry whispered anxiously. It's the full body bind curse, Hermione replied, her heart heavy with remorse. Oh, Neville, I am truly sorry. You will understand in due time, Ron reassured him. They then stepped over Neville, donning the invisibility cloak. However, leaving Neville helpless on the floor filled them with an unsettling foreboding. In the heightened tension, every statue in the shadows seemed to manifest as Filch's figure, while every whisper of wind echoed like Peeves charging towards them. Just as they prepared to ascend the first flight of stairs, they were startled to see the fat lady hiding at the top. Oh, let us just give it a kick. Just this once, Ron whispered to Harry. But Harry shook his head in disapproval. They cautiously circumvented her, and though the fat lady gazed at them with her keen, twinkling eyes, she perceived nothing amiss. They encountered no one as they smoothly reached the staircase leading to the fourth floor, only to find Peeves merrily bouncing up the stairs, tugging at the carpet in a bid to trip unsuspecting students. Who is that? They inquired as they ascended the stairs, only for Peeves to squint his mischievous black eyes at them and declare, I know you're there, even if I cannot see you. Are you a ghoul, a ghost, or merely a pesky student? He hovered in midair, squinting intently in their direction. Something invisible is lurking here. I ought to report this to Filch. A spark of inspiration ignited within Harry. Peeves, he murmured in a hoarse voice. The bloodsucker Barrow surely has his reasons for wishing to remain unseen. Peeves was taken aback, nearly tumbling from the air. He quickly steadied himself, hovering a foot above the staircase. My apologies, Lord Bloodsucker, Mr. Barrow, Your Grace, he sweetly intoned. It is entirely my fault for not noticing you. Of course, I couldn't see you. You are invisible. Please forgive this little jest of mine, Your Grace. I have matters to attend to here. Peeves, Harry hissed, do not return here tonight. As you command, Your Grace, I shall comply, Peeves replied, rising once more into the air. I hope your tasks proceed smoothly, Lord Barrow. I shall not intrude further. With that, he swiftly departed. That was brilliant, Harry, Ron whispered. Moments later, they found themselves outside the slightly ajar door on the fourth-floor corridor. Well, did you see? Harry murmured. Snape has successfully passed the barrier. The sight of the half-opened door seemed to heighten their awareness of the challenges that lay ahead. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. If you wish to back out now, I won't hold it against you, he said. You may take the cloak. I no longer require it. Don't be ridiculous, Ron replied. We're in this together, Hermione asserted. Harry pushed the door open. As it creaked loudly, a deep, menacing growl echoed in their ears. Although the massive dog could not see them, Its three noses were frantically twitching, inhaling their scent. What is that at its feet? Hermione whispered. It looks like a harp. Ron replied. It must belong to Snape. Clearly, as soon as the music ceases, it will awaken immediately. All right, you listen, Harry said. He raised Hagrid's flute to his lips and began to play. His notes were discordant, but as soon as he produced the first sound, the dog's eyes began to droop. Harry played almost without pause. Gradually, the dog's barking subsided. It swayed unsteadily. Then, with its knees buckling, it collapsed onto the floor, falling into a deep slumber. Keep playing. Don't stop, Ron urged Harry, while they removed their invisibility cloak and stealthily approached the trapdoor. As they drew near the three colossal heads, they could feel the dog's warm, foul breath. I think we can pull open the trapdoor now, Ron said, glancing behind the massive dog. Hermione, would you like to go first? No, I certainly won't. Very well. Ron gritted his teeth and carefully stepped over the dog's legs. He bent down and tugged at the ring on the trapdoor, which swung open abruptly. What can you see? Hermione inquired anxiously. Nothing at all. It's pitch black and there is no ladder. We'll have to jump. As Harry continued to play the flute, he waved to Ron to catch his attention and pointed to himself. Do you wish to descend first? Are you serious? Ron replied. I have no idea how deep this hole is. Hand the flute to Hermione, so she can keep the large dog lulled to sleep. Harry handed over the flute. In the brief moments of silence that followed the music, the large dog began to growl and twist its body. However, as soon as Hermione played a note on the flute, it fell into a deep slumber once more. Harry scrambled over the large dog and peered down through the opening. The depths below were unfathomable. He gradually slid down the opening, eventually relying solely on the grip of his 10 fingers on the edge. He looked up at Ron and said, If anything were to happen to me, do not follow. Just head straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore, all right? All right, Ron replied. I'll see you later, I hope. Harry released his grip. The cold, damp air whistling past his ear. He fell, and then thud. With a peculiar, muffled impact, Harry landed on something soft. He sat up, groping around him. His eyes had yet to adjust to the dim light in this place. It felt as though he were sitting atop some kind of plant. No problem. He shouted towards the opening, which now appeared as a mere stamp-sized patch of light. It's a soft landing. You can jump. Ron promptly leaped down, landing on all fours beside Harry. What is this stuff? He inquired. I don't know. It seems to be some kind of plant. Perhaps it's laid out here to cushion our fall, Harry replied. Come on, Hermione. The distant sound of a flute ceased. A large dog barked loudly. Yet Hermione had already jumped down, landing on Harry's other side. We must be far, far away from the school, she remarked. Honestly, it's a good thing these plants are here, Ron said. Good thing indeed, Hermione exclaimed, glancing at the two of them. She abruptly sprang up, struggling towards a damp wall. The reason for her struggle was that as soon as she landed, the plant had extended serpent-like tendrils, ensnaring her ankles. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had unwittingly become entangled in the long vines that wrapped around their legs. Before the vines could secure their grip on her, Hermione managed to break free. In that moment, she looked on in horror as the two boys desperately tugged at the vines. But the more they struggled, the tighter the vines wound around them. Stop moving, Hermione shouted at them. I know what this is. It's a devil's snare. Oh, how delightful. Now we finally know its name. How very helpful, Ron retorted, dodging backwards to avoid the vines from wrapping around his neck. Be quiet. I'm trying to figure out how to kill it, Hermione replied. For heaven's sake, think faster. I can hardly breathe, Harry gasped, straining against a vine that threatened to constrict around his chest. Devil's snare, devil's snare. What did Professor Sprout say? It thrives in darkness and dampness. Then we should set it on fire. Harry nearly wheezed. Yes, of course, but there is no firewood here, Hermione exclaimed, wringing her hands in distress. Have you lost your mind? Ron shouted. Are you even a wizard? Oh, right, Hermione said, pulling out her wand and waving it while chanting incantations. Then, reminiscent of her confrontation with Snape, she conjured a flame resembling bluebell flames from the tip of her wand. Within mere seconds, both boys felt the vines retreating from the light and warmth, loosening their grip. The tendrils twisted and writhed, automatically releasing their hold. And Harry and Ron finally broke free. Thank goodness you paid attention in herbology, Hermione, Harry said, retreating to the wall alongside her, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, Ron added, and thank goodness Harry didn't panic like you did with but there is no firewood. Honestly, this way, Harry pointed to a stone corridor. It's the only path we can take. They heard, Aside from their own footsteps, the sound of water gently dripping down the wall. The corridor sloped downward, evoking memories of Gringotts. Harry's heart raced as he recalled the legendary fire dragons guarding the Wizarding Bank's vaults. If they encountered a fire dragon, a fully grown one, dealing with it would be quite the challenge. "Can you hear any sounds?" Ron whispered. Harry listened intently. There seemed to be a soft rustling and clinking sound ahead. Could it be a ghost? He was uncertain. It sounded like the flapping of wings. There was a light ahead, and he saw something moving. They reached the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room awaited them, adorned with a lofty, arched ceiling. Countless small birds, glimmering like gemstones, flitted about the room. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. "Do you think if we cross the room, they'll attack us?" Ron inquired. "Perhaps," Harry replied. "They don't appear malevolent. But if they all come at us at once, who knows? There's no other option. I'll run for it." Taking a deep breath, he shielded his face with his arm and dashed to the other side of the room, fearing at any moment that sharp beaks and claws would rend him. To his surprise, he emerged unscathed. He reached the door and tugged at the handle, only to find it locked. Ron and Hermione joined him, and together they pulled and pushed, but the door remained obstinate. Hermione attempted her Alohomora spell, yet it was futile. "What now?" Ron asked. "Those birds cannot merely be decorative," Hermione remarked. The trio gazed at the radiant birds fluttering above them. "They are not birds at all," Harry suddenly exclaimed. "They are keys. Winged keys. Look closely." This realization dawned upon Harry as he scanned every corner of the room, while Ron and Hermione looked up at the swarm of fluttering keys. "Look, a flying broomstick. We must catch the key to that door. But there are hundreds of keys up there," Ron observed, scrutinizing the lock on the door. "We need to find an ornate, possibly silver key that resembles a doorknob." Each seized a broomstick, pushed off the ground, and soared into the air, diving into the cluster of keys. They grappled and reached out desperately, but the enchanted keys evaded capture with remarkable agility. However, Harry, being the youngest seeker in a century, was not without skill. After a minute navigating through the colorful whirlwind of wings, he spotted a large silver key with drooping wings, as if it had been forcefully shoved into a keyhole. "That's it," he shouted to Ron and Hermione. "The large key over there, the one with the sky blue wings, it's tilting to one side." In a burst of speed, Ron charged toward the direction Harry indicated, colliding with the ceiling and nearly tumbling off his broom. "We need to encircle it," Harry called out, keeping his eyes fixed on the broken winged key. "Ron, you block it from above. Hermione, you guard below to prevent its descent. I'll catch it. Now." Ron swooped down, while Hermione leapt upward, but the key deftly dodged their efforts. Harry pursued closely behind. The key darted toward the wall, and with a swift lunge, Harry managed to pin it against the stone with a loud, grating sound. Ron and Hermione's cheers echoed in the high chamber. They quickly descended, and Harry rushed to the door, the key still struggling in his grasp. He inserted it into the lock and turned it forcefully. Yes, that was it. With a click, the lock sprang open, and the key flew away, appearing utterly exhausted from being captured twice. "Are you ready?" Harry asked, gripping the doorknob as he looked at Ron and Hermione. They nodded in affirmation. Thus, he pushed the door open. The second room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it invisible. However, as they stepped inside, the room suddenly illuminated, revealing a shocking scene. They stood beside a gigantic chessboard, with towering black pieces sculpted from what appeared to be black stone. At the far end of the room, facing them, were white pieces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione trembled in fear as the featureless faces of the towering white pieces loomed before them. "What now?" Harry whispered. "Isn't it obvious?" Ron replied. "We must play chess to reach the other side of the room." They noticed a door behind the white pieces. "How do we play?" Hermione asked nervously. "I believe," Ron suggested, "we must act as the pieces ourselves." He approached a black knight and reached out to touch its horse. Instantly, the stone came to life. The horse pawed at the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head to Ron. "Do we need to join you to proceed?" Ron inquired. The Black Knight nodded. Ron turned to Harry and Hermione. "We need to think this through. I fear we must replace 3 of the black pieces here." Harry and Hermione remained silent, observing Ron as he pondered. Eventually, Ron spoke. "Well, don't be upset with me for being blunt, but to be honest, neither of you is particularly adept at chess." "We're not angry," Harry quickly interjected. "Just tell us what to do." "All right, Harry, you take the bishop, Hermione. You go there and assume the role of the castle." "And what about you?" Ron replied, "I shall be a knight." It seemed as though the chess pieces were listening to their conversation. No sooner had Ron finished speaking than a knight, a bishop, and a castle pivoted, turning their backs on the white pieces and exited the board, leaving 3 vacant spaces for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The rules dictate that white moves first, Ron said, glancing across the board. Look, a white pawn has advanced 2 squares. Ron began to command the black pieces into battle, while Harry and Hermione obediently followed his lead. Harry's knees trembled. What if they were to lose? Harry moved 4 squares to the front right. It was only when they lost another knight that genuine fear began to set in. The white queen ruthlessly knocked the knight to the floor, dragging it off the board. It lay there face down, motionless. There's no choice, Ron remarked, appearing shocked. This is how you can capture the bishop. Hermione, go ahead. Each time their pieces were taken, the white pieces displayed a merciless cruelty. Soon, a haphazard pile of lifeless black pieces lay against the wall. On 2 occasions, thanks to Ron's timely intervention, Harry and Hermione found themselves extricated from perilous situations. Ron charged across the board, capturing as many white pieces as they had lost black ones. We're almost there, he suddenly whispered. Let me think, let me think. The white queen turned her faceless visage towards Ron. Yes, Ron murmured. There's no other way. I must be sacrificed. No, Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison. This is chess, Ron asserted resolutely. Some sacrifices are always necessary. I'll make a move, and she will take me, allowing you to checkmate the king, Harry. But do you truly wish to thwart Snape? Ron, hurry. If we don't act swiftly, he will have the Philosopher's Stone. Harry no longer hesitated. Are you ready? Ron shouted, his complexion pale yet resolute. I'll keep watch. Once we win, act immediately, don't linger here. He stepped forward, and the White Queen lunged at him. She raised her stone arm and struck down heavily upon Ron's head, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Hermione let out a startled scream but remained steadfast in her square as the White Queen dragged Ron aside, seemingly having knocked him unconscious. Trembling, Harry moved 3 steps to the left. The White King removed his crown and tossed it at Harry's feet. They had triumphed. The white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing a path directly to the door. Harry and Hermione sorrowfully glanced back at Ron one last time before rushing through the door and advancing down the next corridor. He will be fine, Harry reassured himself, striving to believe it. What do you think comes next? Weavy navigated Sprout's mechanism. The devil's snare that ensnared those keys was undoubtedly enchanted by Professor Flitwick. McGonagall transformed the pieces, animating them. Now, only Quirrell's magic remains. Along with Snape's, they arrived at another door. Shall we? Harry whispered. Let us go in. Harry pushed open the door, and a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, prompting them to lift their garments to shield their noses. Tears welled in their eyes from the acrid air, and through their blurred vision, they beheld a giant creature. This beast was even more colossal than the one they had previously encountered, lying motionless on the floor, unconscious, a gruesome swollen mass adorning its head. Wonderful. We need not contend with this giant, Harry whispered. They cautiously stepped over the creature's massive legs. Let us hurry. I can scarcely breathe, he urged, opening the next door. For a moment, they could hardly bear to glimpse what awaited them. Yet, there was nothing frightful, only a table adorned with 7 bottles of various shapes. Snape's magic, Harry mused. What should we do? As they crossed the threshold, a sudden burst of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unlike any other. It shimmered in hues of purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt at the doorway ahead, trapping them in between. Look, Hermione exclaimed, grasping a scroll of parchment resting beside the bottles. Harry stood behind her, reading alongside her. Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. 2 among us can offer assistance. Drink them. 1 will lead you forth. The other will return you to your place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are deadly poison, waiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain forever here. We provide 4 hints to aid your choice. First, no matter how cunningly the poison hides, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at either end differ. If you wish to move forward, they will be of no use. Third, you will find the bottles vary in size. Neither Death's embrace lies among the giant nor the dwarf. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same taste. Hermione let out a long sigh, and to Harry's astonishment, she revealed a smile, while he found it impossible to smile himself. How splendid! Hermione exclaimed. This is not magic, it is logical reasoning, a riddle. Many of the greatest wizards lack even a modicum of logical reasoning and are doomed to remain here forever. But we cannot escape, can we? Of course we can, Hermione replied. All we need to know is inscribed upon this parchment. 7 bottles. 3 are poison, 2 are wine. One will safely guide us through the black flames, while the other will allow us to return through the purple flames. But how shall we discern which bottle to drink? Give me a moment, Hermione requested. She read the parchment several more times, pacing before the row of bottles, muttering to herself while gesturing towards one bottle or another. Finally, she clapped her hands in delight. "I've figured it out," she declared. "This smallest bottle will aid us in traversing the black flames to obtain the Philosopher's Stone." Harry gazed at the unassuming little vial, which contained barely enough for one sip. "It's hardly a mouthful," he remarked. They exchanged glances. "Which bottle will enable you to traverse the purple flames and return?" Hermione pointed to the round vial furthest to the right. "You should drink that one," Harry said. "But first, listen to me. You must return and fetch Ron some brooms from the room with the flying keys. They will carry you through the trapdoor, past Quirrell, directly to the Ollery. Send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore. We need his assistance. I may be able to momentarily distract Snape, but I am no match for him." "But Harry, what if the Dark Lord is with him?" "Well, I managed to escape once before, remember?" Harry said, gesturing to the scar on his forehead. "Perhaps I can evade danger again." Hermione's lips trembled as she suddenly rushed toward Harry, enveloping him in her arms. "Harry, do you know how remarkable you are? I am not as accomplished as you." Feeling rather embarrassed, Harry replied, "I'm not that great." Hermione released him. She exclaimed, "I merely study hard and rely on a little wit. Beyond that, there are far more significant things, friendship and courage." "Oh, Harry, do be careful. You drink first," Harry insisted. "Are you certain it's one of these 2 vials? You won't make a mistake, will you?" "Absolutely not," Hermione affirmed. She took a deep gulp from the round vial, shivering all over. "Not poison, I hope?" Harry asked, concern etching his features. "Not poison. But it feels as cold as ice," she replied. "Hurry, we must go. It will wear off soon. Good luck, and be exceedingly careful. Go." Hermione turned and stepped boldly through the purple flames. Harry took a deep breath and grasped the smallest vial. He turned to face the black flames. "Here I come," he declared, and in one swift motion, drank the liquid from the tiny bottle. It felt as cold as ice, instantly permeating his entire being. He set the vial down and advanced forward. Summoning his courage, he witnessed the black flames licking at his form, yet he felt nothing. In an instant, his vision was obscured. All that remained was the consuming black fire. Then he successfully emerged on the other side, entering the final chamber. There was already someone present. Not Snape, nor even Voldemort. Chapter 17. The Two-Faced Man. Chapter 17 of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. The Man with Two Faces. "It is you," Harry gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Quirrell chuckled. His face was no longer twitching. "It is I," he said calmly. "I was just pondering whether I would encounter you here, Potter. However, I had assumed it would be Snape." "Snape?" Quirrell erupted into laughter. This laughter was not the usual shrill, piercing sound, but rather a chilling, cold guffaw. "Indeed. Snape does not appear to be a good person, does he? He flits about like a gigantic bat, which is quite advantageous for us, with him lurking about. Who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" Harry could hardly believe the unfolding events. This could not be real. It was impossible. Yet Snape had once intended to harm me. No, it was I who sought to do you harm. During that Quidditch match, your friend Miss Granger rushed in to set fire to Snape, inadvertently knocking me down. She disrupted my focus on you. Had I only endured a few more seconds, I would have sent you tumbling from your broom. Had it not been for Snape, who was reciting a counter curse to preserve your life, you would have met your demise long ago. Snape wished to save me? Indeed. Quirrell replied coolly. Do you not wonder why he officiated your second match? He aimed to ensure I would not harm you again. It is ludicrous, really. He need not expend such effort. With Dumbledore present, I could accomplish nothing. The other professors believed Snape was attempting to thwart Gryffindor's victory. He certainly made himself quite unpopular. Nevertheless, it was all a waste of time. Regardless, I must eliminate you tonight. Quirrell snapped his fingers. In an instant, several ropes materialized, binding Harry tightly. You meddle too much. You cannot be allowed to continue existing, Potter. On Halloween, when you were wandering the school, I knew then that you had seen me investigating the traps for the Philosopher's Stone. Did you let that troll in? Of course. I have a special technique for dealing with trolls, as you must have seen when I handled that creature in the other room. Unfortunately, while everyone was frantically searching for the troll, Snape, already suspicious of me, went straight to the fourth floor to thwart my plans. Not only did my troll fail to kill you, but even that three-headed dog did not manage to sever Snape's leg. Now, wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this intriguing mirror closely. It was only then that Harry noticed the object standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror of Erist. This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell murmured, tracing the perimeter of the frame with his hand. Only Dumbledore could procure such a thing. However, he is currently in London. By the time he returns, I shall have vanished without a trace. The only solution that Harry could conceive was to keep Quirrell talking incessantly, preventing him from focusing on the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest, he blurted out clumsily. Indeed, Quirrell replied languidly, turning to inspect the mirror from behind. At that time, he had already set his sights on me, eager to ascertain how far I had progressed. He has always harbored doubts about me. He sought to intimidate me, yet how could he instill fear in me when I have Voldemort as my ally? Quirrell turned back from behind the mirror, his gaze greedily fixed upon its surface. I have seen the Philosopher's Stone. I am in the process of offering it to my master. But where is it hidden? Harry struggled desperately to free himself from the bindings of the ropes. Yet they seemed to tighten with every effort. He had to divert Quirrell's complete attention away from the mirror of Erist. However, Snape always appeared to harbor such animosity towards him. Oh, he indeed despises you, Quirrell remarked nonchalantly. Goodness, he certainly loathes you. You are unaware that he studied at Hogwarts alongside your father, are you? They harbored mutual hatred, a deep-seated enmity. Yet, he never wished for your demise. But just a few days ago, I heard you crying. I thought Snape was threatening you, Harry replied, a tremor of fear flickering across Quirrell's face for the first time. At times, he confessed, I find it exceedingly difficult to obey my master's commands. He is a formidable wizard, and my powers feel so paltry. Are you saying that he was in the classroom with you at that time? Harry asked in astonishment. Wherever I go, he is with me, Quirrell stated calmly. I encountered him while traveling the world. I was but a foolish young man, with a ludicrous understanding of good and evil. It was Voldemort who illuminated my errors. There is no such thing as good or evil, only power, and those who are incapable of acquiring it. Since then, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to his service. Though I have disappointed him on numerous occasions, he has always been exceedingly harsh with me. Quirrell suddenly shuddered. He never easily forgives my mistakes. When I failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, he was most displeased. He punished me and decided to keep a closer watch on me from that point onward. Quirrell's voice gradually faded to a whisper. Harry recalled his visit to Diagon Alley. Why hadn't he thought of it then? He had indeed seen Quirrell that day, and even shook his hand at the leaky cauldron. Quirrell muttered curses under his breath. I truly do not understand. Is the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the mirror? Should I break the mirror? Harry's mind raced with thoughts. At this very moment, his greatest desire was to locate the Philosopher's Stone before Quirrell did. Thus, if he gazed into the mirror of Erist, he should see himself having found the stone, which would reveal its hiding place. However, how could he sneak a glance at the mirror without being detected by Quirrell? He attempted to stealthily shift to the left, hoping to position himself before the mirror while Quirrell was distracted. Yet, the ropes constricting his ankles were far too tight, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Quirrell paid him no heed, continuing to mutter to himself. What is the nature of this mirror? What is its true purpose? Help me, master. Harry listened in terror as a voice responded, seemingly emanating from Quirrell's very being. Use that boy. Use that boy. Quirrell turned to Harry. Come here, Potter. He clapped his hands, and the ropes binding Harry fell away effortlessly. Slowly, Harry rose to his feet. Come here, Quirrell repeated. Gaze into the mirror and relay to me what you see. Harry approached him, contemplating the necessity of deception. I must first gaze into the mirror, he thought, and then concoct a web of lies to ensnare him. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Quirrell drew near from behind. Harry detected a peculiar scent, seemingly emanating from the scarf draped around Quirrell's head. He closed his eyes and stood before the mirror, subsequently opening them to behold his reflection. Initially, his visage appeared pale, and his expression was one of trepidation. However, moments later, a smile illuminated his face. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, retrieving a vibrant crimson stone, only to blink and return the stone to its resting place. At that instant, Harry felt something substantial indeed drop into his own pocket. It was astonishing that he had inadvertently acquired the Philosopher's Stone. What did you see? Quirrell inquired impatiently. Harry summoned his courage. I found myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, who whimsically declared that I had won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell began to rant again. Leave me be, he said, as Harry retreated to the side. He felt the Philosopher's Stone pressed against his thigh. Did he dare to escape with it now? Yet, he had scarcely taken 5 steps when a shrill voice broke the silence, even though Quirrell's lips remained entirely still. He is lying. He is lying. Potter, return here, Quirrell shouted, Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The shrill voice spoke again. Let me speak with him, face to face. Master, your strength has not yet returned. I still possess some power. Harry felt as if he were ensnared by a devilish web, immobilized and utterly powerless. He stood there in a daze, watching as Quirrell raised his hand to remove the scarf from his head. What was happening? The large scarf fell away, revealing Quirrell's bald head, which appeared astonishingly small. Then, he slowly turned around in place. Harry longed to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Where Quirrell's head should have been, there resided a face he had never beheld, one of grotesque and terrifying countenance. Its pallor resembled that of chalk, while its crimson eyes gleamed with an eerie light, flanked by two elongated nostrils reminiscent of serpents. Harry Potter, it whispered. Harry wished to retreat, yet his legs betrayed him. Look at what I have become. The face lamented. All that remains are shadows and vapor. Only by sharing a body with another can I regain form. Yet, there are always those willing to allow me entry into their hearts and minds. In recent weeks, the blood of the unicorn had restored some of my strength. That day, you witnessed Quirrell drawing blood for me in the Forbidden Forest. Once I acquire the elixir of life, I shall be able to recreate a body of my own. Now, why not hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket? He knows. Harry's legs suddenly regained sensation, and he staggered backward. Don't be foolish, the face hissed menacingly. You would do well to preserve your own life and side with me, or meet the same fate as your parents. They begged for mercy in their final moments. Liar! Harry shouted vehemently. Quirrell advanced upon him, allowing Voldemort to maintain his gaze. Now, the wicked face wore a sinister grin. How touching, he rasped. I have always admired courage. Yes, child, your parents were indeed brave. I struck first, killing your father, who fought valiantly and refused to yield. Your mother needn't have died. She sacrificed herself to protect you. Now, give me the Philosopher's Stone, lest your mother's death be in vain. Never. Harry rushed towards the door engulfed in black flames. And Voldemort screamed, seize him. In that instant, Harry felt Quirrell's hand gripping his wrist tightly. Suddenly, the scar on Harry's forehead throbbed painfully. It felt as though his head was about to split in two. He shouted loudly, struggling desperately, only to be astonished when Quirrell released his grip. And the pain in his forehead began to subside. In a state of confusion, Harry looked around for Quirrell, who was hunched over in agony, staring at his own fingers, which were visibly blistering before his eyes. Capture him! Capture him! Voldemort screamed again. Quirrell lunged forward, knocking Harry to the ground, straddling him and tightening his hands around Harry's throat. The pain in Harry's scar surged once more, and his vision darkened, yet he still saw Quirrell howling in distress. Master, I can't hold him. My hands, my hands. Though Quirrell continued to pin Harry down with his knee, his hands had loosened their grip around Harry's neck, and he was now staring bewilderedly at his palms, which appeared as if they had been burned by fire, glowing red. Then eliminate him, you fool. Act quickly. Voldemort commanded in a piercing voice. Quirrell raised his hand, preparing to utter a fatal incantation, but instinctively, Harry thrust his hand towards Quirrell's face. Ah. Quirrell rolled off Harry, his face also breaking out in blisters. At that moment, Harry suddenly understood. As long as Quirrell made contact with his exposed skin, he would suffer excruciating pain. To escape, Harry realized that his only hope lay in gripping Quirrell tightly, preventing him from casting a spell. Harry sprang up, seizing Quirrell's arm with an unwavering grip, refusing to let go. Quirrell screamed in terror, desperately attempting to dislodge Harry. The pain in Harry's had intensified, darkness encroaching upon his vision, leaving him only with the chilling echoes of Quirrell's shrieks and Voldemort's menacing roar. Kill him! Kill him! Amidst this chaos, other voices cried out, Harry! Harry! Yet, perhaps these were mere phantoms conjured by his mind. He felt Quirrell's arm slip from his grasp, and he knew it was all over. Subsequently, he was engulfed in darkness, plummeting, falling. A golden object flickered above his head. It was the golden snitch. He endeavored to seize it, but his arms felt leaden, unable to rise. He blinked, only to realize that it was not the snitch at all, but a pair of glasses. How peculiar. He blinked fervently once more, and gradually, the familiar smiling face of Albus Dumbledore materialized before him. Good afternoon, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry stared blankly at him for a moment, then suddenly recalled, Sir, the Philosopher's Stone. It's Quirrell. He obtained the stone. Calm down, my dear child, Dumbledore interjected. What you are saying is somewhat outdated. Quirrell did not acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Then who did? Harry, please remain composed. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall will have me removed. Harry swallowed hard and surveyed his surroundings. He realized he was in a hospital. He lay on a bed adorned with pristine white linen, while a table beside him was piled high, resembling a miniature mountain, seemingly filled with an entire candy shop's worth of gifts. "These are all presents from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "Everything that transpired between you and Professor Quirrell in the underground classroom is a complete secret, yet secrets have a way of spreading, so naturally, the entire school is aware. As far as I know, your friends Fred and George Weasley initially intended to gift you a toilet seat. They undoubtedly wished to amuse you. But Madame Pomfrey deemed it unsanitary and confiscated it. How long have I been here?" Harry inquired. 3 days. Mr. Ron Weasley and Miss Granger will undoubtedly breathe a sigh of relief upon learning you have awakened. They have been exceedingly worried. However, my dear boy, it appears the Philosopher's Stone could not distract you from your peril. Very well, let us discuss the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell was unable to wrest it from your grasp. I arrived just in time to prevent him. Yet, I must commend you. You handled the situation admirably on your own. You made it there in time? Did you receive the letter from Hermione, sent by Owl? It seems the Owl and I missed each other in the air. Upon my arrival in London, I realized I should have returned to the place I had just departed. I arrived just in time to pull Quirrell away from you. It was you. I feared it might already be too late. It was nearly a close call. I could not hold on much longer. And Quirrell was on the verge of seizing the stone. Not the stone, my child. I refer to you. You risked your life in protecting the stone. In that dreadful moment, I was terrified, believing you had truly perished. As for the stone, it has been destroyed. Destroyed? Harry asked in confusion. But your friend Nicholas Flamel, oh, you know Nicholas? Dumbledore inquired, his tone brightening. You seem to have grasped the matter quite well. Haven tea you? Indeed. Nicholas and I had a discussion, and we both agreed this was the best course of action. But that means he and his wife will die, does it not? They had stored enough elixir of life to ensure they could settle their affairs. Yes, they will indeed die. Seeing the look of astonishment on Harry's face, Dumbledore chuckled. I know it may seem rather inconceivable to someone of your youth. However, for Nicholas and Perenelle, death is akin to finally retiring to bed after a long day. Moreover, for a mind as lucid as theirs, death is merely another grand adventure. You see, the Philosopher's Stone is not as wondrous as one might think. With it, one could fulfill any desire for wealth or longevity. These are the two greatest desires of humanity, yet, humans invariably choose what is least beneficial for them. Harry lay there, momentarily at a loss for words. Dumbledore hummed a cheerful tune, gazing at the ceiling with a twinkle in his eye. Sir, Harry began, I've been pondering that although the Philosopher's Stone is no longer in existence, Voldemort, if I may refer to him as such, indeed, Harry, always use the proper name for things. A fear of a name only serves to reinforce the fear of the thing itself. Yes, sir. So, Voldemort will still attempt to rise again by other means, will he? I mean, he has truly vanished, has he? Correct, Harry, he has not disappeared. He remains hidden somewhere, perhaps seeking a host willing to share their body with him. He does not truly live, and thus cannot be killed. At that moment, he was solely concerned with his own escape, completely indifferent to Quirrell's fate. He is merciless to his enemies, and equally ruthless to his followers. However, Harry, you may have merely delayed him, preventing him from regaining his strength immediately. In the future, another person must be thoroughly prepared to confront him in a decisive battle. But if he is continually impeded, he may ultimately be unable to restore his power. Harry nodded, but soon halted, as it induced a throbbing pain in his head. He then spoke, Sir, there are matters that perplex me, and I wonder if you could enlighten me regarding the truth of these issues. The truth, Dumbledore sighed, is a beautiful yet terrifying entity, to be approached with utmost caution. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to address your inquiries, unless I possess compelling reasons to remain silent. In such instances, I hope you will grant me your understanding. I certainly cannot deceive you with falsehoods. It is true that Voldemort claimed he killed my mother because she fiercely intervened to save me. Yet I must ask, why did he wish to take my life in the first place? Dumbledore exhaled heavily this time. Alas, the very first matter you inquire about is one I cannot disclose. Not today, nor at this moment. One day, you shall come to know. For now, let us put this matter aside, Harry. As you mature further, though I understand you may not wish to hear such words, when you are ready, the truth shall reveal itself to you. Harry understood that further words were futile. So, why is Quirrell unable to touch me? Your mother died to save you. If Voldemort fails to comprehend anything, it is love. He does not realize that the profound love your mother held for you leaves an indelible mark upon your being. It is not merely a scar or a visible trace. To have been so deeply loved by someone, even in their absence, bestows upon us a perpetual talisman. It resides within your very skin. For this reason, Quirrell cannot touch you. His heart is consumed by hatred, greed, and ambition. Having sold his soul to Voldemort, he would find unbearable torment in touching one who bears such a beautiful mark. At this juncture, Dumbledore feigned a keen interest in a bird outside the window, allowing Harry the opportunity to dry his tears with the bedclothes. As the atmosphere returned to normal, Harry inquired, "Do you know who gifted me the invisibility cloak?" "Oh, your father happened to leave it to me, and I believed you would appreciate it." A mischievous glint sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes. "It was quite a useful item. During his time at school here, your father primarily relied on it to sneak into the kitchen for midnight snacks. There is one more thing." "Ask away." Quirrell mentioned Snape. "He is Professor Snape, Harry." "Yes, that's him," Quirrell said. "Professor Snape despises me because he harbored hatred for my father." "Is that true?" "Indeed. They held mutual disdain for one another, somewhat akin to your relationship with Mr. Malfoy. Later, your father committed an act that Snape could never forgive." "What was it?" "He saved Snape's life." "What?" "Yes," Dumbledore mused. "The workings of the human mind are indeed remarkable, are they not? Professor Snape cannot bear the debt he owes your father. I believe his efforts to protect you this year stem from a desire to balance the scales, so that neither is in debt to the other. This way, he can comfortably revisit his animosity toward your father." Harry grappled with the passage of thought, yet it only intensified the throbbing pain in his head, compelling him to abandon his musings. "Ah, sir, there remains one final inquiry. Is it truly the last? How did I extract the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror?" "Oh, I am delighted you have finally broached this topic. It is one of my clever stratagems, entwined with the unspoken understanding shared between us, a remarkable phenomenon indeed. You see, only one who seeks the stone with a heart devoid of greed may obtain it. Others merely witness their desires reflected within the glass, envisioning themselves in the pursuit of wealth or immortality. I do surprise myself at times with my own cleverness. Now, I believe I have posed enough queries. I suggest you indulge in these confections." "Ah, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I had quite the unfortunate experience in my youth when I inadvertently consumed a rather foul-flavored bean, which has since dampened my enthusiasm for them. However, I reckon selecting a toffee-flavored one is always a safe bet. Wouldn't you agree?" He chuckled as he tossed the golden-brown bean into his mouth, only to choke and exclaim, "Ugh, unfortunate. It's earwax." Madame Pomfrey, the matron, was a kind-hearted woman, but exceedingly strict. 5 minutes, she declared. "Absolutely not," came the response. "You let Professor Dumbledore in." "Well, of course, he is the headmaster. It is a different matter entirely. You require rest. But I am resting, lying here, doing nothing." "Oh, please, Madame Pomfrey." "Oh, very well." She relented, but only 5 minutes. Thus, she permitted Ron and Hermione to enter. "Harry." Hermione appeared ready to embrace him, yet she restrained herself just in time, much to Harry's relief, as his head still throbbed painfully. "Oh, Harry, we all thought Dumbledore would be terribly worried." "The entire school is buzzing about it," Ron interjected. "What exactly happened?" The true tale was indeed more extraordinary and gripping than any unfounded rumor. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Harry recounted everything: Quirrell, the mirror, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort. Ron and Hermione listened intently, gasping at every suspenseful moment, and when Harry described Quirrell's face beneath the turban, Hermione let out a shriek. "So, the Philosopher's Stone is gone?" Ron eventually asked, "and Quirrell is on the brink of death?" "That is what I said." But Dumbledore seems to believe he said something along the lines of, "For those of clear mind, death is but another grand adventure." "I always said he was a bit mad," Ron remarked, shocked by how irrational his hero had become. "What about you two? How did you fare?" Harry inquired. "Oh, I made it back without issue," Hermione replied. "It took me a while to rouse Ron, and then we dashed to the Ollery to contact Dumbledore, only to encounter him in the hallway. He already knew. He simply remarked, 'Harry has gone to confront him, hasn't he?' and then hurried off to the 4th floor." "Do you think Dumbledore intended for you to do this?" Ron asked. "To give you your father's invisibility cloak and everything?" "Oh dear," Hermione interjected. "If he truly orchestrated this, it is rather terrifying. You could have been killed." "No, it's not like that," Harry pondered. "Dumbledore is an intriguing individual. I believe he wanted to grant me an opportunity. He seems to possess some awareness of the events transpiring here. I feel he is quite cognizant of our intentions, and rather than obstructing us, he has quietly imparted many useful lessons. I suspect that his revealing the mirror's function to me was no mere coincidence. It appears he believes I have the right to confront Voldemort, should the opportunity arise. Indeed, that is what sets Dumbledore apart," Ron declared with pride. Listen, you must attend the end-of-year feast tomorrow. The scores have been tallied, and naturally, Slytherin has claimed first place. You missed the final Quidditch match, and without you, we were thoroughly trounced by Ravenclaw. Nonetheless, the feast as fare is quite delectable. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey burst in. You have lingered for nearly 15 minutes. You must leave at once, she insisted firmly. Harry awoke with a sense of rejuvenation, having slept soundly until dawn. I would like to attend the banquet, he stated as Madame Pomfrey organized an array of candy boxes. Is that permissible? He inquired. She seemed unimpressed, as if Professor Dumbledore had not recognized the potential perils of the gathering. You have visitors, she announced. Oh, splendid, Harry exclaimed. Who is it? No sooner had he spoken than Hagrid squeezed himself through the door. Each time he entered, he appeared to be a colossal figure. He settled beside Harry, cast a glance his way, and then began to weep profusely. It's all my fault, he lamented, covering his face with his hands. I was the one who divulged to that scoundrel how to pass through the wards. I told him. He knows everything, except for this, and I had to tell him. You nearly lost your life. All for a dragon egg. I shall never drink again. I should be expelled and live as a muggle forever. Hagrid, Harry interjected, shocked to witness Hagrid trembling with sorrow and regret, large tears soaking his beard. Hagrid, he would have found out eventually. We are speaking of Voldemort. Even if you hadn't told him, he would have discovered it somehow. You nearly perished. Hagrid sobbed. Oh, do not utter that name. I shall say it, Voldemort. Harry shouted vehemently. He ceased his outburst upon seeing Hagrid's panic-stricken expression. I have confronted him face to face. I called his name aloud. Hagrid, please, cheer up. We have safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. It is no longer in his grasp, and he can no longer use it for malevolent purposes. Have a chocolate frog. I have plenty. Hagrid wiped his nose with the back of his hand and remarked, That reminds me. I brought you a gift. Pray tell it is not a ferret sandwich? Harry asked anxiously, to which Hagrid managed a reluctant chuckle. Not at all. Dumbledore granted me a day off yesterday to sort it out. Of course, he ought to have dismissed me entirely. Here, this is for you. It appeared to be a beautifully bound leather book. Harry curiously opened it to find it filled with photographs of wizards. On each page, his parents smiled and waved at him. I sent an owl to your parents' old classmates requesting pictures, knowing you did not have any of them. Do you like it? Harry found himself at a loss for words. Yet Hagrid understood him completely. That evening, Harry descended the stairs alone to attend the end-of-year feast. Moments before, Madame Pomfrey had made quite a fuss, insisting on giving him another thorough examination. Consequently, when he arrived at the Great Hall, it was already filled to capacity. The hall was adorned in the colors of Slytherin, green and silver, in celebration of their triumph in securing the House Cup for an unprecedented 7th consecutive year. A magnificent banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung from the wall behind the head table. As Harry stepped inside, the hall was suddenly enveloped in silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of voices moments later. He approached the Gryffindor table, seating himself between Ron and Hermione, feigning ignorance to the many eyes fixed upon him. Fortunately, after a brief interval, Dumbledore arrived, and the clamor in the hall gradually subsided. Another year had passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with exuberance, Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you all to listen to an old man's cliches. What a splendid year it has been. Your minds, I trust, have become more enriched over the summer, which awaits you in its entirety, providing ample time for you to digest those experiences before the new term commences. Now, as far as I am aware, we must first conduct the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The standings are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points, Ravenclaw, 426 points, and Slytherin, 472 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table as Draco Malfoy clanged his goblet against the table. A sight most distasteful. Indeed. Well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore remarked, yet we must also consider recent events. The hall fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded somewhat. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a final few points to award. Let me see. Ah, yes. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a sun-dried carrot. He won one of the most remarkable chess games in Hogwarts history, and for that, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from the Gryffindors nearly threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling. The stars above appeared to tremble in response. Percy could be heard loudly informing the other prefects. That's my brother. You know, my youngest brother. He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. After much effort, Calm was restored. Next, Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the flames and maintained her composure through logical reasoning. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms. Harry suspected she was silently crying. The Gryffindor students around them erupted with joy, bouncing at the table, their tally soaring by 100 points. Thirdly, Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced. The hall fell into an extraordinary hush. He exhibited remarkable bravery and extraordinary courage, for which I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. The uproar was deafening. Those who shouted hoarsely while calculating points in their minds realized that Gryffindor now matched Slytherin's score of 472. They were on the brink of claiming the House Cup if only Dumbledore would award Harry another point. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted once more. There are many forms of courage, Dumbledore smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, but to hold one's ground in front of friends demands just as much courage. Therefore, I shall finally award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. If someone were standing outside the hall at that moment, they might believe an explosion had occurred. As the cheers from the Gryffindor table rose to a crescendo, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood, cheering loudly, while Neville, taken aback, turned pale as he was enveloped by a crowd of congratulating peers. He had never won a point for Gryffindor before. Amidst the jubilation, Harry elbowed Ron and pointed at Malfoy, whose expression of shock and panic resembled that of someone just hit with a full body bind curse. This meant Dumbledore had to raise his voice to overshadow the thunderous applause, as even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students celebrated Slytherin's unexpected defeat. We need to make a few minor changes to the decorations here. He clapped his hands, and instantly, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red. While the silver ones turned to gold, the giant Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape was seen shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, forcing an awkward smile. His gaze met Harry's, and Harry immediately understood that Snape's attitude towards him had not shifted in the slightest. Harry felt no concern over this. It seemed that life would return to normal next year, at least to the usual state of Hogwarts. This was the most wonderful night of Harry's life. Surpassing even the thrill of winning a Quidditch match, celebrating Christmas, or defeating a troll, he would forever cherish this night in his memory. Harry had nearly forgotten that the exam results had yet to be announced. The day finally arrived, and to their astonishment, both he and Ron passed with high scores. Hermione naturally secured the top position in their year. Even Neville managed to squeak through, his commendable herbology grades compensating for the points he lost in potions. They had anticipated that Goyle, who was as foolish as a pig and notoriously selfish and cruel, would be expelled, yet surprisingly, he also passed. This was somewhat disappointing. But as Ron remarked, life is seldom entirely satisfactory. Suddenly, their wardrobes were empty, their belongings packed into suitcases. And Neville's toad was discovered hiding in the corner of the washroom. Notifications were sent to every student, cautioning them against using magic during the holidays. I had secretly hoped they would forget to send this to us, Fred Weasley lamented. Hagrid was responsible for leading them to the boats that would ferry them across the lake. Now, they had boarded the Hogwarts Express, chatting and laughing as they gazed out at the lush, tidy countryside. The train passed through various Muggle towns while they indulged in Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes for jackets and short-sleeved shirts. Finally, the train came to a halt at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. It took them quite a while to exit the platform in an orderly manner. A gaunt old guard stood by the wall, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time to prevent a chaotic surge that might attract the attention of Muggles. You must come to my house this summer, Ron said. I'll send an owl to invite you both. Thank you, Harry replied. I truly need something to look forward to. As they approached the exit back to the Muggle world, people continually jostled past them, some calling out, Goodbye, Harry. See you, Potter. Still so famous, Ron remarked, grinning at him. It won't be like that where I'm going, I assure you, Harry replied. Together with Ron and Hermione, he passed through the exit. There he is, Mum. Look, it was Ginny, Ron's sister, but she was not pointing at Ron. Harry Potter. She squealed, Look, Mum. I see him. Don't shout. Ginny, it's rude to point, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile, looking down at them. Busy year, was it? She inquired. Extremely, Harry replied. Thank you for the fudge and the sweater, Mrs. Weasley. Oh. It was nothing, dear. Are you ready? Uncle Vernon was still the same, his face as red as ever, a bushy mustache, and glaring at Harry with an angry expression. In a station crowded with ordinary people, Harry brazenly carried a cage containing an owl, which was quite audacious. Behind him stood Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley, who displayed an expression of trepidation upon seeing Harry. You must be Harry's family, Mrs. Weasley said. You could say that, Uncle Vernon replied. Hurry up, boy. We can't waste the whole day." He turned and walked away. Harry wished to linger a while longer to exchange a few words with Ron and Hermione. "Let us bid farewell until the end of the summer." "I wish you a delightful holiday," Hermione said. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Uncle Vernon's retreating figure, astonished that such a loathsome individual could exist in this world. "Oh, I shall have a splendid time," Harry replied, a brilliant smile illuminating his face, leaving Ron and Hermione in a state of surprise. They were unaware that magic was forbidden in his home, and this summer, he intended to thoroughly enjoy himself at Dudley's expense. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Endnotes 1. Kent is located in the southeastern part of England. Yorkshire is situated in the northeast. Dundee lies on the eastern coast of Scotland. 2. Refers to the annual celebration of Bonfire Night held in the United Kingdom on November 5th. 3. Bristol, a port city in the southwestern region of England. Serves as the county town of Avon, adjacent to the Bristol Channel. 4. Majorca, an island in the western Mediterranean, is part of Spain. 5. A 5-year secondary school where students enroll at the age of 11, encompassing both general and vocational subjects. 6. A type of hat traditionally worn while rowing in the summer. 7. The Gorgon, one of the 3 snake-haired monsters in Greek mythology, whose terrifying visage turns anyone who gazes upon it to stone. 8. All Saints' Day in Christianity is observed annually on November 1st. 9. A horn used to signal warnings to vessels navigating through dense fog. 10. A hairstyle traditionally worn by Jamaican individuals of African descent. 11. A venomous spider native to South Africa. 12. Druids were a learned class among the ancient Celts, serving as priests, judges, sorcerers, or diviners. 13. A high, stiff ruff that encircles the neck, popular in the 16th and 17th centuries. 14. In English, the surname would also denotes timber. 15. In English, both Percy and prefect begin with the letter P. 16. This inscription is found on the Mirror of Ariste. 17. This refers to Hermione praying for Harry. 18. This refers to Hermione praying for Harry. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets title page. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. J.K. Rowling dedicated to Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, dedicated to my companion, Cian, who drives with me on windy roads and keeps me company in inclement weather. Main character list of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter, the protagonist of the narrative, is a second-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ron Weasley, a cherished friend of Harry within the magical institution, and Hermione Granger, another close companion, accompany him through his adventures. Neville Longbottom is a fellow classmate, while Draco Malfoy represents a rival from the same school. Petunia Dursley, Harry's aunt, and Vernon Dursley, his uncle, alongside Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin, and their son, form his unkind guardians. Rubius Hagrid serves as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and Albus Dumbledore is the esteemed headmaster of the school. Minerva McGonagall holds the position of deputy headmistress, while Severus Snape teaches potions. Gilderoy Lockhart, an instructor for defense against the dark arts, adds to the colorful cast of characters. Tom Riddle, known as Voldemort, was a student 50 years prior. Chapter 1. The Most Dismal Birthday. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 1. The Most Dreadful Birthday. On this day, the breakfast table at number 4, Privet Drive, erupted in yet another quarrel. Early in the morning, Mr. Vernon Dursley was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of peculiar shrieks emanating from his nephew Harry's room. This marked the 3rd occurrence that week. He bellowed across the table, "If you cannot control that owl, then let it be rid of us." Harry attempted once more to explain. It was stifling. He was accustomed to flying outside. "Do you think I am a fool?" Uncle Vernon bellowed, a fragment of fried egg swaying in his thick beard. "I know very well what the consequences of releasing an owl would be." He exchanged a gloomy glance with his wife, Petunia. Harry wished to retort, yet his words were drowned out by a loud, prolonged belch from his cousin Dudley. "I want more bacon." "There's plenty in the frying pan, sweetheart," Aunt Petunia said, her eyes glistening as she gazed at her hefty son. "We must ensure you gain weight. The school meals leave me uneasy." "Nonsense," Uncle Vernon interjected passionately. "I was never hungry during my time at Smeltings, were you, son?" Dudley was so corpulent that the flesh on his backside spilled over the edges of his chair. He grinned broadly and turned to face Harry. "Pass the frying pan." "You forgot to say the spell," Harry retorted, irked. Such a simple utterance had an astonishing effect on the others in the household. Dudley gasped, tumbling from his chair, causing the entire kitchen to tremble. Mrs. Dursley screamed, quickly covering her mouth. Mr. Dursley leaped up, veins bulging at his temples. "I meant please," Harry quickly clarified. "I wasn't implying, did I not tell you?" Uncle Vernon bellowed, spittle flying onto the table. Such words are forbidden in this house. But how dare you threaten Dudley? Uncle Vernon roared, pounding the table. I warned you. I cannot abide you mentioning your peculiarities in my home. All right, Harry replied. All right. Uncle Vernon sat back down. Panting like a short-winded rhinoceros, his shrewd little eyes fixated on Harry. Since Harry returned home for the summer break, Uncle Vernon had regarded him as a ticking time bomb. For Harry was not a typical child. In truth, he was rather extraordinary. Harry Potter is a wizard who has just completed his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If the Dursleys feel displeased about his returning home for the summer, their discontent pales in comparison to Harry's emotions. Harry truly yearned for Hogwarts, a longing that pierced his very soul. He missed the castle, the hidden passages, and the ghosts. He missed his classes, perhaps with the exception of Professor Snape's potions lessons, as well as the letters delivered by owls and the feasts in the Great Hall. He longed for the four-poster beds in his dormitory, the little wooden hut by the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Most of all, he missed Quidditch, the most popular sport in the magical realm, with its 6 towering goalposts for flying balls and 14 players soaring on broomsticks. As soon as Harry arrived home, Uncle Vernon confined his spellbook, wand, robes, cauldron, and the state-of-the-art Firebolt 2000 broom into the small, dim storage cupboard beneath the stairs. The Dursleys were indifferent to the possibility of Harry being expelled from the Quidditch team for neglecting his practice over the summer. His unfinished homework would not concern them either. The Dursleys, being what wizards refer to as muggles, bore no trace of magical blood in their veins. To them, having a wizard in the family was a source of immense shame. Uncle Vernon even imprisoned Harry's owl, Hedwig, in her cage, forbidding her from delivering any messages to the magical world. Harry bore no resemblance to his family at all. Uncle Vernon was stout and brawny, lacking a neck, and sported an exceptionally thick beard. Aunt Petunia possessed a horse-like visage with coarse features. Dudley had golden hair, rosy skin, and a corpulent figure. In stark contrast, Harry was small and slender, with bright green eyes and unruly black hair, complemented by a long, lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. This scar rendered Harry distinctly unique, even among wizards. It was the sole remnant of his mysterious past, the only clue to the circumstances that led to him being placed on the Dursleys' doorstep 11 years prior. At the tender age of 1, Harry astonishingly survived the malevolent curse cast by Voldemort, the most formidable dark wizard in history, whose name instills fear in the hearts of most witches and wizards. Tragically, Harry's parents fell victim to this dark sorcerer, yet Harry emerged unscathed, bearing only a distinctive lightning-shaped scar. Remarkably, it seemed that the moment that vile curse faltered against Harry, Voldemort's powers were irrevocably shattered. Consequently, Harry was raised by his aunt and uncle, residing with the Dursleys for a decade, during which he struggled to comprehend the peculiar occurrences that seemed to manifest around him. As the Dursleys merely claimed his parents had perished in a car accident, attributing his scar to the same unfortunate incident. It was only a year prior, upon receiving a letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, that he began to unravel the truth of his lineage. Enrolled in the magical institution, he gained notoriety alongside his scar. However, as the academic year drew to a close, he returned to the Dursleys for the summer, where he was treated like a filthy dog that had rolled in the muck. The Dursleys, in their obliviousness, completely overlooked the fact that this day marked Harry's 12th birthday. Naturally, Harry harbored no great expectations, as they had never bestowed upon him any meaningful gifts, let alone a birthday cake. Yet, to entirely forget was rather excessive. At that moment, Uncle Vernon, with a faint gravitas, cleared his throat and proclaimed, "We all know that today is a day of utmost significance." Harry lifted his head, hardly believing his ears. "Today, I might be on the verge of striking the most significant deal of my life," Uncle Vernon declared. Harry lowered his head and continued to nibble on his toast. Of course, he thought resentfully, Uncle Vernon was referring to that ludicrous dinner party. For the past fortnight, it had been the sole topic of his conversation. A wealthy builder and his wife were to dine with them, and Uncle Vernon hoped that this individual would place a substantial order. Uncle Vernon's company specialized in drilling machinery. "I think we should review the evening's arrangements once more," Uncle Vernon stated. "At 8 o'clock, everyone should be in position." "Penny, you should." In the living room, and Petunia responded, "Wait to warmly welcome them." "Excellent, excellent, Dudley. I'll be waiting to open the door for them." Dudley beamed with a sickeningly affected smile. "Shall I take your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? They will love that." And Petunia exclaimed with glee. "Splendid, Dudley," Uncle Vernon replied. He then abruptly turned to Harry, "And what about you?" I'll remain in my bedroom, silent as a mouse. Pretending I'm not home, Harry replied flatly. Very well, Uncle Vernon growled. I shall escort them to the living room, introduce you to Petunia, and serve them drinks. At 8 o'clock sharp, I will announce dinner. Aunt Petunia chimed in. Dudley, you should say, may I escort you to the dining room, Mrs. Mason? Dudley complied, extending his chubby arm toward the invisible lady. What a proper young gentleman. Aunt Petunia sniffled with pride. And you? Uncle Vernon asked Harry with a scowl. I'll stay in my bedroom, silent as a mouse, pretending I'm not home, Harry said listlessly. Right. Now, we should express some compliments at the dinner table. Petunia, do you have any suggestions? Mr. Mason, I hear your golf game is exceptional. Mrs. Mason, do tell me where you purchased your dress. Very good, Dudley. How about Mr. Mason? Our teacher asked us to write about someone we admire, and I chose you. This was too much for both Aunt Petunia and Harry to bear. Petunia was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her son tightly. Harry, on the other hand, buried his head beneath the table, fearing they might see him laughing. And you, Harry? Harry straightened up, striving to maintain a composed expression. I remained in my bedroom, uttering not a sound, pretending as though I were not at home. This was indeed the right course of action. Uncle Vernon asserted forcefully that the Masons were entirely oblivious to your presence, and we ought to sustain this illusion. Petunia. After dinner, you shall escort Mrs. Mason to the sitting room for coffee, while I tactfully steer the conversation towards the drill. If fortune favors us, I shall have the signed and sealed agreement in hand before the 10 o'clock news. By this time tomorrow, we will be in a position to select our villa on the island of Majorca. Harry was not particularly excited. He did not believe that the Dursleys would like him any more on the island of Majorca than they did on Privet Drive. All right, I will go into town to fetch Dudley and my suit. What about you? He shouted at Harry. Make sure you don't get in the way while your aunt is doing the laundry. Harry emerged from the back door. The weather outside was splendid, bathed in radiant sunshine. He traversed the lawn and plopped down on the garden bench, clearing his throat to sing, Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me. There were no cards, no gifts. Tonight, he would once again pretend he did not exist. He gazed mournfully at the hedges, feeling an unprecedented sense of solitude. He longed for his dearest friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, more than he missed anything else about Hogwarts, even the Quidditch matches. Yet, it seemed they had forgotten him entirely. Throughout the summer, no one had written to him, despite Ron's earlier promise to invite Harry to his home. Time and again, Harry nearly resorted to using magic to open Hedwig's cage, hoping to send a letter to Ron and Hermione. But that would have been too perilous. Underage wizards were prohibited from casting spells outside school grounds. Harry had not disclosed this rule to the Dursleys. He knew that they merely feared he might transform them all into beetles, which was why they refrained from locking him and his wand, along with his broomstick, in the cupboard under the stairs. During the first 2 weeks back home, Harry found amusement in pretending to mutter incantations while watching Dudley struggle to move his hefty legs in an attempt to flee outdoors. However, the absence of letters from Ron and Hermione left Harry feeling severed from the magical world, rendering even the prospect of teasing Dudley devoid of joy. Now, Ron and Hermione had forgotten his birthday. He would trade anything for a scrap of news from Hogwarts, no matter its source. He would even welcome a glimpse of his adversary, Draco Malfoy, if it could prove that this was not merely a dream. His year at Hogwarts had not been entirely filled with merriment. At the end of the last term, Harry had confronted Voldemort himself. Though diminished from his former self, Voldemort remained vicious, terrifying, and cunning, resolute in his quest to regain his powers. Harry narrowly escaped Voldemort's clutches once more, but it had been perilous. Even now. Several weeks later, he would awaken in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, pondering Voldemort's whereabouts, recalling his ashen face and those wide, crazed eyes. Harry suddenly straightened up. He had been absent-mindedly gazing at the hedge, but now the hedge was gazing back at him. Among the leaves, 2 remarkably large green eyes were shimmering. Harry sprang up as a mocking voice floated over from across the lawn. I am aware of what day it is today. Dudley swaggered over, his large eyes blinking a few times before vanishing from view. What? Harry inquired, his gaze still fixed on that spot. I know what day it is today, Dudley reiterated as he approached Harry. Very good, Harry replied. You have finally learned to count the days of the week. Today is your birthday. Dudley taunted. You didn't receive a card? Don't tell me you have no friends in that wretched place. You'd best not let your mother hear you speak of my school, Harry retorted coldly. Dudley adjusted his trousers, which were sliding down his plump backside. What are you staring at the hedges for? He asked suspiciously. I was contemplating which spell to use to set them ablaze, Harry replied. Dudley stumbled back a few steps, a look of terror spreading across his chubby face. You can't. My dad said you're not allowed to use magic. He said he'd kick you out. And you have nowhere to go, no friends to take you in. Jiggery pokery, Harry exclaimed. Hocus pocus, jiggery jiggery. Mom, Dudley wailed, stumbling towards the house. Mom? He's doing it again. Harry paid a considerable price for this fleeting moment of joy. Although Dudley and the hedges remained unscathed, Aunt Petunia realized that he had not truly wielded magic. Nevertheless, she hurled a frying pan, soapy water splattering, toward him. And fortune favored him as he narrowly evaded her strike. Subsequently, she commanded him to undertake chores, declaring that he would not be permitted to eat until his tasks were complete. Dudley, indulging in ice cream, swayed beside him, observing as Harry scrubbed windows, washed the car, tended to the lawn, arranged the flower beds, pruned and watered the roses, and repainted the garden bench. Under the blazing sun, Harry felt the heat sear the back of his neck. He knew he ought not to fall into Dudley's trap, yet Dudley had struck a chord, suggesting that perhaps Harry had no friends at Hogwarts after all. He fervently hoped that they could witness the illustrious Harry Potter in his current state. While spreading manure in the flower bed, he thought bitterly, his back ached and sweat trickled down his cheeks. It was not until 7:30 in the evening that he finally heard Aunt Petunia's call, utterly exhausted. Come in. Step on the newspaper. Harry joyfully entered the cool, gleaming kitchen. On top of the refrigerator rested the pudding for tonight's dinner, a generous mound of whipped cream adorned with sprinkled violets. A substantial roast sizzled in the oven. Hurry up. The Masons are about to arrive, Aunt Petunia insisted sternly, gesturing towards the 2 slices of bread and a heap of cheese on the kitchen table. She was already dressed in a light orange cocktail dress. Harry washed his hands and hurriedly consumed his meager dinner. As soon as he finished, Aunt Petunia whisked away the plate. Upstairs. Quickly, as he passed by the living room, Harry caught a glimpse of Uncle Vernon, dressed in formal attire and sporting a bow tie, along with Dudley. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, the doorbell rang, and Uncle Vernon's scowling face appeared at the bottom of the staircase. Remember, boy, if you dare utter a single sound. Harry tiptoed to the entrance of his bedroom, quietly slipped inside, closed the door, and turned around, eager to throw himself onto his bed. The issue was that someone was already sitting on it. Chapter 2, Dobby's Warning. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 2, Dobby's Warning. Harry nearly gasped. The creature on the bed possessed large bat-like ears and a pair of bulging green eyes, as immense as tennis balls. Harry instantly recalled the eyes he had seen peering at him from beyond the garden hedge that morning. They locked gazes. He then heard Dobby's voice echoing from the hallway. Shall I fetch your clothes, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? The creature slid off the bed and bowed deeply, its elongated nose brushing against the carpet. Harry observed that it was clad in what resembled an old pillowcase, with several holes torn at the arms and legs. Oh, hello, Harry said awkwardly. Harry Potter. The creature shrieked, and Harry thought surely it could be heard downstairs. Dobby has long desired to meet you, sir. It is a great honor. Thank you, Harry replied, edging along the wall to sit in the chair by his desk, next to Hedwig, who was peacefully sleeping in her large cage. He contemplated asking, What are you? But deemed it too impolite, opting instead for, Who are you? Dobby, sir. I am Dobby, a house elf, the creature declared. Oh, is that so? Harry responded. I mean, no disrespect, but it seems a bit inappropriate to host a house elf in my bedroom at this moment. A false. Boisterous laughter from Aunt Petunia echoed through the living room. The elf's head drooped sadly. I am not displeased to see you, Harry hurriedly reassured, but, is there a specific reason for your visit? Oh, yes, sir, Dobby replied eagerly. Dobby has come to tell you, sir. It is difficult to say, sir. Dobby does not know where to begin. Please, take a seat. Harry gestured towards the bed politely. Unexpectedly, the little elf burst into tears, startling Harry with the volume of its sobs. Please sit down. Dobby whimpered. Never have I. Harry seemed to hear a stammering voice from downstairs. I am sorry, he murmured. I did not mean to offend you. Offend Dobby. The little elf choked. Never has a wizard made Dobby sit down as an equal. Harry struggled to maintain a soothing expression while shushing, urging Dobby to return to the bed. Dobby sat there, hiccuping, resembling an unattractive doll. Eventually, he managed to regain his composure and gazed at Harry with his tear-filled eyes, brimming with reverence. You probably haven't encountered many virtuous wizards, Harry thought. Wishing to uplift his spirits, Dobby shook his head and, without warning, leapt up, banging his head against the window while exclaiming, Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Stop it. What are you doing? Harry whispered anxiously, springing up to pull Dobby back onto the bed. Hedwig, disturbed by the commotion, let out a particularly loud shriek, flapping about wildly in her cage. "I must punish myself, sir," the little elf declared, his eyes nearly crossing. Dobby almost spoke ill of his masters, sir. "Masters?" Harry inquired, intrigued. "The wizard family Dobby serves, sir. House elves must forever serve a household." "Do they know you're here?" Harry asked curiously. Dobby shivered. "Oh, no, sir. They do not know. Dobby must impose the severest punishment upon himself for coming to see you. Dobby will lock his ears in the oven door. If they were to find out, sir, but if you lock your ears in the oven door, wouldn't they discover it?" Dobby speculated that they would not, sir. "Dobby often punishes himself for various reasons, sir. They compel Dobby to do so. Sometimes they remind me to punish myself more severely." "Then why don't you leave? Why not escape? House elves can only be freed by their masters. But masters never set Dobby free. Dobby will serve until death, sir." Harry was left speechless. The thought of having to remain here for an additional 4 weeks was nearly unbearable. He remarked that, in comparison, the Dursleys exhibited a semblance of warmth. "Is there no one who can assist you? Can I be of any help?" Harry almost instantly regretted uttering those words. Dobby was once again overwhelmed with emotion, weeping profusely. "Please," Harry said anxiously, "keep your voice down. If the Dursleys were to hear, if they were to discover you were here—" "Harry?" Potter inquired if he could assist Dobby. "Dobby has long been aware of your greatness, sir, but your kindness is something Dobby had yet to comprehend." Harry felt a flush of heat rise to his face and hurriedly exclaimed, "What you heard is mere nonsense. I am not even the top student at Hogwarts. That honor belongs to Hermione." However, he quickly fell silent, as thoughts of Hermione brought him a pang of sorrow. Harry Potter, in his humility, was regarded with admiration, his large, round eyes sparkling with light. He refrained from mentioning his victory over the one whose name could not be spoken. "Voldemort?" Harry uttered. Dobby covered his ears with his hands, moaning, Do not say that name, sir. Do not say that name." "I apologize," Harry quickly responded. "I know many people dislike him." He hesitated again, as thoughts of Ron also caused him distress. Dobby leaned closer to Harry, his eyes wide as saucers. "Dobby has heard," he croaked, "that Harry Potter encountered that Dark Lord once more a few weeks ago, and once again, Harry Potter escaped." Harry nodded slightly, and Dobby was instantly overwhelmed with tears. Sir," he stammered, wiping his face with the tattered corner of a filthy pillowcase. "Harry Potter, brave and fearless. He has faced so many perils." Yet Dobby wished to protect Harry Potter, to deliver a warning to him. Even if it meant having to confine his own ears in the oven afterward. Dobby needed to convey that Harry Potter could not return to Hogwarts. The room fell silent, save for the clattering of cutlery downstairs and Uncle Vernon's grumbling. "What?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "But I must return on September 1st. It is my hope for life. You have no idea what my days are like here. I do not belong here. I belong to your world, to Hogwarts." "No, no, no," Dobby squeaked, shaking his head vigorously, his ears flapping audibly. "Harry Potter must stay in a safe place. He is so great, so kind. We cannot lose him. If Harry Potter returns to Hogwarts, he will be in grave danger." "Why?" Harry asked, bewildered. "There is a plot, Harry Potter. This year, something most dreadful will transpire at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Dobby whispered, trembling all over. Dobby had known about this for months, sir. "Harry Potter cannot take such risks. He is far too important, sir." "What dreadful thing?" Harry immediately inquired. "Who is behind it?" Dobby let out a comical sob and began to bang his head against the wall. "Stop," Harry shouted, grabbing the little elf's arm to prevent him from harming himself. "I know you cannot speak of it, but why come to warn me?" Suddenly, an unpleasant thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, this wouldn't have anything to do with you-know-who, would it? Or that mysterious figure you know about? Just shake your head or nod." He hastily added, noticing Dobby's head was worryingly inclined towards the wall. Dobby slowly shook his head. "No, no, not that one whose name cannot be mentioned, sir." However, Dobby's eyes widened as if he wished to give Harry a hint. But Harry remained perplexed. "He has no brother, does he?" Dobby shook his head, his eyes growing even wider. "Then I cannot fathom who could be behind such terrifying events at Hogwarts," Harry said. "I mean, first of all, there is Dumbledore. You know of Dumbledore, right?" Dobby lowered his head. He knew that Albus Dumbledore was the greatest headmaster Hogwarts had ever known. Dobby had heard that Dumbledore's magical prowess rivaled that of the one whose name must not be spoken. "But sir," Dobby urgently whispered, "there are some powers even Dumbledore does not possess. No upright wizard would." Harry, caught off guard, watched as Dobby leapt from the bed, seizing Harry's lamp and striking it against his own head, accompanied by a series of anguished cries. A sudden stillness enveloped the house below, 2 seconds later, Harry, his heart racing, heard Uncle Vernon calling from the hallway. Dudley must have forgotten to turn off the television again. That little rascal. Quick, in the cupboard, Harry whispered urgently. He shoved Dobby into the cupboard and shut the door just as he threw himself onto the bed, the doorknob turning ominously. What on earth are you doing? Uncle Vernon seethed, thrusting his face terrifyingly close to Harry's. I was in the midst of the most crucial part of a joke about Japanese golfers, and you've disrupted it. Make another sound, and you'll regret the day you were born, boy. He stomped heavily out of the room. Harry shivered as he pulled Dobby out from the wardrobe. Do you see the situation here? Do you understand why I must return to Hogwarts? It is the only place I have to go. And I believe I have some friends there. What friends? Who do not even write to Harry? Dobby said slyly. I think they are just taking their time. Harry furrowed his brow. How do you know my friends haven't written to me? Dobby shuffled his feet on the ground. Harry Potter shouldn't be angry with Dobby. He only intercepted my letters for your sake. The letters are with Dobby, sir, the little elf remarked. He nimbly jumped to a spot out of Harry's reach and extracted a thick stack of letters from the pillowcase he wore. Harry recognized Hermione's neat handwriting, Ron's flamboyant script, and even some scrawls that seemed to belong to Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dobby anxiously blinked up at Harry. Harry Potter should not be upset. Dobby originally hoped that if Harry Potter thought his friends had forgotten him, perhaps he would not wish to return to school, sir. Harry was disinclined to listen and reached out to seize the letter, but Dobby evaded him with a nimble jump. Harry Potter must first assure Dobby that he will not return to Hogwarts. Oh, sir, you absolutely cannot take such a risk. Please, say you won't go back, sir. Look here, exclaimed Dobby. No, Harry retorted angrily. Give me my friend's letter. Thus, Dobby found himself with no other option. The little elf lamented sorrowfully. Before Harry could react, Dobby had already dashed to the door, flung it open, and swiftly raced down the stairs. Harry felt a dryness in his mouth, and his insides were in turmoil. He hurriedly sprang up to pursue, striving to remain as silent as possible. With a leap, he bounded down the last 6 steps, landing cat-like on the hallway carpet. Scanning the surroundings for Dobby, he overheard Uncle Vernon in the dining room, saying, Mrs. Mason, do tell Petunia those jokes about the American plumbers. She has been eager to hear them. Harry dashed through the hallway and into the kitchen, feeling a hollow sensation in his stomach. Aunt Petunia's masterpiece, a towering pudding adorned with whipped cream and dusted with powdered sugar, seemed to float just beneath the ceiling. Dobby perched atop the corner cupboard. No, Harry whispered urgently, please. They will kill me. Harry Potter must not return to school, Dobby implored. Please, sir, guarantee it. I cannot, Harry exclaimed, and Dobby cast a sorrowful glance in his direction. Then I can only do this for you, sir. It is for Harry Potter's own good. The pudding dish shattered with a loud crash, and Harry felt as though his heart had stopped. The plates splintered into pieces, whipped cream splattered across the walls and windows. With a crack like a whip, Dobby vanished. A scream echoed from the dining room as Uncle Vernon rushed into the kitchen, discovering Harry frozen in shock, covered from head to toe in Aunt Petunia's pudding. At first, Uncle Vernon seemed capable of concealing the incident. My nephew has a bit of a problem. He gets nervous around strangers, which is why we keep him upstairs. He ushered the startled Masons back into the dining room, warning Harry that once the guests departed, he would be severely punished, then tossed him a mop. Aunt Petunia retrieved some ice cream from the refrigerator. As Harry began to scrub the kitchen, still trembling, he mused that if it weren't for that owl, Uncle Vernon might have salvaged his evening. Aunt Petunia was distributing a box of after-dinner mints when suddenly, an owl swooped in through the dining room window, dropping a letter on Mrs. Mason's head before whirling away. Mrs. Mason shrieked in terror and promptly fled the house, shouting about lunatics. Mr. Mason lingered for a moment, informing the Dursleys that his wife was deathly afraid of all manner of birds, great and small, and inquired if this was some sort of deliberate jest on their part. Harry stood in the kitchen, gripping the mop to support his weary frame. Uncle Vernon advanced upon him, a malevolent glimmer dancing in his beady eyes. Read this, he sneered, brandishing the letter delivered by the owl. Go on, read it. Harry received the letter, which contained no birthday wishes. Mr. Potter, we have received reports indicating that at precisely 9:12 p.m. this evening, you employed a levitation spell at your residence. As you are aware, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. Should you engage in such behavior again, you may face expulsion from this institution. Regulation of Underage Sorcery Act, 1875. Section 3. Furthermore, please be reminded that according to Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Act, Any magical activity that may attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, constitutes a serious offense. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Mafalda Hopkirk, Ministry of Magic. Improper use of magic. Office. Harry lifted his head, his throat constricted. You didn't inform us that you couldn't use magic outside school. Uncle Vernon said, his eyes gleaming with a wild light. I suppose you forgot all about it. He bore down on Harry like a massive bulldog, baring his teeth. Oh, I have news for you, boy. I shall confine you, and you shall never return to that school. If you attempt to escape using magic, they will expel you. Uncle Vernon was not one to make idle threats. The next day, he arranged for someone to install iron bars on Harry's window. He personally fitted a bolt on the bedroom door, delivering meager portions of food 3 times a day. They allowed Harry out only for restroom breaks morning and evening, keeping him locked inside at all other times. 3 days passed, and the Dursleys showed no signs of mercy. Harry could not conceive of an escape plan. He lay on his bed, watching the sun set beyond the bars, sorrowfully contemplating his fate. If he were to be expelled from Hogwarts, what would be the point of escaping with magic? Yet, life at number 4 Privet Drive had become unbearable. Now that the Dursleys realized they would not wake up transformed into bats, Harry had lost his only weapon. Dobby may have thwarted Harry's dreadful fate at Hogwarts. But if this continued, he might starve. The sound of the bolt echoed, and Aunt Petunia's hand slipped through the opening, offering a bowl of canned soup. Starving and in pain, Harry leapt from his bed to grasp the bowl. The soup was cold, but he gulped down half of it in one go. He then approached Hedwig's cage, pouring the few soggy vegetables from the bottom of the bowl into her empty food dish. She fluffed her feathers and shot him a disdainful glance. Don't raise your beak so high. This is all we have, Harry replied sternly. He returned the empty bowl to the door and lay back down, feeling even hungrier than before. What would happen if he survived 4 weeks without reporting to Hogwarts? Would they send someone to investigate his absence? Could they compel the Dursleys to release him? As darkness enveloped the room, Harry, exhausted and ravenous, found his mind swirling with unanswered questions. He unwittingly drifted into a restless sleep. He dreamt he was on display at a zoo, the sign on his cage reading Little Wizard. People observed him through the iron bars as he lay on straw, starving and weak. He spotted Dobby's face in the crowd and called for him to rescue him, but Dobby exclaimed, Harry, Potter is safe there, sir, and vanished. Then he saw the Dursleys, Dudley shaking the cage bars, mocking him. Stop, Harry mumbled, the clanging sound jarring his aching nerves. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep. He opened his eyes to moonlight streaming through the bars, and someone was staring at him through the iron grating, a freckled face, red hair, and a long nose. Ron Weasley was outside Harry's window. Chapter 3. The Burrow. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 3. The Burrow. Ron. Harry whispered, stealthily approaching the window and pushing it open, allowing them to converse through the iron bars. What on earth are you doing? Upon seeing the scene before him, Harry's mouth fell agape. Ron was peering through the back window of a teal-colored car, which was suspended in midair. His twin brothers, Fred and George, occupied the front seats, grinning at him. How's it going, Harry? What's the matter? Ron inquired. Why haven't you replied to my letters? I've invited you a dozen times. And then Dad said you used magic in front of muggles and received a warning. How did he find out? Harry asked, bewildered. He works in the ministry, Ron replied. You know we can't use magic outside school. That's easy for you to say, Harry retorted, gazing at the hovering automobile. Oh, that doesn't count, Ron insisted. We're just borrowing it. It's Dad's car, and we haven't enchanted it. But you used magic in front of muggles you live with, Harry countered. I told you I didn't but there's no time to explain now. Can you inform the school that the Dursleys have locked me up and won't let me return? I obviously can't use magic to escape, as the ministry would think I used it twice in 3 days. Enough of that, Ron said. We've come to take you home. But you can't use magic either, Harry pointed out. We don't need to, Ron chuckled, nodding towards the front seat. Have you forgotten who I'm with? Tie it to the bars, Fred instructed, tossing Harry a length of rope. If the Dursleys wake up, I'm doomed, Harry said, securely fastening the rope to a metal bar as Fred revved the engine. Don't worry, Fred assured him. Just step back. Harry retreated into the shadows, drawing closer to Hedwig. She seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, remaining perfectly still within her cage. The sound of the car engine grew increasingly louder, and suddenly with a jarring crash, the iron bars were uprooted. Fred drove the vehicle straight up into the sky. Harry rushed to the window and observed the bars swaying a few feet above the ground. Ron, panting heavily, pulled him into the car. Harry listened anxiously. There was no sound from the Dursleys' bedroom. The bars were safely placed beside Ron's seat, and Fred reversed the car, bringing it as close to Harry's window as possible. "Get in," Ron urged. "But my school things, my wand and my broomstick, where are they?" "Locked in the cupboard under the stairs. I can't get out." "Not a problem," George, seated beside the driver, replied. "Move aside, Harry." Fred and George carefully climbed through the window into Harry's room. George retrieved a mundane hairpin from his pocket and began to pick the lock. Harry thought to himself that it was only they who could accomplish this. "Many wizards consider learning such muggle tricks a waste of time," Fred remarked, "but we believe it is a skill, albeit a slow one." With a soft click, the door swung open. "Now let us retrieve your trunk. Hurry and grab what you need, and pass it to Ron," George whispered. "Be cautious on the last few steps. They might creak," Harry quietly warned as the twins vanished into the dark staircase. Harry dashed around the room, gathering various items to hand to Ron through the window, before proceeding to assist Fred and George in lifting a trunk. He heard Uncle Vernon's throat clear. The three of them, panting heavily, finally managed to hoist the trunk upstairs and maneuver it to Harry's window. Fred climbed back into the car, pulling alongside Ron, while Harry and George pushed from inside, inching the trunk gradually towards the outside. Uncle Vernon cleared his throat once more. With a little more effort, Fred gasped, pulling with all his might. "Give it a solid push." Harry and George forcefully collided with the box, which then slid from the window onto the back seat of the car. "All right, let us depart," George whispered. However, as Harry climbed onto the windowsill, a sudden shrill cry erupted behind him, followed closely by Uncle Vernon's furious roar. "That blasted owl! I forgot Hedwig." The light at the staircase flickered on, and Harry quickly dashed back inside, seizing Hedwig's cage and rushing to the window, handing it over to Ron. Just as he was clambering back up onto the dresser, Uncle Vernon pounded on the unlatched door, which swung open. For a moment, Uncle Vernon stood frozen at the threshold. And then he bellowed like an enraged bull, lunging at Harry and grasping his ankle. Ron, Fred, and George gripped Harry's arms, straining to pull him free. "Petunia!" Uncle Vernon shouted. "He's trying to escape. He's trying to escape." With a mighty tug from the Weasley brothers, Harry's legs slipped from Uncle Vernon's grasp. He dove into the car, colliding with the door, and Ron immediately cried out, "Step on it, Fred." The car surged forward towards the moon. Harry could hardly believe he was free. He lowered the car window, and the evening breeze tousled his hair as the rooftops of Privet Drive gradually diminished beneath him. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were still leaning out of the window, gazing in disbelief. "See you next summer," Harry shouted. The Weasley brothers burst into hearty laughter, while Harry leaned back in his seat, unable to contain his joy. "Let Hedwig out," he said to Ron. "She can fly alongside us. It's been ages since she stretched her wings." George passed a hairpin to Ron, and soon, Hedwig joyfully soared out of the car window, gliding beside them like a phantom. "Can you tell us now, Harry?" Ron asked eagerly. "What on earth happened?" Harry recounted to them the tale of Dobby, the warning he imparted, and the shattered violet pudding. Upon his conclusion, the vehicle was engulfed in a prolonged silence, suspiciously so. "Quite odd," Fred finally remarked. "Indeed, very peculiar," George concurred. "And he wouldn't even disclose who is orchestrating all this?" "I believe he is unable to," Harry replied. "As I mentioned, every time he is on the verge of revealing something, he resorts to banging his head against the wall." He observed Fred and George exchanging glances. "What? Do you think he is deceiving me?" Harry inquired. "Well," Fred began, "let us say that house elf magic is indeed remarkable. Yet they typically cannot wield it without their master's consent. I suspect Dobby has been sent to prevent your return to Hogwarts. Someone wishes to toy with you. Do you have any adversaries at school?" "Yes," Harry and Ron answered in unison. "Draco?" "Malfoy," Harry elucidated. "He despises me." "Draco? Malfoy?" George turned to inquire. "Is he not the son of Lucius Malfoy?" "Most likely. That surname is rather uncommon, is it not?" Harry responded. "What of it? I recall my father mentioning him." George said, "Lucius Malfoy is a confidant of Voldemort." After the Dark Lord's disappearance, Fred turned to Harry. "Lucius Malfoy claimed that matter had nothing to do with him. My father suspects he is a close associate of Voldemort." Harry had heard the rumors surrounding the Malfoy family, so he was not at all surprised. Compared to Malfoy, Dudley seemed like a remarkably gentle and well-mannered child. "I wonder if the Malfoys have a house elf," Harry mused. "Families that possess house elves must belong to ancient wizarding lineages. And they are undoubtedly wealthy," Fred remarked. "Indeed, Mother has always wished for a house elf to assist us with ironing," George added. "But all we have is that bothersome ghoul in the attic and a garden full of goblins. House elves are typically found in grand estates and castles. They are nowhere to be found in our home." Harry fell into silence. Draco Malfoy's possessions were always of the highest caliber, His family was affluent with wizarding currency. He could easily envision Malfoy strutting about a grand estate, imperiously commanding servants to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts. Such behavior was quintessentially Malfoy. Was it naive of Harry to take Dobby's words to heart? Regardless, I am truly delighted that we came to fetch you, Ron remarked. I was quite anxious when you didn't respond to a single letter. Initially, I thought something had happened to Errol. Errol? RL. He getting old and has collapsed from exhaustion while delivering letters in the past. So, I thought of borrowing Hermes. Who? The owl that Mom and Dad bought for Percy when he became a prefect, Fred interjected from the front seat. But Percy refused to lend him to me, Ron replied, saying he needed it himself. Percy has been acting rather peculiar this summer, George frowned, noting how he had sent numerous letters and often locked himself away. I don't understand why a prefect's badge requires so much polishing. You've strayed too far west, Fred. He pointed to a compass on the dashboard. Fred adjusted the steering wheel. So, did you take the car out without your dad knowing? Harry had already guessed the truth. Oh, I don't know, Ron said. He working late tonight. I hope we can sneak the car into the garage without Mum noticing. What does your father do at the ministry? He works in the most tedious department, Ron replied, the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifacts. What? It's about preventing magic from being used on Muggle-made items, in case they return to Muggle shops or homes. Like last year, when an old witch passed away, her teapot was sold to an antique shop, and a Muggle woman bought it, only to have a tea party at home. What a nightmare. Dad has been working overtime for several weeks. What happened? The teapot went berserk, scalding tea everywhere, and a man ended up in the hospital with a sugar tongs stuck to his nose. Dad has been swamped, with only him and an old wizard named Perkins in the office. They had to use memory charms and various methods to cover it up. But your dad's car, Fred chuckled. Indeed, Dad has become infatuated with everything Muggle. Our shed is overflowing with Muggle items. He dismantles them, enchants them, and then reassembles them. If he were to raid my house, he would have to arrest himself. Mum is nearly driven mad by it all. That's south the main road. George glanced through the windshield, saying we'll reach there in 10 minutes. Fortunately, dawn was breaking, a faint crimson glow appearing on the eastern horizon. Fred lowered the car slightly, and Harry saw a patchwork of fields and clusters of trees forming a dark pattern. We're just outside the village, George said. That's Ottery St. Catchpole. The car descended lower, and the sun peeked through the treetops. Land now, Fred shouted, and the car gently jolted as it touched down. They landed beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small yard. Harry took in the sight of Ron's home for the first time. It appeared to have once been a stone-built pigsty, which had then been added on haphazardly, reaching a few stories high. Leaning as if magically constructed, Harry reminded himself that it was quite possible. The red roof sported 4 or 5 chimneys, and a sign leaning at a crooked angle declared burrow. Beside the front door lay a pair of high-top leather boots and a rusty cauldron. A few plump brown chickens pecked about in the yard. Not much to look at, Ron said. It's wonderful, Harry exclaimed joyfully, recalling Privet Drive. They all disembarked. Now, we must sneak upstairs, Fred said, waiting for Mum to call us for breakfast. Just then, Ron dashed downstairs, exclaiming, Mom, guess who's here? She'll be so pleased to see Harry. No one will know we used the car. All right, Ron said. Come on, Harry. I sleepin'. Ron's face abruptly drained of color, his eyes fixed on the house. The other 3 turned around. Mrs. Weasley was striding towards them from the yard, sending the chickens scattering. Surprisingly, this plump, kindly woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a tiger baring its teeth. Ah, Fred exclaimed. Goodness, George added. Mrs. Weasley halted before them, hands on her hips, scrutinizing each guilty face. She wore a flowery apron, a wand tucked into her pocket. Well, she said. Good morning, Mum. George said in a tone he evidently thought was lighthearted and charming. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Mrs. Weasley's voice was low and menacing. I'm sorry, Mom, but we had to. Her 3 sons, taller than she, quaked under her furious gaze. The beds were empty. No note. The car is gone. What if you had crashed? I'm beside myself with worry. Have you ever considered how your father would deal with you? Bill, Charlie, and Percy have never pulled a stunt like this. Perfect Percy, Fred muttered. You should take a page from his book. Mrs. Weasley jabbed Fred in the chest, shouting. You could have been killed, seen by someone, or ruined your father's job. After what felt like hours, Mrs. Weasley's voice grew hoarse, and she finally turned to Harry. Harry took a step back. I'm so glad to see you, dear Harry, she said. Come in for some breakfast. She turned and headed inside, and Harry nervously glanced at Ron, who nodded for him to follow. The kitchen was small and rather cramped, dominated by a clean wooden table and several chairs. Harry sat down, barely managing to find a spot on the edge. He surveyed his surroundings. He had never been in a wizard's home before. The clock on the opposite wall had only one hand and bore no numbers. Instead, the dial was inscribed with phrases like time to brew tea, feed the chickens, and you're late. On the mantelpiece, 3 layers of books were stacked, enchanting your cheese. The magic of toasting and conjuring a feast, all magical tomes. Harry could hardly believe his ears when he heard the old radio by the sink announce. Next up is Magical Moments, performed by the renowned witch songstress, Celestina Warbeck. Mrs. Weasley was bustling about, preparing breakfast with a clatter of pots and pans. She tossed sausages into a frying pan, occasionally shooting glares at her sons while muttering, "I can't believe what you were thinking." "I don't blame you, dear," she said, pouring 8 or 9 sausages onto Harry's plate, comforting him. "Arthur and I were worried about you. Just last night. We said if you didn't right back to Ron, we'd come to fetch you ourselves." But she added 3 fried eggs to his plate. "Driving in a legal car halfway across the country. Anyone could have seen you." With a flick of her wand, the dishes in the sink began to wash themselves, the clinking and clattering forming a sort of background music. "This is a dire situation, Mom," Fred exclaimed. "Don't talk with your mouth full," Mrs. Weasley scolded. "They want to feed him, Mom," George exclaimed. "You should be silent as well." Mrs. Weasley, however, softened slightly as she spread butter on Harry's bread. At that moment, a little red-haired figure clad in a long nightgown dashed into the kitchen, screamed, and then ran out again. "Ginny," Ron whispered to Harry, "that's my sister. She has been talking about you all summer." "Indeed, she is eager for your autograph, Harry," Fred chuckled. But upon catching their mother's glare, he immediately buried his head in his meal, refraining from further conversation. The group sat in silence, and before long, for plates were entirely cleared. "Oh, I am so tired," Fred declared as he set down his cutlery. "I think I shall retire for the night." "No, you shall not, Mrs. Weasley retorted firmly. "You brought this upon yourself by staying up all night. Now you must assist me in clearing the Garden of Gnomes, for they have caused quite a ruckus." "Oh, Mom," she added, directing her gaze at Ron and George. Turning to Harry, she continued, "You may go to bed, dear, as you did not summon them with that wretched vehicle." Yet Harry felt no fatigue and hurriedly offered, "I will help Ron. I have yet to witness how one clears gnomes." "What a good child you are, but it is a rather tedious task," Mrs. Weasley replied. "Now, let us see what Lockhart has to say about it." She pulled a hefty book from the mantelpiece, prompting George to groan. "Mum, we already know how to clear the gnomes from the garden." Harry beheld the cover of the book, embossed in golden cursive, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. Beneath the title, a large photograph depicted an exceedingly handsome wizard with flowing golden locks and striking blue eyes. In the magical realm, photographs possess the enchantment of motion. The wizard in the image, whom Harry surmised to be Gilderoy Lockhart, mischievously winked at them. Mrs. Weasley gazed down at him with a smile. "Oh, he is splendid," she remarked. "He understands household pests. This is a splendid book. Mom adores him," Fred muttered audibly. "Don't be ridiculous, Fred," Mrs. Weasley retorted, her cheeks flushing. "Well, if you think you know more than Lockhart, then by all means, go ahead. However, if I find even a single gnome in the garden when I check, you shall see." The Weasley twins yawned, grumbling as they lazily strolled outside, with Harry following behind. The garden was expansive, embodying the very image of the garden Harry had always envisioned. The Dursleys would undoubtedly despise its overgrown state. The grass needed mowing. Yet the walls were encircled by gnarled trees, with an array of plants Harry had never encountered sprawling from every flower bed, alongside a large green pond teeming with frogs. "You know, there are gnomes in Muggle gardens too," Harry remarked to Ron as they traversed the lawn. "Ah, I've seen those Muggle things that people mistook for gnomes," Ron replied, bending down to bury his head in a bush of peonies, resembling a chubby little Santa Claus with a fishing rod. A sudden commotion ensued, the peony branches shaking violently as Ron straightened up. "This is a gnome," he declared sternly. "Let go of me. Let go of me." The gnome shrieked. It bore no resemblance to Santa Claus. Its diminutive form, rough and tough skin, and bald, round head resembled a potato. Ron extended his arm, hoisting it aloft as it kicked and squirmed with its tough little feet. He grasped its ankle, lifting it upside down. "You have to do it this way," he said, raising the gnome above his head. "Let go of me," it protested, as Ron began to swing it in large circles, akin to lassoing. Observing Harry's astonished expression, Ron explained, It won't be harmed. You have to spin them until they're dizzy, so they can't find their way back to the gnome hole. With a release of his grip, the gnome was flung 20 feet away, landing with a thud in the earth behind the hedge. Pathetic, Fred remarked. I bet I could throw it over that stump. Harry quickly ceased to feel any sympathy for the goblins. Initially, he had resolved to gently toss the first goblin he caught beyond the hedge, but sensing Harry's hesitance, the goblin bit down fiercely on his finger with its sharp teeth, refusing to let go. In the end, with an exclamation of dismay, Harry realized he had sent the goblin sprawling across the garden, which soon became a chaotic scene filled with flitting goblins. You see, they are not particularly clever, remarked George, as he managed to seize 5 or 6 goblins at once. Upon hearing about the goblin removal, they all scampered over to investigate, showing no signs of having learned from their previous encounters. Before long, a ragtag line of goblins shuffled away, their tiny shoulders slumped. They will return, Ron opined as they watched the goblins disappear beyond the hedge at the edge of the field. They find this place too appealing. Dad is far too lenient with them. I think they're rather amusing. Just then, the door swung open with a loud bang. "He*s back," George exclaimed. "Dad's home." They hurriedly crossed the garden and rushed into the house. Mr. Weasley slumped into a chair in the kitchen, removing his glasses and closing his weary eyes. He was a slender man, slightly balding, but the remaining tufts of hair he possessed were as red as his children's, clad in a green robe. He appeared quite disheveled. "What a night," he mumbled, reaching for the teapot. The children gathered around him, eagerly recounting their escapades. "Mundungus Fletcher, that old rogue, tried to use magic on me while my back was turned," Mr. Weasley sighed, taking a hearty sip of tea to soothe himself. "Did you find anything, Dad?" Fred asked impatiently. "Just a few shrinking door keys and a biting kettle," Mr. Weasley yawned. "Some troublesome items, but they're not under my jurisdiction. They discovered some rather peculiar ferrets at the Muggle residence, and I was called in for questioning. But that's a matter for the Charms Experimentation Committee, thank goodness." "Why would someone want a shrinking key?" George inquired. "To play pranks on Muggles," Mr. Weasley sighed. "Selling a Muggle a key that eventually shrinks to nothing, making it impossible to find when needed. Of course, it's difficult to convince anyone of that, since no Muggle would admit their key is shrinking. They would insist it's simply lost. These Muggles, they can remain blissfully unaware of magic, even when it's right in front of them. Just look at cars, for instance." At that moment, Mrs. Weasley entered, brandishing a poker as though it were a sword. Mr. Weasley's eyes widened, and he looked sheepishly at his wife. "A car, Molly, dear?" "Yes, Arthur, a car." Mrs. Weasley's eyes blazed with indignation. "Just think, a wizard buys a rusty old vehicle, claiming he merely wants to dismantle it to see how it works, but in reality, he uses magic to transform it into a flying car." Mr. Weasley blinked in surprise. "Oh, dear, I think you'll find he has broken any laws, although perhaps he should have informed his wife beforehand. There's a loophole in the law. You'll find that as long as he doesn't intend to fly it, the fact that it can fly is irrelevant." "Arthur Weasley, did you intentionally leave a loophole when drafting the laws?" Mrs. Weasley shouted, "just so you could tinker with Muggle objects in your shed. I'll tell you. Harry arrived this morning in that very car you didn't intend to fly." "Harry?" Mr. Weasley asked, bewildered. "Which Harry?" As he scanned the room and spotted Harry, he leapt to his feet. "Goodness, is it Harry Potter? What a pleasure to meet you. Ron has told us so much about you. Your son flew that car to Harry's house to pick him up last night." Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Really? Mr. Weasley asked eagerly. "Did it fly well?" He quickly corrected himself, noticing the fiery look in Mrs. Weasley's eyes. "I mean, this is very wrong, children, quite wrong." Mrs. Weasley puffed her chest out like a bullfrog. "Let them argue," Ron whispered to Harry. "Come on, I'll show you my bedroom." They slipped out of the kitchen, traversing a narrow corridor before arriving at a staircase that wound upwards. At the third landing, a door stood ajar, and as Harry caught a glimpse of bright brown eyes staring at him, the door promptly clicked shut. "That's Ginny," Ron said. "You have no idea how shy she is. She usually never closes the door." They ascended 2 more flights of stairs until they reached a door with peeling paint, marked with a small sign that read Ron's room. Harry stepped inside, the slanted ceiling nearly brushing against his head. He felt somewhat dazzled, as though he had walked into a vast furnace. Everything in Ron's room radiated a brilliant orange-yellow hue: the bedspread, the walls, and even the ceiling. Then Harry noticed that Ron had covered nearly every inch of the tattered wallpaper with posters, all depicting the same 7 witches and wizards, clad in vivid orange-yellow robes, joyfully brandishing their broomsticks. "Your Quidditch team?" Harry inquired. The Chudley cannons, Ron replied, gesturing toward the bright bedspread, which boldly displayed two enormous letters canned a swiftly flying cannon, representing the club's ninth-place ranking. Ron's magical textbooks lay haphazardly piled in one corner, accompanied by several comic books, seemingly all about the misadventures of the eccentric muggle, Martin Miggs. Ron's wand rested atop a large fish tank on the windowsill, which contained a multitude of frog spawn. His plump gray pet rat, Scabbers, lay snoozing in a patch of sunlight beside the tank. Harry crossed over a deck of self-shuffling cards on the floor and gazed out the small window. Below, he spotted a group of goblins stealthily burrowing into the Weasley family's hedgerow, one after another. He then turned around to find Ron watching him with a hint of anxiety, as if awaiting his judgment. "It's a bit smaller," Ron hurriedly remarked, "not quite on par with your room at the Muggles." He added, "Directly above me is the attic, where that ghoul resides. He always bangs on the pipes and makes a ruckus." Yet, Harry chuckled in delight, exclaiming, "This is the finest room I have ever seen." Ron's ears flushed crimson. Chapter 4. At the Leaky Cauldron. Chapter 4. At the Burrow. Life at the Burrow is starkly different from that at Privet Drive. The Dursleys thrive on order, while the Weasleys' home is filled with magic and surprises. Harry was startled by the mirror on the kitchen mantelpiece when he first gazed into it. It suddenly exclaimed, "Tuck your shirt into your trousers, you scruffy thing." Whenever the house felt too quiet, the ghoul in the attic would wail loudly, banging on pipes. The small explosions emanating from Fred and George's bedroom were considered perfectly normal. Yet, for Harry, the most extraordinary aspect of the Weasley household was the evident affection they all seemed to have for him. Mrs. Weasley mended his socks, insisting he refill his plate 4 times at every meal. Mr. Weasley delighted in having Harry sit beside him at the table, incessantly inquiring about Muggle life and the intricacies of plugs and post offices. "How marvelous!" he exclaimed after Harry explained how to use a telephone, marveling at the ingenious ways Muggles managed without magic. About a week after arriving at the Burrow, on a bright morning, Harry received a letter from Hogwarts. As he and Ron descended for breakfast, they found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley already seated at the table with Ginny. The moment Ginny spotted Harry, she accidentally knocked her bowl of porridge to the floor with a loud crash. It seemed that every time Harry entered a room, Ginny would invariably drop something. She crawled under the table to retrieve the bowl, emerging with her face as red as the sunset. Harry pretended not to notice and took the slice of bread that Mrs. Weasley offered him. "The school letter has arrived," announced Mr. Weasley. Both Harry and Ron received a yellow parchment envelope, inscribed in green ink. "Harry, Dumbledore already knows you're here. That man can see through anything." Fred and George sauntered in, still clad in their pajamas. Silence enveloped the room as everyone read their letters. Harry's missive informed him that he would still board the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station on September 1st. It also included a list of new books he would need for the year. Second-year students were required to read Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with the Banshees by Gilderoy Lockhart, Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Vacationing with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Gaddying with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Fred finished reading his own list and leaned over to peek at Harry's. "You're getting Gilderoy Lockhart's books too," he exclaimed. The new defense against the dark arts teacher must be his fan, perhaps even a witch. Upon catching his mother's disapproving gaze, Fred quickly returned his attention to his orange marmalade. "Those books aren't cheap," George remarked, casting a quick glance at their parents. "Gilderoy Lockhart's books are quite pricey." "Oh, we'll manage," Mrs. Weasley replied, though she appeared somewhat troubled. "I suppose many of Ginny's things can be bought secondhand." "Oh, you're going to Hogwarts this year too?" Harry asked Ginny. She nodded, her fiery red hair matching the blush that crept across her cheeks as her elbow nudged the butter dish. Fortunately, no one else noticed except Harry. As Ron's brother Percy entered just then, he was already dressed, the badge of prefect pinned to his knitted vest. "Good morning, everyone," Percy chirped. "The weather is lovely." He seated himself in the only remaining chair, quickly jumping up again as he pulled out a feather duster from beneath him. At least Harry thought it was a duster, only to realize it was, in fact, breathing. "Errol," Ron shouted. He took the ailing elf from Percy's hands, extracting a letter from beneath its wings. It had finally delivered Hermione's reply. "I wrote to tell her we're going to rescue you from the Dursleys." He attempted to place Errol on a perch by the back door, but the owl flapped and fell to the ground instead. Ron had no choice but to set it on the draining board, muttering sympathetically. He then tore open Hermione's letter and read aloud, "Dear Ron and Harry, if you're there, I hope all is well and that Harry is safe. Please let me know if you've done anything illegal while rescuing him. as that would cause Harry trouble. I'm terribly worried. If Harry is all right, please tell me immediately. You'd better get a different owl. I think by the time I send another letter, this one will be dead. I'm certainly busy with homework. How could she possibly be doing that? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. It's summer vacation. I'm going to London next Wednesday to buy my textbooks. How about we meet in Diagon Alley? Do let me know your plans as soon as possible. My friends, Hermione signed off. Just then, Mrs. Weasley began clearing the table. What are your plans for today? Harry, Ron, Fred, and George intended to venture to a secluded field atop the Weasley residence, surrounded by trees that would shield them from the prying eyes of the villagers below. There, they could practice their Quidditch skills, provided they kept their altitude modest. However, they were forbidden from using real Quidditch balls. For the risk of inadvertently sending one soaring over the village was too great. Instead, they resorted to tossing apples among themselves. They took turns riding Harry's Nimbus 2000, a superior broom compared to the others, as Ron's shooting star often lagged behind, outpaced by butterflies. 5 minutes later, the four of them trudged up the hill with their brooms in tow. Initially, they had hoped to invite Percy along, but he declined, citing a lack of time. So far, Harry had only glimpsed Percy during mealtimes. I wonder what he is up to, Fred remarked with a furrowed brow. He's been acting quite strangely of late. The day before you arrived, he received his exam results, 12 W.L. certificates, and he didn't seem to show any sign of pride. George elaborated. Noticing Harry's puzzled expression, Bill also achieved 12, and if we're not careful, we might end up with another male student council president in the house. I cannot bear such a disgrace. Bill is the eldest of the Weasley brothers, and both he and the second eldest, Charlie, have already left Hogwarts. Harry had never met them, but was aware that Charlie was studying dragons in Romania, while Bill worked for Gringotts, the wizarding bank, in Egypt. I wonder where Mom and Dad will find the money to purchase our school supplies this year, George mused after a moment. 5 sets of Lockhart's books. Ginny still needs robes and a wand, among other things. Harry remained silent, feeling somewhat awkward. A modest inheritance left to him by his parents lay in the underground vaults of Gringotts. Naturally, his funds could only be utilized within the wizarding world. One could not procure goods in Muggle shops with galleons, sickles, or nuts. Harry had never mentioned his deposits at Gringotts to the Dursleys. Believing that while they harbored a deep-seated fear of all things magical, such trepidation likely did not extend to a considerable hoard of gold coins. By Wednesday, Mrs. Weasley roused them early in the morning. They each hastily consumed 5 or 6 slices of salted meat sandwiches before donning their coats. Mrs. Weasley retrieved a flower pot from the kitchen mantelpiece and peered inside. Not much left, Arthur, she sighed. We must buy some provisions today. Our guests come first. Harry. You go ahead. She presented the flower pot to him. Harry was taken aback, as everyone turned to look at him. What should I do? He stammered. He had never traveled by Flipowder before. Ron suddenly interjected. Sorry, Harry, I forgot. Never used it before? Mr. Weasley inquired. Then how did you get to Diagon Alley last year to buy your school supplies? I took the subway, didn't I? Mr. Weasley asked with keen interest. Was there an elevator? Now, don't ask that, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley said. Using Flipowder is much quicker for Harry, but, goodness. If you've never done it before, he'll be fine, Mum, Fred reassured. Harry, just watch how we do it. He pinched a handful of shimmering powder from the pot, approached the hearth, and tossed the powder into the flames. With a whoosh, the fire turned a brilliant green, rising higher than Fred himself. He stepped straight into the flames, exclaiming, Diagon Alley, and vanished in the blink of an eye. You must enunciate those words clearly, dear, Mrs. Weasley advised Harry, while George also reached into the pot. Make sure you don't exit through the wrong fireplace. What do you mean by that? Harry asked nervously as the flames roared and swept George away. You know, there are many kinds of magical fire. You must choose correctly, but as long as you articulate clearly, he will be fine, Molly. Don't be so anxious, Mr. Weasley said, taking some Flipowder himself. But dear, if he gets lost, how will we explain it to his aunt and uncle? They won't worry, Harry reassured her. Dudley will think my disappearance through the chimney is a brilliant joke, so there's no need to fret. Well then, you follow Arthur, Mrs. Weasley instructed, remember? As soon as you step into the fire, announce your destination. Keep your elbows tucked in, Ron advised. Close your eyes, Mrs. Weasley added. There sit, don't move around. Ron cautioned, or you might tumble out of another fireplace. But also, don't rush, wait until you see Fred and George. Harry desperately committed everything to memory as he reached for a handful of Flipowder and approached the flames. Taking a deep breath, He tossed the powder into the fire and stepped forward. The flames enveloped him like a warm gust of wind. As he opened his mouth, he inhaled a large mouthful of scalding smoke. Diagon Alley, he managed to cough out. It felt as though he had been sucked into a colossal socket. His body spun rapidly, the roaring sound in his ears deafening. He struggled to open his eyes, but the whirling green flames induced a dizzying sensation. Something hard collided with his elbow, and he instinctively clutched his arms, yet he continued to whirl. Now it seemed as if cold hands were slapping his cheeks. Squinting through his glasses, he glimpsed a series of fireplace doors flashing by, faintly catching sight of the room beyond the hearth. His stomach churned with the remnants of a bacon sandwich, prompting him to shut his eyes tightly, praying for the tumult to cease. Suddenly, he tumbled face first onto the cold stone floor, feeling as if his glasses had shattered. Dizzy and bruised, covered in soot, he cautiously rose and held his broken glasses before him. He was alone, but where was he? He had no idea. It appeared he stood before the stone fireplace of a spacious, dimly lit wizarding shop, yet nothing here seemed to belong on Hogwarts' shopping list. Beside him, on a glass shelf, lay a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a motionless glass eyeball. Sinister masks glared down from the walls, while various human bones adorned the counter. And rusted, jagged instruments hung from the ceiling. To make matters worse, Harry could discern that the dusty shop front outside led to a dark and narrow alley that was certainly not Diagon Alley. He needed to leave this place post-haste. With his nose still stinging, Harry tiptoed towards the door, but before he could reach halfway, two figures appeared outside. One of them was the last person Harry wished to encounter at that moment, Draco Malfoy. Oh, he could not allow Malfoy to see him lost, covered in soot, and wearing broken glasses. Harry swiftly glanced around and spotted a large black cabinet on his left. He quickly slipped inside, closing the door behind him, leaving only a narrow crack. A few seconds later, the bell rang and Malfoy entered the shop. The man behind him could only be his father, with a similarly pale, pointed face and cold gray eyes. Mr. Malfoy sauntered through the store, lazily inspecting the displayed items before ringing the bell on the counter. He then turned to his son and said, "Touch nothing, Draco." Malfoy was about to reach for a glass eye, exclaiming, "I thought you were going to buy me a gift. I mean, a new broomstick for the competition." His father tapped the counter with his finger. "What use is a broomstick if I am not on the house team?" Malfoy retorted angrily. Harry Potter received a Nimbus 2000 last year. Dumbledore allowed him to represent Gryffindor. He doesn't deserve it. It's merely because of his fame and that ridiculous scar on his forehead. Malfoy bent down to closely examine a shelf full of skulls. Everyone thinks he is so remarkable, great Harry Potter with his scar and his broomstick. You've told me that at least 10 times, mister. Malfoy interjected with a glance at his son, silencing him. I must remind you that while most people regard Harry Potter as the hero who vanquished the Dark Lord, it would be unwise for you to feign admiration for him. Oh, Mr. Borgin, a hunched, balding man appeared behind the counter, slicking back his oily hair with his hand. Mr. Malfoy, it is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Borgin said in a tone as slick as his hair. And young Master Malfoy, welcome. How may I assist you? I must show you our latest arrivals. The prices are quite reasonable. I am not here to purchase anything, Mr. Borgin. I am here to sell, Mr. Malfoy stated. Sell? Mr. Borgin's smile diminished slightly. You must have heard that the department has intensified its inspections, Mr. Malfoy said, pulling out a roll of parchment from an inner pocket and unfolding it for Mr. Borgin to see. I have some items at home that could cause me inconvenience should the department come calling. Mr. Borgin donned a pair of pince-nez glasses and peered at the list. I trust the department will not disturb you, sir? Mr. Malfoy scoffed. Not yet, at least. Though Malfoy's name still held some weight, the department was becoming increasingly meddlesome. Rumors circulated about a new Muggle Protection Act being introduced, likely instigated by that scruffy fool Arthur Weasley, who has a penchant for Muggles. Harry felt a surge of fury. You know, some of the potions here can make it appear. I understand, sir, of course, Mr. Boking said. Let me see that. Draco pointed at the withered human hand on the mat. Ah, the Hand of Glory, Mr. Boking exclaimed, abandoning Mr. Malfoy's order to rush before Draco, lighting a candle. Only the holder can see its light. It is the best friend of thieves and rogues. Your son has a keen eye, sir. I hope my son aspires to something greater than being a thief or a rogue. Boking, Mr. Malfoy replied coldly. Mr. Boking immediately responded, I apologize, sir. That was not my intention. However, if his grades do not improve, Mr. Malfoy said in an even colder tone, he may very well find himself engaged in such activities. That's not my fault, Draco retorted. The teachers are biased. That Hermione Granger, a girl from a non-magical family, outperforms you in every exam. I thought you would be ashamed. Mr. Malfoy said furiously. Huh. Seeing Draco embarrassed and angry nearly made Harry laugh aloud. It's everywhere, Mr. Boking said in his oily tone. Wizard blood is becoming increasingly worthless. I do not share that opinion, Mr. Malfoy replied, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled forcefully. Nor do I, sir, Mr. Boking said, bowing deeply. Well then. Perhaps we can continue with my order, Mr. Malfoy said impatiently. I am short on time, Boking. I have important matters to attend to today. They began to haggle. While Draco freely examined the items for sale in the shop, drawing closer to Harry's hiding place, causing Harry's heart to race. Draco paused to inspect a long noose. Then foolishly read aloud the label on a lavish opal necklace. Caution, do not touch. Cursed, it has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. Draco turned and noticed the cabinet. He approached and reached for the doorknob. Enough, Mr. Malfoy said from the counter. Come here, Draco. Draco turned away, and Harry wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Goodbye, Mr. Boking. I will be waiting at home for you to deliver tomorrow. As the door shut, Mr. Boking immediately dropped his obsequious tone. Farewell, Mr. Malfoy. If the legends are true, the items you sold me are not even half of what you have stashed away at your estate, Mr. Boking muttered. Retreating into the back room, Harry waited a moment, fearing he might re-emerge. Then, he quietly slipped out of the cabinet. Passing by the glass counters and stealthily exiting the shop, he pressed his broken glasses to his eyes, glancing around. Before him lay a grimy alley, flanked by shops of dark magic. The establishment he had just exited, Boking and Burke, appeared to be the largest, but across the way, the window displayed a macabre array of shriveled heads. Between the two storefronts, a large cage was filled with enormous black spiders. In a shadowy doorway, two ragged wizards were watching him and whispering. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He needed to leave quickly. He struggled to adjust his glasses, clinging to a faint hope of finding his way out. A shop selling poisonous candles had an old wooden street sign hanging, indicating that this was Nocturne Alley. This was of no help. Harry had never heard of this place. He wondered if he had swallowed a mouthful of soot while at the Weasley home as fireplace. Failing to articulate the location clearly, he endeavored to remain calm, contemplating his next move. Are you lost, dear? A voice suddenly startled him. An old witch stood before him, holding a dish resembling a collection of dead fingernails. She squinted at him, revealing moss-covered teeth, causing Harry to step back hastily. I am fine, thank you, he said. Harry, what are you doing here? Harry's heart raced as the witch startled, her nails scattering onto her instep. She cursed under her breath when Hagrid, the formidable gamekeeper, approached them with heavy strides, his beetle-black eyes gleaming above his bushy beard. Hagrid, Harry exclaimed hoarsely, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. I'm lost. I need flu powder. Hagrid seized Harry by the scruff of his neck, pulling him away from the old witch, and with a swift motion, knocked the plate from her hands. Her shrill screams echoed behind them as they navigated the winding alleyways, until they finally emerged into the bright sunlight. In the distance, Harry spotted a familiar structure of gleaming white marble, Gringotts Bank. Hagrid led him straight to Diagon Alley. Look at you, Hagrid bellowed, vigorously brushing the soot from Harry's clothes, nearly shoving him into a dragon dung bin outside a potion shop. Wandering around Nocturne Alley. You know that's not a place for you, Harry. Don't let anyone see you there. I figured that out, Harry replied, dodging Hagrid's attempts to clean him off. I told you I was lost. What were you doing there? I was searching for a potion to repel the flesh-eating slug. They're ruining the school's cabbages, Hagrid grumbled. You're not alone, are you? I'm staying at the Weasley S. But we got separated, Harry explained. I need to find them. As they walked onward, Hagrid inquired, why haven't you been riding back to me? Harry jogged alongside him, struggling to keep pace with Hagrid's long strides. He recounted the situation with Dobby and the Dursleys. Those wretched muggles, Hagrid roared. If only I had known. Harry, come here. As Harry lifted his gaze, he beheld Hermione Granger standing upon the white steps of Gringotts. She rushed down to greet them, her fluffy brown hair cascading behind her. What happened to your glasses? Hello, Hagrid. It's wonderful to see both of you again. Are you heading to Gringotts, Harry? I shall go after I locate the Weasley family. Harry replied. You shan't have to search for long, Hagrid chuckled. Harry and Hermione glanced around and saw Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Mr. Weasley hastily approaching from the bustling street. Harry, Mr. Weasley puffed. Let us hope you've only missed one flu connection. He wiped his glistening bald head. Molly is frantic. She'll be here any moment. Where did you emerge from? Ron inquired. Diagon Alley, Hagrid replied with a stern expression. How splendid! Fred and George exclaimed in unison. The adults never allow us to go there, Ron said enviously. I dare say it's best to steer clear, Hagrid gruffly advised. Mrs. Weasley rushed toward them. Her handbag swinging vigorously, Ginny struggled to keep pace, clutching her mother's other hand. Oh, Harry, dear, you could have been anywhere, she exclaimed breathlessly. Pulling a large coat brush from her bag and beginning to dust off the soot that Hagrid had failed to remove from Harry, Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, gave them a flick with his wand, and returned them as good as new. Well, I must be off, Hagrid said, his hand firmly grasped by Mrs. Weasley. Diagon Alley. Thank you for finding him, Hagrid. See you at Hogwarts. He strode away, towering over everyone else. Guess who I spotted in Borgin and Burke's? Harry asked Ron and Hermione as they climbed the steps to Gringotts. Malfoy and his father. Lucius? Did he purchase anything? Mr. Weasley queried cautiously from behind them. No. He was there to sell. He is frightened, Mr. Weasley said with a serious yet satisfied tone. Oh, how I wish to gather evidence against Lucius Malfoy. Be careful, Arthur. Mrs. Weasley cautioned. A goblin bent low to usher them into the bank. That family is not to be trifled with. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you think I can't handle Malfoy? Mr. Weasley retorted indignantly. But his attention quickly shifted as he noticed Hermione's parents standing awkwardly by the counter that spanned the entire marble hall, waiting for Hermione to introduce them. Ah, you are muggles, Mr. Weasley exclaimed joyfully. We must celebrate with a drink. What is that you have? Oh, you're exchanging muggle currency, he said, excitedly pointing at the 10-pound note in Mr. Granger's hand. We'll meet back here shortly, Ron said to Hermione as the Weasley family and Harry were led by another goblin toward their vault. The goblin-driven cart sped along small tracks, whisking them through the bank's underground passages to various vaults. Harry found the exhilarating rush of the ride delightful, yet when the Weasley vault opened, he felt a dread more profound than before. Inside lay an unremarkable pile of silver sickles, with only a solitary gold galleon. Mrs. Weasley meticulously rummaged through every corner, ultimately depositing all the coins into her bag. Upon reaching his own vault, Harry felt even more embarrassed. He hurriedly swept a few handfuls of coins into a pouch, attempting to avoid drawing attention. They parted ways on the marble steps outside the bank. Percy muttered about needing a new quill, while Fred and George spotted their friend Lee Jordan from Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny headed toward a shop selling second-hand ropes. Mr. Weasley insisted on taking the Granger family to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. Let us regroup at Flourish and Blots in an hour to purchase your textbooks, Mrs. Weasley instructed as she and Ginny set off. No wandering into Diagon Alley, she called after the twins' retreating figures. Harry, Ron, and Hermione strolled along the winding cobbled streets, the cheerful clinking of gold, silver, and copper coins in Harry's pocket beckoning him to spend them. He decided to indulge in 3 large strawberry and peanut butter ice creams. As they leisurely savored their treats, they ambled through the alley, admiring the dazzling shop windows. Ron gazed longingly at a complete set of Chudley Cannon's uniforms displayed in the Quidditch shop until Hermione urged them into a nearby store to purchase ink and parchment. At the whimsical joke shop, they encountered Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who were enthusiastically stocking up on the latest magical fireworks. In a dusty old shop filled with rickety wands, wobbling brass scales, and potion-stained cloaks, they spotted Percy, engrossed in a rather dull book entitled How to Attain Power as a Prefect. Ron read aloud the back cover's description, which sounded quite intriguing. Go away, Percy snapped. Of course, Percy was ambitious. He had aspirations to become the Minister of Magic, which Ron quietly shared with Harry and Hermione as they departed. An hour later, they made their way to Flourish and Blots, only to discover a large crowd gathered outside, all eager to enter. A grand banner hung from the upstairs window. Gilderoy Lockhart, book signing and autograph session, Magical Me, today from 12:30 to 4:30. We can meet him in person, Hermione exclaimed. I mean, nearly all the books on our list are his. The crowd appeared to be predominantly composed of witches around Mrs. Weasley's age. A weary-looking wizard stood at the entrance, urging, Ladies, please remain calm and do not push. Watch the books. Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed through the throngs of people. The serpentine queue stretched from the entrance to the back of the bookstore, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his books. Each of them grasped a copy of Break with the Banshee and stealthily made their way to the line where the Weasley family and the Granger couple were waiting. Oh, you're here. How wonderful, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her breath quickening as she fussed with her hair. We'll be seeing him shortly. Gradually, they caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart, seated behind a table and surrounded by his own oversized photographs, all of which were winking at the crowd and flashing dazzling white smiles. The real Lockhart was clad in a robe of the same azure hue as Forget-Me-Nots, perfectly complementing his blue eyes. His pointed wizard's hat was playfully askew atop his wavy blonde hair. A short, irritable man was hopping around him with a large black camera, snapping photographs. Each time the flash dazzled, the camera emitted plumes of purple smoke. "Step aside," he barked at Ron, retreating to find a better angle. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "Remarkable," Ron muttered, rubbing his sore foot. Lockhart noticed, lifting his gaze to see Ron and then Harry. He stared at Harry for a moment before leaping up and exclaiming, "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, whispering excitedly. Lockhart rushed forward, seizing Harry's arm and pulling him to the front, where thunderous applause erupted. Harry felt a flush rise to his cheeks as Lockhart held his hand for the photographer. The short man furiously clicked the shutter. Clouds of smoke billowing towards the Weasley family. "Smile beautifully, Harry," Lockhart proclaimed, displaying his own gleaming teeth. "We could make the front page together." When he finally released Harry's hand, Harry's fingers were numb. He longed to slip back to the Weasley family, but Lockhart's arm remained draped over his shoulder, firmly keeping him by his side. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart boomed, waving for silence. "What an extraordinary moment this is. I wish to take this splendid occasion to announce something I have been holding back for a few days. Young Harry, upon entering Flourish and Blots today, merely wished to purchase my autobiography. I would like to present him with a copy free of charge." More applause erupted, but he continued, shaking Harry lightly, causing his glasses to slide down his nose. "Little does he know, he will soon receive something far more valuable than my humble magical prowess. In fact, he and his classmates will be receiving a true wizard, one who possesses genuine magical abilities. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted and proud to announce that this September, I shall be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Harry realized he was now burdened with a complete set of Gilderoy Lockhart's works, making it difficult for him to walk straight. He finally managed to escape the center of attention and found himself against the wall, where Ginny stood beside her new cauldron. "Here you go," Harry muttered as he poured the books into the cauldron, "all by my own." "You must be thrilled, Potter," a voice he could not mistake said. Harry straightened up to face Draco Malfoy, who wore his customary sneer. "The famous Harry Potter," Malfoy taunted, "can't even enter a bookstore without making front-page news." "Don't be ridiculous, he doesn't want that," Ginny interjected, her first bold statement in Harry's presence, glaring at Malfoy. "Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend." Malfoy elongated the words mockingly. Ginny turned crimson as Ron and Hermione squeezed through, each clutching a stack of Lockhart's books. "Oh, it's you," Ron said, looking at Malfoy as though he had spotted something disgusting on the bottom of his shoe. "You must be quite surprised to see Harry here, huh?" "What surprises me more is seeing you in a shop, Weasley," Malfoy retorted. "I guess your parents will be starving next month to afford those things." Ron's face flushed with anger as he threw the books into the cauldron, ready to charge at Malfoy. Harry and Hermione held onto his clothes from behind. "Ron, Mr. Weasley squeezed through with Fred and George. "What are you doing? This place is too chaotic. Let us get out of here." "Goodness, Arthur Weasley," Malfoy sneered, placing a hand on Draco's shoulder, his expression mirroring that of his son. "Lucius," Mr. Weasley nodded coldly. "I hear you've been quite busy, Malfoy," he said. "With all those inspections, I assume they're paying you overtime?" He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out a tattered beginner's guide to transfiguration from the shiny new Lockhart books. "It seems not. My. If one can't even earn a decent wage, what good is being a disgrace among wizards?" Mr. Weasley's face turned a deeper shade of red than Ron and Ginny's. "Our views on what constitutes a disgrace among wizards differ greatly, Malfoy," he said. "Indeed," Malfoy replied, his pale eyes shifting to the terrified Granger couple. "Look at the company you keep, Weasley. I thought your family had hit rock bottom." With a clang, Ginny's cauldron flew from her grasp. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, crashing him against a bookshelf, sending dozens of thick spell books tumbling onto their heads. "Go get him, Dad," Fred and George shouted. "Don't do it, Arthur, don't," Mrs. Weasley screamed. The crowd recoiled in panic, knocking over more shelves. "Gentlemen, please," the shopkeeper cried out. Then, a booming voice cut through all the noise. "Step aside, gentlemen, step aside." Hagrid strode in, stepping over the scattered books, and in a heartbeat, he pulled Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy apart. Mr. Weasley had a split lip, while Mr. Malfoy had been struck in the eye by the complete guide to gnomes. Still clutching Ginny's battered transfiguration textbook, he shoved the book into her hands, eyes gleaming malevolently. "Here, little girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you." He freed himself from Hagrid's grip, waved at Draco, and stormed out of the shop. "You shouldn't have let him provoke you, Arthur," Hagrid said, straightening Mr. Weasley's robes, nearly lifting him off the ground. "That bloke's a complete rogue. His entire family is. Everyone knows it. Their blood is tainted, that's the truth. Come on, let us get out of here." The shopkeeper seemed inclined to intervene. But given that he barely reached Hagrid's waist, he thought better of it. They hurried out onto the street, where the Grangers were trembling with fear while Mrs. Weasley seethed with rage. "What kind of example are we setting for the children, fighting in public? What will Gilderoy Lockhart think?" "He'll be thrilled," Fred remarked. "Didn't you hear him as we left? He asked the fellow from the Daily Prophet if he could include the fight in his report, saying it would create quite a stir." However, by the time they returned to the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron, everyone had calmed down considerably. Harry, the Weasley family, and their purchases would be transported back to the Burrow with Floo powder, while the Grangers would return to the Muggle Street on the other side of the pub. They bid farewell at the bar, and Mr. Weasley wished to inquire about the appearance of the bus station. However, upon observing Mrs. Weasley's expression, he hastily refrained from speaking. Harry carefully removed his glasses and placed them gently into his pocket before retrieving the Floo powder. It was evident that this was not his preferred mode of travel. Chapter 5. The Whomping Willow. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 5. The Whomping Willow. Harry felt that the summer holiday had ended all too swiftly. He longed to return to Hogwarts, yet the month spent in the Dursleys' home was perhaps the most blissful period of his life. The thought of the Dursleys and the treatment he might receive upon his next return to Privet Drive left him unable to suppress his envy for Ron. On the final night, Mrs. Weasley conjured a sumptuous dinner, featuring all of Harry's favorite dishes, culminating in a mouth-watering honey pudding that was simply irresistible. Fred and George's arduous fireworks display added an extra layer of perfection to the evening. The kitchen was adorned with red and blue stars, bouncing between the ceiling and walls for at least half an hour. After indulging, everyone enjoyed a cup of hot chocolate before retiring for the night. The following morning, their departure took longer than anticipated. They rose with the crowing of the rooster, yet it seemed there were still countless tasks to complete. Mrs. Weasley hurried about, searching for spare socks and blankets, her mood fraught with impatience. They continually collided on the staircase, half-dressed and clutching remnants of bread. When Mr. Weasley hoisted Ginny's trunk onto the car, he was nearly tripped by a chicken in the yard, coming perilously close to breaking his neck. Harry felt perplexed. How could 8 individuals, 6 large trunks, 2 owls, and a mouse possibly fit into a diminutive Ford Anglia? Of course, he had not considered the various modifications made by Mr. Weasley. "Don't tell Molly," he said as he opened the trunk, revealing how it had been magically expanded to accommodate the trunks. Once they were all seated inside, Mrs. Weasley glanced towards the back row, where Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy were comfortably nestled together. She and Ginny occupied the front, which had also been extended to resemble a park bench. "Muggles are far cleverer than we give them credit for," she remarked. "I mean, from the outside, one cannot discern how spacious it is, can they?" Mr. Weasley revved the engine, and the car rolled out of the driveway. Harry cast a final glance at the house, pondering when he might see it again, only to find they had to return. George had forgotten his difficult-to-obtain fireworks at home. 5 minutes later, the car halted again to allow Fred to dash back for his flying broomstick. Just as they were about to merge onto the highway, Ginny shrieked, having realized she had forgotten her diary. By the time she climbed back into the car, it was quite late, and tempers were flaring. Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch before turning to his wife. "Molly, dear, no, Arthur. No one will see us. There's a small button I installed for an invisibility booster. It can elevate us into the sky, and within 10 minutes we'll be flying above the clouds, and no one will know." I said no, Arthur. Not in broad daylight. They arrived at King's Cross Station just before 11 o'clock. Mr. Weasley dashed across the street to find a luggage trolley as everyone hurried into the station. Last year, Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. The trick is to access Platform 9, a platform invisible to Muggles. One must pass through the barrier between Platforms 9 and 10. It is entirely painless. Yet one must be cautious not to let any Muggles witness one's disappearance. Percy was the first to step forward. Mrs. Weasley anxiously glanced at the clock, reminding them that they had to nonchalantly pass through the wall within 5 minutes. Percy strode confidently ahead and vanished. Mr. Weasley followed suit, shortly succeeded by Fred and George. "I'll take Ginny. You two stay close behind," Mrs. Weasley instructed Harry and Ron, seizing Ginny's hand and moving forward, disappearing in an instant. "Let's go together." "There's only a minute left," Ron suggested. Harry glanced at Hedwig's cage to ensure it was securely fastened atop the trunk, then turned the small luggage cart to face the partition wall. He felt a surge of confidence. This was far less distressing than using flue powder. Both of them bent low, resolutely pushing the cart towards the wall, gradually quickening their pace. Just a few feet from the wall, they broke into a run. The carts collided with the partition, bouncing back. Ron's trunk crashed heavily to the ground, toppling Harry. Hedwig's cage skidded across the gleaming floor, rolling aside while she screeched in indignation. A crowd gathered, and a nearby guard shouted, "What on earth are you doing?" The cart slipped from their grasp. Gasping for breath, Harry clutched his ribs and managed to rise. Ron hurried over to retrieve Hedwig, who continued to squawk, prompting several onlookers to accuse them of animal cruelty. "Why can't we get through?" Harry whispered to Ron. "I don't know," Ron said anxiously, glancing around as a dozen curious eyes scrutinized them. "We're going to miss the train," Ron murmured. "I don't understand why the passage sealed itself." Harry glanced up at the clock, feeling somewhat dizzy and on the verge of nausea. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. He cautiously pushed the car against the wall, exerting all his strength, yet the barrier remained unyielding. "It's over," Ron said blankly. "The train has departed. What shall we do if our parents cannot come to fetch us? Do you have any muggle money on you?" Harry let out a dry chuckle, remarking that the Dursleys had not given him pocket money for 6 long years. Ron pressed his ear against the frigid wall, hearing nothing. With a hint of anxiety, he inquired what they should do, uncertain of how long it would be before their parents returned to find them. They glanced around, aware that a few onlookers were observing them, largely due to Hedwig's incessant screeching. "I suppose it would be best to wait by the car," Harry suggested, "as this place attracts too much attention." "Harry," Ron's eyes brightened with realization. "The car? What about it?" "What do you mean? We can fly to Hogwarts." "But I think we're trapped, aren't we? We must return to school, right? In genuine emergencies, underage wizards are permitted to use magic. Isn't there some clause in that restriction law, the 19th, or whatever it is?" Harry's panic swiftly transformed into exhilaration. "Can you drive?" "No problem," Ron replied, turning the little car towards the exit. "Hurry up. If we rush, we might still catch the Hogwarts Express." They hurried through the curious crowd, exiting the station and making their way to the old Ford Anglia parked on the side road. With a few flicks of his wand, Ron opened the spacious trunk. They loaded their luggage inside, placed Hedwig on the back seat, and settled into the front. "Let's see if anyone's watching us," Ron whispered, casting another spell to start the car. Harry leaned out the window. The main road was bustling with vehicles, but their street was desolate. "No one," Ron declared, pressing a small silver button on the dashboard. In an instant, their car vanished, and so did they. Harry felt the vibrations of the seat, heard the engines roar, and sensed his hands resting on his knees, his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He could see everything. Yet, he found himself floating a few feet above a cluttered street, surrounded by parked cars. "Take off," Ron's voice called from his right. The ground and the grimy buildings fell away, disappearing from view. The car ascended higher, and moments later, the entirety of London unfolded beneath them, shrouded in mist and shimmering faintly. Suddenly, with a pop, the car, Harry, and Ron reappeared. "Oh dear," Ron muttered, prodding the invisibility booster. "This switch is faulty." They both hammered the button. The car vanished again, but soon flickered back into view. "Buckle up," Ron shouted, slamming the accelerator, and they shot straight into the low, fluffy clouds, where everything dimmed into a blur. "What now?" Harry asked, squinting as the cloud masses surrounded them. "We need to see the train to know where to go," Ron replied. "Let's descend quickly." They dropped below the cloud cover, twisting their bodies and squinting at the ground. "There," Harry exclaimed, pointing ahead. The Hogwarts Express snaked beneath them like a red serpent. "Due north," Ron confirmed, consulting the compass on the dashboard. "All right, we just need to check every half hour." The car dove back into the clouds. A minute later, they burst into dazzling sunlight. It was an entirely different realm. The wheels skimmed the soft sea of clouds, illuminated by the bright day, the sky a brilliant azure, stretching infinitely. "Now we just have to watch out for planes," Ron remarked. They seemed to have entered a mythic dreamscape. Harry thought this was undoubtedly the best way to travel, seated in a sunlit car, weaving through swirling, tower-like clouds, with a large bag of toffees on the dashboard, imagining the envious expressions on Fred and George's faces when they miraculously descended and landed smoothly on the vast lawn of Hogwarts Castle. They continued flying north, periodically checking the train's direction, each descent revealing a new vista. London quickly receded into the distance, replaced by flat green fields, then vast purple moors. and quaint villages with churches resembling children's toys, followed by a bustling city where countless vehicles resembled a swarm of colorful ants. However, after a few hours, Harry had to concede that some of the excitement was waning. The toffees had left them parched, with no water in sight. Both he and Ron had shed their outer garments, but Harry's t-shirt clung to his back, and his glasses kept sliding down his nose. He lost interest in the whimsical shapes of the clouds, yearning instead for the train miles below, where a plump which was selling chilled pumpkin juice from a trolley. Why hadn't they been able to enter Platform 9? Surely it couldn't be much farther? Another hour passed, and Ron's voice grew hoarse. The sun began to dip beneath the clouds, painting the sky a rosy hue. Shall we take another look at the train? The train still wound beneath them, snaking around a snow-capped mountain. Below the clouds, the sky was much darker. Ron pressed the accelerator and began to ascend again, but the engine started to whimper. Harry and Ron exchanged anxious glances. Perhaps it's simply fatigued, Ron suggested. It has never traveled such a distance. As the sky darkened, the mournful wails grew louder, and they both feigned ignorance. The night sky sparkled with distant stars as Harry donned his coat, attempting to ignore the windshield wiper's futile motions, as though protesting their plight. Not far now, Ron remarked, seemingly addressing the car rather than Harry, nervously tapping the dashboard. After a while, they descended beneath the clouds, squinting into the darkness for a familiar landmark. There, Harry exclaimed, startling both Ron and Hedwig. Right ahead, against the dark horizon, atop a high cliff across the lake, loomed the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle's towers and turrets. Yet, the car began to tremble and slow. Please, help us, Ron coaxed gently, shaking the steering wheel. We're almost there. Help us. The engine groaned, steam billowing from beneath the hood. As they soared over the lake, Harry gripped the edge of his seat. The car shook violently. Glancing out the window, Harry beheld the calm, inky waters a mile below, smooth as glass. Ron's knuckles turned white as he clutched the steering wheel. The car jolted again. Please, help us, Ron murmured. They flew over the lake, the castle drawing nearer as Ron pressed the accelerator. With a loud clank followed by a crack, the engine died completely. Oh dear, Ron said in the ensuing silence. The front of the car tilted downward, and they began to plummet, accelerating towards the castle's walls. No, Ron shouted, desperately twisting the steering wheel. The car veered in a wide arc, narrowly grazing the wall, soaring over the dark greenhouse and vegetable patch, yet continuing its descent. Ron relinquished the steering wheel, pulling his wand from his back pocket. Stop, stop, he shouted, pounding on the dashboard and windshield, but they were still hurtling downward, the ground rushing up to meet them. Watch out for that tree, Harry cried, lunging for the steering wheel, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash of metal against wood, they collided with a sturdy trunk, crashing to the ground with a violent jolt. Steam erupted from the crumpled hood. Hedwig screeched in terror. Harry's head struck the windshield, swelling into a lump the size of a golf ball, and Ron groaned despairingly beside him. Are you all right? Harry asked anxiously. My wand, Ron replied, his voice trembling. Look at my wand. It was nearly severed in two, the tip drooping, connected by only a few splinters of wood. As Harry was about to express his confidence that they would be able to fix the car upon arriving at school, an unexpected force collided with the side of the vehicle. The impact was as powerful as a charging bull, sending him tumbling towards Ron, just as the roof was struck with equal ferocity. What's happening? Ron gasped, staring at the windshield. Harry turned his head and caught sight of a branch as thick as a python crashing against the glass. It was the very tree they had crashed into that was now assaulting them, its trunk bent like a bow, with numerous branches mercilessly battering every accessible part of the car. Ah, Ron exclaimed, as another twisted, thick branch smashed into his door, creating a large dent. Countless smaller branches, resembling thick fingers, unleashed a hailstorm of blows that made the windshield tremble violently, while a branch as robust as a battering ram rained down upon the roof, threatening to cave it in. Run, Ron shouted, exerting all his strength to push the door open. However, at that moment, another branch delivered a vicious uppercut, knocking him down onto Harry's legs. We're done for, he moaned, watching the roof sag dangerously. Yet, suddenly, the car vibrated as the engine roared back to life. Reverse, Harry cried, and the car zoomed backward. The tree, intent on striking them, lashed out with its branches towards the swiftly retreating vehicle. It bent forward, nearly tearing itself apart in the process, and they could hear the roots creaking ominously. My goodness, this is perilous, Ron panted. Well done, car. But the vehicle's patience had reached its limit. With two loud bangs, the doors flung open, and Harry felt the seat tilt sideways. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself sprawled on the damp ground. The heavy noises indicated that the car had ejected their luggage as well. Hedwig's cage soared into the air. The door flung open. She burst forth, letting out an indignant cry as she flew away towards the castle without looking back. Then, the car, battered and bruised, steaming and rumbling, drove into the darkness with its taillights flashing in anger. "Come back!" Ron shouted, waving his broken wand in vain. "My dad will kill me." But the car's exhaust finally expelled a last puff of air, vanishing from view. "Can you believe such dreadful luck?" Ron said with a grimace. Picking up his old rat scabbers, "Of all the trees, we had to hit the one that fights back." He glanced back at the ancient tree, which continued to threaten them with its flailing branches. "Let us go," Harry said wearily. "We should head into the school." Their arrival was far from the triumphant entrance they had envisioned. Their limbs felt stiff, and they were cold and sore. They gathered their broken trunks and began dragging them up the grassy slope towards the grand oak doors. "I imagine the feast has already begun," Ron said as he dropped his trunk at the foot of the stairs, stealthily approaching a bright window to peek inside. "Hey, Harry, come look at the sorting." Harry rushed over to join Ron in gazing towards the great hall. Countless candles floated in midair, illuminating 4 long tables brimming with students, their golden plates and goblets glinting with a radiant sheen. The ceiling sparkled with a multitude of stars, enchanted to eternally mirror the sky outside. Peering over a sea of black-pointed Hogwarts hats, Harry spotted the first years nervously queuing to enter the hall. Among them was Ginny, her distinctive Weasley red hair standing out prominently. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, sporting glasses and her hair tightly coiled into a bun, placed the renowned sorting hat upon the stool before the newcomers. Each year, this patched, tattered old hat assigned the first years to one of the 4 Hogwarts houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Harry vividly recalled the moment a year prior when he donned that very hat, anxiously listening to its murmurs as he awaited its judgment. For a few moments, he feared it might place him in Slytherin, a house notorious for its dark wizards, but he was ultimately sorted into Gryffindor, alongside Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley brothers. Last semester, Harry and Ron had secured the House Cup for Gryffindor, marking the first time in 7 years their house triumphed over Slytherin. A very small, gray-haired boy was called to the front to wear the sorting hat. Harry's gaze shifted to the faculty table, where Headmaster Dumbledore was observing the sorting ceremony, his silver beard and crescent-shaped glasses glimmering in the candlelight. A few seats further down, he noticed Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in a flowing aquamarine robe. At the head of the table sat Hagrid, a towering figure with a bushy beard, lifting a cup to drink heartily. "Wait," Harry whispered to Ron. "There's an empty seat at the staff table. Whereas Snape." Professor Severus Snape was Harry's least favorite teacher, and coincidentally, he was also Snape's most disliked student. Snape was known for his cruel and acerbic demeanor, earning the disdain of everyone except his own house, Slytherin. He taught potions. Perhaps he ill, Ron suggested with hopeful enthusiasm. "Maybe he left," Harry replied, since he didn't get the defense against the dark arts position again. "Perhaps he been dismissed," Ron exclaimed excitedly. "Just think, everyone despises him." "Perhaps," a cold voice interjected from behind them, "he is waiting to hear your excuses for not arriving by school bus." As Harry turned around, Severus Snape stood before him, his dark cloak billowing in the cool breeze. He was gaunt, with a sallow complexion, an aquiline nose, and greasy black hair cascading over his shoulders. At that moment, the expression on his face conveyed to Harry that he and Ron were in dire straits. "Follow me," Snape instructed. Harry and Ron dared not meet his gaze as they followed Snape up the steps into the dimly lit, echoing entrance hall adorned with flickering torches. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted from the great hall, yet Snape led them away from warmth and light, descending the narrow stone staircase into the underground classroom. "Enter," he commanded, flinging open a door in the cold corridor and gesturing for them to step inside. Trembling, they advanced into Snape's office. The walls were shrouded in darkness, lined with shelves containing numerous large glass jars, each floating with various repulsive substances, the names of which Harry had no desire to discover at that moment. The fireplace stood empty, a dark void. Snape shut the door and turned to face them. "Ah," he murmured, "the illustrious Harry Potter and his dear companion Weasley. Dissatisfied with the excitement of the train, are seeking a more thrilling escapade, are they?" "No, sir," Ron stammered. "It was the barrier at King's Cross Station." Silence. Snape interjected coldly. "What have you done with the car?" Ron was left speechless. Once again, Harry felt the unsettling sensation that Snape could penetrate the depths of their thoughts. However, The enigma soon unraveled as Snape unfurled the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. "You were seen," he stated mercilessly, directing their attention to the headline, "Ford Anglia can fly, Muggles astonished." He read aloud, "Two Muggles in London are convinced they witnessed an old car flying past the post office at noon while Mrs. Hetty Billis hung out her laundry." Mr. Angus Flint reported to the police that there were 6 or 7 Muggles in total. He raised his gaze to Ron, a more sinister smile creeping across his face. "Oh, yes, your father works in the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, does he not? How delightful." Harry felt as though his abdomen had been struck fiercely by one of the branches of the mad tree. He had not considered the possibility of anyone discovering that Mr. Weasley had enchanted the car. "While inspecting the garden, I found that a particularly rare whomping willow appeared to have sustained significant damage," Snape continued, stating that the tree posed more of a threat to us than Ron had blurted out. "Silence," Snape barked once more. "It is a pity you are not students of my house. I lack the authority to expel you. I shall fetch the individual who truly possesses this delightful privilege. You will remain here." Harry and Ron exchanged pale glances. Harry no longer felt hunger. Instead, he was enveloped in discomfort. Striving to avert his gaze from the gelatinous mass suspended in the green liquid on Snape's shelf. If Snape summoned Professor McGonagall, the situation would hardly improve. While she might possess a modicum of fairness compared to Snape, her severity was equally daunting. 10 minutes later, Snape returned, with McGonagall in tow, as anticipated. Harry had witnessed McGonagall's ire on a few occasions, yet perhaps he had forgotten how tightly her lips pressed together in anger. Or maybe he had never seen her this furious before. In any case, McGonagall's demeanor felt unfamiliar to Harry. Upon entering, she raised her wand, prompting both Harry and Ron to recoil slightly, but she merely gestured towards the empty fireplace, which instantly ignited with flames. "Sit," she commanded. And they retreated to the chairs by the hearth. "Explain," she demanded, her glasses glinting ominously. Ron hurriedly began recounting their predicament, starting with the obstruction at the station. "We had no other option. Professor, we couldn't board the train. Why not send an owl to notify us?" "I trust you possess an owl," McGonagall replied coldly to Harry. Harry was left speechless. Upon her suggestion, using an owl to send messages seemed like an obvious solution. "I hadn't considered that it was such an apparent choice," Professor McGonagall remarked. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and Snape approached the door, his expression growing more cheerful. Standing outside was their esteemed headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. Harry felt a profound numbness enveloping him. Dumbledore's expression was unusually grave, his gaze directed downwards along Harry's crooked nose. In that moment, Harry found himself wishing he and Ron were still enduring the blows from the whomping willow. An extended silence ensued, before Dumbledore finally inquired, "Please explain why you chose to act in such a manner." It would have been preferable if he had shouted, for Harry dreaded the tone of disappointment in his voice. For reasons unknown, he could not meet Dumbledore's eyes and instead directed his words to the floor. He recounted everything to Dumbledore, omitting the fact that the vehicle belonged to Mr. Weasley, as if he and Ron had merely stumbled upon a flying car outside the station. He was aware that Dumbledore would see through the omission, yet Dumbledore did not question him about the car. Once Harry concluded his account, Dumbledore merely continued to peer at them through his glasses. "We need to retrieve our belongings," Ron exclaimed in despair. "What are you saying, Weasley?" Professor McGonagall interjected. "Are we being expelled?" Ron asked. Harry hurried to see Dumbledore. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore stated, "but I must impress upon you the gravity of your actions. I shall write to your family tonight. Furthermore, I must caution you that should such behavior recur, I will have no choice but to expel you." Snape's expression was akin to that of someone who had just learned that Christmas had been cancelled. He cleared his throat and declared, "Professor Dumbledore, these two students have egregiously disregarded the statute for the regulation of underage sorcery, causing significant damage to a prized ancient tree. Let Professor McGonagall determine the appropriate punishment for these two students, Severus," Dumbledore replied calmly. "They are her students, and she is responsible for them." He turned to Professor McGonagall, saying, "I must return to the feast. Minerva, I have several announcements to make. Come along, Severus, there is a rather enticing custard tart that I wish to sample." Snape shot a menacing glare at Harry and Ron as he was ushered out of the office. Only the three of them remained, Harry, Ron, and Professor McGonagall, who regarded them with the intensity of an enraged hawk. "You had better visit the hospital wing, Weasley. You are bleeding." "It's nothing," Ron quickly replied, wiping the wound on his forehead with his sleeve. "Professor, I'd like to see my sisters sorting." "The sorting ceremony has concluded," Professor McGonagall informed him. Your sister is also in Gryffindor. Oh, splendid, Ron exclaimed. Speaking of Gryffindor, McGonagall said sternly, but Harry interjected, Professor, we hadn't started school when we got into the car. So we shouldn't lose points for Gryffindor, should we? He looked at her eagerly after speaking. Professor McGonagall shot him a severe look. Yet he fancied he detected a hint of a smile. After all, her lips were no longer pressed together quite so tightly. I will not deduct points from Gryffindor, she stated, which relieved Harry immensely, but you will be serving detention. That was far better than Harry had anticipated. As for Dumbledore writing to the Dursleys, he thought it inconsequential. He knew they would only lament that the Whomping Willow had not flattened him. Professor McGonagall raised her wand and gestured toward Snape's desk, where a large platter of sandwiches, 2 silver goblets, and a jug of chilled pumpkin juice appeared. You shall eat here, and then proceed directly back to your dormitory, she instructed. I, too, must return to the feast. Once the door closed behind her, Ron let out a long whistle. I thought we were doomed, he said, grabbing a sandwich. So did I, Harry admitted, also snatching one. But can you believe our luck is so wretched? Ron said, his mouth stuffed with chicken and ham. Speaking indistinctly, Fred and George must have flown over that car 5 or 6 times, yet not a single muggle saw them. He swallowed his food and took another hearty bite. Why can't we get past that wall? Harry shrugged. However, we must be cautious in the future, he said, taking a hearty sip of pumpkin juice. I truly wish we could attend the feast. She doesn't want us to show off, Ron wisely interjected, not wanting others to think that arriving at school in a flying car is something to boast about. They consumed until they could eat no more. As the sandwiches on their plates replenished themselves immediately after being devoured, they then departed the office, traversing the familiar path toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle was eerily quiet, as if the feast had concluded. As they passed the muttering portraits and creaking suits of armor, they ascended a narrow stone staircase. Arriving at the corridor leading to the secret entrance of Gryffindor Tower, concealed behind a portrait of a rather plump lady clad in pink silk. Password? The fat lady inquired as they approached. Oh, Harry stammered, unable to respond. They had yet to encounter a Gryffindor prefect, thus were unaware of the New Year's password. But a savior was almost immediately at hand. They heard hurried footsteps behind them, and turned to see Hermione rushing toward them. There you two are. Where have you been? Everyone is buzzing with rumors. Some outrageous claims that you flew here in a car and were expelled. We haven't been expelled, Harry reassured her. Are you suggesting you truly flew here? Hermione's tone was nearly as stern as Professor McGonagall's. Don't lecture us. Just tell us the password, Ron replied impatiently. The password is Fizzing Whizbee, Hermione said, her frustration evident, but that's not the issue. However, her words were cut short as the fat lady's portrait swung open, unleashing a thunderous applause. It appeared that the Gryffindor students had yet to retire, all gathered in the circular common room awaiting their arrival. Numerous hands reached out from the entrance, pulling Harry and Ron inside, while Hermione had to manage on her own. How splendid, Lee Jordan exclaimed. What an incredible entrance. Crashing a flying car into the Whomping Willow, people will be talking about this for years. Well done, a fifth-year student who had never spoken to Harry before said, clapping him on the back as if he had just won a marathon. Fred and George squeezed forward, simultaneously inquiring, why didn't TU call us back? Ron, blushing crimson and chuckling sheepishly, could clearly see that one individual was less than pleased. Percy stood behind a few excitable first-years, seemingly ready to scold them. Harry nudged Ron in the ribs and subtly nodded toward Percy, and Ron immediately understood. We're heading up. It's a bit tiring, he said. The two made their way toward the door at the far end of the room, which led to a spiral staircase ascending to their dormitory. Good night, Harry called back to Hermione, who wore a face as stern as Percy's. They finally squeezed through to the other side of the common room, where they were still receiving pats on the back. Outside was a secluded staircase, and the two sprinted up, arriving at the door to their former dormitory, now marked with a plaque reading second year. They entered the familiar round room, once again gazing upon the 5 four-poster beds adorned with red velvet and the tall, narrow windows. Their trunks had already been brought up, resting at the foot of their beds. Ron smiled sheepishly at Harry. I know I shouldn't feel proud, but... Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and several other second-year Gryffindor boys burst in, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom. I can't believe it. Seamus beamed. Cool, Dean remarked. Absolutely amazing, Neville said in admiration. Harry could no longer contain himself. He too erupted into laughter. Chapter 6, Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter 6 of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Gilderoy Lockhart. Yet, on the following day, Harry bore a countenance devoid of mirth. From the moment he entered the great hall for breakfast, circumstances began to decline. Beneath the magically enchanted ceiling, which today mirrored the overcast gray of the skies, the long tables of the four houses were adorned with bowls of porridge, platters of pickled herring, mounds of toast, and dishes of eggs accompanied by bacon. Harry and Ron took their seats at the Gryffindor table, adjacent to Hermione, whose book on traveling with vampires lay open upon a milk jug. Her greeting was somewhat stilted, and Harry sensed her lingering discontent regarding their arrival at school. However, Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy prone to mishaps, greeted them with unbridled enthusiasm. Harry had never encountered anyone with a memory as poor as Neville's. The post should be arriving soon. I believe my grandmother will be sending some items I inadvertently left behind. As Harry began to sip his porridge, a cacophony erupted above him. Hundreds of owls swooped into the great hall, circling around and dropping letters and parcels into the midst of the conversing crowd. A bulging package landed squarely on Neville's head, followed closely by a large, gray creature that plummeted into Hermione's cauldron, splattering milk and feathers all over them. "Errol," Ron exclaimed, tugging at the soaked owl's leg to extricate it from the chaos. Errol lay sprawled on the table, its legs dangling in the air, still clutching a damp red envelope in its beak. "Oh no," Ron gasped. "Don't worry, it's still alive," Hermione reassured him, gently prodding Errol with her fingertip. "Not that," Ron said, pointing at the red envelope. To Harry, the envelope appeared unremarkable, yet Ron and Neville seemed to regard it as though it were poised to explode. "What's the matter?" Harry inquired. "My mom sent me a howler," Ron said weakly. "You'd better open it, Ron," Neville suggested shyly. "Not opening it is worse. My grandma once sent me one, and I ignored it." He took a breath. It was terrifying. Harry gazed at their terrified expressions and then at the crimson envelope. "What is a howler?" he inquired. However, Ron's attention was entirely fixated on the letter, its corners beginning to emit wisps of smoke. "Open it quickly," Neville urged. "We only have a few moments." Ron extended his trembling hand, cautiously extracting the envelope from Errol's beak and tearing it open. Neville plugged his ears with his fingers, and Harry immediately understood why. Initially, he thought it had exploded. A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the hall, dislodging dust from the ceiling. "Having stolen the car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Just wait and see how I deal with you then. You probably never even considered how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing." The voice of Mrs. Weasley, amplified 100-fold, rattled the plates and cutlery on the table, the echoes bouncing off the stone walls with a deafening resonance. Everyone in the hall turned to see who had received the howler, while Ron shrank into his seat, his forehead flushed crimson. "Last night, when we received Dumbledore's letter, your father nearly died of shame. We raised you with such effort, only to have you engage in such reckless behavior. You and Harry nearly lost your lives." Harry had been intently awaiting the moment his name would be uttered. He exerted himself to feign ignorance of the jarring sound that pierced his eardrums. It was infuriating. "Your father will face scrutiny at work, and this is entirely your fault. If you do not conform immediately, we shall return you at once." The shouting ceased. Yet the echoes persisted, buzzing incessantly in his ears. The crimson envelope, which had fallen from Ron's grasp, ignited, curling into ashes. Harry and Ron sat in stunned silence, as if they had just been washed ashore by a tumultuous tide. A few individuals chuckled, and the murmurs gradually resumed. Hermione closed her book on traveling with vampires and gazed down at Ron's head. "Well, did you expect anything different, Ron? Just know you can't blame me," Ron retorted with irritation. Harry pushed aside his bowl of porridge, feeling too guilty to eat. Mr. Weasley was to undergo scrutiny, and the couple had been so kind to him during the summer. However, he had little time for contemplation. As Professor McGonagall was distributing the class schedules along the Gryffindor table, Harry received his schedule, noting that his first class was herbology, to be attended alongside students from Hufflepuff. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exited the castle together, traversing the vegetable patch towards the greenhouse, a sanctuary for an array of magical flora. The uproar caused by the howler had at least yielded one positive outcome. Hermione appeared to believe they had endured sufficient punishment, and now she was as amicable as ever. As they approached the greenhouse, they observed their classmates gathered outside, awaiting Professor Sprout. No sooner had Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the group than they spotted Professor Sprout striding purposefully across the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Sprout's arms were adorned with numerous bandages, and from a distance, Harry noticed several branches of the Whomping Willow suspended with the bandages, stirring a pang of guilt within him. Professor Sprout was a stout witch, her flowing hair crowned with a patched hat, her attire perpetually soiled with dirt. If Aunt Petunia were to behold her nails, she would surely faint. In stark contrast, Gilderoy Lockhart was immaculate from head to toe, donning an elegant green robe, with his shiny blonde hair impeccably adorned by a green hat trimmed in gold. "Oh, hello?" Lockhart called out with a beaming smile towards the students, having just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat the injuries inflicted by the willow. "But do not assume I am more knowledgeable in herbology than she is. I merely encountered a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today, we shall proceed to the third greenhouse," Professor Sprout announced, her expression decidedly vexed, a marked departure from her usual cheerful demeanor. The students whispered among themselves with keen interest. They had previously only explored the first greenhouse, and the flora within the third promised to be both more fascinating and perilous. Professor Sprout retrieved a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. Harry inhaled the rich scent of damp earth and fertilizer, intermingled with the heady fragrance of blossoms. Flowers, as large as umbrellas, dangled from the ceiling. Just as he was about to follow Ron and Hermione inside, Lockhart barred his path. "Harry, I have been meaning to speak with you about Professor Sprout. She is 2 minutes late. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Judging by Professor Sprout's countenance, she certainly did mind. However, Lockhart cheerfully proclaimed, "That's splendid," and promptly closed the greenhouse door behind her. "Harry," Lockhart said, shaking his head, his pearly white teeth glistening in the sunlight. "Harry. Oh, Harry." Harry was utterly bewildered, rendered speechless. Upon hearing the words, "Oh, of course, this is all my fault," I felt an overwhelming urge to kick myself several times. Harry was perplexed by the words spoken to him. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Lockhart continued, "I have never been so astonished. To drive a car all the way to Hogwarts. Of course, it was immediately evident to me why you did it, crystal clear." "Oh, Harry. It's quite peculiar how he manages to reveal every one of his gleaming teeth even when he is silent. I have introduced you to the taste of fame. Have I not?" Lockhart declared, igniting your craving. "You graced the front page alongside me, and now you cannot wait to relive that moment." "Oh no, Professor," Harry interjected. Harry, Lockhart said, grasping his shoulder. "I understand. It is only natural to desire a second taste after the first. I blame myself for allowing you to experience such delight, for it is bound to cloud your judgment. However, young man, you cannot fly a car through the skies right now, attempting to draw attention to yourself. Calm down. Will you? You will have plenty of time once you grow up. Indeed, I know what you're thinking," he said with an air of nonchalance, as if he were already an internationally renowned wizard. "But at 12, I was as ordinary as you are now. In fact, I was perhaps even more unremarkable. I mean, some people already know of you, do they not? And your connection to the one whose name must not be spoken." He cast a glance at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. I know. This does not compare to winning the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times, but it is a start, Harry. A beginning." He winked kindly at Harry and strode away with a confident gait. Harry stood frozen for a few moments before recalling that he should head to the greenhouse, and quietly slipped through the door. Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse, where 20 pairs of colorful earmuffs lay. As Harry settled beside Ron and Hermione, she announced, "Today we will be repotting mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the properties of mandrakes?" Hermione was the first to raise her hand, as anticipated. "Mandrake, also known as mandrake root, is a powerful restorative," Hermione replied smoothly, as if she had consumed the textbook. "Used to return those who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state." "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor," Professor Sprout commended. "Mandrakes are a crucial component in most antidotes. However, they are also quite dangerous. Who can tell me why?" Hermione's hand shot up again, nearly knocking Harry's glasses askew. "Hearing a mandrake's cry can be fatal," she blurted out. "Absolutely correct. An additional 10 points, Professor Sprout affirmed. "Now, observe, our mandrakes are still quite young." She gestured towards a row of deep trays. Everyone leaned in closer, eager for a better view. There lay approximately 100 greenish-purple seedlings. Harry found them rather unremarkable. He had no understanding of what Hermione meant by the mandrake's cry. "Everyone take a pair of earmuffs," Professor Sprout instructed. A scramble ensued as no one wished to end up with a pair of fluffy pink earmuffs. "When I instruct you to put on the earmuffs, make sure to cover your ears tightly," Professor Sprout explained. "When it is safe to remove them, I will give you a signal with 2 thumbs up. Now, put on your earmuffs." Harry promptly complied, and in an instant, the sounds from outside faded away. Professor Sprout donned a pair of pink, fluffy earmuffs, rolled up her sleeves, and firmly grasped a cluster of grass blades, exerting great effort to uproot them. Harry let out a silent gasp that went unheard. Emerging from the earth was not a mere root, but rather an exceedingly unattractive infant, adorned with leaves sprouting from its head. Its skin was a pale green, speckled with spots. The little creature was evidently wailing at the top of its lungs. Professor Sprout retrieved a large flower pot from beneath her desk. Swiftly placing the mandrake baby within, covering it with moist, dark compost until only the dense leaves remained visible, she dusted off the soil from her hands, raised 2 thumbs in approval towards them, and then removed her earmuffs. Our mandrakes are still mere seedlings. Their cries are not lethal at this stage, she stated calmly, as if she had simply watered a begonia moments prior. However, they can render you unconscious for several hours. And I'm certain none of you wish to miss the first day of school. Therefore, be sure to wear your earmuffs while you work. When it is time to clean up, I will find a way to grab your attention. 4 of them stood beside a plethora of pots, cautioning against the venomous tendrils, which were beginning to sprout teeth. She gave a sharp slap to a spiny, deep red plant, causing its tentacles, which had stealthily reached towards her shoulder, to retract. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a curly-haired Hufflepuff boy stood beside a plate. Harry felt a sense of familiarity but had never spoken to him. I'm Justin Finch-Fletchley, he said cheerfully, vigorously shaking Harry's hand. Of course, I know you, the famous Harry Potter. And you must be Hermione Granger, always at the top. Hermione's hand was also shaken, and she smiled sweetly. And Ron Weasley, that flying car is yours, right? Ron didn't smile, clearly still troubled by that howler. As they began to fill pots with dragon dung compost, Justin enthusiastically remarked that Gilderoy Lockhart is truly a brave man. Have you read his books? If I were trapped in a phone booth by a werewolf, I'd be terrified. Yet he remained so composed, amazing, isn't it? I was supposed to attend Eton, but I'm so glad I ended up here. Of course, my mom was a bit disappointed, but after I had her read Lockhart's book, I think she started to realize how useful it is to have a trained wizard at home. After that, opportunities for conversation dwindled. They donned their earmuffs again, needing to focus on the mandrakes. Professor Sprout had made it look effortless, but it was far from easy. The mandrakes resisted being uprooted, seeming unwilling to return to the soil. They writhed, kicked, and flailed their tiny fists, gnashing their teeth. It took Harry a full 10 minutes to shove one particularly plump mandrake into its pot. By the end of the lesson, like his classmates, Harry was drenched in sweat, sore, and covered in dirt. They trudged back to the castle for a shower, then rushed off to Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall's lessons were always challenging, but today was particularly grueling. It felt as though all the knowledge Harry had acquired last year had leaked out over the summer. The teacher instructed him to transform a beetle into a button, but after much effort, he merely made the beetle exercise as it scuttled around the table, evading his wand. Ron was even worse off. He had borrowed some magical tape to fix his wand, but it seemed irreparable, crackling and sparking intermittently. Each time Ron attempted to transfigure the beetle, a cloud of gray, foul-smelling smoke enveloped him. Unable to see, he flailed about, squashing the beetle, and had to ask for another, drawing an irritated response from Professor McGonagall. When the lunch bell rang, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. His brain felt as though it had been wrung out like a sponge. As everyone filed out of the classroom, only he and Ron remained. Ron, frustrated, banged his wand against the table. Stupid, useless thing. I'll write home for another, he fumed. Maybe that one has had its day, Harry suggested. The wand crackled in response. Yeah, and I'll probably get another howler, Ron grumbled, stuffing the now hissing wand into his bag. It's your fault for breaking it. The two made their way to the Great Hall for lunch, where Hermione showed them a beautiful button she had turned from a beetle in class. But Ron's mood had not improved. What classes do we have this afternoon? Harry quickly changed the subject. Defense against the dark arts, Hermione replied promptly. Wait, Ron exclaimed, snatching her timetable. Why have you circled Lockhart's classes in hearts? Hermione snatched the timetable back, her face flushed with annoyance. After finishing their meal, they stepped into the shadowy courtyard. Hermione sat down, engrossed in her book about traveling with vampires. Harry and Ron stood and chatted about Quidditch until Harry felt someone intensely staring at him. He looked up to see a tiny, gray-haired boy from the sorting hat ceremony staring at him as if entranced. The boy clutched something that resembled a muggle camera. Upon noticing Harry, the boy's face turned crimson. Hello, Harry? I am Colin Creevey, he stammered, taking a tentative step forward. I'm also in Gryffindor. Would it be all right if I took a picture of you? He held up the camera with eager anticipation. Take a picture? Harry asked, bewildered. So I can prove I met you, Colin exclaimed, inching closer. I know everything about you. Everyone has told me. How did you escape the Dark Lord's clutches? How did he disappear? And you still have that lightning-shaped scar on your forehead. His gaze searched Harry's hairline. A boy in my dorm said if I used the right developing potion, the people in the photo would move. Isn't that fascinating? Before I received my letter from Hogwarts, I had no idea that the odd things I could do were magic. My dad delivers milk. And he can't believe it either. So I want to take loads of pictures to show him. If only I could get one with you. He looked at Harry with pleading eyes. Maybe I could stand next to you, and your friend could help take the picture? And could you sign it? Signed photo? You've got to be kidding, Potter. Draco Malfoy's sharp voice echoed through the courtyard. He had stopped behind Colin, flanked by his hulking henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, who always shadowed him like bodyguards at Hogwarts. Everyone line up. Malfoy shouted to the crowd. Harry Potter is giving out signed photos. No, I'm not. Harry retorted angrily, clenching his fists. Shut up, Malfoy. You are just jealous, Colin piped up, his entire frame barely as thick as Crabbe's neck. Jealous? Malfoy scoffed, his voice rising as half the courtyard turned to listen. Jealous of what? I wouldn't see you want an ugly scar on my forehead. Thank you very much. I don't think being sliced open makes one special. I don't believe it. Crabbe and Goyle laughed foolishly. Go eat slugs, Malfoy, Ron said angrily. Crabbe stopped laughing, starting to crack his knuckles menacingly. Watch it, Weasley, Malfoy sneered. You might not want to get into trouble, or your mother will have to come fetch you. He mimicked a high-pitched voice. If you don't behave, a group of fifth-year Slytherins erupted into laughter. Weasley wants a signed photo, Potter, Malfoy chuckled. That must be worth more than his house. Ron drew his wand, but Hermione closed her book and whispered, Be careful. What is going on? What is all this? Gilderoy Lockhart strode over, his green robes billowing behind him. Who is giving out signed photos? Harry opened his mouth to explain, but Lockhart, with an arm draped over his shoulder, exuberantly exclaimed, No need to ask. We meet again, Harry. Harry found himself wedged beside Lockhart, feeling humiliated and flushed with embarrassment. He observed Malfoy retreating smugly into the crowd. Come along, Mr. Creevy, Lockhart cheerfully beckoned. A group photo is most advantageous. We shall both sign it for you. Colin awkwardly lifted his camera and, amidst the ringing of the afternoon class bell, pressed the shutter. Now, off to class, Lockhart called to the throng, then proceeded to guide Harry toward the castle. Harry remained tightly secured under Lockhart's arm, secretly wishing for a clever vanishing spell. A word of advice, Harry, Lockhart said paternalistically as they entered the castle through a side door. I provided a cover for you in front of young Creevy, if he captures both of us. Your classmates won't perceive you as overly conceited. Lockhart paid no heed to Harry's stammered protests as he maneuvered through a corridor filled with students, ascending the staircase. The onlookers gaped at them. Listen to me. It is unwise to distribute signed photographs at this juncture, Harry. Frankly, it comes off as rather presumptuous. One day, you shall find yourself in my position, carrying a stack of photos wherever you go. He chuckled lightly, but I suspect you are not quite there yet. Upon reaching Lockhart's classroom, he finally released Harry. Harry smoothed his clothes and seated himself in the back row, hastily stacking the 7 volumes of Lockhart's books before him to avoid the sight of the man himself. Other students chattered as they entered the classroom, with Ron and Hermione taking seats beside Harry. Your face could fry an egg, Ron remarked. You'd better pray Creevy doesn't encounter Ginny. They might just form a Harry Potter fan club. Don't be ridiculous, Harry replied urgently, fearful that Lockhart might overhear the mention of a Harry Potter fan club. Once the class was settled, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly to command silence. He reached for Neville Longbottom's Giant's Bane, holding it aloft to showcase the cover featuring his own winking photograph. He pointed to the image of himself, also winking, and Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, though I don't boast about that. I'm not one to rely on smiles to vanquish the Banshee of Malvolio. He paused for laughter, receiving only a few faint smiles in return. I see you all have purchased my complete works. Excellent. Today we shall commence with a brief quiz. Do not fear, it is merely to assess your reading comprehension. He announced as he distributed the papers, returning to the podium. You have 30 minutes. Begin now. Harry gazed at the examination paper, reciting aloud. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. In your opinion, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? And so forth. Spanning a full 3 pages, culminating in the final question. 54. On which day does Gilderoy Lockhart celebrate his birthday? What would be his ideal birthday gift? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began to peruse them before the entire class. TSK, hardly anyone remembers that my favorite color is lavender. I mentioned it during my year with the Yeti in Tibet. A few students might want to revisit my 12th chapter, where I explicitly stated that my ideal birthday gift is harmonious coexistence among all magical and non-magical beings. However, I would not refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. He winked mischievously at them. Ron regarded him with a look of skepticism, while Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas in front of him stifled their laughter, trembling with amusement. Yet Hermione was entirely focused, and when Lockhart unexpectedly mentioned her name, she was taken aback. But Miss Granger knows that my secret ambition is to eradicate evil from the world and to market my own line of hair care products. Good girl. In fact, he flipped over her paper, revealing a perfect score of 100. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Hermione raised a trembling hand. Excellent, Lockhart exclaimed with a smile. Very well done. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, back to business. He bent down and retrieved a large covered cage from behind the podium, placing it upon the desk. Now, be cautious. My task is to teach you to defend yourselves against the most malevolent entities known in the magical realm. You will confront the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to any harm. I only ask that you remain calm. Harry instinctively peeked out from behind a stack of books, eager to get a better look at the cage. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover, and Dean and Seamus ceased their laughter, while Neville in the front row recoiled slightly. I must ask you not to scream, Lockhart said in a lowered voice, as that would provoke them. The entire class held their breath as Lockhart lifted the cover. Indeed, he theatrically declared, just captured from Cornwall. Free pixies. Seamus Finnegan could not suppress a snicker. Even Lockhart could not possibly believe that was a terrified scream. What? He inquired with a smile. Well, they're not, very dangerous, are they? Seamus gasped with laughter. Don't be so certain, Lockhart retorted, shaking his finger at him. They could be as cunning as little devils. The pixies were a shade of blue, approximately 8 inches tall, with small, pointed faces and shrill, piercing voices resembling a cacophony of arguing budgerigars. As soon as the cover was removed, they began chattering, leaping about, shaking the bars of the cage, and making all sorts of peculiar faces at those nearby. Well, Lockhart announced loudly, let's see how you handle them. He swung open the cage door. Chaos ensued. The pixies shot out like rockets. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears, lifting him off the ground. Several others dashed out the window, scattering shards of glass across the back of the classroom. The remainder wreaked havoc within the room, more ferocious than a rampaging rhinoceros. They grabbed ink bottles and splattered ink across the class, tore books and papers to shreds, ripped down pictures from the walls, upended the wastebasket, and hurled bags and textbooks out of the broken window. Moments later, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks, while Neville swung precariously from the chandelier. Come on, herd them in, herd them in. They're just little pixies, Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and bellowed, Pesca Pixie Pest Enemy. It was utterly ineffective. One pixie seized Lockhart's wand and tossed it out the window as well. Lockhart gasped and dove beneath the podium, narrowly avoiding Neville, for almost simultaneously the chandelier lost its grip and came crashing down. The class bell rang, and everyone bolted for the door. In the ensuing relative calm, Lockhart straightened up and saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione already at the door. I would like you 3 to capture the remaining pixies and return them to the cage, he said, stepping out ahead of them and promptly shutting the door behind him. Can you believe him? Ron exclaimed, as one pixie bit down on his ear, causing him pain. He merely wanted to give us some practical experience, Hermione remarked, cleverly using a freezing spell to immobilize 2 pixies and stuff them back into the cage. Practical. Harry attempted to catch one, but it nimbly dodged him, sticking out its tongue. Hermione, he doesn't have the slightest idea what he's doing. Nonsense, Hermione replied. You've all read his books. Think of the incredible things he claims to have accomplished. Only he claims to have done them, Ron muttered. Chapter 7. Mudbloods and Murmurs. Chapter 7. Mudbloods and Murmurs. In the ensuing days, whenever Harry caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart approaching from the corridor, he would hastily retreat. However, it was far more challenging to evade Colin Creevey, who seemed to have memorized Harry's timetable. For Colin, it appeared that the most exhilarating event in the world was to greet Harry 6 or 7 times daily with a cheerful "How are you, Harry?" and to eagerly await Harry's inevitable response of "Hello, Colin," regardless of Harry's tone, which often conveyed exasperation and annoyance. Hedwig remained miffed over the disastrous car journey, and Ron's wand continued to malfunction, culminating in an even more outrageous incident on Friday morning. During Charms class, Ron's wand unexpectedly shot out of his grasp and struck the diminutive Professor Flitwick squarely on the forehead, causing a large green bump to swell and pulsate ominously. Given these circumstances, Harry was relieved to have finally endured the week and looked forward to the weekend. He, Ron, and Hermione planned to visit Hagrid on Saturday morning. However, Harry was abruptly awakened early by Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who had roused him when he had intended to sleep for a few more hours. "What's the matter?" Harry mumbled, still groggy. "Quidditch practice," Wood exclaimed. "Get up, quickly." Harry squinted at the window, where a delicate mist enveloped the pale pink and golden sky. The birds outside sang so loudly that he wondered why he hadn't been awakened by their cacophony earlier. "Oliver," Harry complained, "it's barely dawn." Indeed. Wood was a tall and robust sixth-year student, his eyes shimmering with fervor at that moment. "This is part of our new training regimen. Hurry. Grab your broomstick and follow me," Wood urged eagerly. "The other teams have yet to commence their practices. We must seize victory this year." Harry yawned and shivered slightly as he climbed out of bed, beginning his search for his team robe. "All right, mate," Wood said. "See you on the pitch in a quarter of an hour." Harry discovered his vibrant crimson team robe and, in an effort to ward off the chill, draped his cloak over his shoulders. He hastily left a note for Ron and made his way to the common room, balancing his Nimbus 2000. Just as he approached the portrait hole, he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Colin Creevey came racing down the stairs, his camera swinging wildly around his neck, clutching something in his hand. "Harry, I heard someone calling your name on the stairs. Look what I've brought. The photos have developed, and I want you to see." Harry stared blankly at the photograph Colin was waving at him. In it, a moving black and white Gilderoy Lockhart was vigorously tugging at an arm, which Harry recognized as his own. He felt a surge of joy upon seeing his likeness in the picture, valiantly resisting being pulled in. Lockhart eventually relinquished his efforts, gasping towards the white edge of the photograph. "Could you please sign it?" Colin asked eagerly. "No," Harry replied firmly, glancing around to ensure no one else was present. "I'm sorry, Colin, but I have pressing matters, Quidditch practice." He crawled out of the portrait hole. "Wait for me. I've never seen a Quidditch match." Colin hurriedly followed him out. "It's quite dull," Harry replied hastily, but Colin was undeterred, his face alight with excitement. "You're the youngest house team player in a century, right, Harry? You must be amazing. I've never flown before. Is it difficult? Is this your broomstick? Is it the best?" Harry felt as though he were burdened by an incessantly chatty shadow. "I don't quite grasp Quidditch," Colin remarked dreamily. "Isn't there a total of 4 balls? 2 of them dart about, attempting to knock players off their flying broomsticks?" "Indeed." Harry sighed, resigned to elucidate the intricate rules of Quidditch. "Those are called bludgers. Each team has 2 players wielding bats to strike the bludgers away. Fred and George Weasley are the beaters for Gryffindor." "What about the other balls?" Colin inquired, his mouth agape as he stumbled down the stairs. "Oh, the quaffle," Harry replied. "The large red ball used for scoring. Each team has 3 chasers who pass the quaffle among themselves, aiming to send it through the 3 goal hoops at the far end of the pitch." "And the 4th ball?" Colin pressed. "It's called the golden snitch," Harry explained. "And it's exceedingly small and swift, making it quite elusive. However, the seeker must catch it, for without capturing the snitch, the Quidditch match cannot conclude. Securing the snitch awards 150 points. You are the seeker for Gryffindor, aren't you?" Colin asked, admiration evident in his tone. "Yes," Harry confirmed as they departed the castle, stepping onto the dew-kissed grass. "There is also a keeper who guards the goalposts. That's the gist of it." Yet, as they traversed the grassy slope towards the pitch, Colin continued to bombard Harry with questions until, finally, at the entrance to the changing room, Harry managed to shake him off. Colin called out behind him, "I'm going to find a good seat, Harry," before hastily making his way towards the stands. The other Gryffindor players were already in the changing room, and it seemed only Wood was fully awake. Fred and George Weasley sat there, their eyes puffy and hair disheveled. Nearby, 4th-year student Alicia Spinette appeared to have dozed off against the wall. The other 2 chasers, Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson, sat across from them, yawning repeatedly. "You've arrived. Harry, what took you so long?" Wood exclaimed, brimming with energy. "Before we head on to the pitch, I would like to share a few words. Over the summer, I devised a new training regimen that I am confident will yield results." Wood held up a large diagram of the Quidditch pitch, adorned with colorful lines, arrows, and markings. He waved his wand at the board, causing the arrows to wriggle like caterpillars upon the chart. Wood commenced explaining his new tactics, while Fred Weasley's head drooped onto Alicia's shoulder as he began to snore. It took nearly 20 minutes for Wood to finish discussing the first diagram. Yet there remained a second and a third. Wood's monotonous voice droned on, lulling Harry into a trance. Finally, Wood's abrupt declaration jolted Harry back to reality as he contemplated what breakfast would be served in the castle. Understood? Any questions? I have a question, Oliver. George, just roused from slumber, interjected, why didn't you share this with us yesterday when we were all awake? Wood appeared slightly annoyed. Listen, lads, he said with a serious expression, we should have won the Quidditch Cup last year. Our skills clearly surpass those of the other teams. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond our control, Harry shifted uncomfortably in his chair, guilt gnawing at him. Last year's final had found him in a hospital bed, unconscious, while Gryffindor lost a player, resulting in the most devastating defeat in 3 centuries. Wood took a moment to rein in his emotions. The pain of their previous failure was evidently still tormenting him. This year, we shall double our efforts and diligently practice to put our new theories into action. Wood proclaimed loudly, seizing his broom and leading the way out of the locker room. His teammates, yawning and dragging their weary legs, followed behind. They had lingered in the locker room for so long that the sun had risen high in the sky, yet wisps of mist still floated above the pitch. As Harry entered the field, he spotted Ron and Hermione seated in the stands. Haven't you finished practicing yet? Ron asked incredulously. We haven't even started, Harry replied, enviously eyeing the bread and jam Ron and Hermione had brought from the hall. Wood just lectured us on the new tactics. He mounted his broom, pushing off the ground, and soared into the air. The cool morning breeze kissed his cheeks, invigorating him far more than Wood's lengthy discourse. It felt exhilarating to be back on the Quidditch pitch. He soared around the stadium at top speed, racing against Fred and George. What was that cracking sound? Fred shouted as they executed a sharp turn. Harry gazed towards the stands, where Colin sat in the highest row, brandishing his camera and snapping photographs one after another. In the vast stadium, the sound of the shutter seemed oddly amplified. Look over here, Harry, Colin shouted excitedly. Who is that? Fred inquired. I don't know, Harry lied, hastening away as far from Colin as possible. What's going on? Wood flew over to them, frowning. Why is that first year taking pictures? I don't like it. He might be a Slytherin spy, trying to glean our new training strategies. He.S.A. Gryffindor, Harry quickly interjected. Slytherin doesn't need spies, Oliver, George remarked. How do you know? Wood asked irritably. Because they come themselves, George pointed below, where several figures clad in green robes entered the pitch, each wielding a nimbus broomstick. I can hardly believe it. Wood exclaimed in indignation, I reserved this pitch for today. We shall see. Wood charged towards the ground, landing heavier than he intended due to his fury. He staggered slightly as he dismounted his broom. Harry, Fred, and George followed suit. Flint, Wood shouted at the captain of the Slytherin team. This is our training time. We specifically got up early for this. Please leave. Marcus Flint, more imposing than Wood, replied with a troll-like smirk. There's plenty of space, Wood. Alicia, Angelina, and Katie came over at the sound. There were no girls on the Slytherin team. They stood shoulder to shoulder, eyeing the Gryffindor players with identical disdain. But I reserved the pitch. Wood insisted sternly. Oh, Flint said. But I have a signed note from Professor Snape. Professor Snape himself permits the Slytherin team to practice on the Quidditch pitch today, training their new seeker. You've added a new seeker? Wood's attention shifted. Where? From behind the 6 tall players emerged a smaller boy, a smug smile on his pale, pointed face. It was Draco Malfoy. Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son? Fred asked with disgust. How amusing you mentioned Draco's father. The entire Slytherin team laughed smugly. Then behold the generous gift he has bestowed upon Slytherin. 7 of them simultaneously raised their brooms, revealing 7 brand new, gleaming Nimbus 2001 brooms, their shiny gold letters glinting in the morning sun. The latest model, just released last month, Flint remarked nonchalantly, brushing off a speck of dust from his broom. I dare say it outpaces the previous Nimbus 2000 series considerably. As for the old Clean Sweep series, he smirked at Fred and George, who each clutched a Clean Sweep 5. You might as well use those for sweeping the floor. The Gryffindor players were momentarily rendered speechless. Malfoy laughed heartily, his cold eyes narrowing into slits. Oh, look, Flint said. Someone has intruded upon the pitch. Ron and Hermione approached from the field, curious about the commotion. What is going on? Ron asked Harry. Why aren't you playing? He gazed in astonishment at Malfoy, now clad in the Slytherin Quidditch team's robes. I am the new seeker for Slytherin, Weasley, Malfoy declared with pride. And just now everyone was admiring the brooms my father purchased for our team. Ron gaped at the 7 luxurious brooms before him. Quite nice, isn't it? Malfoy said cheerfully, though perhaps the Gryffindor team could procure some gold to buy a few new brooms. You could sell those Clean Sweep 5s. I imagine a museum would pay handsomely for them. The Slytherin players laughed heartily. At least no member of the Gryffindor team had to pay to join. Hermione shot back sharply. They made the team purely on merit. Malfoy's smug expression darkened. No one asked you, you filthy little mudblood, he retorted angrily. Harry immediately realized that Malfoy had uttered a particularly vile remark, as it incited an explosive reaction. Flint had to rush in front of Draco to prevent Fred and George from leaping upon him. How dare you? Screamed Elia. Ron drew his wand from his robe, shouting, You will pay for this, Malfoy. He furiously pointed at Malfoy's face from beneath Flint's arm. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the stadium. A green light shot forth from the tip of Ron's wand, striking him in the abdomen and sending him staggering back onto the grass. Ron, are you all right? Hermione cried. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but emitted only a loud belch, several glistening snails tumbling from his lips onto his thigh. The Slytherin team erupted in laughter. Flint doubled over in mirth, propped up by his new broomstick. Malfoy was on all fours, pounding the ground with his fists. The Gryffindor players gathered around Ron, who continued to expel the shiny snails, seemingly no one willing to touch him. We should take him to Hagrid. It's the nearest place, Harry suggested to Hermione, who bravely nodded in agreement. They both grasped Ron's arms and hoisted him up. What's wrong, Harry? What has happened? Is he ill? But you can fix him, right? Colin rushed over, bouncing alongside them as they exited the pitch. Ron's body convulsed violently, more snails cascading onto his chest. Oh, Colin exclaimed with keen interest, raising his camera. Can you hold him still, Harry? Get away, Colin. Harry replied irritably. He and Hermione supported Ron as they made their way towards the edge of the forbidden forest. We're almost there, Ron, Hermione reassured as Hagrid's hut came into view. You'll be fine soon, just a little further. As they approached within 20 paces of Hagrid's hut, the door suddenly swung open, but it was not Hagrid who emerged, it was Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in the lightest shade of lavender robes. Quick, hide, Harry whispered, pulling Ron behind the nearest bush. Hermione reluctantly followed suit. If you knew how, it would be quite simple. Lockhart called out loudly to Hagrid, If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. You know where to find me. I'll send you a signed copy of my book. I'm surprised you don't already possess one. I shall deliver it tonight. Well, goodbye. He strode purposefully towards the castle. Harry waited until Lockhart was out of sight before pulling Ron from behind the bushes and hurriedly making his way to Hagrid's door, where he knocked urgently. Hagrid emerged immediately, his face a mask of anger, but upon seeing them, his expression transformed into a broad smile. He had been murmuring about when they would come to visit, exclaiming, Come in. I thought it was Professor Lockhart returning once more. Harry and Hermione assisted Ron as they crossed the threshold into the cottage. In one corner stood an oversized bed, while in another, the cheerful crackle of the fire filled the room. Harry gently seated Ron in a chair and eagerly recounted the incident regarding Ron's expulsion of the slug. Hagrid appeared unfazed, cheerfully stating, It's better to expel it than to swallow it. Just let it all out, Ron. He procured a large copper basin and placed it before Ron, adding, I reckon there's no other remedy but to wait for it to stop on its own. Observing Ron bend over the basin, Hermione expressed her concern. Even under the best circumstances, that's a rather challenging spell, especially with a broken wand. Hagrid busied himself preparing tea, his enormous dog Fong drooling onto Harry. What brings Lockhart here, Hagrid? Harry inquired, scratching Fong's ears. Teaching me how to prevent water sprites from slipping into wells, Hagrid grumbled, removing a half-plucked rooster from the meticulously cleaned table to set down the teapot, as if he were unaware of Lockhart's pretentiousness. He boasts about how he banished a banshee. If even one of his claims is true, I'll devour the teapot. Harry was astonished, for it was uncharacteristic of Hagrid to criticize the Hogwarts faculty. Hermione, raising her voice slightly, remarked, I believe you are being a tad unfair. Professor Dumbledore clearly deemed him the most suitable candidate, the only candidate. Hagrid presented them with a plate of toffee, while Ron coughed weakly into the basin. He is the only one. Finding a defense against the dark arts instructor has become quite the challenge. Few are inclined to accept the position, as it is deemed ill-fated. No one lasts long. Hagrid remarked, turning to Ron. Who was it you wanted to curse? Malfoy had insulted Hermione, undoubtedly with vile words that left everyone incensed. Extremely vile, Ron hoarsely replied, peeking over the edge of the table, his face pale and slick with sweat. Malfoy called her a mudblood. Hagrid's expression turned to one of outrage. Is that true? He bellowed at Hermione. Yes, she answered, but I don't know what it means. Of course, I can tell it's exceedingly rude, Ron interjected, re-emerging. Breathless, mudblood is a derogatory term for those of Muggle heritage, individuals whose parents possess no magical abilities. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, believe themselves superior due to their so-called pure bloodline. He let out a small belch, causing a slug to tumble into his palm, which he promptly discarded into the basin. In truth, we all know it doesn't matter. Just look at Neville Longbottom. He's pureblood, yet he can't even place a cauldron correctly. Hagrid proudly declared. Our Hermione hasn't even mastered some of the spells they haven't invented yet. Hermione blushed deeply at the compliment. That's a hideous term, Ron said, trembling as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. It means dirty, inferior blood. It's all nonsense. The majority of wizards are of mixed blood. If we didn't intermarry with muggles, we would have become extinct long ago. He retched slightly before leaning over the basin again. Well, I don't blame you for wanting to curse him, Ron, Hagrid said loudly over the sound of slugs plopping into the basin. But perhaps it's for the best that your wand is malfunctioning. If you had actually cursed that little brat, Lucius Malfoy would have stormed into the school. At least you've avoided trouble. Harry intended to point out that no trouble could be worse than having a slug in his mouth. However, he found himself unable to speak, as Hagrid's treacle toffee had glued his upper and lower teeth together. Harry, Hagrid suddenly seemed to recall. I need to settle a score with you. I heard you were giving out signed photographs, yet I never received one. Harry, filled with uncontrollable anger, forcefully pried open his glued-shut mouth. I did not send signed photographs, he protested vehemently. If Lockhart is still spreading such rumors. However, upon noticing Hagrid's laughter, he paused. I was merely jesting, Hagrid said warmly, giving Harry a hearty pat on the back, which inadvertently caused Harry's face to collide with the table. I know you haven't. I informed Lockhart that you need not do such things. You are already more renowned without any effort. I dare say he was rather displeased to hear that, Harry replied, sitting up straight and rubbing his chin. I suspect he was indeed, Hagrid remarked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I then confessed to him that I had never read Lockhart's books, prompting him to take his leave. Would you care for some toffee, Ron? He inquired, noticing Ron lift his head. No, thank you, Ron replied weakly. It's probably best not to take any risks. Come and see what I've grown, Hagrid suggested after Harry and Hermione finished their tea. In the vegetable patch behind the hut, 12 enormous pumpkins had formed. Harry had never seen pumpkins of such size, each nearly as tall as a person. They've grown rather well, haven't they? Hagrid beamed. They'll be big enough for the Halloween feast. What fertilizer did you use? Harry inquired. Hagrid glanced around to ensure no one was listening. Heh. I gave them a bit of, how shall I put it, a little assistance. Harry discovered Hagrid's pink umbrella leaning against the rear wall of the hut. He had long suspected that this seemingly ordinary umbrella concealed something far more extraordinary, specifically, Hagrid's old wand, which he was forbidden to use. Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year, though Harry had never quite grasped the reason behind it. Whenever the topic arose, Hagrid would clear his throat loudly and feign ignorance, diverting the conversation elsewhere. Could it be an expansion charm? Hermione mused with a hint of skepticism, yet found the notion fascinating. Oh, you did quite well. Your little sister said as much. Hagrid nodded towards Ron, mentioning he had seen her just the day before. He shot a glance at Harry, his beard quivering. She mentioned she wanted to have a look around. I suspect she hopes to encounter someone in my abode. He winking at Harry. If you asked me, she wouldn't refuse an autograph. Come now, don't be ridiculous, Harry interjected hastily, prompting Ron to chuckle, accidentally spitting out a tiny slug in the process. Watch out, Hagrid bellowed, pulling Ron away from his prized pumpkin. Lunchtime approached, and having only consumed a bit of toffee since the early morning, Harry was eager to return to school for a meal. The trio bid farewell to Hagrid and strolled back to the castle, with Ron occasionally burping, albeit producing only 2 minuscule slugs. As they stepped into the cool entrance hall, a voice rang out. You're back, Potter, Weasley. Professor McGonagall approached them with a stern expression. You two will be staying for detention tonight. What will we be doing? Professor? Ron asked, struggling to suppress another burp. You will assist Mr. Filch in polishing the silver in the trophy room, Professor McGonagall instructed. No magic allowed. Weasley will do it all by hand. Ron gasped in horror. Argus Filch was universally despised by the students. Potter, you will help Professor Lockhart respond to his admirers. McGonagall added. Oh no, can I not just polish the trophies too? Harry pleaded desperately. Absolutely not. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Professor Lockhart specifically requested you. Remember, both of you. At 8 o'clock sharp, Harry and Ron entered the great hall with dejected expressions, while Hermione followed closely behind, her face seemingly conveying the message that they had indeed breached the school regulations. At the dining table, Even the meat pie could not tempt Harry's appetite. Both he and Ron felt that their misfortunes overshadowed each other's. Filch is going to be the death of me, Ron lamented, his face a picture of despair. Without magic, that room must contain at least 100 trophies. I'm not particularly skilled at scrubbing like muggles. I would gladly trade places with you, Harry replied listlessly. When it comes to menial tasks, I have had ample practice at the Dursleys. However, responding to Gilderoy Lockhart's admirers felt akin to a nightmare. Saturday afternoon slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was 5 minutes to 8. Reluctantly, Harry dragged his feet along the third-floor corridor towards Lockhart's office. Gritting his teeth, he knocked on the door. It swung open immediately, revealing Lockhart beaming at him. "Ah, my little mischief maker has arrived. Come in, Harry, come in." The walls were adorned with countless portraits of Lockhart, illuminated by numerous flickering candles. Some of the pictures even bore his signature. A large stack of photographs lay on the table. "You can address the envelopes," Lockhart exclaimed to Harry, as if this were a grand privilege. "The first one is for Gladys Gudgeon, God bless her, one of my most ardent admirers." Time crawled by like a sluggish snail. Harry allowed Lockhart to ramble on, responding only occasionally with a vague aha or yes. Here and there, a phrase would catch Harry's ear, such as, "Fame is a fickle friend, Harry," or "Remember, a celebrity must maintain a celebrity's demeanor." The candles burned lower, their flames dancing upon the many faces of Lockhart that seemed to observe them. With aching hands, Harry pinned the address of Veronica Smethly, feeling as though this was the 1,000th envelope he had addressed. Surely, time must be nearing, Harry thought in agony. Please, let it come swiftly. Suddenly, he heard a voice, one that was entirely different from the crackling of the dying candles or Lockhart's incessant chatter. It was a voice, chilling, breathless, and malevolent. "Come closer, let me tear you apart, let me kill you." Harry jumped abruptly as a large blot of lilac ink appeared on the street name of Veronica Smethly's address. "What?" he exclaimed. "I know," Lockhart interjected. 6 consecutive months at the top of the bestseller list. An unprecedented record. "No," Harry shouted in frustration, "that voice." "I beg your pardon?" Lockhart asked, clearly bewildered. "What voice?" That voice. Didn't you hear it?" Lockhart stared at Harry in utter astonishment. "What are you talking about, Harry? Perhaps you're a bit drowsy? Goodness. Look at the time. We've been here for nearly 4 hours. I can hardly believe how swiftly time has passed, can you?" Harry remained silent, straining to hear the sound, but it had vanished, leaving only Gilderoy Lockhart's incessant chatter about not expecting such good fortune every time he was punished with detention. With a mind full of questions, Harry departed. The Gryffindor common room was nearly deserted. He ascended directly to the dormitory, finding Ron absent. Donning his pajamas, he reclined on his bed, waiting. An hour later, Ron entered, rubbing his right arm and filling the dim room with the scent of a cleaning agent. "My muscles are all stiff," he groaned, collapsing onto his bed. "I had to polish that Quidditch trophy 14 times before he was satisfied." Later, while I was cleaning a special contribution to the school medal, I lost my lunch again, taking an eternity to wipe away the slimy residue. How did it go with Lockhart? Harry lowered his voice to avoid waking Neville, Dean, and Seamus, sharing the sounds he had heard with Ron. "Lockhart claims he didn't hear anything?" Ron inquired. "Under the moonlight." Harry observed Ron frowning. "Do you think he is lying?" "Yet, I cannot fathom how an invisible person would still need to open a door." "Indeed," Harry replied, reclining as he gazed at the canopy of the 4-poster bed. "I too find it perplexing." Chapter 8, The Anniversary Celebration. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 8, The Death Day Party. As October arrived, a damp chill pervaded the grounds, seeping into the castle. A sudden outbreak of cold swept through both staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a flurry. Her restorative potions had an immediate effect. However, those who consumed them found their ears emitting smoke for several hours thereafter. Ginny Weasley had been feeling quite unwell of late, and Percy insisted she take some of the tonic. Consequently, steam billowed from her vibrant red hair, making her head appear as though it were ablaze. Large raindrops hammered against the castle windows, persisting for several days without respite. The lake's water levels rose, and the flower beds turned into muddy torrents, while Hagrid's pumpkins swelled to the size of greenhouses. Nevertheless, Oliver Wood's fervor for regular Quidditch practice remained undiminished. Thus, on a stormy Saturday evening just days before Halloween, we witnessed Harry returning from training, drenched and caked in mud, even without the wind and rain. This training session would have been far from enjoyable. Fred and George had been scouting the Slytherin team's activities and reported having seen the speed of the new Firebolt 2001 brooms. They returned to inform us that the Slytherin players now appeared merely as 7 indistinct pale green shadows, darting through the air like jets. Harry strolled through the desolate corridor, lost in thought, when he unexpectedly encountered a fellow soul burdened with worries. Nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, gazed forlornly out the window, murmuring to himself about falling short of the requirements by a mere half-inch. "Hello, Nick," Harry greeted. "Hello, hello," nearly headless Nick replied, startled, glancing around. He wore a fashionable hat adorned with a feather atop his long, curly hair and a fitted, knee-length coat embellished with a wheel-shaped ruffled collar, concealing the fact that his neck was almost entirely severed. He appeared as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke, allowing Harry to see the dark sky and pouring rain beyond his translucent form. "It seems you carry a burden, young Potter," Nick remarked, folding a transparent letter and tucking it into his fitted attire. "You do as well," Harry observed. "Ah," nearly headless Nick waved a slender hand with an air of nonchalance. "It's merely a trivial matter. I believed I could apply, but it appears I do not meet the criteria." His tone was casual, yet his expression revealed profound anguish. "Do tell," he suddenly erupted, retrieving the letter once more. "Do you think I am unqualified to join the headless hunt after having my neck cleaved 44 times by a blunt axe?" "Oh, certainly," Harry felt compelled to agree. "I mean, I would prefer a clean and decisive severance of my head that would spare me much suffering and ridicule." However, nearly headless Nick unfolded the letter, reading in indignation, "We can only accept hunters whose heads are entirely detached from their bodies. You will fully appreciate that, were it otherwise. Members would be unable to partake in activities such as horseback juggling and head polo. Therefore, I regret to inform you that you do not meet our requirements. Sincerely, Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore." With a huff, Nick stuffed the letter back into his attire. "There is merely a sliver of skin and sinew connecting my neck, Harry. Most would deem this akin to being headless. Yet, alas, it seems insufficient in the eyes of the completely headless Sir Patrick." Taking a deep breath, Nick adopted a calmer demeanor. "So, what troubles you? Can I be of assistance?" "No," Harry replied. "Unless you know where to procure 7 free Firebolt 2001s to help us compete against Slytherin." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry emanated near Harry's ankle, drowning out his words. He looked down to find 2 glowing yellow eyes. Mrs. Norris, the gaunt, gray cat, was a loyal assistant to the caretaker, Argus Filch, in his relentless battles against the students. "You best leave this place, Harry," Nick urged hastily. "Filch is in a foul mood. He caught a cold, and a few third-year students inadvertently smeared frog guts on the ceiling of the 5th dungeon classroom. He has spent the entire morning cleaning. And if he sees you tracking mud everywhere—" "You're right," Harry said, retreating from Mrs. Norris's reproachful gaze, but it was too late. Filch seemed to possess some mysterious connection to his wretched feline companion. He suddenly dashed out from behind a tapestry on Harry's right, panting furiously, his eyes wild as he searched for rule breakers. A thick plaid scarf wrapped around his neck, and his nose was an alarming shade of red. "Filth," he shouted, pointing at the mud and grime dripping from Harry's Quidditch robe, his eyes bulging menacingly, and the flesh on his double chin quivering. "It's a disaster. I've had enough. Potter, come with me." Harry gloomily waved farewell to nearly headless Nick and followed Filch down the stairs, leaving a trail of muddy footprints on the floor. Harry had never before entered Filch's office. Most students avoided the place at all costs. The room was dim and filthy, devoid of windows, illuminated only by a solitary oil lamp suspended from the low ceiling. A faint odor of fried fish permeated the air. Lined against the walls were numerous wooden filing cabinets. From the labels, Harry discerned that they contained detailed records of every student Filch had punished. Fred and George occupied an entire drawer. On the wall behind Filch's desk hung a gleaming assortment of chains, handcuffs, and leg irons. It was well known that Filch frequently petitioned Dumbledore for permission to suspend students by their ankles from the ceiling. Filch rummaged through a jar on his desk for a quill, then shuffled about in search of parchment. "Disgusting," he muttered furiously. "That slimy, snotty toad with frog brains and mouse guts. I've had enough of this nonsense." He extracted a large roll of parchment from a desk drawer, laid it out before him, and dipped a long black quill into the inkwell. "Name, Harry Potter. Offense, just a bit of mud," said Harry. "A mere bit of mud for you, child, but for me it means scrubbing and toiling for an hour," Filch retorted, a droplet of repulsive snot trembling at the tip of his bulbous nose. "Offense, defilement of the castle. Suggested punishment." Filch wiped his runny nose, squinting maliciously at Harry as he awaited his fate. However, just as Filch's quill descended, a tremendous crash echoed from the ceiling above. The oil lamp rattled ominously. "Peeves," roared Filch, infuriated, as he flung the quill aside. This time, I will not let you escape. I shall catch you. Peeves was a mischievous spirit known for his pranks, flitting about the school, causing chaos and calamity. Harry was not particularly fond of Peeves, yet he could not help but feel grateful for the timely distraction. Hopefully, whatever mischief Peeves had caused from the sound, it seemed he had shattered something substantial, would divert Filch's attention away from him. Harry believed he should probably wait for Filch to return, so he settled into a moth-eaten chair by the desk. Upon the table, alongside his partially completed form, lay another object, a bulging purple envelope adorned with silver lettering. Casting a swift glance towards the door to confirm that Filch had not yet returned, Harry picked up the envelope and began to read. Quick spell correspondence course. Harry, feeling perplexed, opened the envelope and drew out a piece of parchment. Upon the first page, he beheld elegant silver calligraphy. Do you feel out of sync with the modern magical world? Have you found yourself seeking excuses to avoid performing even the simplest spells? Have you been ridiculed for your clumsy wand techniques? The answer lies within. The Rapid Spellcasting course is an infallible, swift, and remarkably easy-to-learn program. Hundreds of wizards have already reaped its benefits. The insufferable lady from Mount Top remarked, I could never remember spells, and my potions were the subject of ridicule among my family. Yet, after completing a session of the Rapid Spellcasting course, I have become the center of attention at gatherings, and my friends now seek my recipes for shimmering potions. The mischievous wizard from Ditsbury exclaimed, my wife used to mock my inept magic, but after a month in your marvelous Rapid Spellcasting class, I successfully transformed her into a yak. Thank you. Rapid Spellcasting. Harry was captivated as he flipped through the remaining parchment in the envelope with his fingers. Why would Filch study a course on Rapid Spellcasting? Did it imply that he was not a legitimate wizard? Just as Harry began to read the first lesson, grasp your wand, a few useful tips. The sound of footsteps echoed outside. Realizing Filch was returning, he hastily shoved the parchment back into the envelope and tossed it onto the table. At that moment, the door swung open. Filch entered, looking triumphant. That vanishing cabinet is particularly valuable, he exclaimed cheerfully to Madame Pants. This time, we can finally send Peeves packing, my dear. His gaze fell upon Harry before quickly darting to the envelope containing the rapid spell casting material. It was then that Harry noticed it had shifted 2 feet from its original position, but it was too late. Filch's pale face flushed crimson, summoning his courage. Harry braced himself for Filch's impending wrath. Filch limped toward the table, snatched the envelope, and hurled it into the drawer. Did you see anything? He stammered. No. Harry quickly lied. Filch twisted his knobby hands together. If I believe you've been snooping into my private matters, this isn't something I would do for a friend, regardless. Harry stared at him in utter astonishment. Filch had never appeared so enraged. His eyes bulged, and one side of his sagging cheeks suddenly twitched, rendering his checkered scarf futile. Very well, go ahead, but do not utter a single word. I am not conceding. If you choose to leave without having seen anything, then so be it. I still have to write the report on Peeves, so leave now. Harry could scarcely believe his fortune, and he hastily departed from the office, traversing the corridor to ascend the stairs. Escaping from Filch's office without punishment was likely a new record for the school. Harry, is it effective? Nearly headless Nick emerged eagerly from a classroom. Behind him, Harry caught sight of a black and gold cabinet shattered on the floor, evidently having fallen from a considerable height. I persuaded Peeves to drop it on Filch's office, Nick said excitedly. I thought it might divert his attention. It was you? Harry replied gratefully. Oh. It was immensely effective. I didn't even get detention. Thank you, Nick. As they strolled together down the corridor, Harry noticed that nearly headless Nick was still clutching the rejection letter from Sir Patrick. I wish I could do something regarding the headless hunt, Harry remarked. Nearly headless Nick immediately halted, causing Harry to pass right through him. He regretted the action. It felt akin to plunging into an icy bath. You can indeed do something for me, Nick said with excitement. Harry, is my request too much? You wouldn't wanna what is it? Harry inquired. Well, this Halloween will mark the 500th anniversary of my death, nearly headless Nick proclaimed, puffing out his chest in an air of nobility. Oh, Harry responded, unsure whether to feel sorrow or joy. Is that so? I am hosting a grand celebration in a spacious underground chamber. Friends will be arriving from all corners of the country. It would be an honor if you could attend. Of course, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are also most welcome. But I dare say you would prefer to join the school feast, wouldn't you? He gazed at Harry anxiously. Not at all, Harry quickly replied. I will come. Oh, my dear boy, Harry Potter attending my death day party. How splendid, he exclaimed, hesitating with palpable excitement. And, might I ask you to mention to Sir Patrick that you found me particularly frightening and impressive, would you? Of course, Harry affirmed. Nearly headless Nick beamed at him. A death day party? Hermione said with enthusiasm. I bet very few living people can say they've attended such an event. It must be extraordinary. At that moment, Harry had finally changed his clothes and found Hermione and Ron in the common room. Why would anyone celebrate the anniversary of their death? Ron said indignantly, engrossed in his potions homework. I find it rather morbid. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, and the sky had darkened to an inky black. Yet the room was bright and cheerful. The firelight illuminated numerous soft armchairs where people sat reading, chatting, and doing homework. Fred and George Weasley, the mischievous twins, were engrossed in an experiment to determine the effects of feeding a fire lizard some fizzing wispies. Fred had rescued the vibrant orange lizard from care of magical creatures class. And at that moment, it lay sulkily smoldering on a table, surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. As Harry was about to inform Ron and Hermione about Filch and the rapid spellcasting correspondence course, a fire lizard suddenly leapt into the air, spinning wildly in the room, emitting a cacophony of sparks accompanied by thunderous sounds. Percy hoarsely reprimanded Fred and George. The fire lizard spewed forth orange stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Amidst a series of explosive sounds, it darted into the fireplace, causing Harry to entirely forget about Filch and the envelope regarding the Swift incantation. On the eve of Halloween, Harry deeply regretted hastily agreeing to attend the Death Day party. The other students at school were joyfully participating in the Halloween feast, and the great hall had been adorned with live bats as usual. Hagrid's enormous pumpkins were carved into lanterns large enough to seat 3 people within them. Rumors circulated that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. Once a promise is made, it is not easily retracted, Hermione admonished Harry imperiously, reminding him of his commitment to attend the Death Day party. Consequently, at 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way through a corridor leading directly to the bustling Great Hall, which was festooned with lights and flickering candles, with enticing gold plates set upon the tables. However, they continued towards the dungeon classroom. The passageway leading to nearly headless Nick's party was already illuminated with candles. Yet the effect was far from pleasant. They were all dark and thin, casting a ghostly blue light that rendered even their lively faces foreboding. With every step they took, the temperature seemed to drop. Harry shivered, pulling his robes tighter around him. At that moment, he heard a sound reminiscent of 1,000 nails scraping against a gigantic blackboard. Is that what they call music? Ron murmured. As they turned a corner, they beheld nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway, draped in black velvet curtains. My dear friends, he said with profound melancholy, welcome, welcome. I am truly delighted by your presence. He doffed his feathered hat and bowed, inviting them inside. The sight before them was astonishing. The dungeon classroom was packed with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, most of whom were gliding across the overcrowded dance floor, waltzing to the ghastly, trembling sounds produced by 30 musical saws. The band was seated on a stage draped in black cloth. Above them, a chandelier illuminated by 1,000 black candles emitted an eerie blue glow. Their breaths formed misty clouds in front of them, as if they had stepped into a refrigeration chamber. Shall we take a look around? Harry suggested, hoping to warm his feet. Be careful not to pass through anyone's body. Ron said nervously. They slowly edged along the perimeter of the dance floor, passing by a group of sullen nuns, a ragged man clad in chains, and a portly friar. A cheerful ghost from Hufflepuff was currently engaged in conversation with a knight who sported an arrow protruding from his forehead. Harry also spotted the Bloody Baron, which he had anticipated. The Bloody Baron was the ghost of Slytherin, gaunt and hollow-eyed, his body smeared with silver stains of blood, while other ghosts made way for him. Oh dear, Hermione suddenly halted. Turn around quickly. I do not wish to converse with the Weeping Myrtle. Who? Harry inquired as they hurried back the way they came. She resides in a toilet on the 2nd floor, Hermione replied. Resides in a toilet? Yes. That toilet is perpetually out of order because she incessantly throws tantrums, splashing water everywhere. I try my utmost to avoid it. When you use the restroom, she shrieks at you. It's truly dreadful. Look, food, Ron exclaimed. At the other end of the dungeon classroom stood a long table draped in black velvet. They rushed forward eagerly, only to come to a sudden and horrified halt. The stench was unbearable. Large chunks of decaying meat lay on beautiful silver platters, while charred cakes blackened to a crisp piled upon a large tray. There was also an abundance of meat pies teeming with maggots and a block of cheese covered in green mold. At the center of the table sat a massive, tombstone-shaped gray cake, upon which was inscribed in tar-like icing, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington died October 31st, 1492. Harry stood in stunned silence as a portly ghost approached the table. He squatted down and passed directly through the center of it, his mouth agape as he glided past a foul-smelling salmon. "Can you actually taste anything by passing through like that?" Harry inquired. "Almost," the ghost replied sorrowfully before drifting away. "I suspect they allow the food to rot to intensify the flavor," Hermione insightfully remarked, pinching her nose as she leaned closer to examine the putrid meat pie. "Let us go, I feel nauseous," Ron said. Just as they turned, a diminutive male ghost suddenly emerged from beneath the table, hovering in front of them. "Hello, Peeves," Harry said cautiously. This mischievous ghost, unlike the pale and transparent spirits around them, wore a vibrant orange party hat and a spinning bow tie, his wide face grinning wickedly. "Care for a taste?" he sweetly offered, presenting them with a bowl of moldy peanuts. "No, thank you," Hermione declined. "I overheard you discussing poor moaning Myrtle," Peeves chimed in, his eyes twinkling. "How very rude of you." Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Hey, Myrtle." "Oh no, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. She'll be heartbroken." Hermione whispered anxiously. "I was just joking. I don't mind her at all. Hello, Myrtle." A short, plump girl-esque ghost floated over. Her face the most woeful Harry had ever seen, half obscured by her long, straight hair and thick, pearly glasses. "What?" she asked, her expression stern. "Hello, Myrtle," Hermione said in a faint, cheerful tone. "It's lovely to see you outside the restroom." Myrtle sniffled. "Miss Granger was just discussing you," Peeves slyly whispered in Myrtle's ear. "I said you looked beautiful tonight," Hermione shot back, glaring at Peeves. Myrtle regarded Hermione with suspicion. "You're mocking me," she said, tears quickly streaming down her translucent cheeks. "Not at all. I just said Myrtle looked lovely," Hermione insisted, elbowing Harry and Ron sharply. "Yes, she said that." "Don't deceive me," Myrtle gasped, tears cascading down her face, while Peeves chuckled merrily behind her. "You think I don't know what others call me? Fat Myrtle. Ugly Myrtle. Poor, weeping, miserable Myrtle." "You forgot to add pockmarked," Peeves whispered conspiratorially. Myrtle suddenly burst into sobs and fled the dungeon classroom, with Peeves chasing after her, pelting her with moldy peanuts and shouting, "Pockmarked. Pockmarked." "Oh, dear," Hermione lamented. Nearly headless Nick drifted over from the crowd. "Having fun?" "Oh, yes, they lied. The turnout is quite satisfactory," Nearly headless Nick declared proudly. "The Wailing Widow has come all the way from Kent for my speech, and I must remind the band." Just then, the music ceased abruptly. Everyone in the dungeon classroom fell silent, eagerly glancing around as a hunting horn sounded. "Oh no," Nearly headless Nick groaned. Suddenly, 12 ghostly horses burst forth from the walls, each ridden by a headless horseman. The partygoers erupted into applause. Harry clapped as well, but stopped abruptly upon seeing Nick's expression. The spectral horses halted abruptly in the center of the dance floor, rearing up on their hind legs and kicking out with their front hooves. The foremost horseman, a large ghost with a bushy beard tucked under his arm, blew a horn. He leapt down from his steed, holding his head high so he could survey the crowd, which elicited laughter, and strolled towards Nearly headless Nick, sloppily attempting to reattach his head to his neck. "Nick," he bellowed, "how are you? Still got your head attached?" He erupted into a raucous laugh, clapping Nearly headless Nick on the shoulder. "Welcome, Patrick," Nick replied stiffly. Spotting Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Sir Patrick feigned surprise and jumped high, causing his head to fall off once more. The crowd roared with laughter. "Very amusing," Nearly headless Nick said with a straight face. "Don't mind Nick," Sir Patrick's head shouted from the floor, still miffed about not being allowed to join the Quidditch team. "But I must say, look at this fellow." Harry, catching Nick's meaningful glance, hastily interjected, "Nick is quite frightening, and oh, haha," Sir Patrick's head exclaimed. "I assume he told you to say that. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?" Nearly headless Nick announced loudly as he strode toward the podium, stepping into a cold blue spotlight. "My late lords, ladies, and gentlemen, it is with great sorrow." His words faded into inaudibility. Sir Patrick and the other headless horsemen engaged in a game of head-top hockey, and everyone turned to watch. Nearly headless Nick futilely attempted to recapture the audience's attention, but Sir Patrick's head soared past him amidst cheers, leaving him defeated. At that moment, Harry felt quite cold and his stomach grumbled audibly. "I can't take it anymore," Ron muttered, his teeth chattering. The band began to play again, and the ghosts floated back to the dance floor. "Let us go," Harry agreed. As they retreated toward the door, they nodded and smiled at every ghost that looked their way. Within a minute, They hurried down the dimly lit corridor lined with flickering black candles. I bet the pudding isn't finished yet, Ron said hopefully, leading the way toward the staircase to the entrance hall. Just then, Harry heard it. Tear you, rip you, kill you. It was that voice, the cold, murderous voice he had heard in Lockhart's office. He stumbled to a stop, grasping the stone wall, focusing intently, scanning the shadowy corridor for any sign. Harry, what's wrong? The voice echoed again. Don't speak yet. I've been starving for so long. Listen, Harry urged, causing Ron and Hermione to freeze, staring at him. It's time to kill. The voice grew fainter. Harry was certain it was moving upward. He stared at the dark ceiling, a mix of fear and excitement swelling within him. How could it be moving upward? Was it a ghost? Did the stone ceiling pose no barrier to it? Come this way, he called. Sprinting up the staircase and into the foyer. The echoes of laughter and merriment from the Halloween festivities in the hall rendered any other sounds nearly inaudible. Harry raced up the marble stairs at full speed, reaching the second floor, with Ron and Hermione stumbling closely behind. Harry, what are we, show? Harry perked up his ears. From a distant floor above, the voice echoed once more, growing ever fainter. I smell the scent of blood. I smell the scent of blood. Harry's stomach convulsed violently. It was about to take a life. He exclaimed, disregarding the bewildered expressions on Ron and Hermione's faces, and ascended the staircase in swift strides. All the while listening intently amidst the echo of his heavy footsteps. Harry dashed through the third floor, with Ron and Hermione huffing and puffing in his wake. The trio pressed on relentlessly until they rounded a corner and found themselves in a desolate corridor. What on earth is happening, Harry? Ron panted, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. I can't hear a thing. Suddenly, Hermione gasped, pointing towards the end of the hallway. Look, on the wall before them. Something shimmered faintly. They approached cautiously, squinting in the darkness to discern the shapes. Between two windows, a foot above the ground, words were inscribed on the wall, glowing dimly in the light of a flickering torch. The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy. What is that hanging below? Ron asked, his voice quaking. They inched closer, and Harry nearly slipped. There was a large puddle on the floor. Ron and Hermione grasped him tightly as they approached the ominous inscription, their gazes fixated on a dark shape beneath it. As the three of them finally discerned what it was, they recoiled in fright, splashing water everywhere. It was Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, suspended by her tail from the torch bracket, her body stiff as a board, her eyes wide open and staring blankly. The trio stood frozen for several seconds, and then Ron broke the silence. We should get out of here. Shouldn't we try to save Harry? Hermione suggested hesitantly. Listen to me, Ron urged. We don't want to be caught here. But it was too late. A low rumble, akin to distant thunder, informed them that the feast had just concluded. The sound of hundreds of footsteps ascending the staircase echoed from both ends of the corridor, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of students sated after their meal. Soon, students began to jostle and push their way into the hallway. As the front of the crowd spotted the hanging cat, the lively banter abruptly ceased. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood isolated in the center of the corridor as the students fell silent, pressing forward to witness the chilling sight. In that eerie stillness, a voice rang out. Beware of the heir's enemy. You are next, mudbloods. It was Draco Malfoy, who had pushed his way to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes glinting with malice, and his typically pale face flushed with excitement. He gazed at the motionless cat hanging there, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Chapter 9 of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The writing on the wall, what has transpired here? What has occurred? Undoubtedly, Filch was drawn to Malfoy's exclamation, pushing his way through the crowd with a shoulder. Upon catching sight of Mrs. Norris, he stumbled back a few steps, terror-stricken, clutching his face. My cat! My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked. At that moment, his bulging eyes fell upon Harry. You have killed my cat. You have killed her. I shall kill you. I shall, Argus. Dumbledore arrived swiftly, followed closely by several other professors. In the blink of an eye, he passed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, gently lifting Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Argus, he instructed Filch, and you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. Lockhart hurried forward, eager. My office is nearest. The headmaster is just upstairs. You can, thank you, Gilderoy, Dumbledore interjected. The silent crowd parted, allowing them passage. Lockhart appeared exceedingly pleased, hastily trailing behind Dumbledore, with Professor McGonagall and Snape following suit. As they entered Lockhart's dimly lit office, a sudden commotion erupted upon the walls. Harry observed several portraits of Lockhart hastily attempting to conceal themselves, their hair still adorned with curlers. The genuine Lockhart then lit the candles on the desk and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished surface, beginning to examine her meticulously. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged anxious glances before seating themselves in chairs shrouded in the shadows. Watching intently, Dumbledore's elongated nose almost touched the fur of Mrs. Norris as he scrutinized her through his half-moon spectacles, his slender fingers prodding and poking gently. Professor McGonagall leaned in closely, squinting, her face nearly brushing against the cat. Snape loomed behind them, half hidden in the shadows, exuding an air of foreboding. His expression was peculiar, as if he were desperately suppressing a laugh. Lockhart wandered around them, incessantly proposing theories. It must be a curse that has caused her demise, most likely a transformation jinx. I have witnessed others employing such spells. Alas, I was not there at the time, but I happen to know the counter-curse that could have saved her, Lockhart lamented. His words interrupted by Filch's heart-wrenching sobs. Filch slumped into a chair beside the table, his hands covering his face, unable to look at Mrs. Norris. Though Harry harbored no fondness for Filch, a flicker of sympathy arose within him, though his greater concern was for himself. If Dumbledore believed Filch's account, expulsion would surely follow. At that juncture, Dumbledore murmured a series of strange incantations, tapping his wand against Mrs. Norris, yet there was no response. She remained stiff and motionless, as though she were a freshly prepared specimen. I recall a remarkably similar incident occurring in Wagadu. Lockhart recounted a series of attacks. I documented them in my autobiography. At that time, I provided a variety of protective charms, which promptly resolved the issue. As he spoke, the portraits of Lockhart on the walls nodded in agreement, one of them having forgotten to remove his hairnet. Finally, Dumbledore straightened. "She is not dead, Filch," he stated softly. Lockhart was tallying the number of murder attempts he had thwarted when he suddenly halted. "Not dead," Filch choked out, peering through the gaps between his fingers at Mrs. Norris. "Then why is she so rigid, as if frozen?" "She has been petrified," Dumbledore explained. "Ah, I suspected as much," Lockhart interjected, "but the precise cause eludes me." "Ask him," Filch screamed, turning his tear-streaked face towards Harry. "A second-year student could not possibly achieve this. It requires the most profound dark magic." "It was him. It was him," Filch spluttered, his flabby face turning a deep shade of crimson. "You saw the writing on the wall. He discovered it in my office. He knows I am. Filch's face contorted in horror. "He knows I am a squib. I did not touch Mrs. Norris," Harry exclaimed, acutely aware of the scrutiny from everyone present, including all the Lockharts on the wall. "I do not even know what a squib is." "Nonsense," Filch bellowed. "He saw my letter for the Quick Curse correspondence course. May I interject, Headmaster?" Snape's voice emerged from the shadows, intensifying Harry's sense of foreboding. He was convinced that Snape's words would yield no benefit for him. Perhaps Potter and his friends merely should not have been in that particular place at that time. Snape suggested, his lips curling into a sardonic smile, as if he harbored deep suspicions. But we indeed find ourselves confronted with a series of troubling questions. Why were they traversing the corridor above? Why did they not attend the Halloween feast? Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurriedly explained their attendance at the Death Day party. Hundreds of ghosts had come, and they could attest to our presence there. But then, why not attend the feast? Snape questioned, his dark eyes glimmering in the candlelight. Why venture up to the upper corridors? Ron and Hermione turned their gazes towards Harry. "Because," Harry stammered, his heart racing wildly. He had a faint premonition that if he revealed he had been led there by a ghostly voice only he could hear, it would sound utterly implausible. "Because we are tired and wish to retire early," he stated. "No dinner?" Snape remarked, a smug grin flitting across his gaunt face. "I suspect the fare provided by the ghosts at the party is rather unsuitable for the living." "We are not hungry," Ron declared loudly, even as his stomach grumbled audibly. Snape's unpleasant smile widened. "My opinion, Headmaster, is that Potter has not been entirely truthful," he said. "Perhaps we should revoke some of his privileges until he discloses the full account of events. Personally, I believe it would be best to remove him from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until his attitude improves." "Frankly, Severus," Professor McGonagall interjected sternly, "I see no reason to prevent the boy from playing. That cat was not struck on the head by a flying broomstick. Moreover, there is no evidence that Potter has committed any wrongdoing." Dumbledore cast a probing glance at Harry. Under the scrutiny of his piercing blue eyes, Harry felt exposed. "Innocent until proven guilty, Severus," he stated firmly. Snape appeared exceedingly vexed, as did Filch. "My cat has been petrified," Filch shrieked, his eyes bulging. "I demand to see someone punished." "We can heal her, Filch," Dumbledore said patiently. Professor Sprout recently acquired some mandrake. Once they mature, I will have a potion that can restore Mrs. Norris to life. I shall brew it, Lockhart interjected. I have surely brewed it 100 times. I can concoct the mandrake revival potion in my sleep. Excuse me, Snape coldly replied. I believe I am the potions master of this school. An awkward silence ensued. You may leave, Dumbledore told Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They quickened their pace, nearly breaking into a run. Upon reaching Lockhart's office upstairs, they slipped into an empty classroom and gently closed the door. Harry squinted in the darkness at his two friends' faces. Do you think I should tell them about the voice I heard? He asked. Don't, Ron replied without hesitation. Hearing a voice that others cannot is not a good omen. Even in the magical world. Harry discerned a hint of something in Ron's voice and inquired, You believe me, don't you? Of course I do, Ron replied swiftly. But you must admit, this is rather bizarre. I know it is bizarre, Harry responded. The entire incident is peculiar. What about those words on the wall? The chamber has been opened. What does this signify? Oh, that reminds me of something, Ron said slowly. I believe someone once told me about the Chamber of Secrets. Was it Bill? What is a squib? Harry questioned. To his surprise, Ron broke into a fit of laughter, covering his mouth. It's not actually amusing, but given it's about Filch. He continued. A squib refers to someone born into a wizarding family, but lacking any magical abilities. Squibs are the antithesis of wizards born to muggle parents, though they are quite rare. If Filch were to attempt learning magic through a correspondence course, he would undoubtedly be a squib. This explains a great deal. Such as his intense hatred for students, Ron added with a satisfied smile. He is simply envious. A bell tolled in the distance. It's 12 o'clock, Harry said. We should hurry to bed and not wait for Snape to come looking for us and accuse us. For several consecutive days, students spoke of little else but the attack on Mrs. Norris. Filch's behavior made it impossible for anyone to forget the incident. He frequently paced near where Mrs. Norris had been attacked, seemingly convinced the assailant would return. Harry observed him scrubbing the wall's inscriptions with a universal magical cleaner, but to no avail. The words continued to gleam vividly on the stone wall. When not patrolling the crime scene, Filch would glare with his bloodshot eyes, lurking in the corridors before suddenly pouncing on unsuspecting students, finding every excuse to detain them for minor infractions, such as excessive noise or laughter. Ginny Weasley appeared particularly distressed by Mrs. Norris's fate. According to Ron, she had always been fond of cats. But you don't truly know Mrs. Norris. Ron attempted to uplift her, adding, to be honest, we are better off without her. Ginny's lips began to tremble. Such occurrences are not common at Hogwarts, Ron reassured her. They will soon apprehend that madman and expel him from here. I only hope that before he is expelled, he manages to petrify Filch as well. Realizing his jest had made Ginny's face turn pale, Ron quickly amended his words. The attack had also affected Hermione. She, who typically devoted considerable time to her studies, now seemed almost inert. When Harry and Ron inquired about her activities, she remained aloof until the following Wednesday, when they finally uncovered the mystery. Harry was detained after potions class. Snape instructed him to clean the desk of its hairy caterpillars. After hastily consuming his lunch, Harry ascended to the library in search of Ron. Along the way, he encountered Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff boy from herbology class, approaching him. Just as Harry was about to greet him, Justin, upon catching sight of him, abruptly turned and fled in the opposite direction. Harry discovered Ron behind the library, who was measuring his homework for history of magic with a ruler. Professor Binns had assigned the students to compose an essay 3 feet in length on the gatherings of medieval European wizards. I can't believe it, I'm still 8 inches short, Ron exclaimed in frustration, and as he released his grip, the parchment immediately rolled up again. Hermione has written 4 feet 7 inches, and her handwriting is so minuscule. Where is she? Harry inquired while seizing the measuring tape to unfurl his own assignment. Right over there, Ron pointed towards the rows of bookshelves, still searching for books. She probably intends to read through the entire collection before Christmas. Harry informed Ron that Justin Finch-Fletchley had just dashed away upon seeing him. Why do you care what he does? I've always thought he was a bit dim-witted, Ron remarked, scribbling hastily, attempting to write in large letters. Filled with meaningless chatter about how magnificent Lockhart was, Hermione emerged from between the shelves, appearing quite vexed, yet finally willing to converse with them. All copies of A History of Hogwarts have been checked out, she stated, taking a seat beside Harry and Ron. And the queue for borrowing is already 2 weeks long. Oh, I wish I hadn't left my copy at home, but with so many of Lockhart's thick books in my trunk, there was simply no room for it. Why do you want to read it? Harry inquired. For the same reason as everyone else, to investigate the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione replied. What is the chamber? Harry immediately followed up. That's the problem. I can't quite recall. Hermione bit her lip. And I can't find the story anywhere else. Hermione, let me see your essay, Ron said, glancing at his watch with impatience. No, absolutely not, Hermione retorted, suddenly serious. You had 10 days. You could have finished it. I'm just 2 inches short, he replied, but then the class bell rang. Ron and Hermione bickered as they made their way to history of magic, the most tedious subject on their schedule. Among all their teachers, only Professor Binns, who taught this class, was a ghost. The most thrilling occurrence in his class was his entrance through the blackboard. He was exceedingly old, his flesh heavily wrinkled, and many claimed he did not even realize he had died. On his last day alive, he had stood to teach, inadvertently leaving his body behind in an armchair before the staff room fireplace. Since then, his daily routine had remained unchanged. Today, the class was as dull as usual. Professor Binns opened his notes and began to drone on in a dry, monotone voice, akin to an antiquated vacuum cleaner, causing the entire class to drift into a stupor, occasionally snapping back to consciousness to jot down a name or date before slipping back into a semi-conscious state. Half an hour into his lecture, something unprecedented occurred. Hermione raised her hand. Professor Binns, while monotonously explaining the International Wizarding Conference of 1289, looked up, visibly startled. I am Granger, Professor. I wonder if you could enlighten us regarding the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said clearly. Dean had been staring blankly out the window, but suddenly snapped back to reality. Lavender Brown lifted her head from her arms, and Neville lowered his elbows from the desk. Professor Binns blinked in surprise. My class is History of Magic, he replied, in his dry, wheezy voice, and I study facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends. He cleared his throat, producing a sound reminiscent of chalk snapping, and continued. In that year of October, a specialized group of wizards from Sardinia. He faltered momentarily. Hermione waved her hand in the air again. Professor, I wish to inquire, legend has to have some basis in fact, does it not? Professor Binns gazed at her, utterly astonished. Harry believed that whether living or dead, no student had ever interrupted him in such a manner. Well, Professor Binns said slowly, I suppose you could say that. He scrutinized Hermione as though he had never truly regarded a student before. However, the legend you mention is a rather sensationalized, even ludicrous tale. Now, the entire class was intently focused on every word that Professor Binns uttered. His foggy old eyes scanned the room, noting that every face was turned toward him. Harry could tell that the unusual interest being displayed by his classmates was quite unsettling for Professor Binns. Oh, very well, he said slowly, let me consider the chamber. You all surely know that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago, though the precise date is uncertain, by the 4 greatest wizards of the time. The 4 houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle to shield it from the prying eyes of Muggles. For in that era, the common folk feared magic and wizards faced much persecution. Professor Binns paused, casting a vague glance around the classroom, and continued, in the initial years, the founders worked harmoniously together, seeking out young individuals who displayed magical potential, bringing them to the castle for training. However, gradually, rifts began to form among them. The divide between Slytherin and the others widened. Slytherin wished for Hogwarts to be more selective in its admissions, believing that magical education should be restricted to pureblood families. He was unwilling to accept the children of Muggleborns, deeming them unreliable. After some time, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce argument over this matter, and subsequently, Slytherin left the school. Professor Binns paused again, pursing his lips like a wrinkled old turtle. Reliable historical records tell us this much, he stated. But these pure facts have been overshadowed by the bizarre legends surrounding the chamber. The tale suggests that Slytherin constructed a secret room within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. According to this legend, Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that no one could open it until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber and unleash the terrifying creature within, purging the school of all those unworthy of studying magic. As he concluded the tale, a profound silence enveloped the class, but it was not the usual drowsy quiet of Professor Binns's lectures. Everyone remained fixated on him, eager for him to continue. The atmosphere was unsettling, and Professor Binns appeared slightly irked. Of course, the entire matter is utter nonsense, he remarked. The school has naturally investigated whether such a chamber exists, on numerous occasions employing the most learned wizards. The chamber does not exist. It is merely a legend intended to frighten the simple-minded. Hermione's hand shot up once more. Professor, you just mentioned the terrifying creature inside the chamber. What is it? It is believed to be some sort of monster that only Slytherin's heir can control. Professor Binns replied in his dry, frail voice. The students exchanged anxious glances. Let me assure you, that creature does not exist. Professor Binns clumsily organized his notes. There is no chamber and no monster. But, sir, Seamus Finnegan interjected, since only the true heir of Slytherin can open the chamber, others might never discover it, might they? Nonsense, O'Flaherty, Professor Binns retorted irritably, since so many headmasters have failed to uncover such a thing. But, Professor Parvati. Petal's voice pierced the air, suggesting that perhaps only dark magic could unlock it. The absence of dark magic in a wizard's repertoire does not imply its impossibility, Miss Pennyfeather. Professor Binns interjected sternly, reiterating. Since individuals like Dumbledore might be required to unlock it, it stands to reason that Slytherin must be involved, thus Dumbledore cannot be the key. Before Dean Thomas could finish his thought, Mr. Binns, visibly impatient, declared, enough. This is merely a legend. It does not exist. There is no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Slytherin ever constructed such a hidden broom closet or anything of the sort. I sincerely regret having shared this absurd tale with you. Should you wish, let us return to history, to the tangible, credible facts. Within 5 minutes, the students succumbed to a drowsy stupor once more. I always knew Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old madman, Ron remarked to Harry and Hermione. But I had no idea he concocted this pureblood nonsense. Even if offered money, I would not join his house. Frankly, if the Sorting Hat had placed me in Slytherin, I would have boarded the train home without hesitation. The class had ended, and they were laboriously navigating through the crowded corridor, preparing to drop off their bags for lunch. Hermione nodded eagerly, yet Harry remained silent, his heart suddenly sinking with an uncomfortable weight. Harry had never confided in Ron and Hermione that the Sorting Hat had seriously contemplated placing him in Slytherin. He vividly recalled the moment a year prior when he donned the hat. The whispering voice in his ear felt as if it had transpired just yesterday. You have great potential, you know. With a mere thought, Slytherin could guide you to glory, undoubtedly. However, having heard tales of Slytherin's reputation for breeding dark wizards, he fervently insisted in his mind, not Slytherin. Thus, the Hat replied, very well, since you are resolute, it is best you go to Gryffindor. The trio was jostled to the side by the throng of students, at which point Colin Creevey passed by. Hello, Harry. Hi, Colin, Harry replied casually. Harry. A boy from our class has been saying you are, yet Colin's diminutive stature could not withstand the pushing crowd, and they only heard his high-pitched farewell, goodbye, Harry, before he vanished without a trace. What has that boy been saying about you? Hermione inquired, perplexed. I suspect he is claiming I am the heir of Slytherin, Harry responded, his heart sinking further as he recalled Justin Finch-Fletchley's hasty retreat at lunch. People here believe anything, Ron said disdainfully, as the crowd thinned. They finally ascended the staircase with ease. Do you really think there is a chamber of secrets? Ron asked Hermione. I don't know, she replied, furrowing her brow. Dumbledore has been unable to cure Mrs. Norris, which makes me wonder if the assailant is perhaps not human. As she spoke, they turned a corner and found themselves at the top of the corridor where the attack had occurred. The scene before them mirrored that fateful night. Except the petrified cat no longer dangled from the torch bracket but instead leaned against a wall inscribed with the words, The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beside an empty chair. Filch has been stationed here, Ron whispered. They exchanged knowing glances. The corridor was deserted. Perhaps we should investigate, Harry suggested, discarding his bag and crawling on all fours to search for clues. Burn marks, he exclaimed. Here, and here. Come look at this, Hermione called, intrigued. Harry rose to his feet and approached the window beside the inscriptions on the wall. Hermione pointed at the uppermost pane of glass, where approximately 20 spiders scurried in a frantic manner, seemingly eager to escape through a small crack in the glass. A long, silvery thread hung down like a rope. It appeared that they had hastily climbed up it, intent on fleeing outdoors. Have you ever seen spiders like that? Hermione inquired, perplexed. No, Harry replied. What about you, Ron? Ron turned his head. He stood at a distance, seemingly struggling against the impulse to flee. What's wrong? Harry asked. I'm not particularly fond of spiders, Ron said nervously. I've never heard that before, Hermione remarked, gazing at Ron in astonishment. You've handled dead spiders numerous times in potions class. I don't mind dead spiders, Ron said, carefully averting his gaze from the window. I just dislike the way they move. Hermione chuckled softly. What is so funny? Ron retorted with irritation. You should know that when I was 3, Fred turned my teddy bear into a hideous spider because I broke his toy broom. If you had experienced what I did, you wouldn't like them either. Imagine holding your teddy bear and suddenly it sprouts numerous legs. He shivered, unable to continue. Hermione was clearly still suppressing her laughter. Harry felt it best to shift the topic, saying, "Do you remember that puddle on the floor? Where did it come from?" "Someone must have mopped the floor," Ron replied, gradually regaining his composure as he took a few steps past Filch's chair, pointing out the area parallel to the door. He reached for the brass doorknob, but suddenly withdrew his hand as though scalded. "What's the matter?" Harry asked. "We can't go in there," Ron said glumly. "It's the girls' lavatory." "Oh, Ron, there won't be anyone inside," Hermione remarked. She straightened up and approached. "This is Moaning Myrtle's territory. Come on. Let us take a look." Ignoring the large sign that read out of order, she pushed the door open. This was the darkest, most oppressive place Harry had ever been. Beneath a stained, cracked mirror, a row of stone sinks stood, their surfaces peeling. The floor was damp, and a few candle stubs flickered dimly on their holders, casting a sinister light upon the floor. The wooden doors of the stalls were chipped and marred with scratches. One door hung precariously from its hinges. Hermione covered her mouth with her hand as she walked towards the innermost stall. Upon reaching the door, she called out, "Hey, Myrtle, how are you?" Harry and Ron ventured back to witness the scene. Moaning Myrtle was floating in the toilet tank, clutching a spot on her chin. "This is the girls' restroom," she remarked, casting a dubious glance at Ron and Harry, who were clearly not girls. "Indeed," Hermione concurred. "I wanted to bring them here to see how lovely it is." She vaguely gestured towards the grimy old mirror and the damp floor. "Have you seen anything?" Harry whispered to Hermione. "What are you two whispering about?" Myrtle glared at them, inquiring. "Nothing," Harry quickly replied. "We just wanted to ask you. I hope people don't gossip about me behind my back." Myrtle lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I have feelings, you know, even though I am dead." "Myrtle, no one wishes to upset you," Hermione reassured her. Harry merely, "No one wishes to upset me? That is quite a jest." Myrtle cried. "My existence here has been devoid of joy, only sorrow, and now that I am dead, people still refuse to leave me in peace." "We only wanted to inquire if you've seen anything interesting lately," Hermione interjected hastily, "because on Halloween night, a cat was attacked right outside your door. Did you notice anyone in the vicinity that night?" Harry asked. "I didn't pay attention," Myrtle lamented dramatically. "The poltergeist tormented me so fiercely that I fled here, contemplating suicide. Then, of course, I recalled that I am already dead." Ron helped her finish her thought. Myrtle let out a mournful sob, rose into the air, and plunged headfirst into the toilet, splashing water onto them before disappearing. From the sound of her muffled weeping, it seemed she had hidden somewhere within the U-bend of the toilet. Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence, while Hermione nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "To be honest, this is rather pleasant for a Myrtle. Now, let us be on our way." Harry had just closed the door, muffling the soft sobs of Myrtle, when suddenly a voice startled the three of them. "Ron, Percy?" The Weasley prefect halted abruptly at the staircase, the badge on his chest gleaming brightly, his face etched with extreme surprise. "That is the girls' lavatory," he gasped. "What are you doing here?" "We were just having a look," Ron shrugged, "searching for clues, you know." Percy adopted a haughty demeanor, instantly reminding Harry of Mrs. Weasley. "You need to leave immediately," he insisted, striding towards them with outstretched arms, urging them to depart. "What on earth is this? Don't you care? Everyone else is having dinner, and you've come here. Why can't we be here?" Ron retorted, halting abruptly and glaring at Percy. "Listen, we haven't laid a finger on that cat." "I told Ginny the same thing," Percy countered defiantly. "But she seems to think you'll get expelled. I've never seen her so miserable, crying all day. You should consider her feelings. First years are quite distressed over this." "You're not concerned for Ginny at all," Ron said, his ears reddening. "You're just worried I might jeopardize your prospects of being the boys' prefect." 5 points from Gryffindor, Percy said, fiddling with his prefect badge, his tone stern. "I hope this serves as a lesson to you. No more detective activities, or I'll write to Mom." With that, he strode away, his neck as flushed as Ron's ears. That evening in the common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made a conscious effort to keep their distance from Percy. Ron remained in a foul mood, consistently spilling ink on his parchment while attempting his charms homework. When he distractedly took out his wand to clear the stains, he inadvertently ignited the parchment instead. Frustration flared within him, and he snapped the spell, Incendio, to Harry's astonishment. Hermione, too, slammed her book shut. "But who could that be?" she whispered, seemingly continuing their earlier conversation. "Who wishes to expel Muggle-borns and squibs from Hogwarts?" "Let us consider," Ron said, feigning perplexity. "As far as we know, who believes Muggle-borns are worthless?" He exchanged glances with Hermione, who regarded him with a skeptical expression. "If you're referring to Malfoy, of course it's him," Ron exclaimed. "Did you hear what he said?" You're next, mudbloods. Honestly, just look at his ugly rat face. It's obvious it's him. Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin? Hermione questioned skeptically. Look at his family, Harry chimed in, closing his book. They all belong to Slytherin. He boasts about it constantly. They could very well be descendants of Slytherin. His father is wicked enough. They might have held the key to the chamber for centuries. Ron added, passed down from father to son. Indeed, Hermione said cautiously, I think that's a possibility. But how can we prove it? Harry replied pessimistically. Perhaps their essay way. Hermione spoke slowly, casting a glance toward Percy at the far end of the room as she lowered her voice. Of course. It's not easy, and it's dangerous, very dangerous. We'd likely break about 50 school rules. In about a month or so. If you're willing to share what you know, right? Ron said impatiently. Well, it would hurt to tell you now, Hermione replied calmly. What we need to do is enter the Slytherin common room, ask Malfoy a few questions, and not let him recognize us. That's impossible, Harry stated, and Ron chuckled. No, it's possible, Hermione insisted. We just need some polyjuice potion. What's that? Ron and Harry asked in unison. A few weeks ago, Snape mentioned it in class. Is there nothing more interesting than listening to Snape drone on during potions? Ron muttered. This potion can transform you into another person. Just think. We could become 3 Slytherin students. No one would know it's us. Malfoy might tell us everything. He is probably boasting in the Slytherin common room right now. Too bad we can't hear him. I find this polyjuice thing a bit unsettling, Ron said, furrowing his brow. What if we turn into 3 Slytherins and can't change back? The effects were off after a while. Hermione waved her hand impatiently, but obtaining the recipe is tricky. Snape said it's in a book called Most Potent Potions, which is certainly in the restricted section of the library. To borrow a book from the restricted section, there's only one way, to obtain a signed note from a teacher. We have no reason to borrow that book, Ron stated, since we're not going to brew any potions. I believe, Hermione said, if we pretend to be interested in the theory, there might be a glimmer of hope. Oh, come on, the teachers won't fall for that so easily, Ron replied, unless they're exceedingly foolish. Chapter 10, The Out-of-Control Bludger. Chapter 10, The Unruly Bludger. Since the unfortunate incident involving the house elf, Professor Lockhart had ceased to bring any living creatures into the classroom. Instead, he read lengthy excerpts from his own books to the students, occasionally reenacting particularly dramatic moments. He often selected Harry to assist in recreating those scenes. Thus far, Harry had been compelled to portray various roles: a simple villager from Transylvania, cured of the bubblehead charm, a yeti suffering from a severe cold, and even a vampire who, after Lockhart's encounter, had developed a peculiar taste for carrots. During this defense against the dark arts lesson, Harry was once again summoned to the front, this time to play the part of a werewolf. Although he was reluctant to cooperate, an important reason compelled him to keep Lockhart in good spirits. Well done, Harry. You're remarkably convincing, Lockhart exclaimed. Then, believe it or not, I lunged forward and knocked him down with a thud, pinning him to the ground with one hand while brandishing my wand against his throat. I used my grip and, with the remainder of my strength, cast a very intricate spell to restore his human form. He let out a pitiful groan. Harry, Lockhart continued, let your voice rise a little higher. Excellent. His fur vanished. His fangs receded, and he transformed back into a man. Simple yet effective. A village shall forever remember me as their hero, liberating them from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks. As the class bell rang, Lockhart rose to his feet. For homework, I want you to compose a poem about my triumph over the Wagga Wagga werewolf. The best piece will earn a few signed copies of my book, Magical Me. The students began to disperse. Harry returned to the back of the classroom where Ron and Hermione awaited him. Is it over? Harry whispered. Let us wait until everyone has left, Hermione replied, heading towards Lockhart's desk, clutching a small note that trembled slightly in her hand. Harry and Ron followed closely behind. Oh, Professor Lockhart? Hermione stammered. I was hoping to borrow this book from the library to gain some background knowledge. She held up the note, her hand quivering. However, it is in the restricted section, so I need a teacher's signature. I believe this book will aid my understanding of the chronic afflictions you mentioned in Ghouls Gone Wild. Ghouls Gone Wild, Lockhart said, taking the note from Hermione with a beaming smile. That is perhaps my most cherished work. Do you enjoy it? Oh, immensely, Hermione replied eagerly. Your clever use of the tea strainer to capture the last ghoul was simply brilliant. I believe no one would object to offering a bit of extra assistance to the top student in the year, Lockhart said warmly, producing a large peacock quill. Quite magnificent. Isn't it? He misinterpreted Ron's look of disgust. I generally reserve it for signing books. He flamboyantly scrawled his elaborate signature on the note before returning it to Hermione. "So, Harry," Lockhart remarked as Hermione clumsily folded the note and stowed it in her bag, "tomorrow marks the first Quidditch match of the season, doesn't it? Gryffindor versus Slytherin, if I'm not mistaken. I hear you are quite the player. I, too, was a seeker in my day. They wanted me to try out for the national team, but I preferred to dedicate my life to vanquishing dark forces. However, should you feel the need for a bit of extra practice, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am always eager to impart my wisdom to less experienced players." Harry mumbled indistinctly in his throat and hurriedly followed Ron and Hermione out. I can hardly believe that when the three of them meticulously examined the signature on the note, Harry claimed he hadn't even considered what book we wanted. "He is such a thoughtless fool," Ron remarked. "Who cares? We've already acquired what we sought," he added. "He is not a thoughtless fool," Hermione interjected as they jogged toward the library. "Just because he said you were the brightest student in the year." Upon entering the dim and silent library, they instinctively lowered their voices. Madame Pants, the librarian, was a thin, irritable woman, resembling a malnourished vulture. "Powerful potion?" she read suspiciously, attempting to take the note from Hermione, but Hermione refused to relinquish it. "I'm not sure if I can keep this," Hermione gasped. "Oh, just give it to her," Ron said, snatching the note from her tightly clenched hand and handing it to Madame Pants. "We'll get you another autographed copy. Anything that can remain still for a while, Gilderoy Lockhart will sign it." Madame Pants held the note up to the light as if to verify its authenticity, and it passed the scrutiny without issue. She strode between the towering shelves and returned a few minutes later, clutching a thick tome that appeared to be moldy. Hermione carefully placed it in her bag, making sure not to walk too quickly, as if to conceal her guilt. 5 minutes later, they once again hid in the dilapidated restroom of Moaning Myrtle. Hermione dismissed Ron's objections, pointing out that no rational person would willingly come here, thus ensuring their concealment. Moaning Myrtle sobbed loudly in her cubicle, ignoring them as they ignored her. Hermione cautiously opened the powerful potion book, and the three of them leaned in to examine the watermarked pages. They immediately understood why this book belonged in the restricted section. Some of the potions described had terrifying effects, almost unimaginable. And there were several unsettling illustrations, one of a person seemingly turned inside out and another of a witch sprouting multiple arms. "Here," Hermione exclaimed excitedly, as she found the page labeled Polyjuice Potion. It depicted several individuals transforming into others. Harry sincerely hoped the expressions of extreme agony on their faces were merely figments of the artist's imagination. "This is the most complex potion I've ever seen," Hermione said as they skimmed the recipe. "Leech juice, lacewing flies, fluxweed, and 2 sprigs of powdered bicorn horn," she murmured, tracing the ingredient list with her finger. "These are all easily obtainable. We can find them in the students' lockers. Oh look, we also need powdered bicorn horn. I wonder where to find a piece of African snake skin. That's going to be tricky. And of course, we'll need something belonging to the person we wish to transform into." "Excuse me?" Ron interjected sharply. "What do you mean? Something belonging to the person we want to turn into? If there's a toenail of crabs in there, I'm definitely not drinking it." Hermione seemed not to hear him, continuing, "We don't need to worry about that right now. That part is added last." Ron turned to Harry, speechless, while Harry began to harbor another doubt. "Do you have any idea how much we need to steal, Hermione? The piece of African snake skin is definitely not in the students' lockers. What do we do? Break into Snape's private stores? I'm not sure that's a good idea." Hermione snapped the book shut. "Well, if you're scared and want to back out, that's fine," she said, her cheeks flushed with vibrant color and her eyes shining brighter than usual. "You know, I don't want to break any school rules. I believe threatening Muggleborns is far worse than concocting a complex potion. However, if you don't want to find out whether it was Malfoy, I'll just go and return the book to Madame Pants." "I never thought I'd see you persuading us to break school rules one day," Ron said. "All right. Let us do it. But please, no toenails, okay? How long does this potion take to brew?" Harry asked, and Hermione's mood brightened as she reopened the book. "Well, fluxweed needs to be picked on the night of the full moon, and lacewing flies need to be simmered for 20 days. I think if we can gather all the ingredients, it will take about a month." "A month?" Ron exclaimed. "By then, Malfoy could have taken down half the Muggleborns in the school." Hermione's eyes narrowed, clearly on the verge of anger, but Ron quickly added, "But this is the best plan we've come up with, so let us get moving." However, as they prepared to leave the restroom, Hermione checked for anyone around. And Ron quietly suggested to Harry, "If you could knock Malfoy off his broom tomorrow, it would save us a great deal of trouble." On Saturday morning, Harry awoke early and lay in bed for a while, contemplating the impending Quidditch match. He felt somewhat anxious, primarily thinking about what would say if Gryffindor lost, while also considering that they would be facing a team riding the fastest brooms money could buy. He had never wanted to defeat Slytherin so desperately. His thoughts churned restlessly, and after lying with his eyes open for half an hour, he finally got out of bed, dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, he found the other members of the Gryffindor team squeezed around the empty long table, all appearing tense and reticent. As the hour approached 11, students and staff began making their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was humid and oppressive, with distant rumbles of thunder. As Harry entered the changing room, Ron and Hermione hurried over to wish him good luck. The team donned their bright red Gryffindor robes and then sat down to listen to Wood's customary pre-match pep talk. Slytherin's brooms are better than ours, Wood stated. That's undeniable. But our players are stronger. We've trained harder than they have and flown in all sorts of weather. That's right, isn't it, George? Fred Weasley chimed in. My clothes haven't dried since August. We're going to make them regret letting that little git Malfoy buy his way onto their team. Wood was visibly excited, turning to Harry. It's up to you, Harry, to show them that being a seeker isn't just about having a rich dad. You need to catch the golden snitch before Malfoy does, or die trying, because we must win today. We have to win. So no pressure, Harry, Fred winked at him. As they stepped out onto the pitch, a cacophony of noise greeted them. The overwhelming sound was cheers and applause, as both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff hoped to see Slytherin defeated. Yet amidst the crowd, the jeers and boos of Slytherin supporters could also be heard. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch instructor, instructed Flint and Wood to shake hands. The two exchanged menacing glances, gripping each other's hands with unnecessary intensity. On my whistle, Madam Hooch announced, 3, 2, 1. The crowd erupted in a cacophony, bidding them farewell as all 14 players soared into the leaden gray sky. Harry ascended higher than any other player, squinting as he scanned the surroundings in search of the elusive golden snitch. You all right, Scarhead? Malfoy taunted, darting beneath Harry like an arrow, seemingly flaunting the speed of his broom. Harry had no time to respond. At that moment, a heavy black bludger suddenly soared towards him. He narrowly evaded it, feeling the rush of air as it grazed his hair. That was close, Harry, George exclaimed, brandishing his bat as he sped past Harry, prepared to send the bludger hurtling towards a Slytherin player. Harry watched as George struck the bludger forcefully towards Adrian Pusey, only for it to unexpectedly alter its course and head straight back towards Harry. Harry hastily descended to evade the attack, while George struck Malfoy with considerable force. However, the bludger, resembling a spinning dart, once again veered around and aimed directly for Harry's head. Harry suddenly accelerated, darting towards the opposite end of the pitch. He could hear the bludger whistling behind him, relentlessly pursuing his flight. What was happening? Fred Weasley was waiting at the far end for the bludger. Harry dipped his head sharply as Fred swung with all his might, striking the bludger away. That's more like it, Fred exclaimed joyfully. However, he was mistaken. The bludger seemed magnetically drawn to Harry, returning to chase him once more, forcing him to hasten his escape. The rain began to pour, large droplets splattering against his face and clouding his glasses. He was oblivious to the rest of the match until he heard commentator Lee Jordan announce, Slytherin leads 60-0. Clearly, Slytherin's superior broomsticks were proving advantageous, while the erratic bludger was determined to knock Harry from the sky. Fred and George flanked Harry closely, making it impossible for him to spot the golden snitch, let alone capture it. Someone has tampered with that bludger, Fred muttered, vigorously sending the newly aggressive bludger flying away from Harry. We need to call for a timeout, George suggested, signaling to Wood while also trying to prevent the bludger from colliding with Harry's nose. Wood evidently caught his signal. Madam Hooch's whistle sounded, and Harry, Fred, and George descended to the ground, still dodging the frantic bludger. What is going on? Wood inquired, as the Gryffindor players gathered together, while Slytherin players jeered from the crowd. We're being defeated. Fred, George, where were you when that bludger was preventing Angelina from scoring? We were 20 feet above her, stopping another bludger from killing Harry. Wood. George replied angrily. Someone else meddled with that ball. It won't leave Harry alone. Throughout the match, it has pursued anyone else. But since our last practice, the bludgers have been locked in Madam Hooch's office, and they were fine then, Wood said anxiously. Madam Hooch was approaching them. Harry glanced over her shoulder and saw the Slytherin players mocking him. Listen, Harry said, as Madam Hooch drew nearer. You two keep circling around me. I have no hope of catching the snitch unless it flies into my sleeve. Just return to the other players and let me handle that rogue ball myself. Don't be foolish, Fred warned. It could knock your head off. Wood looked between Harry and the Weasley twins. "Oliver, this is irrational," Alicia Spinnet said angrily. "You can't let Harry face that thing alone. We should request an investigation. If we stop now, we'll forfeit the match." Harry exclaimed. "We can't let a crazy bludger cause us to lose to Slytherin. Hurry, Oliver, tell them to leave me be." "It's your fault," George snapped at Wood. "Either catch the snitch or die on the pitch. You've lost your mind speaking to him like that." Madam Hooch intervened. "Can we continue the match?" she asked Wood. Wood observed the determined expression on Harry's face. "Very well," he conceded. "Fred, George, you heard Harry. Leave him be and let him deal with the bludger." The rain intensified. With a blast of her whistle, Madam Hooch signaled, and Harry kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky. He heard the ominous whistling of the bludger behind him, knowing it was in pursuit once again. Harry climbed higher, weaving and spinning, darting down and spiraling up, tracing a zigzag pattern through the air. He felt slightly dizzy, but kept his eyes wide open. The raindrops pelted his glasses, and as he hung upside down to evade another fierce attack from the bludger, water streamed into his nostrils. He heard laughter from the crowd, realizing he must look foolish. Yet the heavy bludger lacked the agility to change direction as he did. He began to fly along the edge of the pitch like a tightrope walker, squinting through the silver curtain of rain towards the Gryffindor goalposts, where he saw Dean attempting to evade Wood. A rush of air whooshed past him. The bludger had just missed him again. He turned swiftly and sped in the opposite direction. "Practicing ballet, Potter?" Malfoy shouted as Harry clumsily spun in the air to avoid the bludger. Harry escaped quickly, the bludger hot on his tail, mere feet behind him. He shot a venomous glance back at Malfoy, just in time to spot the golden snitch hovering mere inches above Malfoy's left ear. Malfoy was too busy mocking Harry to notice it. In that agonizing moment, Harry hovered in midair, hesitant to speed towards Malfoy for fear he might look up and see the snitch. He lingered just a fraction too long. The bludger finally struck him, crashing into his elbow, sending a jolt of pain through him. A burning sensation left him momentarily dazed as he slid sideways on his broom, one knee still gripping it while his right arm hung limply by his side. The bludger launched a second assault, this time aiming for his face. Harry veered sharply, a singular thought consuming his dulled mind: charge at Malfoy. Through the misty curtain of rain, Harry pressed on through the excruciating pain, racing towards that gleaming, mocking face. He saw Malfoy's eyes widen in terror. He thought Harry was about to crash into him. "What are you doing?" Malfoy panted, hastily dodging Harry. With his uninjured hand relinquishing the broom, Harry extended it forcefully, feeling his fingers grasp the icy golden snitch. However, as he now clung to the broom solely with his legs, he plummeted directly towards the ground, struggling valiantly to remain conscious amidst the chaos. He heard a collective gasp from the crowd below. With a resounding thud, he landed in the mud, rolling off the broom. His arm dangled at a most peculiar angle. Amidst the waves of excruciating pain, he perceived a cacophony of whistles and shouts, as if emanating from a distant place. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized that the golden snitch was firmly clutched in his uninjured hand. "Aha," he murmured indistinctly, "we won." And then he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself still sprawled on the pitch, rain cascading upon his face, with someone leaning over him. He glimpsed a row of gleaming teeth. "Oh no, not you," he groaned, uncertain of his own words. Gilderoy Lockhart addressed the anxious gathering of Gryffindor students, exclaiming, "Do not worry, Harry. I am about to mend your arm." "No," Harry interjected. "Let it be, thank you." He attempted to sit up, but the pain in his arm was too intense. He then heard the familiar sound of a camera shutter beside him. "I do not wish to have such photographs, Colin," he declared loudly. "Lie still, Harry," Lockhart comforted him. "It is merely a simple spell. I have performed it countless times. Why can't I go directly to the hospital wing?" Harry gritted through clenched teeth. He truly ought to be taken to the hospital. Wood, covered in mud, despite his seeker's injury, could not suppress the smile on his face. "That catch was phenomenal, Harry. Absolutely brilliant. I have never seen you perform so splendidly." Through the dense throng of legs, Harry beheld the Weasley twins, Fred and George, desperately attempting to force the rogue bludger into its box. The bludger continued to struggle fiercely. "Stand back," Lockhart commanded, rolling up the sleeves of his emerald green robes. "No. Don't," Harry weakly protested, but Lockhart was already swirling his wand. A moment later, he aimed his wand at Harry's arm. An unusual, uncomfortable sensation surged through Harry, akin to a bolt of lightning from his shoulder down to his fingertips. It felt as though his arm were being drained of life. He dared not look, closing his eyes and turning his face aside. However, as the onlookers gasped in astonishment and Colin Creevy resumed his frantic photography. Harry realized with dread that his greatest fear had come to pass. His arm no longer ached, but it felt entirely unlike an arm. "Ah," Lockhart exclaimed, "yes, indeed. Such things can happen. But the important thing is that the bone has been reconnected. Do remember that. Now, Harry, off you go to the hospital wing. Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger, would you be so kind as to accompany him? Madame Pomfrey can give you a bit of a fix-up." Harry rose to his feet, feeling an odd tilt in his body. He took a deep breath and lowered his gaze to his right side. The sight before him nearly caused him to faint once more. Extending from his sleeve was what resembled a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He attempted to move his fingers, but there was no response. Lockhart had failed to set Harry's bones properly. He had removed them entirely. Madame Pomfrey was quite displeased. "You ought to have come directly to me," she exclaimed, holding up the pitiful, lifeless appendage that just half an hour ago had been a fully functioning arm. "I could mend the bones in a heartbeat, but to have them regrow you could do it too, couldn't you?" Harry inquired urgently. "Of course I can. But it will be quite painful," Madame Pomfrey replied sternly, tossing Harry a set of pajamas. "You will have to spend the night here." The curtains surrounding Harry's sickbed were drawn, and Ron assisted him in changing into his pajamas, while Hermione waited outside. They exerted considerable effort to maneuver his rubbery, boneless arm into the sleeve. "How are you still protecting Lockhart, Hermione?" Ron called out loudly across the curtain, as he carefully extracted Harry's limp fingers from the cuff. If Harry wanted to remove his bones, he would have mentioned it himself. "Everyone makes mistakes," Hermione replied, "and besides, your arm doesn't hurt anymore. Does it, Harry?" "It doesn't hurt," Harry affirmed, "but it can't do anything." He swung his legs onto the bed, his arm dangling helplessly. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey approached around the curtain. Madame Pomfrey held a large bottle labeled bone regrowth potion. "This evening will be rather arduous," she remarked, pouring a steaming cup to hand to Harry. "Growing bones is quite uncomfortable." Drinking the potion was unpleasant enough. It burned in Harry's mouth and descended his throat, causing him to cough and sputter. Madame Pomfrey retreated, still clucking her tongue, lamenting that the sport was too dangerous and the teachers inept. Ron and Hermione remained in the infirmary, helping Harry sip some water. "But we won," Ron proclaimed, a smile illuminating his face, "thanks to you catching the golden snitch." The look on Malfoy's face was murderous. "I truly wonder what he did to that bludger." "Let's add that to our list of questions to ask him once we've had the polyjuice potion," Harry suggested, resting his head on the pillow. "I hope the polyjuice potion tastes better than this concoction. What if it contains something from Slytherin?" "You do have a flair for humor," Ron replied. Just then, the door to the infirmary swung open, and the Gryffindor team entered to visit Harry, looking as muddy as drenched rats. "Harry, you flew brilliantly," George exclaimed. "I just saw Marcus Flint hollering at Malfoy, saying the golden snitch was right above his head, and he couldn't see it." Malfoy looked rather displeased. The team brought cake, sweets, and several bottles of pumpkin juice. They gathered around Harry's bedside, ready to celebrate, but Madame Pomfrey stormed in, exclaiming, "This child needs to rest. He has 33 bones to regrow. Out, out." Thus, the infirmary was left with Harry alone, devoid of distractions, feeling the searing pain of his limp arm. After what felt like an eternity, Harry suddenly awoke to utter darkness. He whimpered softly in pain. It felt as if countless shards were splitting his arm. Initially, he thought it was his arm that had roused him, but then he became alarmed, realizing someone was gently wiping his forehead with a sponge in the gloom. "Go away," he shouted, only to recognize the figure. Dobby. The house elf peered at Harry with his large, tennis ball-like eyes, a tear rolling down his pointed nose. "Harry Potter has returned to school," he mournfully declared. Dobby has reminded Harry Potter time and again. "Oh, sir, why did you not heed Dobby's warnings?" "Harry Potter missed the train. Why not return home?" Harry propped himself up from the pillow, gently pushing aside Dobby's sponge. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "How did you know I missed the train?" Dobby's lips trembled, and Harry's heart filled with suspicion. "It was you, wasn't it?" he slowly articulated. "You blocked the passage, preventing us from getting through." "Indeed, sir," Dobby fervently nodded, flapping his large ears. Dobby was waiting for Harry Potter, and then sealed off the corridor. Afterwards, Dobby had to iron his own hands. He displayed his 10 long fingers, all wrapped in bandages. "But Dobby does not mind, sir." Dobby thought Harry Potter would be safe this way. Dobby never imagined that Harry Potter would find another route to school. He swayed back and forth, his grotesque head shaking incessantly. Dobby was utterly astonished to hear that Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts, so much so that he burned his master's dinner. Such a severe punishment Dobby has never experienced before, sir. Harry fell heavily back onto the pillow. You nearly got Ron and me expelled, he said angrily. You better get out of the way while my bones are still healing, Dobby, or I'll strangle you. Dobby smiled faintly, accustomed to such death threats. Hearing them at home 5 times a day. He wiped his nose on a corner of his filthy pillowcase, looking pitiful, which made Harry's anger dissipate involuntarily. Why are you wearing that thing, Dobby? He asked curiously. This, sir? Dobby replied, tugging at the pillowcase. It symbolizes the servitude of house elves, sir. Dobby can only gain his freedom when his master gives him clothes. The people at home are very careful. They want to even give Dobby a pair of socks, sir, because that would mean Dobby is free and would leave them forever. Dobby wiped his bulging eyes and suddenly said, Harry Potter must go home. Dobby thought his bludger could certainly send you home. Harry asked, his anger flaring up again. What do you mean, your bludger? Did you send that bludger to kill me? Not to kill you, sir, absolutely not. Dobby exclaimed in terror. Dobby wishes to save Harry Potter's life. Being badly injured and sent home is better than staying here, sir. Dobby only hopes Harry Potter gets slightly hurt and is then sent home. Oh, is that it? Harry asked furiously. I suppose you want to tell me why you wish for me to be shattered and sent home, will you? I wish Harry Potter knew. Dobby moaned, more tears rolling down onto his tattered pillowcase. I wish he knew what he means to us humble, enslaved beings in the magical world. Dobby, hasn't he forgotten how people treated us house elves like vermin, sir, especially at the height of that person whose name cannot be mentioned? Of course, they still treat Dobby that way, sir, he admitted, wiping his face on the pillowcase again. But overall, since you defeated that person whose name cannot be mentioned, life has improved greatly for us. Harry Potter survived. The Dark Lord's power was broken. This is a new beginning, sir. For those of us who thought the dark days would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope, sir. Now, terrible things are about to happen at Hogwarts. Perhaps they already have. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to remain here because history is about to repeat itself. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once again. Dobby froze, panic-stricken, then grabbed Harry's water jug from the nightstand and smashed it against his own head before swaying and disappearing. A moment later, he climbed back onto the bed. His eyes crossed, muttering softly, Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby. So there really is a chamber? Harry asked quietly. And you say it has been opened before? Tell me, Dobby. The house elf reached for the water jug again, but Harry grasped his bony wrist. But I'm not a muggle. How could the chamber possibly be a danger to me? Sir, please don't ask any more. Don't press poor Dobby further, the elf stammered, his eyes wide as saucers in the dark. Someone is plotting here. And when things happen, Harry Potter must not stay here. Go home, Harry Potter. You cannot get involved in this matter. It's too dangerous. Who is it, Dobby? Harry said, holding Dobby's wrist tightly to prevent him from hitting his own head with the jug again. Who opened the chamber? Who opened it last time? Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby cannot say. Dobby absolutely cannot say. The elf screamed. Go home, Harry Potter, go home. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said irritably. One of my best friends is a muggle-born. If the chamber has been opened, she will be the first one in danger. Harry Potter is willing to risk his life for his friends. Dobby moaned, both sad and elated. How noble, how brave, but he must save himself. He must. Harry Potter must not. Dobby suddenly froze, his bat-like ears trembling. Harry heard it too, the sound of footsteps approaching in the corridor. Dobby must go. The frightened elf gasped. With a loud crack, Harry's grip loosened, and all that remained was air. He fell back onto the bed, staring at the dark doorway of the infirmary as the footsteps drew nearer. Then, Dumbledore entered the room, stepping backward, wearing a long woolen dressing gown and a nightcap. He held one end of a sculptural object in his hands. A moment later, Professor McGonagall appeared, holding the other end. Together, they placed it on the bed. Go fetch Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore whispered. Professor McGonagall hurried past Harry's bedside and exited. Harry lay still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent whispers, and then McGonagall dashed back in, followed closely by Madame Pomfrey, who wore a jacket over her pajamas. Harry heard her gasp. What happened? Madame Pomfrey asked Dumbledore quietly, bending to examine the statue. Another attack, Dumbledore replied. McGonagall found him on the stairs. He had a bunch of grapes with him, Professor McGonagall said. We suspect he was trying to sneak in to see Potter. Harry's stomach twisted violently. He slowly and cautiously raised his body a few inches, allowing him to glimpse the statue on the bed. A beam of moonlight illuminated the astonished face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide open, hands outstretched in front of him, clutching his camera. Petrified, Mrs. Pomfrey whispered, Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied. I shudder to think what might have happened had Albus not fortuitously come downstairs with hot chocolate. The three of them gazed intently at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and retrieved the camera from Colin's rigid fingers. Could he have captured an image of the attacker? Professor McGonagall inquired eagerly. Dumbledore remained silent as he pried open the back of the camera. Good heavens! Mrs. Pomfrey exclaimed. A hissing burst of steam escaped from the camera. Even Harry, who was 3 beds away, caught a sharp whiff of burning plastic. It's melted, Mrs. Pomfrey remarked in astonishment. Completely melted. What does this signify, Albus? Professor McGonagall pressed urgently. It signifies, Dumbledore stated, that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened once more. Mrs. Pomfrey covered her mouth with her hand. Professor McGonagall stared blankly at Dumbledore. But Albus, you must know who. The question is not who, Dumbledore said, his gaze fixed on Colin, but rather how. Harry could perceive the expression on Professor McGonagall's face amidst the shadows, realizing that, like himself, she had failed to comprehend Dumbledore's words. Chapter 11. The Dueling Club. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 11. The Dueling Club. On a Sunday morning, as Harry opened his eyes, he was greeted by the bright winter sunlight flooding the dormitory. He realized that new bones had grown in his arm, yet they felt exceedingly stiff. He abruptly sat up and glanced towards Colin's bed, but the long curtains, recently changed yesterday, completely obscured Colin's sleeping area. Madame Pomfrey, noticing Harry had awakened, approached with a breakfast tray in hand, her demeanor lively. She then began to gently stretch his arms and fingers. Looking quite well, she remarked, while Harry clumsily attempted to eat his porridge with a spoon held in his left hand. You may leave once you have finished. Harry hastily donned his clothes and hurried towards Gryffindor Tower, eager to share the news about Colin and Dobby with Ron and Hermione. However, upon his arrival, he found them absent. Perplexed, Harry ventured out in search of them, wondering where they might have gone. A sense of grievance washed over him. It seemed they were utterly indifferent to whether his bones had healed. As Harry passed by the library, Percy Weasley emerged, exuding an air of leisure. His mood seemingly considerably improved since their last encounter. Hello, Harry, he greeted. Yesterday's flight was absolutely exhilarating. Gryffindor has just secured first place in the House Cup, and you earned 50 points. Have you seen Ron and Hermione? Harry inquired. No, I haven't, Percy replied, his smile fading. I hope Ron hasn't ventured into the girls' restroom again. Harry managed a faint smile as he watched Percy depart. Then he made his way directly to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. He could not articulate why Ron and Hermione had returned here, but when he was certain that Filch and the prefect were not nearby, he pushed the door open. He heard their voices emanating from a small cubicle with the door closed. It's me, he announced, shutting the door behind him, only to be met with a cacophony of clattering and rustling sounds from within the cubicle. A gasp followed, and he saw Hermione's eyes peering through the keyhole. Harry, she exclaimed, you gave us quite a fright. How is your arm? Come in. It's fine, Harry replied as he squeezed into the small cubicle, where a cauldron was perched atop the toilet. He discerned the crackling sounds emanating from beneath the toilet, realizing they had ignited a fire below. Summoning portable waterproof flames was Hermione's forte. We intended to come see you, but we decided to brew the polyjuice potion first, Ron explained, as Harry struggled to relock the small cubicle. We figured it would be safest to hide out here. As Harry was about to discuss Colin's situation, Hermione interrupted him, stating that they were already informed by Professor McGonagall earlier that morning. Hence, they decided it was imperative to compel Malfoy to confess as soon as possible. Ron, filled with indignation, remarked, Do you know what I think? Ever since the Quidditch match, he has been in a foul mood, taking out his frustrations on Colin. Furthermore, Harry observed Hermione tearing pieces of leech wort to add to the potion and mentioned that Dobby had visited him in the middle of the night. Ron and Hermione looked up in surprise. Harry recounted everything Dobby had either disclosed or withheld from him, leaving Ron and Hermione astounded. Has the Chamber of Secrets been opened before? Hermione inquired. Ron, with an air of satisfaction, responded. It's evident that Lucius Malfoy must have opened it during his time at school, and now he is teaching dear Draco to do the same. He then expressed his wish that Dobby had revealed what monster was contained within. I truly cannot comprehend how it has been roaming the school unnoticed. Perhaps it possesses the ability to become invisible, Hermione conjectured, as she poked some leeches into the cauldron. Or it might disguise itself as armor or something else. I've read tales about color-changing ghouls. You read too much, Ron retorted, pouring some lacewing flies atop the leeches. He crumpled the empty pouch of flies into a ball and turned to Harry. So Dobby prevented us from boarding the train and broke your arm. You know, Harry, if he had continued to rescue you, it could have cost you your life. On Monday morning, news of Colin Creevy's attack spread throughout the school, leaving him lying in the hospital like a corpse. Instantly, rumors ran rampant, and paranoia took hold among the students. First-year students now clustered together in groups, fearful of being attacked if they ventured out alone. Ginny, seated next to Colin in Charm's class, was particularly anxious. To cheer her up, Fred and George took turns donning fur or conjuring boils, leaping out from behind statues to amuse her. However, Harry felt this was counterproductive. Eventually, Percy, in a fit of rage, declared he would write to their mother, Mrs. Weasley, to inform her that Ginny had been experiencing nightmares, prompting them to cease their antics. In the meantime, students exchanged protective charms and various trinkets in secret, a trend that quickly caught on throughout the school. Neville Longbottom purchased a foul-smelling green onion, a pointed amethyst, and a rotting salamander's tail, only to be told by the other Gryffindor boys that he was in no real danger because he was pure blood and thus immune to attacks. They targeted Filch first, Neville said, his round face reflecting fear. Everyone knows I'm practically a sitting duck. In the second week of December, Professor McGonagall, as was her custom, came to collect the list of students remaining at school for Christmas. Harry, Ron, and Hermione signed the list. They were suspicious upon hearing that Malfoy intended to stay. The holiday would be the perfect opportunity to use Polyjuice Potion to extract the truth from Malfoy. Unfortunately, the potion was not yet complete. They still required the horn of a bicorn and the skin of an African snake, items only obtainable from Snape's private stores. Harry secretly felt he would rather confront a magical creature from Slytherin than face the prospect of being caught by Snape while pilfering from his office. We need a diversion, Hermione suggested decisively, as the potions class on Thursday afternoon drew nearer. Someone can create a distraction while another sneaks into Snape's office to retrieve what we need. Harry and Ron anxiously gazed at her. I believe it is best for me to undertake the task of stealing, Hermione continued in a matter-of-fact tone. If either of you gets into trouble again, you risk expulsion, whereas I have no prior offenses. Therefore, all you need to do is create a considerable commotion in the classroom, granting Snape 5 minutes to become thoroughly preoccupied. Harry forced a smile. Deliberately causing mischief in Snape's potions class, akin to poking a sleeping dragon in the eye, truly perilous. The potions lesson was held in a vast underground classroom. As the Thursday afternoon class commenced, it unfolded as usual. 20 cauldrons stood between the wooden desks, accompanied by copper scales and jars filled with various ingredients. Snape prowled amidst a haze of smoke, harshly criticizing the work of the Gryffindor students, while the Slytherin students snickered in delight from the sidelines. Draco Malfoy, Snape's favored pupil, incessantly rolled his bulging eyes at Ron and Harry. Ron and Harry understood that should they retaliate in kind, they would swiftly find themselves in detention. Without even a moment to protest their innocence, Harry's potion had turned out too watery, as his mind was preoccupied with matters of greater significance. He awaited Hermione's signal, barely registering Snape's mockery of his thin concoction. As Snape turned to seek out Neville in order to torment him, Hermione met Harry's gaze and nodded. Harry quickly crouched behind his cauldron, retrieving a string of Fred's Weasley's whiz-bangs from his pocket and deftly igniting them with his wand. The firecrackers began to hiss, erupting with sparks. Aware that he had but mere seconds, Harry straightened, aimed, and hurled the firecrackers. They landed squarely in Goyle's cauldron, causing the potion to explode and drench the entire class. Students shrieked in alarm as the splattering, swollen potion cascaded over them. Malfoy was left with a face full of the concoction, his nose swelling like a balloon. Goyle, hands over his eyes, stumbled about, his eyelids puffed up to the size of lunch plates. Snape desperately sought to restore order, attempting to ascertain the cause of the chaos. Amidst the tumult, Harry noticed Hermione quietly slipping out of the classroom. Silence! Silence! Snape bellowed. Those splattered by the potion, come here for an antidote. I shall determine who is responsible. Harry stifled a laugh as he observed Malfoy rushing forward, his nose swollen to the size of a small watermelon, his head drooping heavily. Half the class clamored toward Snape's desk. Some had arms swollen like hammers, unable to lift them, while others had mouths so puffed up they could hardly utter a word. At that moment, Harry spotted Hermione sneaking back into the dungeon classroom, her front adorned with a bulge. Once everyone had consumed the antidote and the various swelling subsided, Snape strode swiftly to Goyle's cauldron, scooping out twisted, blackened remnants of a sparkler. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Once I ascertain who is responsible for this, Snape said in a hushed tone, I shall ensure that individual is expelled. Harry desperately attempted to feign a look of confusion. Snape was staring at him, but thank goodness. The class bell rang 10 minutes later. He knows it was me, The three of us hurried back to the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory, and I could tell. Hermione tossed the new ingredients into the cauldron, stirring with excitement. It will be ready in 2 weeks, she declared joyfully. Snape cannot prove it was you, Ron comforted Harry. What can he do? You know Snape. He won't let it go easily, Harry replied, as the potion in the cauldron bubbled and frothily simmered. A week later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were traversing the hallway when they suddenly spotted a small crowd gathered around the notice board, engrossed in a newly pinned parchment. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas appeared quite exhilarated, beckoning them over. They are starting a dueling club. Seamus exclaimed, the first meeting is tonight. I wouldn't mind learning a few dueling techniques. It might come in handy one day. What? Do you think the monsters from Slytherin will duel? Ron replied, though he too was keenly reading the notice. It will always be useful, he told Harry and Hermione as they made their way to the Great Hall. Shall we go? Harry and Hermione both agreed to go, so at 8 in the evening, they hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining table had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage that shimmered under the glow of hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling once again transformed into a velvety black, and nearly all the students had gathered, jostling together, each holding their wands, faces alight with excitement. Who will be teaching us? They squeezed into the chattering crowd, and Hermione remarked, I heard someone say that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. Perhaps he will be the one to instruct us. Before Harry could finish his thought, it turned into a groan as Gilderoy Lockhart stepped onto the stage, resplendent in his crimson robes, flanked by none other than Snape, who remained in his customary black attire. Lockhart waved for silence, then boomed, come closer, come closer. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear my voice? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously allowed me to establish this little dueling club to thoroughly train you, in case one day you find yourselves in need of self-defense. Employing the very techniques I have utilized countless times. For further details, please refer to my published works. I would like to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart continued, flashing a broad smile. He has a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before class begins. Do not worry, little ones. Once I am finished demonstrating with him, I will return your potions teacher to you unharmed. Wouldn't it be splendid if they both ended up injured? Ron whispered in Harry's ear. Snape's upper lip curled in disdain. Harry was perplexed by Lockhart's continued jovial demeanor. Had Snape regarded him with such a piercing gaze, he would have fled in the opposite direction. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least Lockhart bowed, his hands performing elaborate gestures, while Snape merely shook his head in impatience. They then raised their wands before them like arrows. As you can see, we hold our wands in the typical dueling position. Lockhart addressed the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spell. Of course, none of us intend to take the other's life. I wouldn't bet on that, Harry muttered, baring his teeth at Snape. 1, 2, 3. The two simultaneously thrust their wands over their shoulders. Snape shouted, Expelliarmus. A blinding flash of red light erupted, and Lockhart staggered, sent hurtling backward off the stage, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the floor. Malfoy and several other Slytherin students erupted into applause. Hermione jumped up on her toes, her voice rising in concern. Do you think he is all right? Who cares? Harry and Ron replied in unison. Lockhart wobbled to his feet, his hat askew, his wavy hair standing on end. Well, you all saw that, he said, unsteadily returning to the stage. That was a disarming charm. As you can see, I lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, Professor Snape. Showing them this move was a marvelous idea. However, I must say, your intention to demonstrate that was rather transparent. If I had wished to stop you, it would have been effortless. I believe, for the sake of broadening their horizons, they should witness. Snape glared menacingly. Lockhart seemed to sense the tension and declared, the demonstration ends here. Now I will come among you to pair you up. Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me. They wove through the crowd. Pairing students. Lockhart paired Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley, but Snape approached Harry and Ron first. I think your dream team ought to be broken up, he sneered. Weasley, you can partner with Finnegan. Potter, Harry instinctively moved closer to Hermione. I do not share your opinion, Snape remarked, a frosty smile gracing his lips. Malfoy, step forward. Let us see what you can make of the illustrious Potter. As for you, Miss Granger, you may pair up with Miss Burst. Malfoy swaggered over. A self-satisfied grin plastered across his face. Following him was a Slytherin girl whose appearance reminded Harry of a painting he had once seen while vacationing with his mother. She was tall and robust, her thick chin jutting forward with an imposing demeanor. Hermione managed a strained smile in her direction, but the girl paid her no heed. "Face your partners," Lockhart bellowed as he returned to the stage, bowing theatrically. Harry and Malfoy barely acknowledged each other, their gazes locked in an unwavering stare. "Raise your wands and be prepared," Lockhart declared loudly. "When I count to 3, cast your spells to disarm one another. Remember, it is merely a disarming charm. We wish to avoid any mishaps. 1, 2, 3. Harry abruptly lifted his wand above his shoulder, but Malfoy acted swiftly, striking first as soon as he counted to 2. The impact of his wand felt like a heavy frying pan crashing against Harry's skull. Staggering slightly, Harry was relieved to find that everything was still functioning. Seizing the opportunity to point his wand directly at Malfoy, exclaiming, "Ric Decempra!" A beam of silver light struck Malfoy in the abdomen, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. "I merely intended to disarm," Lockhart shouted in horror from above, addressing the fray below. Malfoy collapsed to the ground. Harry had hit him with the tickling charm, rendering him helpless with laughter. Harry hesitated, sensing that it was unsportsmanlike to cast a spell on Malfoy while he was down, yet he was mistaken. Malfoy, struggling to catch his breath, pointed his wand at Harry's knees, laughing and gasping, declaring, "Tarantaligra." Instantly, Harry's legs began to twitch uncontrollably, as if compelled to dance a lively jig. "Stop! Stop!" Lockhart screamed, but Snape seized control of the situation. "Finite incantatem," he commanded. Harry's feet ceased their dancing, and Malfoy halted his raucous laughter. Both finally lifted their heads. A green mist enveloped the entire hall. Neville and Justin lay on the floor, panting. Ron was apologizing profusely to a pale-faced Seamus for the disaster caused by his broken wand. Meanwhile, Hermione and Millicent Bulstrode were still engaged in a struggle, with Millicent pinning Hermione's head, who cried out softly in distress. Both of their wands had been forgotten on the floor. Harry rushed forward, managing to pull Millicent away, a challenging feat due to her larger stature. My goodness, Lockhart exclaimed, hopping through the crowd as he surveyed the aftermath of the duel. "You stand up, Macmillan. Keep an eye out, Miss Fawcett. Squeeze tightly. The bleeding will cease shortly. But I believe it is best if I teach you how to counteract hostile spells." Lockhart, visibly flustered, stood at the center of the hall. He cast a glance at Snape, whose dark eyes glimmered with a cold light, prompting Lockhart to quickly avert his gaze. "I need a pair of volunteers, Longbottom and Finnegan. How about you?" "That is a rather ill-advised suggestion, Professor Lockhart," Snape replied, gliding across the stage like a malevolent bat. "Longbottom could cause devastation even with the simplest of spells. In that case, we would only be left with Finnegan's remains to be packed into a matchbox for the hospital." Neville's round, pink face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. "And what about Malfoy and Potter?" Snape sneered. "Splendid," Lockhart declared, gesturing for Harry and Malfoy to step into the center of the hall, creating space as the crowd retreated. "All right, Harry," Lockhart instructed, "when Draco points his wand at you, you simply do this." He raised his wand, waving it around in an attempt to conjure complex patterns, but accidentally dropped it to the floor. Snape snickered beside him, while Lockhart hurriedly retrieved his wand, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my wand seems a bit too excited." Snape leaned in close to Malfoy, whispering a few words in his ear, prompting Malfoy to snicker in response. Harry nervously looked up at Lockhart, asking, "Professor, could you demonstrate that counterspell method once more?" "Afraid, are you?" Malfoy murmured, ensuring Lockhart could not overhear. "In your dreams," Harry retorted. Lockhart cheerfully patted Harry on the shoulder. "Just do as I did, Harry." "What? Drop my wand." But Lockhart was no longer listening. 3, 2, 1, go," he shouted. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand, shouting Serpensortia. The tip of his wand erupted in an explosion. Harry watched in horror as a long black snake suddenly sprang forth, landing heavily on the floor between them, raising its head in preparation to strike. The crowd screamed and quickly recoiled, clearing a space. "Do not move, Potter," Snape drawled lazily, clearly enjoying Harry's frozen stance as he locked eyes with the furious serpent. "Allow me to handle this." "Let me," Lockhart called out, brandishing his wand threateningly at the snake. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the snake not only remained but soared more than 10 feet high before crashing back down onto the floor. Enraged, it hissed, baring its fangs, and advanced directly toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, ready to attack. Harry could not comprehend why he had acted in such a manner. He was scarcely aware that he had made a conscious decision at all. All he knew was that his legs moved forward as if propelled by unseen wheels, and then, in a moment of folly, he shouted at the serpent, "Let him go." A miraculous event unfolded. Unbelievably, the snake collapsed onto the floor, compliant as a thick, dark garden hose. Its gaze fixed upon Harry. Gradually, Harry felt his fear dissipating. He was certain the serpent would no longer threaten anyone, though he could not articulate how he knew this. He lifted his gaze to Justin and smiled broadly, expecting to see a look of relief, confusion, or gratitude on Justin's face, but never anger or terror. "What do you think you're playing at?" Justin yelled, turning abruptly and fleeing the hall before Harry could respond. Snape approached, waving his wand, and the snake transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Snape regarded Harry with an expression that took him by surprise, a cunning and calculating look that Harry found unsettling. He also sensed an ominous whispering among the crowd surrounding them. Just then, he felt a tug at the back of his robe. "Come on," Ron urged in his ear, "let's get out of here." Ron led him out of the hall, with Hermione hastily following at their side. As they exited, people parted like the Red Sea, seemingly fearful of being touched by the unfolding events. Harry was utterly bewildered by what had transpired. Ron and Hermione offered no explanations, merely pulling him along until they reached the deserted Gryffindor common room. There, Ron pushed Harry into an armchair and declared, "You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" "A what?" Harry inquired. "A Parselmouth," Ron exclaimed. "You can speak to snakes." "I see," Harry replied. "I mean, this is the second time I've done it. Once at the zoo, I accidentally set a large python free, and it lunged at my cousin Dudley. It told me it had never been to Brazil, and I unwittingly released it. I didn't mean to. At that time, I wasn't aware I was a wizard." "A python told you it had never been to Brazil?" Ron asked incredulously, his voice barely above a whisper. "What's the matter?" Harry said, growing increasingly irate. "I bet many people here can do that." "Oh, they can't," Ron replied. "That is not a common skill." "Harry, this is serious." "What's so serious?" Harry asked, feeling anger rise within him. "What is wrong with everyone? Listen. If I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin." "Oh, so that is what you said to it?" "What do you mean? You were there. You heard me speak." "I heard you speaking parcel tongue," Ron clarified, the language of snakes. "Whatever you said could mean anything." No wonder Justin was terrified. "The sound of your voice must have sounded like you were encouraging that snake. It was chilling, you know?" Harry stared at him in astonishment. "Am I speaking another language?" He pondered, bewildered by the notion that he could articulate in a tongue unbeknownst to himself. Ron shook his head, both he and Hermione appearing somber, as if they were mourning a loss. Harry could not comprehend what could be so terrifying. "What is wrong with preventing an ugly serpent from biting off Justin's head?" he inquired. "As long as Justin isn't part of the headless hunt, what difference does it make how I accomplished it? It is of great significance." Hermione finally spoke in a hushed tone, for the ability to converse with snakes is a renowned trait of Salazar Slytherin. Hence, the emblem of Slytherin House is a serpent. Harry stared in astonishment. "Indeed," Ron remarked, "now the entire school will believe you to be some distant descendant of his." "But I am not," Harry replied, a sense of inexplicable panic welling within him. "You may find it quite challenging to prove otherwise," Hermione interjected. "He lived over 1,000 years ago. Based on everything we know, it is entirely plausible that you could be his heir." That night, Harry lay awake for several hours. Through the gaps in the canopy surrounding his bed, he watched the snowflakes drift past the castle windows, feeling a profound sense of confusion. Could he truly be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? After all, he was entirely ignorant of his father's lineage. The Dursleys had always forbidden him from inquiring about his magical relatives. Harry attempted to speak in Parseltongue quietly, yet found himself unable to do so. It seemed that he could only achieve this when in the presence of a snake. "But I belong to Gryffindor," Harry pondered. "If I had Slytherin blood, the Sorting Hat would not have placed me here." A harsh little voice echoed in his mind. "Yet the Sorting Hat initially intended to place you in Slytherin. Do you not remember?" Harry turned over in his sleep. The next day, he was scheduled to meet Justin in herbology, where he intended to clarify that he had merely repelled the snake rather than inciting it to attack. In fact, he thought indignantly, even a fool should be able to discern that. However, on the following morning, the gentle snowfall that had commenced the previous night escalated into a fierce blizzard. Consequently, the final herbology class of the term was cancelled. Professor Sprout had to ensure that the mandrakes were properly attired in socks and scarves, a task she deemed too delicate to entrust to anyone else. It was of utmost importance to expedite the growth of the mandrakes to save the lives of Madame Pomfrey and Colin Creevey. Harry sat by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, troubled by his thoughts, while Ron and Hermione occupied themselves with a game of wizard's chess. "For heaven's sake, Harry," Hermione exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, as Ron's bishop knocked her knight off its horse and onto the floor. "If this matters so much to you, why not go find Justin?" With that, Harry rose and crawled out through the portrait hole, pondering where Justin might be. Thick, Gray snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing every window, casting a gloomier shadow over the castle than usual. As Harry shivered his way past classrooms in session, he caught snippets of the ongoing lessons. Professor McGonagall was shouting at someone, her voice indicating that the individual had transformed a friend into a badger. Resisting the impulse to peek, Harry continued onward, contemplating that Justin might be using this class-free moment to catch up on studies, leading him to decide to search the library. Indeed, he discovered a group of Hufflepuff students seated at the back of the library, who should have been attending herbology class. However, it appeared they were not reviewing their studies. Standing among the towering shelves, Harry could see their heads huddled together, seemingly engrossed in an interesting discussion. He could not ascertain if Justin was among them. Just as he was about to approach, a few of their words floated into his ears, prompting him to halt and conceal himself behind the invisible book section. Straining to listen. Anyway, a tall boy began. I heard Justin is hiding in our dormitory. I mean, if Potter is determined to get him, he'd better lie low for a while. It was clear that Justin had anticipated such an occurrence ever since he inadvertently revealed to Potter that he was a born muggle. The boy continued. Justin even mentioned that he attended Eton. Such words are not to be uttered lightly, especially by a descendant of Slytherin, right? Are you sure it's Potter? A girl with a golden ponytail asked eagerly. Hannah, the tall boy replied seriously, he speaks Parseltongue. Everyone knows that S.A. mark of dark wizards. Have you ever heard of a decent wizard who could converse with snakes? They referred to Slytherin himself as a Parselmouth. Upon hearing this, the group began to murmur amongst themselves. Ernie continued, do you remember what was written on the wall? Beware the heir of Slytherin. Potter had a row with Filch. And soon we learned that Filch's cat met its end. That first-year student, Creevy, angered Potter during the Quidditch match and took a picture of him while he was lying in the mud. Subsequently, we discovered that Creevy also faced a tragic fate. But he always seemed so friendly, Hannah hesitantly remarked. And, well, he was the one who made the Dark Lord disappear. He can't be that bad, can he? Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously, and the Hufflepuffs leaned in closer, prompting Harry to edge nearer to hear Ernie's words clearly. No one knows how he survived when the Dark Lord attacked him. I mean, he was just a baby at the time. He should have been obliterated. Only a truly powerful dark wizard could escape such a curse. His voice dropped to a near whisper, stating, perhaps that's precisely why the Dark Lord wanted him dead. He didn't wish for another Dark One to rival him. I wonder what other magical abilities Potter is concealing from everyone. Harry could no longer endure the situation. He cleared his throat and emerged from behind the bookshelf. Had he not been consumed by such anger, he might have found the scene before him rather comical. Upon seeing him, each Hufflepuff froze in terror, and Ernie's face drained of color. Hello, Harry said. I am searching for Justin Finch-Fletchley. The Hufflepuff students' greatest fears were evidently confirmed, as they regarded Ernie with trepidation. What do you want with him? Ernie asked, his voice trembling. I wish to explain what transpired with that snake in the dueling club, Harry replied. Ernie bit his pale lip, took a deep breath, and said, we were all present. We witnessed what occurred. Then did you not notice that after I spoke to the snake, it retreated? Harry inquired. I only saw, Ernie stubbornly insisted, despite his body quaking, that you spoke in Parseltongue, urging the snake to attack Justin. I did not urge the snake to attack him. Harry's voice trembled with fury. The snake did not even come close to him. Just barely, Ernie countered. If you intend to make me believe otherwise, he hastily added. I must inform you that my family lineage extends back 9 generations of wizards. My bloodline is as pure as anyone's, thus I am unconcerned about your ancestry. Harry exclaimed in outrage. Why would I assault a muggle? I heard you despise the muggles you live with, Ernie retorted swiftly. It is impossible not to resent living with the Dursleys, Harry replied. I would suggest you try it yourself. He abruptly turned and stormed out of the library, where Madame Pants was polishing the gilded cover of a large spellbook, casting a disapproving glare in his direction. Harry stumbled into the corridor, oblivious to his surroundings, consumed by his rage. Consequently, he collided with a formidable figure that sent him tumbling backward to the ground. Oh, hello, Hagrid, Harry said as he looked up. Hagrid's face was obscured by a snow-covered balaclava, but it could only be him, for the bulk of his figure nearly filled the corridor, clad in a moleskin coat. One of his gloved hands held a dead rooster. All right, Harry? He asked, pulling up his balaclava to speak. Why aren't you in class? Cancelled, Harry replied, rising from the ground. What brings you here? Hagrid lifted the soft, limp rooster. This is the second one that has been killed this term, he explained. Either by a fox or a bloodsucker, and I need the headmaster's permission to cast a spell around the chicken coop. He scrutinized Harry with his snow-dusted brows. Are you truly all right? You seem quite angry and unhappy. Harry lacked the courage to reiterate the remarks made by Ernie and the other Hufflepuff students. "It's nothing," he stated. "I must be on my way, Hagrid. My next class is Transfiguration, and I need to fetch my books." He departed, his mind still occupied with Ernie's comments. Ever since Justin inadvertently let slip to Potter that he was a natural-born muggle, he had anticipated such an occurrence. Harry ascended the staircase with heavy footsteps and turned into another corridor. The lighting here was particularly dim. A loose pane of glass allowed a biting gust of wind to sweep in, extinguishing the torch. As he proceeded halfway, he was suddenly tripped by an object lying on the floor. He turned his face, squinting to discern what had caused his fall. In that instant, he felt as though his stomach had turned to water. Justin Finch Fletchley lay on the floor, his body cold and rigid, an expression of sheer terror frozen upon his face. His eyes vacantly fixated on the ceiling. But that was not all. Beside him lay another figure, an extraordinary sight that Harry had never encountered before. It was nearly headless Nick, no longer the pale and translucent specter he once was, but now enveloped in darkness, shrouded in mist. Motionless and hovering 6 inches above the ground. His head was nearly severed, bearing an expression of fright identical to that of Justin. Harry quickly rose to his feet, breathless, his heart racing as if a small drum were beating within his chest. In a daze, he glanced around the empty corridor, where he spotted a line of spiders hastily scurrying away. Other than the faint sound of a teacher's voice emanating from a classroom on the opposite side, the silence was palpable. He could escape. No one would know he had ever been there. Yet, he could not abandon them in this state. He must seek assistance. Would anyone believe he was uninvolved in this matter? He stood there, fraught with panic. Just then, a door beside him swung open with a loud bang, and Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, burst forth. "Ah, it's the silly baby Potter." Peeves cackled, bouncing past Harry and knocking his glasses askew. "What is Potter up to? Why so sneaky?" Suddenly, Peeves performed a half-hearted somersault, halting midair as he spotted Justin and nearly headless Nick. He quickly righted himself, inhaled deeply, and before Harry could intervene, he let out a piercing scream. "It's happening. It's happening again. No one is safe, be they human or ghost. Run for your lives. It's happening." Clatter and chaos ensued as doors along the corridor were flung open, and people poured out in a frenzy. In those agonizing minutes, the scene was one of utter disarray. With Justin at risk of being crushed and countless individuals stepping onto nearly headless Nick's body, Harry found himself pressed against the wall. Meanwhile, teachers shouted to restore order. Professor McGonagall rushed in, followed by her class, one of whom sported hair with alternating dark and white stripes. With a sharp crack of her wand, silence fell, and she commanded everyone to return to their classrooms. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Ernie from Hufflepuff arrived, panting heavily. Caught in the act, he exclaimed dramatically, pointing a pale finger at Harry. "Enough, Macmillan." Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Peeves hovered above, surveying the chaotic scene, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He thrived on mayhem. As the teachers leaned down to check on Justin and nearly headless Nick, Peeves began to sing. "Oh, Potter, you insufferable brat, look at the mess you've made. You've nearly killed a student, and you find it quite amusing. Stop it, Peeves." McGonagall shouted, and the poltergeist stuck out his tongue at Harry before hastily retreating. Justin was carried away by Professors Flitwick and Sinistra to the hospital wing, yet it seemed no one knew how to handle nearly headless Nick. Finally, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan and handed it to Ernie, instructing him to fan Nick up the stairs. Ernie complied, guiding Nick forward like a silent, black hovercraft. Only Harry and Professor McGonagall remained in the corridor. "Follow me, Potter," she said. "Professor," Harry quickly interjected. "I swear I had nothing to do with. This is beyond my concern." "Potter," McGonagall replied tersely. They turned silently down a corridor, stopping before an exceedingly ugly stone monster. "Lemon sherbet," she declared. This was evidently a password, as the creature sprang to life, leaping aside to reveal a wall that split in two. Despite his trepidation regarding the impending fate, Harry could not help but marvel at the spectacle. Behind the wall stood a spiraling staircase, slowly ascending like an escalator. As soon as Harry and Professor McGonagall stepped onto it, they heard a thunderous sound behind them. The wall closed once more. They ascended higher and higher, and soon, feeling a bit dizzy, Harry beheld a gleaming oak door ahead, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Harry understood the place to which he had been brought. It must surely be the residence of Dumbledore. Chapter 12, Polyjuice Potion. Chapter 12 of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. the polyjuice potion upon reaching the summit. They stepped off the stone staircase, and Professor McGonagall rapped gently on a door. The door opened silently, and they entered. Professor McGonagall instructed Harry to wait and then departed, leaving him alone in the room. Harry surveyed his surroundings. One thing was certain. Among all the teachers' offices he had visited throughout the year, Dumbledore's office was indisputably the most fascinating. Had Harry not been so overwhelmed with the fear of being expelled from school, he would have felt immense joy at the opportunity to explore this space. It was a spacious, beautifully circular room, filled with an array of whimsical little sounds. On a slender-legged table, an assortment of peculiar silverware spun gracefully, emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, each gently snoring in their respective frames. In the room, there was also a massive table, its legs resembling claws. Behind the table, on a shelf, rested a tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Harry hesitated, casting a wary glance at the slumbering wizards adorning the surrounding walls. Surely, there would be no harm in removing the hat and placing it back upon his head to ascertain whether it had indeed assigned him to the appropriate house. Quietly, he circled the table, lifted the hat from the shelf, and gently settled it atop his head. The hat was too large and slipped down, obscuring his vision. Reminiscent of the first time he had worn it, Harry stared into the hat's dark lining, awaiting its response. At that moment, a small voice whispered in his ear. "Are you perplexed, Harry Potter?" "Oh, yes," Harry murmured, feeling somewhat apologetic. "I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I merely wish to inquire. You have long pondered whether I placed you in the right house," the hat cleverly interjected. "Indeed, your placement is particularly challenging. However, I stand by my original assertion." Harry's heart raced as he contemplated the hat's words. "You would fit quite well in Slytherin." Harry's heart plummeted suddenly. He grasped the soft, tattered hat and removed it from his head. The hat hung limply in his hand, grimy and faded. He returned it to its original shelf, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. "You are mistaken," he declared loudly to the silent, unresponsive hat. The hat remained motionless. Harry stared at it, retreating slightly. Suddenly, a strange, suffocating sound emerged from behind him, prompting him to whirl around. He realized he was not alone in the room. Perched on a tall, gilded branch behind the door was an elderly bird, resembling a turkey that had lost half its feathers. Harry fixed his gaze upon it, and the bird met his eyes with a sorrowful expression, emitting that same suffocating sound. Harry sensed that it appeared gravely ill. Its eyes were devoid of life, and as he continued to watch, several more feathers fell from its tail. Harry thought to himself, if Dumbledore's bird were to perish, and he found himself alone in the office with only the bird, that singular event would be more than he could bear. Just as he pondered this, the bird suddenly ignited in flames. Harry screamed in terror, retreating until he collided with a table. Anxiously, he scanned the surroundings, hoping for a cup of water or something similar, yet found none. Meanwhile, the bird had transformed into a fireball. It let out a shriek before vanishing, leaving only a pile of still smoldering ashes on the floor. The office door swung open, and Dumbledore entered, his expression gravely serious. "Professor," Harry gasped, "I couldn't help it. Your bird suddenly caught fire." To Harry's astonishment, Dumbledore smiled. "It is nearly time," he remarked. "It has looked dreadful for many days. I have been urging it to act swiftly." Observing the incredulous expression on Harry's face, he chuckled softly. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry. When a phoenix approaches its end, it ignites itself in flames, only to be reborn from the ashes. You have witnessed it." As Harry lowered his gaze, he chanced upon a diminutive, wrinkled chick peering out from the ashes. Its appearance was as unappealing as that of its elder counterpart. "What a pity you must encounter it on the day of resurrection," Dumbledore remarked, settling into a chair behind the table. "For the majority of its existence, it is truly resplendent, adorned in astonishing shades of red and gold feathers. The phoenix is indeed a remarkably enchanting creature, capable of bearing considerable burdens. Its tears possess healing properties, and it is an exceptionally loyal companion." In the midst of the panic ignited by Fawkes' self-immolation, Harry temporarily lost sight of the reason for his presence here. However, at this moment, as Dumbledore settled into the high-backed chair behind the desk, his piercing light blue gaze fixed upon him, all memories came flooding back. Yet, before Dumbledore could utter another word, the office door swung open with a resounding bang. Hagrid burst in, his eyes ablaze with fury, the balaclava perched upon his dark, unruly hair, and the lifeless rooster still dangling from his hand. "It wasn't Harry, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "Just seconds before the child was discovered, I was speaking with him." "He had no time, sir," Dumbledore attempted to interject, but Hagrid continued to bellow, agitatedly waving the rooster, feathers scattering in all directions. It cannot be him. If necessary, I can swear before the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid, you have apprehended the wrong person, sir. I know Harry would never. Hagrid. Dumbledore raised his voice. I do not believe Harry attacked those individuals. Oh, Hagrid replied, the rooster flopping limply at his side. Well then, I shall await instructions outside, Headmaster. He stomped heavily out, his demeanor visibly awkward. Do you truly believe it isn't me, Professor? Harry asked, hope brimming in his voice as he watched Dumbledore brush the feathers from the desk. Yes, Harry, I believe it is not you, Dumbledore affirmed, although a grave expression returned to his countenance. However, I still wish to speak with you. Harry waited anxiously as Dumbledore scrutinized him. The tips of his 10 long fingers pressed together. I must inquire, Harry, is there anything you wish to share with me? He said gently, anything at all. Harry found himself at a loss for words. He recalled Malfoy's taunt. You're next, you filthy mudblood. And the image of Myrtle weeping in her lavatory as the polyjuice potion simmered slowly. Then, the memory of the ghostly voice he had heard on 2 occasions resurfaced. Along with Ron's ominous words, hearing voices that others cannot is not a good sign, even in the wizarding world. He remembered the whispers of his peers and the gnawing anxiety that gripped him, fearing some connection to Salazar Slytherin. No, Harry insisted. There is nothing, sir. The recent attacks on Justin and nearly headless Nick escalated an already tense atmosphere into one of sheer panic. Curiously, it was nearly headless Nick's predicament that incited the greatest fear. What could possibly harm a ghost? People exchanged anxious inquiries. What dreadful power could inflict harm upon one who was already deceased? Students hastily rushed to secure their seats on the Hogwarts Express, eager to return home for Christmas. That leaves just us, Ron remarked to Harry and Hermione. The 3 of us, along with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. What a delightful holiday it shall be. Crabbe and Goyle, ever the loyal followers of Malfoy, also signed up to remain at school for the festivities. However, Harry felt a sense of relief at the prospect of most students departing. He was weary of the way people sidestepped him in the corridors, as if he were about to sprout fangs and spew venom. Tired of the hushed whispers and furtive glances that accompanied his every step. Yet, Fred and George found the entire situation amusing. They galloped ahead of Harry in the corridors, strutting with exaggerated flair,